Volume 7. Chapter 601, Similar Thought. Chapter 601, Similar Thought. Bang! The rolling thunder-like explosion that caused mountains to collapse and the land to split suddenly resounded in the distant sky. At that instant, countless people had their ears temporarily deafened under this thunderous sound. A tornado-like energy ripple erupted from the point of contact between the green-colored energy pillar and the blood-colored energy under the clear sky before sweeping through the entire place as a countless number of shocked gazes watched. The space became unbearably distorted at the point where the energy came into contact. Deep folds could be clearly seen. This collision of the full-forced attack between Xiao Yan and Fan Lao had even caused space itself to be blasted apart. The collision between Dou Huangs was actually this frightening. The energy storm that was filled with green-colored flame and blood-colored energy was hundreds of feet wide. It appeared like an enormous person that stood between the heavens and earth. As the storm churned violently, the destructive force it emitted also caused the expressions of the numerous strong people in the sky to involuntarily change. The bottom of the energy storm was connected to the inner academy. Countless numbers of buildings were completely destroyed at this moment. Other than the dark black blazing Sky Qi refining tower, all the buildings and even the trees in the surrounding few hundred meters were completely turned into ruins as the storm swept past. That frightening destructive strength caused those students who were hiding from the chaos in the distance to be stunned. The storm had arrived quickly and disappeared just as quickly. After destroying a corner of the inner academy until it was a complete mess, the storm that had swept over gradually weakened before completely disappearing. The disappearance of the storm caused the somewhat dark, solemn sky to once again recover its cool and bright self. All that was left was a complete mess. The numerous elders in the sky looked at the inner academy below after the storm had scattered. The corner of their mouths involuntarily twitched a little. If they were to fight a couple more times, it was likely that the inner academy would be completely destroyed in this intense battle and would not need the eruption of the fallen heart flame to do so. Compared to the heartache that the elders felt at the miserable state of the inner academy after the destruction, those strong people from the Black Corner region were eyeing the black-robed, young man in the distance with shocked faces. None of them expected Xiao Yan to actually be able to come out unscathed from such a powerful attack by Fan Lao. The Dou technique that this young fellow had used earlier was at least that of the D class. Otherwise, it would not have been able to completely block Fan Lao's Great Blood Bodhisattva Devourer. Everyone's heart came to a sudden understanding as they recalled the powerful aura of the ruler glow that appeared intent on tearing space itself. They quietly but immediately felt an additional seriousness when facing the young man in the distance. At this class of theirs, an ordinary Xian class Dou technique no longer had much of an impact if one wanted to hurt or kill an opponent who had similar strength. Only D-class Dou techniques could achieve such a miracle. Hence, a D-class Dou technique was something that truly possessed a threat toward these Dou Wang or even Dou Huang class experts. However, a D-class Dou technique was mostly created and left behind by ancient people who possessed great intelligence and opportunity. After all, if one wanted to create a Dou technique, one would need some luck on top of the harsh requirement of one's strength. Therefore, the experts who had the qualification to create Dou techniques were all renowned people on the continent, and those who could create D-class Dou techniques were existences which were as rare as the phoenix feather and unicorn's horn. Hence, the D-class Dou technique was a rare item even in the entire continent. If an ordinary second-rate faction were to even obtain one, they would treat it like the greatest treasure of their faction. Moreover, some of those experts who only knew how to focus on training did not have many Dou techniques that they could take out on top of their powerful Dou Qi. These kinds of person was extremely common on the continent. It would be fine if they were to fight with others whose strengths were much weaker than them. All they needed was to randomly use Dou Qi attacks to scatter the Dou techniques that the opponent used. However, if they were to meet an expert whose strength was near theirs, it was likely that they would end up in a miserable state of allowing their opponent finish them off despite being weaker. One's surface strength was merely a deterrent. The most decisive factor was one's fighting strength. This kind of fighting strength relied on three key factors: one's class and strength, one's Qi method, and the Dou techniques one possessed. If one possessed all three conditions, it was not difficult to leap across levels or even across class to challenge one's opponent. Xiao Yan was such a person. Throughout his journey, most of the opponents whom he had met were stronger than him at the time. However, most of these experts were defeated by him. What he relied on to do this was the Flame Mantra Qi method and his powerful Dou techniques. Therefore, a D-class Dou technique was viewed with greater importance by these experts who were of the Dou Wang class and above compared to any other class. Hence, it was unavoidable that their hearts would feel an envy and even jealousy when they saw that at his young age, Xiao Yan had already mastered a powerful Dou technique that was sufficient to match the Great Blood Bodhisattva Devourer of Fan Lao. A pale whiteness had surfaced onto Fan Lao's savage face in the distant sky. Clearly, the powerful Great Blood Bodhisattva Devourer that he had used earlier exhausted him greatly. However, he did not obtain much effect despite using such a powerful Dou technique. Fan Lao involuntarily felt a kind of desire to vomit blood as he watched the black-robed young man who was still standing on the opposite side. This little bastard is indeed very strong. It is likely that there would not be much effect if I continue to pester him. A sharp blade-like fingernail drew past the space and carried a dense, cold luster. It was as dark as Fan Lao's gaze, which caused a person's heart to feel a chill. Although I don't know what has happened, but the strength that had suddenly soared from this fellow shouldn't belong to him. I think that it must be because he has used some strange secret technique. However, the increase from a secret technique has a time limit no matter how strange it is. Once that is over, his strength would return to his original class. At that time, killing him will definitely be as easy as flipping one's hand. It must be said that Fan Lao was indeed worthy of being an expert who muddled along in the Black Corner region. He had managed to barely guess something after a couple of exchanges. However, Xiao Yan was also clearly aware of this point. He was not a fool, and would naturally not give Fan Lao any chance to delay time. Since Fan Lao already possessed an intention to kill him, he no longer would be merciful in any of his actions. The best action was to kill the old dog Fan Lao and eliminate any further trouble should he have the opportunity. After all, the effects of a wild, crazy vengeance by an expert Dou Huan would give one a great headache. This thought flashed across Xiao Yan's heart and he did not hesitate even a little. With a flip of his hand, he placed the heavy Xian ruler into his storage ring. His speed suddenly soared after having lost the restraint of such a heavy weapon. A silver-colored glow flashed under his feet, emitting a faint thunder roar before his body shook and turned into a black line. It flickered before flashing toward Fan Lao. Fan Lao, whose focus was on Xiao Yan, sensed something the moment the latter's body moved. Having already decided to temporarily go into hiding, Fan Lao flipped his blood wings and swiftly shot back. "You want to escape, dot." A loud cold laugh sounded in the sky. Immediately, Xiao Yan's body appeared like a ghost in front of Fan Lao as a faint thunderous roar sounded. The speed that Xiao Yan had suddenly displayed also caused Fan Lao's expression to change slightly. However, his reaction was quite quick. The moment that Xiao Yan appeared, a sharp nail became just like a blade that pierced toward Xiao Yan's throat. Xiao Yan did not withdraw but advanced in the face of Fan Lao's sharp attack. The silver glow under his feet strangely flashed and entered a spot near Fan Lao's chest. His 5 fingers were abruptly clenched as they immediately smashed out violently. Bang! A circular blood film surfaced as the fist heavily smashed into Fan Lao's chest. The force that was contained in the fist was reduced by over half. Despite this, the remnant force still shook Fan Lao until he withdrew 2 steps in a miserable manner. Xiao Yan did not rest or pause after his single attack made contact. His body once again advanced in a lightning-like manner. His arm shook as his fist left behind afterimages. Wind from his fist blew like sharp, cold wind. Fan Lao completely descended into a disadvantaged state under this wild gale-like close-range attack of Xiao Yan. He repeatedly dodged in a miserable manner. Occasionally, a fist from Xiao Yan would strike him heavily due to his carelessness, causing his face to become paler. Countless number of students in the distance watched Xiao Yan, who was showing his might and actually suppressing an expert Dou Huang until the latter had no means to retaliate. Those numerous bright eyes were filled with a wild passion that was difficult to hide. If one's gaze were shifted to the entire battleground in the sky, one would see human figures flashing and hear the repeated explosions that was created from Dou Qi clashing together. Occasionally, there would be a strong person who would fall away from the battleground. From the swaying appearance of that figure, it was clear that the person was quite badly injured. What caused everyone to feel a little comfort was that the experts who had left the battleground injured did not consist only of the elders in the Jianan Academy. Some of those from the Black Corner region were also wounded after receiving the combined attack of a couple of people in the chaotic battleground. Of course, the battle circle which was the determining factor in this attempt at snatching the heavenly flame was still the one between Su Qian and the gold-silver elders. Everyone's gaze turned to the battle that was far away from the battleground, but could only hear the loud bangs from the collisions. It was difficult for one to sense any human figure with one's naked eye. All they could do was vaguely see 3 human figures pestering one another repeatedly after narrowing their eyes. This conflict with the Black Corner region was the largest scale one in so many years, with the most number of strong people participating. The energy ripples that basically blotted out the sun caused the hearts of those students watching below to feel a boiling fiery heat in their hearts. Was the reason why one lived and spent great effort training not because they wanted to stand at the peak of power and become the strong people others look up to? While everyone placed their focus on the chaotic great battle in the sky, no one realized that the layer of black-colored energy film in the broken blazing skychi refining tower below had unknowingly and quietly become thinner once again. If one were to observe carefully, one would even be able to see a pair of enormous dark, cold triangular eyes under the energy film. Those dark, cold serpent eyes slowly moved as it looked at the sky. Finally, they paused on Han Feng and Xiao Yan. This was especially so when the heavenly flame rose on the bodies of the two of them. The heat within that pair of snake eyes had also quietly soared greatly. An extremely human-like greed was also born within them. It appeared that not only did Xiao Yan and Han Feng want to swallow the fallen heart flame, the latter seemed to have the same thought about them. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 602, Extermination. Chapter 602, Extermination. The sound of rushing wind, that was brought about by the human figures flashing about, sounded repeatedly in the blue sky. The energy explosions were like that of firecrackers sounding again and again. Powerful energy ripples were something that one could still vaguely sense despite being over 50 meters away. Most of the inner academy was currently destroyed by the remnant waves that had spread out from the fight. This caused some of the inner academy students to have little choice but to move to an even further place to avoid the remnant ripples. While they withdrew, numerous gazes focused intently on the great chaotic battle in the sky. Most of the gazes carried a wild heat and excitement as they paused on a certain battleground. At this place, a young figure had erupted recklessly. His opponent, an expert Dou Huang who had quite the reputation within the Black Corner region, had fallen into a disadvantage and appeared extremely miserable. Looks like Xiao Yan is about to win. Lu Qing's gaze was shining as he watched those two vague human figures from the top of a building. The shock in his voice was not the least bit concealed. A beautiful figure stood prettily behind Lu Qing. Looking at that pretty face, it was surprisingly Lu Qing's younger cousin sister, Lu Fei. At this moment, this beauty, who had borne a great grudge toward Xiao Yan, no longer showed the hateful look in her eyes as they watched the figure in the sky. Her delicate hand covered her red lips while her pretty eyes reflected a strange flicker. That lovely face of hers was covered with a complicated expression. She had never expected that the person whom she had once looked down upon would be currently displaying a frightening strength that even Lu Qing was shocked at. Such strength had already exceeded the boundary of a student. Even some of the elders within the inner academy could not reach such heights. If it was said that Lu Fei felt an additional fear toward Xiao Yan after the latter's fight with Lu Qing ended up in a draw where both were seriously injured, the strength that Xiao Yan was currently displaying had completely caused this haughty and unreasonable girl to become a little kitten which did not have even the slightest courage to fight back in front of him. This kind of strength had already reached the point where she no longer had the courage to fight or offend. This was because her current greatest support, Lu Qing, also had no ability to resist under this kind of strength. Therefore, the instant that Xiao Yan suppressed the Dou Huang class Fan Lao until the latter ended up in a disadvantage, the grudge that was in Lu Fei's heart automatically disappeared completely. Although she was rude and unreasonable, she was no fool. She knew just who she could offend and who she could not. Hua! A noise suddenly sounded from around her just as this thought lingered in her heart. She hurriedly raised her head and her pretty eyes was thrown toward the battleground where all the students of the inner academy were focusing on. Even though they were far apart, she was still able to sense an extremely powerful wind suddenly surfacing. Octane blast. Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly became stern as he once again came close to Fan Lao's body in the sky. The hand which was about to slam onto the latter's shoulders suddenly tightened. His elbow protruded forward in a strange manner and his body charged forward. A wave of powerful wind agglomerated instantly at his elbow. Finally, it carried the deep exploding sound of air along with a cold cry as it violently smashed on the chest of the pale-faced Fan Lao. Bang! The deep muffled sound from the clashing of physical bodies sounded in the sky. Everyone could vaguely see the layer of blood film that had been lingering on Fan Lao's body broken apart completely as Xiao Yan's elbow landed firmly on the former's chest. The wild and violent attack from Xiao Yan earlier had caused signs of superficial Dou Qi to appear within Fan Lao's body. The blood film which was the only one used to protect his life was shattered by the former. Hence, the powerful force that came toward him completely erupted on his chest in an unbridled fashion. Grug! With the blood film being shattered, Fan Lao, who had lost his greatest defense, finally began to show signs of defeat. The force spurted out wildly and a sleek redness immediately surged on Fan Lao's pale face. A mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out. His body plummeted down from the sky like a cannonball. Finally, it landed heavily into some debris, causing rock fragments to shoot and spread out in all directions. Fan Lao's defeat caused the entire place to be silent. The defeat of an expert Dou Huang was quite a great loss for the side from the Black Corner region. Moreover, the moment that Fan Lao was defeated, there was no longer anyone who was able to keep Xiao Yan in check. If Xiao Yan was allowed to participate in the great chaotic battle, the stalemate would definitely be immediately broken. Finally, the Black Corner region, which had originally occupied the upper hand, might well have the situation turned around by the Jianan Academy. This point was something that not only the experts who were fighting understood, but the countless number of students from the inner academy below were also clearly aware about it. Hence, the instant that Fan Lao spat out blood and fell to the ground, wild, joyful, loud cheers combined with each other before rushing to the clouds. This cheer did not disappear for a long time. The pair of green fire wings flapped slowly in the sky. Xiao Yan's gaze was focused intently at the spot where Fan Lao had landed. He only let out a relieved sigh after sensing the weak aura. He was able to temporarily contend with an expert Dou Huang by borrowing Yao Lao's strength. Although it would definitely not have consumed so much time to defeat Fan Lao if he had displayed Yao Lao's strength recklessly, Xiao Yan clearly understood that there was a similar fear of Yao Lao's identity being exposed. After all, there were so many experts in this place. If he were careless and allowed someone to see something, it would not be good news for Xiao Yan, whose current strength was insufficient to protect Yao Lao. However, even though Xiao Yan was unable to unleash the complete extent of Yao Lao's strength, it was not too difficult for him to rely on the strength of the green lotus core flame and the restraint it imposed on Fan Lao to defeat the latter. I cannot leave this old dog's life. Otherwise, there will be no end of trouble in the future. A viciousness suddenly flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. He clearly understood just how troublesome it would be to form a blood feud with an elite Dou Huang. Hence, he would naturally not give up this chance to completely crush his weakened enemy. This thought had just flashed in his heart when Xiao Yan's body moved swiftly. One could see his wings flapping before his body transformed into a cluster of green flame. Immediately, it became like a meteorite falling to the ground as it smashed into the spot where Fan Lao had landed earlier in front of countless number of stunned gazes. Old dog, go and die. A cry that was filled with stern killing intent resounded across the sky. The green flame flashed and reached its destination in a lightning-like manner. It smashed into the debris with a bang. A forceful ripple immediately spread out and turned some of the surrounding rock fragments into powder. Numerous crack lines that were as thick as his arm began spreading out like a spider web. Ah! A sharp cry quickly sounded as the green flame came smashing down. A bloody glow immediately shot out from the spot where the green flame spread. The bloody glow was dark and was completely different from the powerful majestic previous self. The speed of the blood glow was extremely frightening. With a flash, it appeared in the sky a couple of 100 meters from the ground. Only then did the figure within it slowly appear. It was surprisingly Fan Lao, whose body was covered in blood. However, the latter's appearance was extremely miserable at this instance. Not only was his body covered in fresh blood, but his entire body was much more frail. That manner was as though he was a dried corpse whose blood had been completely drained by someone. What great speed! The green flame flashed on the ground and Xiao Yan once again rushed into the air. His gaze was dark and cold as he watched the distant pale-faced Fan Lao, who appeared to be on his last gasp of air. From the looks of the other party's appearance, Xiao Yan clearly understood that this old fellow had instantly vaporized the liquid blood within his body and unleashed a speed that even Xiao Yan could not hope to match. It was only this reason that he avoided inevitable death. Xiao Yan! You are actually thinking of exterminating me when I am down? Fan Lao maintained a great distance from Xiao Yan as he cried out in a stern hoarse voice. Sect leader Fan, isn't it too laughable for you, a person from the Black Corner region, to say these words? Isn't such a thing only too common to people like you? Xiao Yan laughed coldly as he ridiculed. His gaze firmly locked onto Fan Lao as the Dou Qi in his body churned and became ready to once again unleash a killing move. Fan Lao's expression was green and white. A moment later, he suddenly laughed and said, "Actually, this matter is but a misunderstanding, but..." Kuko, I also share the same thought. Xiao Yan fondled his chin as he thought deeply for an instant after hearing Fan Lao's words. He actually nodded his head. However, just as Fan Lao was momentarily stunned by his reaction, a faint rolling thunder suddenly sounded. Xiao Yan's figure abruptly disappeared. Chie! Fan Lao's eyes shrank the moment the sound of thunder appeared. He clenched his teeth violently and his fist smashed on his chest. A mouthful of blood was spat out violently and his body once again turned into a blood glow that disappeared from his original spot the instant it did so. Xiao Yan's body surfaced in a strange manner the instant that Fan Lao's disappeared. A fist was violently punched out and struck the afterimage that remained, shattering it until nothing was left. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He raised his head and his gaze swept across the place. Finally, it stopped in the sky a couple of 100 meters away. Fan Lao, whose face was nearly transparent, once again flashed and appeared at that spot. Another afterimage, ha! I want to see just how much fresh blood you can use. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted into a dense, cold arc. He was just about to go after Fan Lao with the intention of finishing him off when the clear sound of an energy barrier shattering suddenly reverberated through the sky. That sound may not have been very loud, but it possessed a kind of magical strength, causing all the battlegrounds in the sky to temporarily pause. Numerous gazes suddenly shifted down. Finally, they paused at the top of the blazing Sky Qi refining tower, whose roof had already been broken. Everyone's face immediately changed drastically. "This is bad, that bastard is actually going to break the seal again." Su Qian's expression immediately changed the moment the voice sounded. His gaze suddenly turned toward the blazing Sky Qi refining tower, and his voice contained a shock that could not be hidden. "Is this the heavenly flame of the blazing Sky Qi refining tower? It is really unexpected that it has already gathered in form and intelligence." Han Feng's gaze also followed the voice and was thrown to the top of the tower. His eyes were filled with a fiery heat as his body was so excited that it began to tremble at this moment. That black-colored energy film at the top of the tower had already broken apart at an unknown time. A pair of enormous snake eyes that contained a flame slowly surfaced from within the darkness. Finally, it swept over the body of every single person in the sky, causing them to feel a chill all over their bodies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 603, Ineffective Seal. Chapter 603, Ineffective Seal. The bodies of everyone in the sky instantly stiffened as they sensed the surfacing of the enormous dark, cold snake eyes. That heavenly flame possessed the greatest destructive strength in this world, strength that burned the sky and boiled the sea. Faced with such a strength, it was likely that there was no one, with the exception of those legendary elites who had trained their Dou Qi until it was on par with nature, who would not feel a trembling fear under it. Su Qian's expression had also become extremely serious the instant the energy film seal shattered. He was too lazy to bother about the gold-silver brothers who were facing each other in front of him. Compared to these experts from the Black Corner region who had engaged in a large-scale invasion, Su Qian was more fearful of the fallen heart flame that was in the tower. A heavenly flame was itself already frightening. A heavenly flame that had gathered and formed an intelligence was sufficient to cause others to quiver in fear at the mere mention of it. These fellows from the Black Corner region may be greedy and scrupulous and vicious fellows, but even if they were given 100 times their courage, they would not dare to extend their hands toward the students of the Inner Academy. These students originated from all over the continent. Most of them had some factions behind them. Perhaps these factions may not be very strong if they were separated. However, if they were to gather together, even the Black Corner region would have difficulty enduring such a fury. Moreover, the Xun Er Academy's foundation was naturally not weak after being able to stand on the continent for so many years. However, some things would seldom be taken out unless it came to a true situation of life and death. One example was the elders guarding the hall whom Xiao Yan had met when he and the others had entered the mysterious valley after having obtained the top 5 of the qualifying competition. The strength of those two were definitely not weaker than Hugon. If they were to intervene, these fellows from the Black Corner region would have long been totally defeated. All elders from the Inner Academy, listen up. Form the formation. Su Qian's gaze flickered. He suddenly let out a stern cry and actually completely ignored the Gold-Silver brothers as well as the numerous experts from the Black Corner region who were looking at them with malice while crying out to all the elders. All the elders were startled when they heard Su Qian's cry. Their gaze swept across the experts from the Black Corner region who were around them. They hesitated a little before moving their bodies swiftly to the sky above the blazing Sky Qi refining tower and forming the great ceiling formation from earlier. Those experts from the Black Corner region swiftly gathered together after seeing the action of the elders of the Inner Academy. Their gazes had great interest as they looked at the broken top of the blazing Sky Qi refining tower. TSK, Mr. Han, is now the best chance for us to attack and defeat them now that the elders of the Inner Academy are too busy dealing with their own things? An old man who looked like a dark eagle eyed the elders who were going all out and unleashing their Dou Qi with the intent of sealing the heavenly flame once again, and gave Han Feng a strange laugh. Coco, old man need not be so anxious. After the great battle earlier, the elders of the Inner Academy have already been quite badly exhausted. On the other hand, that heavenly flame has been recharging its strength. It won't be so easy for them to seal it now. They might even suffer great losses under the attack by the heavenly flame. Han Feng shook his head and laughed. We can wait for them to fight until they are both severely injured before taking action to snatch the heavenly flame. Although Han Feng spoke in this manner, he had another thought within his heart. Although he had gained the advantage after having gathered a large group of helpers, he was no fool. He clearly knew that the foundation of the Xun Er Academy was quite firm. If they were to truly anger them, it was likely that every single one of them would suffer. His aim was only the heavenly flame, and he did not want to form a blood feud with the Xun Er Academy because of it. Snatching the heavenly flame may cause the relationship between both parties to become extremely bad, but there was still a gap between that and a blood feud. Those experts of the Jianan Academy in seclusion may be able to accept the heavenly flame being snatched, but they would not accept a situation where over half the elders were injured or dead. That old man who was called Old Ban frowned a little upon hearing this but could only nod his head. He originally had an extremely deep grudge with the Jianan Academy. Therefore, his faction frequently came into conflict with the Academy's law enforcement unit, and would suffer great injuries and deaths each time around. Naturally, they did not want to give up this rare opportunity to greatly hurt the Academy. Waves of a faint energy barrier once again surfaced following the surging Dou Qi from the elders in the sky. However, the energy barrier this time around was undoubtedly much weaker and thinner than before. Clearly, the elders had suffered quite a great burden from the great battle earlier. During the time that Han Feng was conversing, a bloody figure suddenly rushed over before carefully squeezing into the crowd. His gaze was dark and vicious while containing a threat of fear as he stared at the black-robed young man who was a short distance away. The blood figure that rushed in was naturally Fan Lao. However, his figure was now completely different from his previous one. His appearance was as though he was on his last breath and could die at any time. The experts from the Black Corner region around him may gloat a little upon seeing Fan Lao's miserable manner, however, they felt a greater amount of shock and seriousness. The former was actually turned into such a miserable state by the skinny, young man despite his strength. Just how powerful was that fellow? Sect leader Fan, are you alright? Han Feng was also shocked for a moment by the appearance of Fan Lao. A moment later, he knit his brows and took out a medicinal pill from his storage ring before shoving it to Fan Lao. Fan Lao basically snatched the medicinal pill before stuffing into his mouth. He let out a deep breath as a sleek redness surfaced on his pale white face. His gaze was dark and vicious as he stared at the black-robed young man who was flapping his pair of green flame wings. His voice was a little dry and hoarse. That fellow's heavenly flame restrained me. Otherwise, he would have suffered. Everyone naturally did not know whether to agree or disagree to such excuses. All of them had sensed something from the fight between Fan Lao and Xiao Yan. The Dou technique that the latter used was not any weaker than Fan Lao. It was likely that even without the issue of one Dou Qi subduing the other, Fan Lao's defeat was still only a matter of time. Han Feng's gaze flickered. He stared at Xiao Yan in the distance as a thought rolled in his heart. This young man was able to defeat the 4-star Dou Huang Fan Lao. Even with the elimination of the restraint his affinity poses on the latter, his strength should be within that of a 5-star Dou Huang. If I were to meet him alone, it is possible to defeat him. Although Han Feng also clearly knew that Xiao Yan controlled quite a strong Dou technique, he had usually gathered some good things from helping others refine medicinal pill as a tier 6 alchemist. Naturally, he did not lack any good things. A D-class Dou technique may be extremely rare to others, but it would not cause him to be surprised. I need to find time and investigate this young man's background. After which, I will look for an opportunity to capture him. The green fire wings were slowly flapping behind Xiao Yan as he watched Fan Lao, who had rushed into the circle consisting of the experts from the Black Corner region, but he involuntarily knit his brows. This crafty old fellow. Now that there were so many strong people guarding him, it would not be easy to kill him. Fortunately, he was able to badly hurt him in today's battle despite not being able to kill him. He may have even left behind an injury that was difficult to completely recover from. At that time, this old fellow would have difficulty entering an even higher level regardless of what kind of tactic he used. Xiao Yan suddenly became alert as this thought flashed across his heart. He suddenly turned his gaze toward Han Feng, who was beside Fan Lao. 4 eyes looked at each other. Both parties contained a dense, cold-killing intent that only they understood in their hearts. Xiao Yan clenched his 5 fingers slowly. However, Yao Lao's soft voice suddenly sounded in his heart at this very moment. Don't be reckless. That fellow has quite a number of strong people around him. You will not be able to deal with them even if you unleash the strength that I can loan you to the maximum. I will repeat myself again. Unless you have reached the Dou 1 class, you should reduce a head-on collision with them. You should know just how powerful a person who has practiced flame mantra and swallowed a heavenly flame is. Although he may have practiced an incomplete Qi method, one should still not underestimate him. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth viciously. He hesitated for a moment before slowly releasing his tightly gripped fist. He could not be rash at this moment, however, if he wanted to advance to a Dou 1, he would at least require 2 years even with his current pace. This gap was really too wide. That class which was called the barrier between the ordinary and the strong in the continent was not so easy to break through. Xiao Yan sighed softly. He turned his head and threw his gaze to the top of the blazing Sky Qi refining tower. His heart quietly surged. This thing was the crucial factor in deciding if he could swiftly advance to the Dou 1 class. Hence, he must obtain it regardless of what happens. The people in the sky each contained their own thoughts. The ceiling formation that was controlled by Su Qian once again emitted an intense glow. However, just as the glow had reached its peak level, the top of the blazing Skychi refining tower, which had been without movement, finally emitted a sharp hissing sound. Immediately, a substance like sonic wave formed a ripple shape as it hurriedly spread out, destroying the originally miserable surroundings until they were a complete mess. That large body also surged out in front of numerous shocked gazes under a thunder-like explosion while the sonic wave sounded. The invisible flame that shot in all directions was like a storm as it violently smashed into the energy barrier around it. That powerful strike caused the energy barrier to swiftly form waves of ripples that faintly showed signs of collapsing. The instant the collision occurred, the expressions of quite a number of elders became slightly paler. Their aura also gradually became much weaker. This is the heavenly flame of the inner academy? Heavens, it has actually evolved until it is close to forming a corporeal form. Those experts from the Black Corner region, who saw the huge invisible snake occupying an enormous part of the sky for the first time, immediately let out a shocked cry. Their faces were stunned. Han Feng was also shocked by the immensity of the body of the fallen heart flame. Soon after, however, his face contained a joy that was difficult to hide. If he was able to successfully refine and swallow it, it was likely that he would be able to break the barrier between a Dou Huang and a Dou Zong. Gee! A strange hissing sound once again resounded through the sky. The invisible fire python appeared to be aware that the seal was about to break. It immediately swung its tail and its huge body was like lightning as it carried a momentum that caused even space to vibrate as it violently struck a part of the energy barrier. Crack! Following this powerful collision, the energy barrier that was rippling swiftly finally emitted a clear sound that indicated it could not handle the great burden. A small crack line suddenly appeared under the shocked gazes of the elders before beginning to completely cover the energy barrier much like a spiderweb. Su Qian's expression was ugly as he watched the energy barrier, which was covered with crack lines and about to break. He knew that the seal had already failed. Bang! The enormous head of the python collided violently into the energy barrier, which was about to break. That enormous strength finally shattered it. In an instant, the energy fragments danced all over the sky. The cylinder-like energy barrier was completely shattered at this moment. A strange crazy hiss that contained a wild joy erupted from the ferocious, large mouth of the huge invisible python like a thunderstrike the moment the energy barrier was broken. The invisible fire python did not flee immediately after having escaped its restraints. Instead, it suddenly raised its head. Its dark, cold snake eyes stared firmly at Xiao Yan and Han Feng. Its eyes contained an extremely human-like greed and desire. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 604, The Fallen Heart Flame, a Cheating Training Machine. Chapter 604, The Fallen Heart Flame, a Cheating Training Machine. The action of the invisible flame python caused everyone in the sky to be startled. Their gazes followed it and turned to Xiao Yan and Han Feng. They only came to a sudden understanding when their gazes drifted across the green and blue-colored flames which were writhing over the bodies of these two. However, on top of suddenly coming to an understanding, they also felt it was funny and surprising. It was really unexpected that this heavenly flame actually had plans for those who had come to capture it. It seemed that it wanted to change the position between the hunter and the hunted. With the many years that Han Feng had spent refining his alchemist skills, he was naturally able to recall all the various shapes and special characteristics of the heavenly flames on the heavenly flame ranking in reverse order. Hence, the former had instantly recognized what kind of flame it was, the moment the invisible fire python appeared. It is really unexpected that it is actually the fallen heart flame. Shock surfaced on his face. The wild joy in Han Feng's heart became even denser. With his knowledge of the heavenly flame, he naturally understood the various benefits of the fallen heart flame. This kind of flame might appear slightly weaker than the other flames in terms of offensive strength. However, its special ability of increasing the pace of one's training was something that caused a countless number of people to dream of. The fallen heart flame, ranked 14th. It was born from the heart, and was able to temper one's chi and refine one's bones. In the alchemist world, this so-called fallen heart flame also had another nickname that captures one's attention: training cheat machine. Once one successfully refined the fallen heart flame, one's body would be able to unceasingly form a kind of heart flame. This heart flame would not require any form of control as it calcined the Dou Qi within one's body every second of the day. This repeated refinement was as though one's body was in training mode all the time. The effect of this training condition was even better than usual. Such training was naturally far greater than an ordinary training. Therefore, it was not strange for it to be called a cheat machine. From a certain point of view, if the fallen heart flame and another flame that was ranked between 5 and 10 were placed in front of an alchemist for him to choose, it was likely that most of them would choose the former. For no other reason other than its ability to repeatedly provide Dou Qi to their bodies with a refining effect throughout the day and night was too attractive an offer. The inner academy had sealed the fallen heart flame and relied on the heart flame, which let it create the blazing sky Qi refining tower, a building that could increase one's training pace. During this period of time, it had groomed quite a number of young experts. If one person were to seize it all for himself, that training speed, just how fast would it be? Therefore, even an expert like Han Feng would feel such wild joy when he discovered that the heavenly flame that was sealed within the blazing sky Qi refining tower was actually the fallen heart flame. Although the effect of the increased training speed by the fallen heart flame at his level was no longer as clear as those at Xiao Yan's level, such an unceasing refinement brought about a benefit to the owner that was difficult to estimate no matter how one put it. Of course, regardless of how much one craved the special effect of the fallen heart flame, all of it was only on the precondition that one could refine it. However, it was easier said than done when trying to subdue a heavenly flame. Flames that possessed the greatest destructive strength in the world. Moreover, this heavenly flame possessed its own intelligence. Xiao Yan was similarly stunned for a moment at the greedy gaze of that invisible fire python. A caution rose within his heart on top of feeling that it was funny. The strength of this fallen heart flame was extremely powerful. Even the seal which Su Qian had guided so many elders in creating was unable to imprison it. If he were accidentally struck by it, it was likely that his ending would be a little miserable. Xiao Yan had come to the Jianan Academy to obtain the fallen heart flame and not to be obtained by it. However, the greed in the eyes of this heavenly flame, don't tell me that it is actually thinking of swallowing me? Xiao Yan muttered to himself. The heavenly flames in this world may have different characteristics, but they also have something in common. All of them possess an extremely great energy. If a heavenly flame that was not controlled by anyone were to meet another at the same spot, they would instinctively swallow the other to achieve its aim of strengthening itself. Now that the fallen heart flame has already gained an intelligence, it naturally knows that its strength would greatly soar if it were to swallow the heavenly flames within your bodies. Yao Lao's voice quietly sounded within Xiao Yan's heart as he solved Xiao Yan's doubt. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth parted. His face had a strange expression. It was unexpected that he had ended up being locked on by the heavenly flame after having come to capture it. The positions of the two had really changed quickly. What should we do now? Xiao Yan rubbed his head and asked. Let's keep some distance from it first. The strength of this thing is now extremely great. Even if you were to join hands with me, it is likely that you won't be able to hold it off. Yao Lao mused a while before speaking. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment after hearing his response, but could only end up nodding his head in the end. The green fire wings on his back were flapped slightly as his body rose into the sky. The invisible fire python also sensed something just as Xiao Yan's body was about to move. It abruptly raised its enormous head and violently swung its huge tail. Its large body shot into the sky. However, from the looks of the route that it was hurrying through, its target was not Xiao Yan, but the one who many were clustering around. Han Feng. The expressions on the faces of those strong people from the Black Corner region around Han Feng changed as they saw the invisible flame that had suddenly charged over. The pressuring feeling brought about by the huge body of the former caused even them to feel as though a great enemy had descended. This was especially the case when the hot fire wave had come pouncing over from the front. Some of the experts could endure it no longer as they hurriedly withdrew. Everyone, don't panic. We have a large number of people here and that beast will not dare to engage in a head-on collision with us. Han Feng hurriedly shouted after appearing to have sensed the low morale of his side. He was also clearly aware of just what kind of frightening strength the invisible fire python possessed. He really did not dare to collide head-on with it by relying only on his strength. Mr. Han, I am already seriously wounded and it is likely that I can't be of much help. I think I should leave first. Fan Lao's expression was pale as he watched the invisible fire python, that let off a curling flame in all directions, sweep over. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva with much difficulty before hurriedly cupping his hands toward Han Feng in front of him. After which, he rushed back under Han Feng's changed expression. This bastard! You can forget about begging me to refine medicinal pills for you in the future. Han Feng immediately cursed furiously in his heart as his gaze saw Fan Lao, who was already far away. Although the former was indeed unable to help much, it would be quite a blow for the hesitating people around for him to flee at such a moment. Han Feng's gaze glanced all around him as he thought in this manner within his heart. Other than a few experts who were quite strong, most of the expressions of everyone had become hesitant because of the hot wave that had come sweeping over. Hiss! A sharp hissing sound was suddenly emitted by the increasingly closer invisible fire python as everyone felt an uncertainty in their heart. Under this hissing sound, an invisible flame that caused space to instantly become distorted quietly spread over. Even though everyone's bodies were protected by Dou Qi, the strike by the flame still caused them to feel a searing pain. It was not so easy to isolate the temperature of the fallen heart flame. The dark blue flame was like a sea wave that repeatedly churned over the surface of Han Feng's body. With the help of the sea heart flame, the temperature of the fallen heart flame did not cause much damage to him. However, the remaining people around could only use all their strength to maneuver the Dou Qi within their bodies and hold out against the flame. Han Feng, it is not possible to go on in this manner. The strength that the beast creates appears to be never-ending. If we were to continue to hold on in this manner, it is likely that these people on our side would be the first to be unable to hold out. An old man who was in gold robes eyed the experts from the Black Corner region, who all had perspiration covering their faces, before frowning and speaking to Han Feng beside him. Han Feng's expression changed as he stared intently at the invisible fire python that had charged over. The flame that came sweeping over contained an incomparable force that caused even him to feel panic in his heart. Everyone, lend me a hand. If I can subdue this heavenly flame today, I will pay everyone double the medicinal pill conditions that everyone had brought up before arriving. The blue-colored flame on his body surged abruptly while Han Feng turned his head to the experts from the Black Corner region and cried. The eyes on the perspiration-filled faces of the experts from the Black Corner region flickered slightly upon hearing Han Feng's cry. They hesitated a little before violently nodding their heads at such a lucrative reward. Most of the people from the Black Corner region were those who would do anything for profits. Listen to my orders and attack it together. You only need to exhaust its strength. Leave everything after that to me. Two blue-colored enormous fire spears were swiftly agglomerated between Han Feng's palms. His gaze stared intently at the approaching invisible fire python. When the latter was around 10+ meters from him, he widened his eyes and cried out in a stern voice, "Attack!" The two 10-foot-long fire spears in his hands carried a bang that was similar to being slammed by a wave, as they violently shot toward the invisible fire python following his cry. Behind the enormous blue-colored fire spears were dozens of other extremely powerful energy pillars of varying color. These attacks were something that the experts from the Black Corner region had unleashed with all their strength. They had summoned all their strength under the lucrative reward that Han Feng was offering. Elder Su, what should we do now? Hugon flashed and appeared beside Su Qian. He watched the experts from the Black Corner region who were already fighting with the invisible fire python before knitting his brows and asking. We will wait and see. Su Qian narrowed his eyes and voiced his thoughts. The target of the fallen heart flame appears to be Han Feng. Since that is the case, let's allow them to fight with each other first. Instruct all the elders to seize the time to recover their Dou Qi. The great battle has yet to end. We must definitely not allow the fallen heart flame to land in Han Feng's hands. Hugon nodded slightly before flashing his body and withdrawing. Xiao Yan was flapping his green fire wings on the other side of the sky. He crossed his hands in front of him and watched Han Feng and the others who were the first to engage in an all-out fight with the invisible flame. A cold smile surfaced on the corner of his mouth. Fight, fight. It is best if all of you fight until you are half alive, fisherman. I simply love it the most. TL, the term fisherman symbolizes someone who benefits from the fight between others. Bang, dot. Under the gazes of everyone, the attacks of the experts from the Black Corner region violently collided with the invisible fire python amid a loud explosion. Immediately, a furious and strange hissing sound roared throughout the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 605, Fighting with Fire. Chapter 605, Fighting with Fire. A colorful energy pillar appeared like a rainbow that drew across the sky. It carried traces of slightly shaken space as it violently collided with the large body of the invisible fire python. The energy explosion was like brilliant fireworks that were projected from the fire python's body. The frightening attack that gathered the full offensive strength of all the experts in the Black Corner region was something that even Su Qian would not dare receive. Therefore, despite the great strength of the invisible python, its enormous body also swiftly descended under this violent collision. A furious hissing sound pierced everyone's ears as it resounded in the sky. A joyful expression was contained on the faces of all the experts from the Black Corner region as they watched the invisible fire python being forced back. However, that joy had yet to spread when an even more terrifying and hotter energy wave suddenly surged from below. They lowered their heads in shock, only to see the enormous body of that invisible fire python appearing in their eyes in a lightning-like manner. Its large, triangular eyes contained a hot temperature that appeared to have the intention of melting all those people who had blocked it. Stop it! Han Feng's expression changed a little as he let out a stern cry when he saw the invisible fire python pouncing over once again. The cry had just sounded when the experts from around him once again hurriedly summoned the Dou Qi from their bodies. However, that invisible fire python which was shooting over opened its savage mouth before they could unleash their attacks. An invisible fire pillar, which could distort space, erupted from it. The invisible fire pillar drew past the empty sky, evaporating all the air wherever it passed. A scar that was visible to the naked eye remained in the sky, causing everyone to feel quietly shocked. "Move aside!" Han Feng hurriedly cried out as he sensed the terrifying temperature contained within the fire pillar. The speed of the fire pillar was as fast as lightning. Just after Han Feng's cry sounded, it carried an incomparable momentum as it viciously shot into the crowd that was formed from the experts from the Black Corner region. Han Feng and some of the other experts with strong senses managed to narrowly dodge the fire pillar the moment that it shot over in an explosive manner. Despite this being the case, the fire pillar that narrowly missed them still caused an intense searing pain to be felt on their skin. Ah! Only those experts who had some ability were able to escape the fire pillar. On the other hand, some of the unlucky ones were coincidentally struck by it. The invisible flame diffused their bodies, and even those who had Dou Qi protecting their bodies still felt a stabbing pain that was drilling through their hearts. The human figures in the sky flashed, and over 10 burning individuals scurried randomly in all directions, doing their best to struggle and escape from the invisible flame that possessed their bodies. "Help them!" Han Feng hurriedly cried out when he saw the experts from the Black Corner region whom the flame had spread to. Currently, these people were the crucial element in determining whether he could obtain the fallen heart flame. Naturally, he could not easily allow anything to happen to them. Han Feng was the first to move to rescue the others after his voice sounded. However, a hot wave that shot from under him caused him to hurriedly halt his actions. When he lowered his head to take a look, he actually saw that a fire pillar that was not any weaker than the attack earlier was shot toward him. "Damn it!" Han Feng softly cursed. He clearly understood just what kind of destructive strength this fire pillar contained, and did not dare to test it even a little. He waved his hand immediately and a powerful deep blue flame immediately shot explosively out of his body. Finally, it became like a blue-colored sky curtain that formed above his head. Ha! The seals in Han Feng's hands were swiftly formed and his palms pressed down hard toward the fire pillar that shot explosively from under him. The blue-colored flaming sky curtain immediately curled down from all directions. It was like the churning sea. Waves of the ocean heavily piled onto each other before finally colliding violently with the invisible flame. Bang! The two kinds of heavenly flame collided with a bang, and a thunder-like explosion suddenly exploded beside the ears of everyone present. The instant the flames collided, even those students from the inner academy could clearly sense the temperature over the entire sky suddenly soar. Some of the dried tree leaves in certain areas even began to suddenly spontaneously combust. The energy ripple that was formed from the collision of the heavenly flames in the sky caused Han Feng to swiftly withdraw over a dozen steps. Only then did he stabilize his body. His gaze glanced down only to see that the invisible fire python had curled up into a snake formation in the sky. It lifted its enormous head high up and stared firmly at Han Feng. Clearly, the former was prepared to engage in a true fight with him. This bastard. That guy also possesses a heavenly flame. Why is it that it must come and look for me first? Han Feng's face was green. His gaze glanced at Xiao Yan in the distant sky, who had folded his arms and adopted a wait-and-see attitude, observing the battle before cursing angrily in his heart. Han Feng, this heavenly flame is really too strong. It is likely that we won't be able to be of much help. You don't need to fear its frightening temperature because you already possess a heavenly flame, therefore, you should use some means to weaken it a little first. A loud cry suddenly sounded. Han Feng's heart immediately sank upon hearing this. He turned his gaze, only to see that the Gold-Silver brothers had already brought the large group of experts from the Black Corner region and moved far away from this place. Clearly, the powerful attack that the invisible fire python had displayed earlier had already caused a fear to form in the hearts of these people. A group of cowardly people who are afraid to die. Han Feng cursed out in his heart. However, he did not dare to make any drastic move. He understood that the invisible fire python had currently locked onto him. As long as he was to retreat by even a little, the latter would immediately pounce over. Looks like I can only use some means to quietly suppress the flame of the fallen heart flame by a little. Otherwise, it was likely that those fellows will no longer intervene, given their cautious characters. This thought swiftly circulated in his heart. A moment later, he could only clench his teeth and stare at the invisible fire python below with a dark, cold gaze. His arms shook and 2 icy blue jade bottles immediately appeared in his hand. Everyone could immediately see a wave of dense blue-colored chilly air seeping out following the appearance of these 2 jade bottles. Some of those sharp-eyed people could even see that the slight moisture that was contained in the air was solidified into ice fragments wherever the cold air passed. Han Feng held the jade bottle tightly and let out a cold laugh. He immediately threw it violently toward the invisible fire python. Han Feng's hand suddenly tightened when the blue-colored jade bottle was still around 10 meters from the invisible fire python. Explode! Bang! The icy blue jade bottle suddenly burst apart. Immediately, blue-colored cold air erupted from it in all directions. Within the short blink of an eye, it covered the large patch of sky. That invisible fire python was also within the covered region. The invisible fire python felt an uneasiness as that icy blue cold air spread. After being influenced by the cold air, the invisible flame that was writhing over its body became somewhat thinner. This cold fog can actually suppress the heavenly flame? Xiao Yan involuntarily cried out in shock within his heart when he saw the invisible fire python becoming a little sluggish within the cold fog. This icy blue fog should be sky cold air. The rarity of this thing is not any less than a heavenly flame. It only exists deep underground in extremely cold places. An ordinary flame would definitely be automatically extinguished when it is within a certain distance from it. Only a heavenly flame can withstand it. Despite this being the case, the strength of the heavenly flame would be greatly reduced under the influence of the sky-cold air. Yao Lao's somewhat surprised voice sounded within Xiao Yan's heart. It is really unexpected that he even managed to obtain the sky-cold air. Looks like he has put in quite a lot of effort in order to search for a heavenly flame. Then, will he succeed? Xiao Yan knit his brows and asked with hesitation. Relax, the sky-cold air may be able to restrain the fallen heart flame a little, but a heavenly flame is ultimately something that possesses the most terrifying destructive strength in nature. It is extremely difficult to subdue it even after it is restrained. Yao Lao comforted. Xiao Yan only felt a calmness in his heart after hearing this. His gaze firmly stared at the vague cold fog. The green-colored flame slowly rose within his eyes, and that blurry feeling vanished immediately. Oomph, bastard. No matter how much intelligence you have, you are still unable to escape your fate of being captured. Han Feng rejoiced in his heart as he saw the fallen heart flame become somewhat sluggish within the cold fog. He let out a laugh as the dark blue flame once again erupted from his body. Finally, it agglomerated into a swiftly spiraling flame drill bit at the tip of his finger. The flame drill bit spun wildly, emitting a humming sound that resounded through the sky. For some unknown reason, that flame drill bit appeared to be totally unaffected by the cold fog despite it clearly being present within its boundary. Its hot temperature still caused waves of distortions to appear in the sky. Go! With a flick of his finger, the flame drill bit shot out abruptly. Its humming sound was like that of a crying child as shock waves formed over any area that it passed. Xiao! The flame drill bit penetrated the cold fog in a lightning-like manner before finally drilling into the invisible fire python's large body. Xie! The flame drill bit was only blocked by the scales of the invisible fire python for a moment before penetrating into its body. Immediately, a sharp, furious, strange hiss roared out like that of thunder in clear sky. The furious roar had just sounded when a frightening energy fluctuation, that caused the expressions of everyone present to immediately change, rippled and spread out. The area that had its temperature reduced by the sky-cold air had its temperature raised abruptly. As the temperature soared, the cold air that spread throughout the sky actually began to gradually become thinner. Clearly, even the latter did not have much of an effect when the heavenly flame truly erupted. The instant the increasingly thin sky-cold air completely disappeared, the invisible flame that spread in all directions like a sky flame began to sweep out. The first to be struck by this was naturally the one who was closest to it, Han Feng. A dark blue flame was waved out from his sleeves to force back the invisible flame that had come pouncing over. Han Feng's gaze swept down, only to be stunned when he realized that the enormous body of the invisible fire python had actually completely vanished. Han Feng knit his brows tightly together. His gaze hurriedly swept in all directions. However, he could only see the invisible flame that was sweeping over from all directions no matter where he looked. There was not the slightest sign of the fire python's body. Where has that beast run off to? Han Feng muttered somewhat uneasily in his heart. He was just about to flash out from this region surrounded by the invisible flame when the flame that had already completely wrapped around him suddenly became distorted. An enormous body appeared behind Han Feng in an extremely strange manner. Its enormous tail was swung through the air. It carried a hot wind that could collapse mountains and split the land as it violently smashed into Han Feng's back under a countless number of stunned gazes. Grug! A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out from Han Feng's mouth after suffering such a serious blow. His body also became like a cannonball that was shot toward the ground. Xiao Yan's face was stunned as he watched Han Feng, who had suddenly spat out blood, from becoming injured. The latter had been acting very proud earlier. It was really unexpected that in the blink of an eye, he actually wound up in such a state. That fallen heart flame was indeed terrifying. Yao Lao's shocked cry suddenly sounded within Xiao Yan's heart while the latter was still stunned, causing all the pores in Xiao Yan's body to suddenly tense up. Xiao Yan, hurry up and leave. That beast has its eyes on you again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 606, Revealing the True Form. Chapter 606, Revealing the True Form. The fallen heart flame went against everyone's expectations and did not continue to give chase after defeating Han Feng in the sky. Instead, it abruptly turned its enormous head and focused its snake eyes on the distant Xiao Yan. The green lotus core flame within Xiao Yan's body appeared to have become cautious the instant the fallen heart flame locked onto Xiao Yan. It suddenly automatically erupted from within Xiao Yan's body. In the blink of an eye, it firmly wrapped around Xiao Yan's entire body. Hiss! The invisible fire python raised its head to the sky and emitted a sharp hissing sound. It violently swung its enormous tail, and its enormous body carried a hot wind of great pressure as it hurriedly shot toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly as he watched the invisible fire python that did not hesitate in changing its target. The green fire wings on Xiao Yan's back flapped hurriedly as a silver glow surfaced from under his feet. Immediately, the faint rolling sound of thunder resonated in the sky as his body disappeared from his original spot in a ghost-like manner. The enormous tail violently swung over the place where Xiao Yan was originally at. That frightening force caused even the air to emit a low exploding sound wherever it passed. The invisible fire python turned its gaze after its futile strike. It swiftly discovered the black-colored human figure had flashed and appeared in the sky 100 meters away. A dark coldness flashed across its enormous snake eyes. Torrents of invisible flames swiftly surged out from its body. Immediately, the enormous body of the invisible fire python once again disappeared within the flame. Xiao Yan was startled when he saw the fallen heart flame disappear in such a strange manner. However, with Han Feng as a previous example, Xiao Yan could vaguely guess that the actual body of the fallen heart flame had turned into an ordinary flame and was hiding in this invisible flame that was sweeping over from all directions at this instant. Be careful. Don't be surrounded by those flame. As a pure heavenly flame, the fallen heart flame can transform itself into any wisp within that flame. After which, it would agglomerate its actual body to perform an attack upon arriving at a spot that is around you. Yao Lao's serious warning sounded within Xiao Yan's heart at the right time. Xiao Yan felt a chill within his heart when he heard this. He nodded slightly as he watched the invisible flames that came sweeping over from all directions. The pair of green flame wings on his back flapped and he rushed out from between a gap just before the surrounding flame managed to truly form a fire web. Xiao Yan's body had just flashed out from the encirclement of the flame when he sensed an intense ripple from behind him. The corner of his eyes glanced over swiftly, only to realize that a part of the invisible flame had suddenly fluctuated. The enormous body of the fire python was vaguely visible within it. A sharp hissing sound suddenly roared through the sky as the invisible flame surfaced from a part of the flame. It eyed Xiao Yan, who had escaped from being surrounded, and an extremely human-like fury immediately flashed across its snake eyes. It widened its enormous mouth and an invisible flame was immediately blasted toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, who was alert, immediately turned his body when he sensed the hot temperature from behind him. He flipped his hands and two surging green flames erupted from his palm. Finally, they violently collided with the invisible flame under the gazes of a countless number of people. Bang! Another clear, loud sound erupted from the collision of the hot energy waves, causing the already dry area to become hotter. It gave people sunburns similar to those from a desert. With the help of the green lotus core flame, Xiao Yan blocked that flame attack which even an ordinary elite Dou Qi would be unable to dodge. However, he did not have time to quietly rejoice when he sensed the energy that had suddenly surged within the sky above his head. Xiao Yan abruptly raised his head and immediately inhaled a breath of cool air. All he saw was that the clear sky had already been occupied by waves of invisible flame. Moreover, these flames were suspended around the body of the invisible fire python, much like soldiers who were ready to attack any time. A sharp hissing suddenly sounded. Immediately, the flames all over the sky surged. Everyone could only use their shocked gazes to look at the invisible flames that came smashing down like meteorites. Those falling swishing sounds that filled the sky caused everyone to feel as though a great disaster had struck. Even though Xiao Yan had the support of Yao Lao's strength, he still involuntarily felt fear within his heart at such a large-scale frightening attack. Compared to the strength of the heavenly flame, which agglomerated over an unknown number of years, the strength of a person did indeed appear to be extremely weak and insignificant. The energy of this beast appears to be endless. It will only be a matter of time for it to defeat me if I continue to receive such unending attacks. Damn it, I must think of a way to seriously injure it. Xiao Yan clenched his fist tightly as the perspiration all over his face came rolling down like a stream. His gaze was firmly focused on the invisible fire python in the sky. Although his thought was a good one, seriously injuring the fallen heart flame was easier said than done. The powerful heavenly flame attack by Han Feng earlier not only failed to cause it much damage but had instead infuriated it, resulting in him suffering greatly. Calm your heart. All that you are seeing with your eyes now is merely the exterior body of the fallen heart flame, but the true essence of the fallen heart flame is hidden at a certain spot on this enormous body. As long as you are able to find and damage the essence, the fallen heart flame will naturally be seriously injured. If you were to randomly attack like that fellow, you would merely be wasting your strength. Yao Lao's low cry suddenly sounded in Xiao Yan's heart just as the latter was feeling helpless. Xiao Yan's body shook. He clenched his teeth and nodded before slowly exhaling a breath of air. His originally restless heart had become calm. The flame ran about all over the sky, much like the destruction of the world. This terrifying scene caused quite a number of people to feel their legs become weak. Xiao! Xiao! The flame was like a meteorite that carried an unceasing sound of rushing, hot wind as it descended from the sky. Si Qian and the others eyed the seemingly large-scale destructive attack of the fallen heart flame in the sky. Their expressions immediately changed drastically. If this attack was to fall into the inner academy, it was likely that all the buildings within it would be instantly destroyed. The flame seal shined on Xiao Yan's perspiration-filled face. Numerous flames were swiftly gathering within his dark black eyes. The black robe on Xiao Yan's body was pressed tightly to his skin under the frightening wind. This soft robe appeared to have all its moisture removed at this moment, becoming totally dry and appearing as though it would turn to dust at the slightest touch. Xiao Yan focused his attention to its limit at this critical juncture. His eyes stared intently at those fire meteorites that came smashing over from all directions. Unbeknownst to him, all the noises in the outside world had become weak. Those clearly distinct colored eyes seemed to merely have some traces of the flame smashing down and the source of flame of the enormous being. Find the essence. Xiao Yan was muttering to himself within his heart. A wisp of green-colored flame quietly spread over his dark black eyes. At a certain moment, the world in his eyes changed drastically. The invisible fire python in the sky, that possessed an enormous body, possessed a snake scale half a foot under its enormous mouth that slowly revealed a seemingly invisible intense flame light which one could feel. Found it! The flame in Xiao Yan's eyes swiftly withdrew as he once again recovered his eyes' clarity. A faint silver glow quietly became bright under his feet and the clear sound of rolling thunder slowly tumbled through the sky. An instant later, Xiao Yan abruptly leaped forward. Immediately, an afterimage remained where he was. Xie! Xie! A countless number of gazes watched Xiao Yan who had suddenly moved. An instant later, all of them became stunned. All they could see was a black-robed figure would appear at the spot where the fire meteorite was after each silver flash. After which, an afterimage would be left behind. Numerous afterimages swiftly appeared in the sky while observed by a countless number of stunned gazes. The actual body that created the afterimages was just like lightning that quickly penetrated through the flame meteorites that spread all over the sky and approached the enormous being in it. The maximum speed he was displaying caused Xiao Yan to feel that the entire world had become extremely blurry. Only that cluster of invisible essence below the huge mouth of the fire python at the edge of his sight was bright and clear. Roar! A low, deep thunder-like roar was suddenly emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth as the distance between the two parties became closer. He clenched his fist and the green-colored flame appeared to boil like an active spirit. He immediately used an extremely great speed to agglomerate the green-colored flame into an enormous spear. Xiao Yan's feet stepped into the air. A thunderous flash appeared while afterimages lingered. Numerous vague black shadows appeared to have teleported and appeared in front of the invisible fire python under the intent focus of a countless number of gazes. The enormous body of the fire python caused one to involuntarily feel that they were small upon encountering it. A fear filled one's heart under the focus of the enormous snake eyes. Bastard, go and die. The hot temperature caused a searing pain to be felt all over Xiao Yan's body. However, his hand still held the long fire spear tightly. A sharp cry sounded. The huge fire spear turned into a lightning bolt that tore apart space as it carried a lightning-like momentum. It violently penetrated the snake scale underneath the enormous mouth of the fallen heart flame. Foolish brat. He is definitely seeking death. From the ground, Han Feng watched Xiao Yan who had actually dared to be this close to the fallen heart flame. He immediately let out a cold laugh. Having exchanged blows with the latter, he was extremely clear about what kind of frightening strength this thing possessed. Even his earlier attack from the agglomeration of heavenly flame was not effective, much less Xiao Yan's attack. There were quite a number of people who held similar thoughts as Han Feng. Even the expression of Su Qian had sank a little. Dou Qi surged within his body as he readied himself to conduct a rescue. However, as everyone was laughing coldly or becoming anxious at this reckless action of Xiao Yan, the invisible fire python that was pierced by Xiao Yan abruptly lifted its huge head. A sharp sound that contained pain, that was difficult to hide, reverberated mournfully over the sky. The sharp shrill noise had just sounded when the body of the invisible fire python quietly became illusionary under numerous shocked gazes. A perfect attack. Now, it is time for it to reveal its true form. Little fellow, prepare to snatch the heavenly flame. Yao Lao's laughter suddenly sounded within Xiao Yan's heart. That laughter contained some relief and excitement. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 607, True Body. Chapter 607, True Body. The invisible fire python had suddenly become illusionary in the sky under a countless number of shocked gazes. While its body became thinner and illusionary, a cluster of invisible and unusual flame glow, whose existence could be clearly felt by people, grew increasingly bright at a certain spot under the huge mouth of the fire python. Xiao Yan sighed in relief after seeing the large body of the invisible fire serpent becoming increasingly illusionary. He wiped off the perspiration that was like a stream on his face. Only after his mind quietly became relaxed did he feel the searing pain that filled his entire body. After being in such close proximity with the fallen heart flame earlier, he still ended suffering quite a bit despite being isolated by the green lotus core flame. There will be a period of time in which the fallen heart flame will be in a weakened state after revealing its form. This period of time would be the golden opportunity for you to snatch it. Originally, I had wanted others to force it to this state, but it is really unexpected that you need rely upon yourself in the end. Yao Lao's laughter sounded in Xiao Yan's heart. Xiao Yan nodded his head slightly. He focused all his attention on watching the increasingly illusionary invisible fire python. Silver-colored blows once again flashed and appeared underneath his feet. There is quite a significant difficulty in snatching the heavenly flame. If it cannot be helped, unleash the strength that you borrowed from me to the maximum. That will allow your strength to be on par with Han Feng in a head-on collision. Although this may expose my existence, you must definitely get your hands on the fallen heart flame. Yao Lao was quiet for a moment before he suddenly voiced his thoughts. Xiao Yan hesitated a little when he heard this before slowly nodding his head. He clenched his fist tightly as he softly spoke in his heart, "Relax, teacher. You have protected this disciple for so many years. In the future, it should be this disciple's turn." Coo. The old spirit that was hidden within Xiao Yan's body laughed softly. A faint warmth caused the spirit to emit a weak glow. He was blind once. However, the heavens did not treat him poorly. They did not allow him to experience the same harm once again. The kind of heartfelt pain that came from being betrayed by one's kin penetrated deep into his bones. Gee! The sharp hissing sound once again venerated throughout the sky. Suddenly the invisible flame that had spread through the sky vanished, appearing as though it had never existed. The high temperature in the sky also gradually fell following the disappearance of the flame that spread throughout the sky. However, no one paid much attention to this. At this moment, their gazes were all paused on the spot in the sky where the invisible fire python had disappeared. At that spot, a cluster of strange, heavenly flame that was around 5 feet in size was slowly rising. This cluster of flame appeared to be invisible. However, no matter who it was that looked at it, they would feel a substance-like unique sense. The flame appeared to have something that was slowly flowing in it, much like a spirit. Although this was merely a cluster of flame from its outer appearance, it gave people an extremely unusual feeling. This cluster of flame seemed to possess a human-like intelligence and spirit. The entire sky was silent. Everyone had a surprised face as they watched the cluster of invisible flame. Was this cluster of flame the true body of the heavenly flame? Xiao Yan, do it! Yao Lao's low cry suddenly sounded in Xiao Yan's heart while everyone was momentarily absent-minded. Yao Lao's voice had just sounded when the wings behind Xiao Yan's back were flapped. Finally, his body turned into a flowing light that shot toward the cluster of invisible flame. The moment Xiao Yan's body moved, a wild joy also erupted onto Han Feng's face below. The dark blue flame in both of his hands swiftly rolled like a tidal wave. With his knowledge of the heavenly flame, he naturally clearly understood that after having just revealed its true body, the heavenly flame would be at its weakest. When would he act if he did not act now? Stop Han Feng! Su Qian, who had been paying great attention to Han Feng and the experts of the Black Corner region, had a sunken expression when he saw Han Feng's actions. He waved his sleeves and cried out sternly. During the time that Han Feng and Xiao Yan were entangled with the heavenly flame earlier, all the elders within the inner academy had taken the opportunity to recuperate the Dou Qi in their bodies. Hence, numerous human figures instantly rushed to the sky when they heard Su Qian's loud cry. Dou Qi wings leaped out and they formed a large human wall at the spot where Han Feng was. Gold-silver brothers, friends from the Black Corner region, lend me a hand. Han Feng will thank you properly after we succeed. Han Feng's expression also changed a little when he saw the numerous interceptions. He immediately turned to the various experts from the Black Corner region and cried out loudly. Hee, you only need to concern yourself with snatching the heavenly flame. We will help you stop these people. The Gold-Silver brothers let out a strange tsk laugh. With a wave of their hands, the large group of human figures behind them rushed out like a sharp blade that pierced directly toward the hindering web of elders from the Jianan Academy, twisting it until it was in tatters. The chaotic great battle in the sky once again erupted as the large troops from both parties once again gathered. Su Qian's expression was dark and solemn as he watched the defensive web that was broken. He was just about to act when two human figures flashed and appeared. One was gold and the other was silver. Clearly, they were the strongest Gold-Silver brothers from the Black Corner region's side. Elder Su. Isn't it just a cluster of flame? Why do you need to go all out like this? The gold-robed brother smiled as he spoke to Su Qian while the silver-robed brother laughed strangely and agreed by the side. Su Qian's gaze was filled with fury as he watched the two people appear next to him. A moment later, the fury on his face suddenly became calm. Both of his palms were extended out from his sleeves as his tone became dark and cold due to its indifference. Looks like the Jianan Academy has been too nice to the Black Corner region during these few years, resulting in all of you climbing onto our heads now. Alright, quite a lot of time has passed since the great battle back then. Looks like we need something that will shock and awe. In that case, I will start with the two of you. The surrounding space suddenly began to ripple after Su Qian's words sounded. A majestic aura slowly surged out from the interior of the former's body. That aura was enormous to the point that no one present could match it. The expression of the Gold-Silver brothers also changed a little as they sensed Su Qian's frightening aura that was basically raised to the limit. They crossed their hands and their two auras agglomerated together. Only then did they manage to endure against Su Qian. Although they were known to be able to fight with an expert Dozone when they joined hands, the party which would be at a disadvantage when they met with a more troublesome elite Dozone. After all, the gap between a Do Huang and a Dozone was really too huge. The entire sky began to vibrate because of these two majestic Dou Qis. While this was happening, Xiao Yan was the first to arrive at the cluster where the true body of the fallen heart flame due to the absence of anyone stopping him. Although this cluster that was the true body of the fallen heart flame did not move in the sky, the frightening temperature that it emitted still caused the surrounding space to be repeatedly distorted. Even Xiao Yan, who was close to it, had no choice but to use the green lotus core flame and swiftly form a thick green fire armor around his body. With the help of the isolation by the green lotus core flame, Xiao Yan managed to successfully approach the fallen heart flame. His gaze passed through the flame armor and eyed the invisible flame that was within close proximity, appearing as though he could obtain it just by extending his hand. Even with Xiao Yan's mental strength, he could not help but feel his breathing becoming hurried at this moment. The green-colored flame surged swiftly on Xiao Yan's hand. Finally, it agglomerated into a large firearm. Xiao Yan had just controlled it to grab the fallen heart flame when the face that was hidden under the armor suddenly turned a flushed red. His entire body instantly stiffened. A cluster of hot heart flame had strangely surfaced within Xiao Yan's body at the spot where his heart was. It immediately unleashed a recklessly high temperature that was filled with destructive strength. Its intention was as though it wanted to completely incinerate everything within Xiao Yan's body. The appearance of this heart flame seemed to be stronger than any other prior experiences that Xiao Yan had experienced. However, the heart flame did not help to refine his Dou Qi this time around. Instead, it was filled with a kind of destructive strength that Xiao Yan had never experienced before. Damn it, a voice that contained hot air seeped out from the gap between Xiao Yan's teeth. The green lotus core flame within Xiao Yan's body surged swiftly. Immediately, it firmly wrapped around the cluster of fallen heart flame before the latter's high temperature was completely unleashed. Be careful. This fallen heart flame specializes in summoning heart flames. Such a flame is very hard to prevent. If one is careless, one would be completely incinerated from inside out. Yao Lao reminded solemnly. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. His body did not dare to make the slightest movement. This was because he had sensed that the closer he was to the cluster of fallen heart flame, the hotter and more terrifying the heart flame that appeared in his heart was. Qi. During the time that Xiao Yan was at a stalemate with the fallen heart flame, a ferocious wind suddenly shot over from behind. Xiao Yan's heart was cold. He could not be bothered about the standoff with the fallen heart flame. A silver glow flashed under his feet and his body suddenly disappeared. It was already over a dozen meters away from the fallen heart flame when it reappeared. The heart flame that was writhing within Xiao Yan's heart gradually weakened after having withdrawn by a distance. He turned his head in a dark and cold manner only to coincidentally see Han Feng, who had already broken through the circle blocking him. Clearly, the attack earlier was unleashed by him. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed as he watched Han Feng, who had charged up and rushed to where the true body of the fallen heart flame was. The green flame in his palm writhed as wisps of dense cold killing intent flashed across his eyes. This fellow was in such a rush to charge over, but he had no idea that the closer he was to the fallen heart flame, the more dangerous it was. At that time, it would be the best opportunity to take action to kill him. Xiao! A wild joy involuntarily surfaced on Han Feng's face as he looked at the fallen heart flame in such close proximity. At this moment, he no longer had any mood to be bothered about Xiao Yan, whom he had forced to withdraw. As long as he grabbed the fallen heart flame, it was possible for him to swiftly leave this place, hide himself and refine it. Once his refinement succeeded, forget about Su Qian, even that old headmaster of the inner academy would not be able to do anything to him should he return. The fallen heart flame is mine. Han Feng's body flashed and charged into a radius of 5 meters from the fallen heart flame. The wild joy in his eyes had yet to completely disappear when his body suddenly stiffened just like Xiao Yan's did earlier. But bang! The moment Han Feng's body stiffened, Xiao Yan's body disappeared from the distance in a lightning-like manner. Only the faint sound of rolling thunder resounded across the sky. The expression of the stiffened Han Feng also changed the instant that the rolling thunder sounded. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 608, Clash. Chapter 608, Clash. Han Feng's expression immediately changed drastically when the thunder sounded. Only at this moment did he recall that the allure of the fallen heart flame had caused him to forget about a great enemy who was looking on covetously from not too far away. Xiao Yan's figure appeared behind Han Feng in a ghost-like manner just as the latter's expression changed. His 5 fingers were tightly clenched, and the green-colored flame repeatedly withered over his fist. Finally, it carried a hot wind and violently smashed into Han Feng's back. Han Feng had the intention of dodging as he sensed the sharp ear-piercing wind that contained a killing intent behind him. His intention was to dodge it, but due to his body suppressing the heart flame, the speed of his body and his reaction speed were all greatly weakened. Hence, he appeared to be only able to quietly wait for the arrival of the attack after his futile attempt to dodge it. The sharp wind grew increasingly close and it pressed Han Feng's robes tightly onto his back. However, when Xiao Yan thought that the former would sit still, a ruthlessness suddenly flashed across Han Feng's face. His shoulders suddenly shook violently and a wave of deep blue flames immediately surged out from his shoulders. Xiao Yan felt slightly surprised at Han Feng being able to divide his attention to defend at such a moment. However, this did not cause him to hesitate even a little. The force on his fist increased instead of weakening. Immediately, it carried a wild and violent wind as it penetrated through the dark blue flame and heavily smashed into the former's shoulder. The moment Xiao Yan struck Han Feng, the dark blue flame that was spread on the latter's back appeared to have been dragged by something as it suddenly shrank. It immediately became like a heavy hammer that heavily smashed into Xiao Yan's chest. Bang! The wild and ferocious force erupted at the point of contact. 2 figures, which were wounded, shot back. They flew for over 10 meters in the sky before slowly coming to a stop. Xiao Yan extended his hand to pat his somewhat tattered clothes in front of his chest. His expression did not change much. The earlier attack may have appeared fierce, but it was merely a last-minute counterattack by Han Feng. All it did was to merely cause his chest to feel oppressed. Compared to Xiao Yan, Han Feng, who was firmly struck by Xiao Yan's sneak attack, had a somewhat ugly expression. Although he eventually dodged Xiao Yan's fatal blow at the very last minute, the ferocious wind that was contained on the other's fist still caused half his arm to feel somewhat numb. The human figures in the sky that were wrapped in green-colored flames and blue-colored flames faced each other from a distance. Each of their eyes carried quite an unfriendly killing intent. Han Feng's gaze glanced at the chaotic battle that had erupted in the air. He frowned slightly. At this moment, he was pressed for time and could not be delayed by this fellow for too long. Otherwise, when an expert from the Jianan Academy was to free their hands, it was likely that the difficulty of him obtaining the fallen heart flame would increase greatly. Han Feng raised his head as he mused. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the black-robed, young man who was smiling coldly in the distance. With a sudden smile, he cupped his hands toward the latter and laughed. "Coco, this little brother. I think that you are also an alchemist, no?" Xiao Yan ignored this action of Han Feng, who he was watching with cold eyes. He quietly maneuvered his Dou Qi and prepared to unleash an attack at any second. "Since little brother is also an alchemist, I think that you should also know that only one kind of heavenly flame can exist within a person's body. If the body were to contain a second heavenly flame, the heavenly flames would reject each other and there would be a risk of one's body exploding. Han Feng smiled as he explained, hence, this fallen heart flame does not have much use to little brother now. If you are willing to give me a favor, I will be willing to use a tier 6 medicinal pill to exchange for it. What do you say? The cold smile on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth expanded upon hearing Han Feng's words. He gently flapped the green fire wings on his back as he coldly mocked, since you are also aware that an alchemist cannot have two kinds of heavenly flame existing in his body at any one time, why don't you give this opportunity to me? Han Feng's expression changed a little. From the tone that Xiao Yan had used, Han Feng's heart became clearly aware that the chances of persuading Xiao Yan to step back were basically insignificant. The smile on his face was slowly withdrawn as he raised his arm. His gaze watched the dark blue flame that was flashing playfully on it as he spoke indifferently, in that case, I will also take your heavenly flame. As the last word sounded, the dark blue flame that was wrapped around Han Feng suddenly exploded. A figure that moved in a ghost-like manner leaped toward Xiao Yan like lightning. The sound of the wind and killing intent spread all over the sky. I am coincidentally interested in your heavenly flame. It is difficult to say for certain who will end up taking the other's flame. Xiao Yan, who had been placing his attention on Han Feng's body, sensed something the moment the latter's body flashed. He let out a cold smile as rolling thunder sounded from under his feet. His body had disappeared suddenly. The next time it reappeared, it was surprisingly intersecting with that ghost-like figure. What a wild and arrogant little brat. You were still drinking milk at some unknown place when I became renowned in the continent. Han Feng coldly smiled when he saw that Xiao Yan actually showed no signs of dodging. The dark blue flame surged out from his body and swiftly agglomerated on both his palms. They appeared just like heavy waves that came layer upon layer. If one were to look carefully, it was surprisingly just like an actual sea wave that filled one's heart with shock. I want to see whether your green lotus core flame is stronger or this sea heart flame of mine is better. With a sharp cry, Han Feng pushed both his hands forward. The deep blue flame that swiftly agglomerated on his palm immediately erupted in a loud wave-like sound as it rumbled and swept toward Xiao Yan. Han Feng had unleashed a lethal attack as his first move. It appeared that he was no longer concerned about retaining his strength in order to save time. Be careful. This heavenly flame condenses into a shape. The form shape of the heavenly flame has an extremely frightening strength. Ya Lao's solemn cry suddenly sounded in Xiao Yan's heart, causing the expression of the latter to change slightly. Xiao Yan's expression was serious as he watched the dark blue flame that came sweeping over from all directions. Being engulfed by the fire wave, he even felt a feeling as though he was present in a large ocean. He inhaled a deep breath of hot air and all the green lotus core flame within his body that could be maneuvered surged out from Xiao Yan's body. The green lotus core flame that agglomerated above Xiao Yan's head also became increasingly emerald-like in color as the green lotus core flame surged out unceasingly. In the blink of an eye, the flame began to wiggle in a strange manner. A moment later, a green-colored lotus that was completely formed from the gathering of the green lotus core flame suddenly surfaced. This green-colored fire lotus was like a transparent emerald. Threads of green-colored lava-like strands were flowing unceasingly within it, appearing extremely beautiful. Condensing into form is not something that you alone know. The green-colored lotus rotated slowly. Xiao Yan suddenly widened his eyes and watched the surprise in Han Feng's eyes not far away. He let out a cold laugh as he pushed his palm. That green-colored lotus appeared in front of his palm as though it had teleported. Immediately, it carried an incomparable force as it heavily collided with Han Feng's overlapping waves. Bang! The entire space became silent the moment the two came into contact. Immediately, a furious thunder-like explosion suddenly reverberated across the sky. Green and blue fire waves adulterated with one another as they swept out in all directions. Even the clouds high in the sky were shattered by the fire waves wherever they passed, forming white spots that came shattering down from the sky. The frightening energy ripples that suddenly erupted in the sky also caused the chaotic battleground to be slightly quiet. Quite a number of people quietly sucked their tongues as they sensed the terrifying energy that was contained in the fire waves. Was this the destructive strength when heavenly flames collided? It did indeed cause people to feel a chill. Two human figures which were shaken by the ferocious strength until they were forced back dozens of meters slowly appeared in everyone's eyes only after the fire waves had gradually subsided. The moment they saw the two miserable figures, the expressions on everyone's faces immediately changed a little. Xiao Yan was panting hard. The sleeves on his arms had been completely shattered. A large charred black scar was on his hand. Even his face was also mixed with a faint paleness. Although Xiao Yan appeared miserable, Han Feng in the distance was similarly not any better. His robe was in tatters, his hair unkempt and his breathing was ragged. However, he did not pay even the slightest attention to his miserable body at this moment. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief as they watched Xiao Yan on the opposite side. That manner was as though he had seen a ghost. Xiao Yan's gaze watched that comical manner of Han Feng and could not help but part his mouth to laugh. His white teeth caused the latter to feel a chill all over his body. Have you discovered it? Han Feng's finger trembled as it pointed at Xiao Yan. He panted heavily for quite a while before his sharp hoarse voice sounded through the sky. What is the Qi method that you practice? Speak. Tell me. Otherwise I will kill you. The chaotic battle in the sky had stopped because of the ferocious and intense collision between Xiao Yan and Han Feng. Hence, all of them faced each other when they saw the somewhat crazy Han Feng, not knowing what they should do. Xiao Yan merely smiled when he saw the somewhat crazy Han Feng. His smile may be brilliant, but that coldness caused one to feel a chill in one's heart. Aren't you already clearly aware of it? These words from Xiao Yan were somewhat ridiculous in the ears of some people, but it caused Han Feng's eyes to shrink to the size of a pinhole after it entered his ears. That uneasiness that had been hidden within his heart slowly spread throughout his body. After that ferocious collision from earlier, he could clearly sense that the Qi method which the other party practiced was shockingly very similar to his own. If he was to carefully sense it, Han Feng even realized that the Qi method which Xiao Yan practiced was purer and more orthodox than his. Flame Mantra. Back then, he did not hesitate to secretly murder his own teacher in order to obtain this flame mantra. However, he did not accomplish his aim. In the end, all he did was merely obtain an incomplete Qi method. However, it was this incomplete Qi method that allowed Han Feng to subdue the Sea Heart Flame and allowed him to possess his current status and strength. However, the instant he collided with Xiao Yan earlier, he could clearly sense that the other party's Qi method was even more orthodox compared to his, but there was only one kind of Qi method that was even more orthodox and purer than an incomplete flame mantra. That was a complete flame mantra. Only at this moment did a wild killing intent for Xiao Yan surface from all directions within Han Feng's heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 609, Terrified. Chapter 609, Terrified. The dark, cold killing intent that suddenly filled the sky also caused the expressions of quite a number of people to change. Although they were uncertain about what had exactly happened, it was clear by looking at Han Feng's appearance that he had truly formed the thought that Xiao Yan must be killed. Su Qian waved his sleeves and forced back the gold-silver brothers who were pouncing over like vicious wolves. He tilted his head and watched the black-robed, young man in the air, and a strange feeling flashed across his eyes. This feeling. Xiao Yan, hold him off for a while. I will come and help you after finishing off these two old fellows. Su Qian's eyes gradually recovered after a flicker gradually flashed past it. His loud laughter resounded through the sky. Coco, First Elder need only deal with them. Xiao Yan is not that weak. Xiao Yan cupped his hands toward Su Qian as he laughed out loud. He, you got guts. Everyone has underestimated you, little fellow. Su Qian laughed in a manner that suggested the presence of a deeper meaning before Dou Qi erupted from Su Qian's body in all directions. He immediately watched the serious faces of the gold-silver brothers with an icy cold expression. With a cold laugh, his body flashed and charged forward in a ghost-like manner. Seeing this sharp attack of his, the gold-silver brothers did not dare to underestimate it. They hurriedly joined hands to meet their opponent. Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze from Su Qian's body. He let out a cold smile as he faced Han Feng on the opposite side, who had killing intent on his face. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of green flame began to dance playfully in front of him, appearing like a spirit. He watched the flame and laughed softly. You want to kill me? Han Feng's face twitched slightly. He forcefully halted his impulse to immediately charge over and cause Xiao Yan to disappear from this world. His voice was dry and ear-piercing. Where did you get this Qi method from? Xiao Yan smiled. He had yet to reply when a powerful spiritual strength suddenly entered his body. The instant that spiritual strength entered his body, Xiao Yan could clearly sense that the strength that he could control had once again soared greatly. Teacher, you? The sudden change also caused Xiao Yan to be startled. Would Han Feng on the opposite side not discover after Yao Lao poured all of his strength into Xiao Yan at this moment? Coco, he will discover it sooner or later. Since that is the case, let's give him a surprise. Yao Lao's faint laughter sounded in Xiao Yan's heart. However, the last few words appeared somewhat ice-cold. Xiao Yan hesitated slightly before nodding his head. The seal on his hand moved and completely undid the suppression of that enormous spiritual strength and allowed it to merge with his body. With all of Yao Lao's spiritual strength being loaned to Xiao Yan, the turbulent green-colored flame on the latter's body also became increasingly energetic, repeatedly emitting a hoo-hoo sound as it swiftly writhed. The aura that suddenly soared over Xiao Yan caused Han Feng's expression to change slightly. His gaze stared intently at the former's body. A moment later, his body shrank abruptly. He seemed to be able to faintly sense a familiar strength as the green flame rose. He searched his mind swiftly before finally focusing on an elderly human figure that was in the deep recesses of his mind. An instant later, shock and panic immediately spread from deep within Han Feng's heart. The memory that came from long ago once again surfaced in his eyes, causing his entire body to tremble intensely. His face that was filled with killing intent had been replaced by a strange paleness. Shock filled Han Feng's eyes as he watched Xiao Yan on the opposite side. A moment later, he appeared to have used all of his strength in order to emit an extremely shocked and panic-filled voice, You didn't die. How is that possible? Xiao Yan's gaze was indifferent as he stared at Han Feng, whose face had suddenly become white. He responded, All thanks to you, I was given the chance to meet teacher. Otherwise, this training journey of mine might have been much less interesting. Teacher? Han Feng's eyes slightly narrowed. His gaze stared unblinkingly at Xiao Yan. The paleness that had just appeared on his face gradually reduced. Those eyes flickered and an even denser killing intent surfaced on his face. The news that Yao Lao did not die was like thunder to him. As Yao Lao's former disciple, he clearly knew just what kind of gathering ability that Yao Lao possessed on the continent back then. Even until now, those experts who were truly at the peak still had great memories of the Yao Zunzi who had shaken the continent back then. Han Feng did not doubt just how many strong people at the peak would come if news were to spread that Yao Lao was still alive. Most importantly, Yao Lao had quite a good relationship with those experts at the peak. For example, the so-called Feng Zunzi was in Yao Lao's debt for having been reborn. Hence, even after Yao Lao had disappeared for so many years, this person was still searching for traces of Yao Lao without stop. He had even investigated Han Feng a couple of times. Since he did not have the slightest evidence, he was unable to do anything to Han Feng. However, Yao Lao did not disappear with the wind like Han Feng had imagined. Instead, Yao Lao had survived. Han Feng did not dare to imagine just what kind of terrible state he would descend into if Yao Lao quietly spread the news of Han Feng murdering him back then. At that time, it was likely that the so-called Feng Zunzi would slice his skin open and pull out his ligaments. A legendary expert of the Dou Zun class was something that the current Han Feng did not dare provoke. Han Feng's expression became volatile as this thought rolled in his heart. In the end, he finally decided on being savage, dark, and cold. If he wanted to live, he must force Xiao Yan and Yao Lao to shut their mouths forever. Only a dead person could truly be trusted. Killing intent surged on Han Feng's face. He was just like a poisonous snake hidden in a dark corner as he spoke with a hoarse voice, Old man who won't die, today, I will get both of you to shut your mouths forever regardless of whether you are dead or alive. Xiao Yan was expressionless. He flipped his hand and an even more ferocious green flame surged out from within his body. Finally, it lingered and whizzed like a tornado above his head. I'm afraid that you don't have the ability. Green flame danced on Xiao Yan's finger as his voice was like an old well without ripples, much like his current expression. So the reason why you are this strong is because you have borrowed the spiritual strength of this old fellow who won't die. However, it is really unexpected that the flame mantra that he refused to pass to me despite having bitterly begged for it back then now actually belongs to a little brat like you. Does he think that you are better than me? Han Feng gave a dense smile. His voice faintly contained a jealousy and hatred that was difficult to hide. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted into a faint cold smile. However, he did not say any other unnecessary words. If he had passed the flame mantra to me back then, I would still treat him with respect. However, who could blame the poor eyesight of that old man who won't die? Did he not understand my talent? Han Feng's face was somewhat flushed and he was a little agitated. He had always thought that if Yao Lao was willing to hand the flame mantra to him back then, the entire situation would be completely different. Xiao Yan acted as though he did not hear anything when faced with Han Feng's hissing exhaustive roar. However, the flickering killing intent in those dark black eyes grew increasingly dark and cold. The green flame that was churning over his head suddenly surged down and agglomerated into a huge green-colored fireball on Xiao Yan's right hand. His left hand immediately began to spread slowly. Finally, he summoned a cluster of dense white flame under Han Feng's shocked gaze as the latter abruptly ceased speaking. Han Feng's face completely solidified following the appearance of this dense white-colored flame. A moment later, both his eyes turned completely red as he hissed, Bone-chilling flame, that old fellow who won't die even handed this to you? On what grounds? A bastard who devours his teacher actually has the qualification to say such things? Xiao Yan laughed softly and shook his head. The green and white flames on both his hands slowly approached. Finally, they began to make contact under Han Feng's stunned gaze. The two colors intertwined and an unusual temperature immediately spread over the sky. Threads of flame like lightning flickered at the point where the two clusters of heavenly flame made contact. The contact of these two heavenly flames caused space to shake at this very moment. Han Feng temporarily withdrew the jealousy and fury within his heart as he watched Xiao Yan's actions. Even with Han Feng's experience, he also had difficulty understanding it. Did Xiao Yan not know the characteristics of heavenly flames not being able to merge? Although he was puzzled in his heart, Han Feng did not simply sit back and watch. He clenched his fist and the dark blue flame swiftly agglomerated. Finally, it solidified into a substance like dark blue trident. Han Feng held the fire trident that was over 20 feet in size. The confidence in his heart once again soared a little. His gaze was dark and cold as he glared at Xiao Yan, who was doing his best to control the two kinds of heavenly flame. Old man who won't die. I know that you are in his body. However, today, I will no longer give you any chance to escape alive. An extremely majestic blue-colored flame suddenly surged out from Han Feng's body in all directions as the voice sounded. The flame churned immediately, and it smashed down with a bang, like an enormous wave. Finally, it completely poured into the fire trident. With the pouring in of such majestic flame, the fire trident instantly soared by dozens of feet. The hot dark blue flame writhed unceasingly over it, and the repeated bang of the waves rang beside one's ears. Junior, this senior will allow you and teacher to be buried here forever. The enormous fire trident surfaced on Han Feng's hand. He involuntarily moved his mouth as he sensed the majestic strength contained within it. A slight voice that carried a dark coldness was transmitted into Xiao Yan's ear. Xiao Yan lifted his brows slightly. His eyes still paused on the intertwining heavenly flames on his hand. An instant later, his eyes suddenly became stern as his palms slammed together violently. These two kinds of heavenly flame that refused to merge even after a long while finally maintained an equilibrium. A bright intense light was immediately emitted from it, appearing much like a sun as it attracted the attention of many. The intense light that suddenly appeared caused quite a number of gazes to be thrown over. A moment later, the intense light was weakened and the scene was finally clearly viewed by one's eyes. A black-robed, young man was suspended in mid-air with a 2-foot-wide green-white lotus slowly suspended above his palm. This green-white lotus was not very conspicuous. Compared to the green-purple flame that Xiao Yan had used, this flame appeared to be much more reserved. There was basically no energy that seeped out from it. However, as long as one had sharp eyes, one would discover that as the green-white lotus slowly rotated, the surrounding space would become strangely distorted. Moreover, an ordinary person may not be able to sense how terrifying the fire lotus was, but Su Qian and the gold-silver brothers, who were engaged in the full swing of battle at a certain spot in the sky, suddenly halted their fight without any prior agreement. They suddenly turned their heads and immediately threw their eyes toward the green-white lotus in Xiao Yan's hand. Their eyes were filled with a terror that was difficult to hide. This strength was something that caused even them to feel a kind of terror. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 610, Large-Scale Angry Buddha Lotus Flame. Chapter 610, Large-Scale Angry Buddha Lotus Flame. The green-white lotus flame appeared to be cast of stone. It was crystal clear and extremely beautiful. However, under this beautiful exterior hid a strength that caused even an expert of Su Qian's class to feel a great fear for it. The green-white lotus flame was suspended at a spot around half an inch above his palm, rotating slowly. The latter watched this beautiful fire lotus that was as perfect as artistic work, and the redness on his face quietly became much paler. The large-scale angry Buddha lotus flame was Xiao Yan's final trump card. This trump card was something that he would never use unless it was a life or death situation. This time around, the killing intent within Xiao Yan's heart when faced with this senior, who had once caused Yao Lao an immense amount of damage, was not any weaker than the killing intent the latter felt toward Xiao Yan. The usually calm and kind Yao Lao would become extremely solemn, dark, and chilly each time he heard this name. Xiao Yan could even guess just how agitated the hidden Yao Lao's heart was when Xiao Yan had faced off against Han Feng earlier. Given Yao Lao's calm character, he was actually unable to restrain himself and had loaned Xiao Yan all his strength despite risking his own exposure. Xiao Yan understood the meaning behind it very well. Yao Lao wanted Xiao Yan to use all of his strength to kill this person who had once murdered his teacher. Xiao Yan was able to reach this step after all these years mainly because of Yao Lao's protection. If he had not been present, it was likely that Xiao Yan would not know which corner he would have perished in. The latter had indeed put in all his effect in order to get Xiao Yan to become strong. This old man who had once had his heart seriously injured truly regarded Xiao Yan as his disciple. The effort that Yao Lao had given Xiao Yan also caused the former to possess an extremely high position in the latter's heart. It was said that a teacher was like a father. There was nothing unsuitable in using this to describe the relationship between Xiao Yan and Yao Lao. Since this was the case, if Yao Lao needed Xiao Yan to go all out to kill this person who murdered his teacher, Xiao Yan would naturally do his best to achieve Yao Lao's desire. The expression of Han Feng also became extremely solemn as the green-white fire lotus slowly rotated. He could similarly vaguely sense just how frightening the energy contained in the fire lotus was. Perspiration faintly appeared on Xiao Yan's forehead. Han Feng did not expect that this fellow, who could barely fight on par with him, despite having borrowed Yao Lao's strength, was actually hiding such a terrifying trump card. A merger of two kinds of heavenly flame. That destructive strength. As an alchemist, Han Feng clearly aware that the strength of the flames would multiply after two kinds of flames merged. However, a fire was not only wild, violent and untamed in nature, but each also had their own characteristics. The chances of merger were extremely low. If one were to forcefully merge them, it was likely that he would be the first to be killed by the backlash. He had once experimented with it on a whim back then. However, how would the merger of flame be an easy thing? Even given that character of his, he could not help but give up after failing many times. It was the case for an ordinary flame, much less that of a heavenly flame, an extremely dangerous object that would explode upon contact. The merger of two kinds of heavenly flame was likely something that anyone who had any sense of reasoning would not choose to try. However, the Xiao Yan back then had somewhat lost his sense of reasoning when he forcefully merged the two kinds of heavenly flame. After which, he had even managed to find a unique equilibrium with extremely great luck. It was due to this that he had created the angry Buddha lotus flame, something that could be called terrifying. This lunatic! Han Feng quietly cursed. He had just increased his defense when the black-robed, young man opposite of him moved. This caused Han Feng to hurriedly throw his focus over. The green fire wings on Xiao Yan's back flapped slowly. Although he could clearly feel a faint exhausted feeling within his body the moment the angry Buddha lotus flame was formed, he was currently no longer the little novice who was just a Dou Qi back then. After nearly a year of training, his control over the flame had become increasingly practiced. Back then, when he used the angry Buddha lotus flame for the first time, he had ended up unconscious for half a month and had even caused Yao Lao's spirit to become exhausted, falling into a long and deep slumber. The second time he used it at the Misty Cloud sect may have been better than the first time, but it also caused him to become as weak as a dying old man. However, this time around there may be still an exhausted feeling in his body, but he was at least able to maintain quite a strong fighting strength. The third time he used it at three completely different times was evidence of Xiao Yan's swift growth. Perhaps, in the near future, he would be able to unleash a true angry Buddha lotus flame by simply raising his hand. At that time, the name Xiao Yan would likely resound throughout the entire continent. Xiao Yan slowly raised his hand and parted his mouth to smile at the solemn-faced Han Feng in the distance, revealing his white teeth. "Senior, today, allow this junior to clean up the sect." Han Feng's eyes became cold. The hand that enormous fire trident slowly tightened as his voice spoke in a hoarse manner. "Little brat really knows how to brag. What kind of scene have I, Han Feng, not seen after so many years?" Xiao Yan smiled. A dense coldness drew past his dark black eyes. With a flick of his finger, the green-white fire lotus, which had been suspended in his hand, immediately emitted a qi sound as it shot out. The entire sky appeared to have become like the surface of a lake where a stone was cast, as it vibrated intensely. "Brat, go and die with that old one who will not die. See fire halberd." Han Feng let out a stern cry as he watched the green-white fire lotus that came shooting over. His palm pushed forward with great force. Immediately, that enormous fire trident shot out explosively across the sky. It eventually turned into a dragon-like glowing flame as it collided with the green-white lotus flame. Two blows rushed through the sky. The momentum of that green-white flame was not very special, and did not have many points which attracted one's attention. On the other hand, that fire trident had a shocking aura, leaving behind a trace of vacuum wherever it passed. A fire tail that was a couple of dozen feet long appeared to be like a comet that drew past the sky, carrying a frightening force that cracked the ground. "All Inner Academy elders, move aside." Su Qian's expression changed the instant the green-white fire lotus was shot out. With one palm, he shook the pale-faced gold-silver brothers continuously back. Subsequently, he turned around and cried out toward the chaotic battleground which was not far from Xiao Yan and Han Feng. The elders retained some doubts after suddenly hearing Su Qian's loud cry, but they still immediately moved their bodies. They abandoned their opponents and flashed toward the ground in a lightning-like manner. The experts from the Black Corner region were startled as they saw the fleeing action of the elders from the Inner Academy. They did not have time to make inquiries when that fire lotus and the enormous trident collided like meteorites not far above their heads. The instant the collision occurred, the free energy of the entire area descended into a dull state in an instant. The clear sky had also become slightly dark. Bang! The dull state lasted for merely an instant before the two frightening energies violently erupted in the sky. The entire space had become extremely distorted at this moment, much like it was a tower that was twisted by too great force. Deep folds could clearly be seen. With the collision of the energy, a storm that contained the energy from the three heavenly flames spread out from the center at a swift pace. The speed of this flamestorm was extremely quick. In the blink of an eye, it descended onto the heads of the somewhat clueless experts of the Black Corner region in the sky. Grug. Some of those strong people at the spot where the storm swept over could only flee in a miserable state as the flame burned. However, those who were weaker had fresh blood splattering out from them the moment of contact. Their clothes instantly turned into powder. If they had not would all out to use their Dou Qi to protect their bodies, it was likely that their bodies would have turned into powder within the firestorm. All the experts in the sky where the firestorm swept over fled in a miserable state. Black smoke floated from their buttocks, much like a flying bird whose back had been lit with a flame. All the experts from the inner academy who had run away quickly were completely stunned when they saw the members from the Black Corner region had suddenly suffered such a great loss. That firestorm was merely an energy ripple formed from the collision. It was really unexpected that was already sufficient to turn those experts into such a miserable state. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening it would be at the point where the energy collided. Is this Xiao Yan's true strength? How frightening. Quite a number of elders who usually had some relationship with Xiao Yan began muttering at this moment. It was really unexpected that this fellow who usually revealed nothing would actually be this frightening the moment he erupted. The firestorm swept willfully around. However, amid all the chaos, no one discovered the cluster of essence fallen heart flame, that remained still in the air, was completely swallowing the heavenly flame that was sweeping over without leaving any trace, much like a living being. As it swallowed this remnant of heavenly flame, its originally invisible body quietly became substance-like. The space where the fire lotus and the fire trident collided in the sky had already become extremely distorted. Three kinds of heavenly flame had collided at this spot. Even Xiao Yan and Han Feng could not clearly see the exact situation of the spot where the collision occurred. The trident's energy is becoming increasingly weaker. The enormous energy that the fire lotus has unleashed should also have reached its limit, right? Han Feng's face was similarly completely pale at this moment. The so-called sea fire halberd also exhausted him quite badly. Xiao Yan in the distance slowly lifted the corner of his mouth into an arc that was filled with a coldness while Han Feng was muttering to himself. You want to block my angry Buddha lotus flame with this? Isn't that thinking just a little too simple? Following the voice, the distorted space where the energy collided appeared to have become a high-tension rope that was suddenly released. It once again recovered its original shape. However, a green-white glow shot out from within it in a lightning-like manner as the space recovered. With a couple of flashes, it appeared in front of Han Feng under the latter's shocked gaze. Bang! Xiao Yan's seal quietly changed as his indifferent voice was slowly spat out from his mouth. His voice had just sounded when the angry Buddha lotus flame, which had shrunk greatly after the collision with the sea fire halberd, expanded and shrank again. Finally, it appeared like a bomb as it suddenly exploded under Han Feng's shocked gaze. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 611, Swallow, Seal. Chapter 611, Swallow, Seal. Bang! An enormous firestorm appeared just like a mushroom cloud as it suddenly surfaced in the sky. An earth-shaking explosion caused the ears of many to ring. That wild and violent heat that came spreading from the sky caused shock to surge onto the faces of everyone. A human figure appeared to be like a ball that had been violently struck by a hammer the instant the green-white mushroom cloud surfaced as it shot down from the sky. Fresh bright red blood splashed over the sky along the way, appearing like a fresh bloody rainbow. The expressions on the faces of those experts from the Black Corner region changed drastically as they watched the human figure that shot to the ground from the sky. Although that aura was currently extremely weak, it undoubtedly belonged to Han Feng. Everyone looked at each other. Some cold perspiration seeped out from their forehead. Their gazes turned toward the other side of the sky. A black-colored figure was panting heavily there. The green fire wings on his back had become partially visible. Clearly, this was due to the interior of his body becoming weak. This fellow actually defeated Han Feng? Everyone muttered to themselves. The shock in their tone was extremely obvious. Han Feng's strength was already at the peak of the Dou Huang class. Additionally, he had the heavenly flame to support him. He would at least have the ability to fight even when meeting with an extremely powerful early-stage Dou Zone. Only the Gold-Silver brothers in the entire Black Corner region could contend with him. Today, however, this expert who possessed an extremely great reputation in the Black Corner region was defeated and reduced to such a miserable state by a young man who appeared to be only around 20. The entire place was completely silent. Just what kind of reputation would one achieve after having defeated Han Feng, this expert who had quite the reputation even on the entire continent? At the very least, the name Xiao Yan would become familiar in the entire Black Corner region in the future. Xie. Two rushing wind sounds suddenly sounded in the silent sky. Immediately, two figures flashed and swiftly landed beside Han Feng and grabbed him. Only then did they help avoid the ending where the latter's head turned into a cracked watermelon after landing on the ground. Of the two who intervened, one wore gold and the other silver. Naturally, they were the so-called gold-silver brothers. Han Feng was different from Fan Lao, where Fan Lao could simply die. It was difficult to measure Han Feng's value. Moreover, this fellow had yet to honor the reward for them to act this time around. How could he die? The silver-robed old man grabbed Han Feng, who was covered in fresh blood, and placed his hand on the latter's chest. Only after sensing an extremely weak but still present heartbeat did he sigh in relief. Is he still alive? The gold-robed old man frowned and asked. Yes, there's still a breath. Fortunately, this fellow also has a heavenly flame to protect his body. Otherwise, it would definitely have been impossible for him to survive that kind of explosion. The silver-robed old man nodded and immediately smacked his lips. He raised his head and looked at the black-robed young man in the distance before saying, "Where did this brat come from? Why have I not heard that such a powerful fellow existed in the Jianan Academy?" "I don't know." The gold-robed old man's face sank as he shook his head. His gaze was somewhat fearful as he stared at the enormous green-white mushroom cloud of fire. He subsequently looked at the experts from the Black Corner region who had suffered great losses before speaking softly, "We cannot continue now. We should quickly leave. This fellow is seriously injured and unconscious. It is no longer possible to snatch the heavenly flame." The silver-robed old man rolled his eyes before nodding slightly. He showed a hand sign to those experts from the Black Corner region, and those fellows immediately rushed over. Finally, they gathered into a group and cautiously looked at those inner academy's experts who were looking at them with malice. "Xiao Yan, are you alright?" Su Qian also sighed in relief when he heard Han Feng had become unconscious due to his serious injury. Having lost this leader, there was no longer a need to fear those remaining fellows from the Black Corner region. Xiao Yan barely revealed a smile after hearing Su Qian's cry. His pale white face revealed the exhaustion within his heart. Although he felt somewhat regretful that Han Feng still possessed remnants of a breath, he did not have any other methods. Currently, the most important thing was that fallen heart flame. That's right. The fallen heart flame. Xiao Yan's heart suddenly quivered. His gaze swept toward the spot where the former was originally at. His eyes immediately shrank. That cluster of fallen heart flame, which had remained still in the sky, had unknowingly already appeared at the spot in the sky where the green-white mushroom cloud formed by the explosion of the angry Buddha lotus flame without anyone realizing. As it approached, an enormous suction force suddenly surged out. Following the appearance of that suction force, that enormous fire mushroom cloud appeared to have met a black hole as it swiftly moved and poured unceasingly into the cluster of invisible flame. The time which Xiao Yan had glanced over earlier was coincidentally the time that the fallen heart flame was swallowing the mushroom cloud. The latter's strange action caused the uneasiness in his heart to soar. Although he was uncertain about the intention of the fallen heart flame, Xiao Yan was still able to vaguely guess something after seeing this action. As a kind of pure heavenly flame, the fallen heart flame was able to swallow other heavenly flames to strengthen itself. The fire mushroom cloud contained an extremely wild and violent heavenly flame energy. This was definitely like a natural tonic to a spiritual being like the fallen heart flame. Su Qian and the others sensed something the moment the suction force erupted from the fallen heart flame. He immediately threw his gaze hurriedly over, only to have his expression change drastically. "Stop it!" Xiao Yan was the first to cry out loud. However, the Dou Qi in his body had temporarily signs of being completely empty due to him unleashing the angry Buddha lotus flame killing move earlier. Hence, all he could do was to issue a reminder. Xiao Yan's voice had just sounded when Su Qian made his move. The latter's body flashed and appeared around 10 meters from the fallen heart flame in a ghost-like manner. However, he did not have the time to do anything when a large cluster of hot invisible flame charged over toward him, causing him to hurriedly dodge it. The swallowing speed of the fallen heart flame was frightening. In that short moment that Su Qian dodged, that enormous fire mushroom cloud appeared to be like a leaking balloon. It was completely swallowed into that large invisible flame less than 10 feet in size. Everything occurred in just a couple of blinks. The body of the fallen heart flame had suddenly turned increasingly bright after such a majestic fire energy entered its body. An energy that was even wilder and more violent than before slowly curled out from within its body and spread across the entire inner academy. The expression of everyone present changed as they sensed the energy of the fallen heart flame, which had once again become wild and violent. Those gold-silver brothers no longer dared to stay any longer. With a cry, a large group of people shot toward the exterior of the inner academy in a fleeing manner, leaving behind dark and cold laughter containing a malice, which reverberated throughout the sky. Tisk, Elder Su, I shall now leave that thing for you to deal with. Hopefully, I will not hear news that the inner academy was completely destroyed tomorrow. Su Qian's face was dark and cold as he watched the experts from the Black Corner region who had taken the opportunity to flee. He turned his head and shouted sternly toward the countless number of students not far away. Everyone, leave the inner academy. Go into the deep mountains. Those inner academy students who were gathered all over the top of some buildings also became a little chaotic after hearing Su Qian's voice. The fallen heart flame in the sky may not have been enormous, but it was emitting a frightening destructive strength. They did not have the slightest doubt that the entire inner academy would be instantly destroyed if it were to descend. Wait, Xiao Yan is still there. Ziyan pointed at the black figure in the distance after being pulled by Lin Yan as she spoke in an anxious manner. Her pink little face that appeared to be carved out of jade appeared a little pale under the pressure of the fallen heart flame. Relax, he can protect himself. Even Medicine Emperor Han Feng from the Black Corner region was defeated by him. He will be safer than us. Lin Yan could only try to persuade her as he watched the sea of people who appeared to be fleeing from calamity. After which, he followed everyone as they swarmed out of the inner academy. All elders, form the seal again. The survival of the inner academy depends on everyone. Su Qian watched the students who were fleeing the inner academy like floodwater. Only then did he speak to the elders in a deep voice. The faces of all the elders were solemn when they heard this. Their bodies flashed up before forming a strange formation, encircling that cluster of fallen heart flame. Xiao Yan, leave quickly. Su Qian was at the middle of the formation when he shouted to Xiao Yan, who was still within the formation. Su Qian's cry had just sounded when the fallen heart flame, which had fallen into a silence after swallowing the fire mushroom cloud, suddenly let out a sharp hiss. A green-colored glow slowly appeared on its surface, that seemed to be cast out of jade, much like a pair of eyes. The hissing sound had just appeared when the fallen heart flame shot out under the shocked gazes of all the elders. From the direction of its route, its target was actually Xiao Yan, who was pausing in the sky. Xiao Yan's expression had once again changed after being once again locked onto by the fallen heart flame. He hurriedly maneuvered all the Dou Qi within his body as he turned around and rushed toward the exterior of the formation. Xiao Yan's speed had clearly been greatly reduced after using that angry Buddha lotus flame. On the other hand, the fallen heart flame had become even stronger after swallowing that heavenly flamed mushroom cloud. With such a difference, the fallen heart flame was about to catch up to Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. First Elder, form the seal quickly. Otherwise, we won't be able to stop it once that beast leaves. An elder hurriedly shouted after seeing the fallen heart flame shooting explosively toward Xiao Yan. Su Qian's face was as deep as water. He cried out, wait a little longer. Wait for Xiao Yan to leave. There's no time. Another elder's expression changed as he hurriedly spoke. Su Qian's hand trembled slightly. All he did was use his eyes to stare at the fallen heart flame which was approaching Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan fled with all his might. Perspiration rolled down from his forehead like flowing water. His heart was just like a very tight robe as he sensed the hot temperature behind him. He did not dare to relax as his gaze stared at the edge of the formation not far away. As long as he managed to exit from there, he would be able to escape the death fire that was following him like a shadow. Faster! Xiao Yan repeatedly muttered within his heart. However, the temperature behind him soared just as he was less than 10 meters from the edge of the formation. He turned his head around with shock and his dark black eyes saw that cluster of invisible flame came pouncing at him. The sea of flame flowed and was about to swallow him. Haha, this position of the hunter and the hunted has indeed been changed. It is just that I still failed to kill Han Feng in the end. Teacher, I'm sorry. I have implicated you. Xiao Yan emitted his last bitter mutterings just before he fainted. The silence in the sky appeared to solidify at this very moment. Numerous students on the many treetops outside the inner academy saw Xiao Yan being swallowed by the fallen heart flame. All of them had suddenly become completely silent. Quite a number of female students covered their mouths and emitted numerous gasps. The hearts of Hu Jia, Wu Hao, Lin Yan, and Ziyan slowly sank while they stood at the top of a tree. Some of the members of Pan's Gate revealed dull gazes, appearing at a complete loss. That leader of theirs who had never been defeated in their eyes was actually being swallowed and destroyed by that flame in front of their eyes. At that moment, the greatest support of Pan's gate had completely collapsed. Bang! The fallen heart flame tried to charge out of the formation after swallowing Xiao Yan. However, an energy wall suddenly flashed in front of it and forced it back. The sky was completely silent. Su Qian's expression was dark and cold, and all the elders were quiet. They merely went all out in transmitting the Dou Qi from within their body and maintaining the firmness of this energy wall. Xiao Yan's contribution in this great battle that affected the life and death of the Inner Academy was something that no one could match. If he had not defeated two Dou Huangs, it was likely that the Black Corner region would have successfully launched a sudden attack on the Inner Academy. However, this greatest contributor to the Inner Academy was actually mercilessly swallowed by a heavenly flame in front of everyone's gaze at this very last moment. Everyone, maintain the energy wall properly. Leave the seal to me. Su Qian slowly recovered as he spoke with an expressionless face. He did not wait for any reply as a strange, circular, bright glow surged out from his body. First Elder, some of the elders were initially stunned when they saw Su Qian's action. Immediately, they seemed to have understood something as they cried out in surprise. Su Qian ignored the surrounding surprised voices. The glow that surged out of his body grew increasingly intense. However, following the increase in the glow's intensity, Su Qian's face also swiftly became pale white and even transparent. Bastard, even if I risk this old life of mine, I will seal you forever in the magma today. The dark, cold voice carried a volcano-like fury as it was roared out from Su Qian's mouth. Immediately, a 10-foot-long strange black glow swiftly surged out from Su Qian's body and finally formed a thick black energy web in the sky. The black web shook slightly after it was formed. The next time it appeared, it had covered the fallen heart flame in an extremely strange manner. Threads of smoke immediately curled and rose from the fallen heart flame after the black web covered it. A sharp hiss resounded across the sky. Su Qian's expression was pale. His breathing was as weak as gossamer. With a slight shift of his finger, the cluster of fallen heart flame that was struggling repeatedly slowly fell toward the blazing sky chi refining tower. It appeared to have sensed something when it reached the top of the tower and began to go all out in its struggle. Under its intense resistance, the black web also remained still just above the top of the tower and had difficulty moving down. Grug! A ruthlessness flashed across Su Qian's eyes as he saw that the fallen heart flame was still able to resist. He violently smashed his chest and a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. Su Qian's hand suddenly pressed down as the fresh blood was spat out and an unusually deep, dark black energy pillar shot out explosively from his palm. It immediately smashed heavily against the fallen heart flame. Hiss! A sharp hiss was once again emitted from the fallen heart flame after receiving Su Qian's all-out attack. It could no longer endure and was violently smashed into the deep underground magma world within the blazing sky chi refining tower while being wrapped by the black web. Seal! Su Qian's hands formed a seal as he sensed the fallen heart flame, which was falling into the deep hold. A strange black glow surged out from within the tower. Finally, it agglomerated into a deep, dark black energy barrier at the top of the tower. Above it was some strange energy lines that appeared to be meandering like some small snakes. The moment that the seal on the top of the tower was formed, a rich black glow slowly flowed within the last layer that was connected to the underground. Finally, the black glow surged out and became like a black sea that completely covered the entire last level. It was impossible for anyone to enter this place in the future. The fallen heart flame that was sealed deep underground would no longer have any chance of escaping, but Su Qian's body inclined slightly in the air after the seal was successfully formed. He immediately smashed head first toward the ground. Fortunately, an elder reacted quickly and swiftly grabbed him. Only then did his body become stable. Su Qian slowly opened his blurry eyes. At this moment, his aura was so weak that it was little different from an ordinary old man. He took a glance at the sealed blazing sky chi refining tower. This calamity of the Inner Academy was finally avoided. However, that young man who could have obtained the top achievement in the continent had died here. Seal the last level of the blazing sky chi refining tower in the future. No one is allowed to enter, including me. A faint weak old voice slowly reverberated throughout the sky. The messy Inner Academy also caused everyone to descend into a silence. Additionally, remember that little fellow who sacrificed himself for the Inner Academy. Without him, the Inner Academy would no longer exist. All of you might have been turned into powder and accompany these ruins during the eruption of the fallen heart flame. He is the most outstanding student in all the history of the Jianan Academy. No one came before him and perhaps no one will come after him. Remember that name. Koku, a stubborn little fellow. Xiao Yan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 612, Desperate Situation. Chapter 612, Desperate Situation. Pain was the thing that had caused Xiao Yan to wake up from his unconscious state. A searing, bone-deep pain. Xiao Yan opened his somewhat blurry eyes with difficulty. A bright redness that was like fresh blood was captured by his eyes. He slowly widened his eyes. Only then did he manage to clearly see that this bright redness was countless magma flows slowly drifting about. Magma. Xiao Yan was startled for a moment, but then he suddenly became alert. With a sweep of his gaze, he was suddenly stunned to discover that his body was currently in the vast magma. Moreover, the position he was in was clearly deep within the magma. This was because no matter which direction he looked, all that he could see was bright red magma. Xiao Yan's gaze looked all around him and immediately discovered that there was a cluster of invisible flame at a spot around 10 feet away. A cluster of invisible flame was burning turbulently. Moreover, he himself appeared to be within the stomach of this invisible flame. Xiao Yan shook his head with all his strength. His somewhat blurry head slowly recovered its sharpness. Only then did Xiao Yan clearly remember that he appeared to have been struck by the fallen heart flame and subsequently lost his attention. Then, where was this place? This is somewhere deep underground, the place where the fallen heart flame was born. A somewhat weak old voice suddenly sounded within Xiao Yan's heart. Teacher? How are you? Xiao Yan suddenly heard this familiar voice when he was at a loss. Xiao Yan immediately appeared to be like a person who had been grasping at straws after falling into water as he hurriedly asked in his heart. I can still endure for a period of time. Little fellow, it has been nearly half a month since you have been dragged here by the fallen heart flame. It has been trying to refine you during this period of time, or perhaps it should be the green lotus core flame within your body. I have been using the bone-chilling flame to protect you during this period that you were unconscious. However, it is too exhausting. I am unlikely to hold out for much longer. At that time, you can only rely on yourself. Yao Lao's voice was anxious because it was weak. Xiao Yan was startled when he heard this. He swept his gaze around. Only then did he realize that his body was covered by a layer of dense white-colored flame. A large cluster of invisible flames outside the flame was lingering like small snakes. Despite being isolated by the bone-chilling flame, the frightening temperature was still able to cause Xiao Yan's skin to transmit waves of intense searing pain. The thing that had woken him from his unconscious state earlier was this deep bone-searing pain. Panic surged in Xiao Yan's heart. Immediately, he tried to calm himself as his voice asked dryly, "What can I do to escape from this place?" There was a silence after these words sounded. It was a long while later before Yao Lao's similarly bitter voice sounded, "I don't know. This place is deep underground. In here, the fallen heart flame basically has never-ending strength. If I recovered the strength at my peak, I might be able to break its seal. Moreover, the current place we are in is definitely deep within magma. If the fallen heart flame was to release the surrounding flame, it is likely that you would be immediately swallowed by this hot magma. Even though you have a heavenly flame, it is unlikely to support you until you can exit the magma. In that case, we can only wait to die?" Xiao Yan's body trembled as he muttered. Even with Yao Lao's ability, he was unable to do anything in such a desperate situation. "Won't it mean?" Yao Lao softly sighed, but was unable to give a reply. Were it not because of the existence of the bone-chilling flame, Xiao Yan would have been incinerated by the fallen heart flame until the point where not even ashes would remain the moment he fell unconsciousness. Xiao Yan tightened his fist. An unwillingness flickered in his dark black pupils. There were many things that he still needed to do. The humiliation of the Xiao clan required him to cleanse, and he needed to search for his missing father. Moreover, the promise he had given to a young lady, to become a strong person and appear in front of her, therefore. "I cannot die here." Words that were filled with stubbornness and determination slowly spat out from the young man's mouth. What kind of hardship had he not endured during these many years? Would he not have suffered all those hardships for nothing if he were to give up? The hard training he had undergone all these years to raise his strength had allowed him to possess an extremely tough character and backbone. "Kuko," Yao Lao also laughed softly as he sensed that strong determination to live. He spoke, "Little fellow, you are always able to rouse such fighting spirit. Since this is the case, I will lend you a hand even if I have to risk these old bones of mine. Remember, my bone-chilling flame may be able to endure for only 3 more days. After 3 days, I will completely pour my remaining spiritual strength into you. After which, I will descend into a slumber because of the exhaustion of my spiritual strength. Everything else will be up to you. I hope that I will be able to see a lively student when I reawaken." Xiao Yan was silent. A moment later, he clenched his teeth and nodded. His eyes became slightly red as he whispered, "Teacher, relax, this disciple has promised you that I will refine a body that can accommodate your spirit. How can I throw my life here? Coco, little fellow, make the most of the time to recuperate. You can only rely on yourself for everything after 3 days." Yao Lao laughed as he spoke softly. Xiao Yan nodded heavily. He ceased speaking any nonsense as he crossed his legs. He was just about to enter his training state when he mused for a moment and took out an extremely beautiful green-colored lotus platform from within the storage ring and sat on it with a twist of his body. The searing hot pain was greatly reduced after Xiao Yan sat on the green-colored lotus platform. It appeared that this lotus platform that was birthed from the green lotus core flame was quite effective in isolating the temperature. I have forgotten you still have this treasure. With this lotus platform, the chances of you escaping alive might increase a little. Yao Lao gave a strange laugh as he sensed the temperature which had quietly reduced a little. He immediately mused for a moment before speaking, "If you are unable to endure any longer after I fall into a slumber, you can consume the ground spirit pill. It will allow you to resist a little longer. Originally, this thing is supposed to be used to refine the fallen heart flame, but from the looks of the situation, no one can tell who will end up refining who." Xiao Yan smiled bitterly and nodded. After which, he slowly shut his eyes and began to absorb the surrounding fire affinity energy to allow his body, which had been weakened after the great battle, to recover. Yao Lao was silent for a long after as he watched Xiao Yan, who had gradually entered the training state. Only then did he let out a soft sigh. "Little fellow, this is perhaps a catastrophe that you have to undergo. I have a premonition that if you are able to successfully flee from this place, you will shed your cocoon and become a butterfly. At that time, you will become a truly strong person." Over half a month had passed since the earth-shaking battle that day. The inner academy, which had originally turned into a complete mess during that battle, had gradually been straightened out. The blazing Skychi refining tower still remained opened. What caused everyone to be most joyous about was that this place still possessed the effect of allowing one to raise the speed of one's training. Such a reward was something that caused everyone, including Su Qian, to be extremely joyous about. However, when they recalled that there was a young man who might have already been turned to dust in the deep region of the tower, the joyous heart was covered by a layer of sorrow. Although the great battle was already over, that name, that young man, was like an imprint that everyone had difficulty forgetting, as Su Qian had said. Perhaps, after many years, when the students graduated and became the strong people of an area, they might still occasionally recall the earth-shaking battle that had erupted in the inner academy back then, as well as that figure. He had saved all of them. Although Pan's Gate, which had lost Xiao Yan, was covered by a layer of dark atmosphere, the strength of this faction became like a snowball. Despite having lost their leader, Xiao Yan, Pan's Gate, this faction, which had not even been established for a year, could already be compared with the factions of Lin Xiaoya and Lu Qing after the announcement by Ziyan that she would join them. From that kind of special atmosphere of Pan's Gate, this young faction may perhaps become the top of the entire inner academy as time flowed by, and there would no longer be any factions that could contend with it. Of course, the current Pan's Gate was naturally managed by Wu Hao, Hu Jia, and the others after having lost Xiao Yan. Ultimately, however, the two only occupied the position of deputy leader. Each member who entered Pan's Gate would be clearly told that the true leader of Pan's Gate was that hero who had rescued the entire inner academy. He was called Xiao Yan. This custom continued with the passage of time. Perhaps many years later, there would be people who had forgotten the instructors of the inner academy. However, this name would be like an imprint in their hearts that was difficult to forget. The 8th level of the blazing Skychi refining tower. A large group of elders who held extremely high positions in the inner academy were gathered here. Leading them at the front was an elder who was seated on a wheelchair. His white hair caused him to appear extremely old. "First elder, this place has been completely sealed according to your instruction. This door which leads to the last level has already been sealed. There will no longer be anyone who can charge in." An elder bowed to the old man who was seated in a wheelchair and spoke respectfully. From the form of address, that old man whose head was covered in white hair was actually First Elder Su Qian. Although his current appearance was exceptionally old compared with his previous self. Were it not because of the occasional stern cold glint that would flash across his eyes, anyone would have thought that he was an old man who did not have any strength to retaliate. "Have you investigated all the backgrounds of those experts from the Black Corner region who participated in the attack on the inner academy?" Su Qian's gaze paused on the black metallic door that led to the last level as his hoarse voice slowly sounded. "We have clearly investigated all of them. Give the instruction. Gather everyone in 1 month's time. We will go and look for them one at a time. We will slowly return the humiliation of the inner academy." Su Qian waved his hand and spoke in a cold and indifferent voice. "Yes, sir." All the elders responded in unison. A fury flashed across their eyes. The sneak attack by the experts from the Black Corner region back then had not only been spread throughout the Black Corner region, but had also spread throughout the rest of the continent. If they did not retaliate, how would the Jianan Academy survive in the future? Su Qian nodded slowly. The indifference on his face suddenly but slowly became less icy. His shriveled fingers crossed each other as he muttered, "All of you, do you think he is still alive?" Everyone faced one another, but no one dared to open their mouths. After being swallowed by the fallen heart flame and being dragged deep underground, the odds of survival were against even someone who was an elite dozone. Su Qian also sighed softly, appearing to clearly understand what everyone was thinking. He said, "I heard that Xiao Yan still has a second brother who had once come to the Jianan Academy. After that, he seems to have gone to the Black Corner region. Send someone to investigate and quietly protect him. Treat it as repaying that little fellow's favor." Su Qian waved his hand after saying this. The wheelchair turned automatically and carried a slight moving noise as it slowly disappeared into the darkness. All the elders sighed as they watched Su Qian's back disappear. Their gazes shifted toward the dark black door before they slowly turned their bodies to leave. As they left, none of them knew that at an unknown depth under their feet, the dense white flame on the surface of a young man was quietly weakening. The true torment and tempering was slowly arriving. Perhaps no one knew that deep under the magma, the young man was transforming and struggling amid destruction. Whether it was to shed his cocoon and transform into a butterfly or to turn into dust, was something no one knew. This was because that place was a place filled with despair. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 613, Appearance of the Snake. Chapter 613, Appearance of the Snake. The thing that woke Xiao Yan up from his training state was the repeatedly sounding weak-old voice within his heart. Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes were slowly opened after hearing Yao Lao's voice. His gaze glanced at the increasingly illusory dense white flame over his body and his heart involuntarily sank a little. "Little fellow, I have already reached my limit," Yao Lao's sigh slowly sounded after having appeared to sense that Xiao Yan had awakened. Xiao Yan nodded slightly as he softly spoke, "Teacher, you have worked hard." "Coo." Yao Lao laughed. His laughter had a frailness that was difficult to hide. "In another couple of minutes, you will need to block the refinement of the fallen heart flame on your own. Hopefully, you will be able to endure." Xiao Yan was quiet. A moment later, he smiled bitterly and said, "I will do what I can as a person. The rest is up to fate." No matter how much confidence filled Xiao Yan, he did not hold much hope in his chances of escaping from this hopeless environment where even Yao Lao could not sense much chances of survival. The only thing he could currently do was to do his best to hold out against the refinement of the fallen heart flame for a little longer. Yao Lao gradually descended into silence. He clearly knew that his slumber this time around might be an everlasting farewell. His spirit may be able to hide in the ring that he had specially constructed, but the fallen heart flame was coincidentally able to counter that. Under the incineration of this kind of flame, even a spirit would end up being incinerated into nothingness. Xiao Yan lifted his head slightly during the time that Yao Lao was quiet. His gaze swept over this large cluster of invisible flame. It was difficult to imagine that this flame actually possessed its own intelligence. Two faint green lights suddenly surfaced from a certain spot within the invisible flame as Xiao Yan was looking around. It looked like a pair of eyes containing greed as they watched the spot where Xiao Yan was at. A cluster of invisible flames suddenly surfaced with a slight flicker of the green glow. Finally, it adhered to the dense white flame that was partially above Xiao Yan's body, incinerating and corroding it. "Little fellow, prepare yourself." Yao Lao's soft sigh suddenly sounded. Xiao Yan clearly knew that Yao Lao had already reached his limit. He needed to rely on himself for everything else. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth curled bitterly. He immediately inhaled a deep breath of air as his palm moved. Green flame flowed, following the chi paths in his body. Finally, it slowly seeped out and wrapped Xiao Yan's entire body in it. The dense white-colored flame outside grew increasingly faint following the appearance of the green lotus core flame. Finally, it disappeared abruptly and the outermost layer of invisible flame swiftly swarmed in. It was about to burn the person inside when it was blocked by a cluster of green flame. "Little fellow, you have to rely on yourself next. Hopefully, you can successfully endure this. The lives of both teacher and disciple are in your hands." Yao Lao's weak voice became increasingly faint. A moment later, it disappeared completely. Xiao Yan clearly sensed Yao Lao's awareness swiftly withdrawing from his body as his voice disappeared. The instant that Yao Lao's awareness was about to completely withdraw, a powerful energy quietly swarmed out from Xiao Yan's body, causing his aura to soar greatly. "Teacher, this student will not disappoint you." Xiao Yan bit his lower lip tightly as he felt a powerful energy filling him. A redness surfaced in his eyes. He clearly understood that Yao Lao had loaned all his remaining strength to him. The latter's body had once again hid inside the ring and descended into a slumber due to the exhaustion of his spiritual strength. After taking over Yao Lao's earlier work, Xiao Yan finally understood just how great the exhaustion from contending with the fallen heart flame was. Perhaps it was due to the gap between his strength and that of Yao Lao's. Although the green lotus core flame and the bone-chilling flame were both heavenly flames, the protection that Xiao Yan received from the two flames was quite different. Although Xiao Yan would feel searing pain when Yao Lao used the bone-chilling flame, it was not unbearable. However, when Xiao Yan was relying on himself to resist the fallen heart flame, that searing pain had suddenly deepened greatly. Even the clothes on Xiao Yan's body were grilled by the high temperature until they were increasingly thin and brittle. They even broke into a large pile of powder as Xiao Yan moved his body, leaving behind the naked body that was seated cross-legged in the green lotus. Hiss! Xiao Yan's face twitched. Threads of cold air repeatedly seeped out from between the gap of Xiao Yan's teeth. His white skin had also become a sleek red due to the heat. Some areas had even quietly broken out with blisters. At a glance, he was in an extremely miserable state. Xiao Yan forcefully suppressed the searing heart-wrenching pain. He took out a bottle of energy recovery pills from within his storage ring with much difficulty and stuffed all of them into his mouth. His body was being wrapped by the fallen heart flame. Although there was still fire energy drifting around his body, it was extremely difficult to absorb while under the control of the fallen heart flame. Hence, Xiao Yan could only use medicinal pills to endure for a little longer, but it is really unexpected that the fallen heart flame is actually this terrifying. No wonder even teacher is extremely afraid of it. However, according to this exhaustion rate, I'm afraid that I won't be able to endure for even a week. Xiao Yan's mouth was filled with medicinal pills as he eyed the seemingly never-ending invisible flame on the outside. His heart was filled with bitterness. This desperate situation caused people to be able to go nowhere. Looks like I can only hope for a miracle to appear. Xiao Yan's dry mouth moved as he sensed the torturous searing pain. It was a long time later that he slowly shut his eyes. He had already done his best. After this, it was up to fate to decide whether he was to live or die. There was no concept of time in this never-ending magma world, and Xiao Yan did not have the slightest thought to pay attention to the flow of time under this inhumane torture. He only knew that he could turn to dust, like his clothes, at any time under this hot temperature and disappear in this magma world. A solitude and loneliness that was difficult to describe swarmed deep into Xiao Yan's heart while under this torment. There was no sound other than the sound that was emitted from the flow of magma deep in the magma world. The entire world appeared to be completely isolated. That kind of loneliness and silence in the vast world once again caused Xiao Yan, who was tortured by the high temperature, to feel a sense of exhaustion and loss in his soul. Perhaps he would forget just how moving the voice that was emitted when his throat trembled after living such a life for a long time. He might even forget his identity as a human. The solitude and loneliness of the world seeped deep into his bones and could not be removed. Xiao Yan did not know how long he had endured. He merely sensed the increasingly hot temperature of the outside world as time passed. Fortunately, his skin showed faint signs of resistance to the flame after being grilled by it for such a long time. It was due to this that the repeated searing pain did not cause him to become insane. On top of the intelligence that the fallen heart flame possessed, the flame also appeared to have a patience that was far beyond what any human could compare with. One would understand the reason for this after some thought. It would be strange if it did not have patience after staying in this place for so many years. Moreover, it was because of this that it did not choose to use the most intense method to finish off Xiao Yan in the shortest amount of time. Instead, it had chosen this kind of refinement with a slow flame. However, such slow refinement really did cause Xiao Yan to experience the feeling of being better off dead. Xiao Yan's entire person appeared to be in a blurry state under the unceasing grilling by the fallen heart flame. He could only maneuver the green flame in his body in a mechanical fashion to repeatedly resist the burning of the flame. After which, he would also absorb the surrounding energy that was difficult to absorb in a mechanical fashion to supplement what his body needed. This kind of mechanical operation caused Xiao Yan to faintly feel that he was becoming increasingly familiar with the control of the heavenly flame. However, other than allowing him to save some of the unnecessary exhaustion of the heavenly flame, it did not appear to allow him to escape. If this situation continued, Xiao Yan would likely be completely refined within a short period of time. The green lotus core flame in his body would also be swallowed by the fallen heart flame. Xiao Yan endured with great difficulty. No one knew just how long he had endured in this world without any concept of time. Perhaps it was 2 days, 1 week, half a month, a few months. At a certain instant, Xiao Yan had woken up from this kind of half-conscious state. Waves of a cool feeling were transmitted from his arm. This cool feeling was like ground that had been dry for countless number of years suddenly meeting heavy rain. It caused Xiao Yan's entire spirit to tremble as he immediately opened his eyes. He tilted his head and looked at the seven-colored little snake that was lingering on his arm after having been forgotten for an unknown period of time. Heaven-swallowing python? Xiao Yan's muddled head suddenly recovered its clarity as he involuntarily cried out. Perhaps even he did not realize that his voice had become dry and hoarse compared to before. One can imagine just how excited Xiao Yan currently was when he was suddenly able to see something that could talk to him in this kind of lonely and isolated place, that caused one to become crazy. However, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly leaped on top of his excitement when his gaze swept over those bewitching snake eyes. At this moment, the color of the latter's eyes was repeatedly changing. That icy coldness was occasionally filled with liveliness. Clearly, the two spirits within this little body appeared to be engaged in an intense fight for the control of the body at that moment. Xiao Yan did not have any solution with regards to this fight. Hence, he could only watch with his eyes. The fight continued for nearly 10 minutes or so. After which, a bright seven-colored glow surged out from the heaven-swallowing python. The latter violently swung its tail as a tiny figure directly shot out. It immediately flew swiftly, and seeped out from the area that was surrounded by Xiao Yan's green flame. The heaven-swallowing python had just left the area surrounded by the green lotus core flame when the fallen heart flame that was flowing freely outside pounced over. However, just before it made contact with its body, the heaven-swallowing python suddenly wiggled swiftly under that seven-colored glow. Immediately, a naked, lovely, perfect white jade-like body slowly appeared in front of Xiao Yan's gaze. Xiao Yan looked at the bewitching beautiful woman who was filled with allure as she appeared out of nowhere. His heart, however, slowly sank. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 614, Intersection between Life and Death. Chapter 614, Intersection between Life and Death. The naked beauty who appeared in front of Xiao Yan was bewitching and filled with allure. That nakedness that was accidentally revealed was sufficient to cause countless numbers of men to become crazy. Certainly, it would be more perfect if the cold, ice-like face of the beauty had the addition of human emotion. Of course, no matter how beautiful the beauty in front of him was, it was not good news for Xiao Yan. After all, this woman was a little too frightening. Although he had an agreement with her back then, this temperamental Queen Medusa ultimately caused Xiao Yan to feel the greatest caution in his heart. Queen Medusa had just revealed her form when the fallen heart flame sensed something. A large cluster of flames suddenly appeared and immediately swept toward the former. The hot temperature caused the expression of even someone with Queen Medusa's strength to change a little. Queen Medusa waved her delicate hand gently, and a bright seven-colored glow surged out from within her body to completely suppress the invisible flame. Although she did not possess a heavenly flame, it was not easy for the fallen heart flame to refine her because of her powerful strength. Only after Queen Medusa blocked the invisible flame did she sense the surroundings she was in were not quite right. Her gaze swept out in all directions. When she saw the endless magma outside the invisible flame, she knit her eyebrows. This was especially the case when her gaze fell on the invisible flame which was wrapped on the outside. Her cold and indifferent face had finally become ugly. Heavenly flame? Queen Medusa, I'm really sorry. I had actually forgotten about you. Laughter suddenly sounded. Queen Medusa's pretty eyes, which were filled with doubt, slowly turned toward Xiao Yan, who was seated cross-legged on the green lotus. Her glamorous cold face immediately became chilly. She had never felt much good feeling toward this fellow who had been relying on the heaven-swallowing python to threaten her. Xiao Yan moved his body back a little without leaving any trace when he sensed the somewhat icy eyes of Queen Medusa. He was exceptionally fearful of this woman. In the past, he still had some confidence when Yao Lao was around. Now that Yao Lao had descended into a deep slumber, he really had no means to resist if she wanted to do something to him. Xiao Yan's eyes swept across Queen Medusa's white jade-like, lovely, pretty, naked body. Even though he clearly knew that this was a pretty female snake, who could instantly kill a person, his male nature still caused a nefarious flame to rise in his lower abdomen. This woman was really the nemesis of all males. One could not find any flaw on that heavenly masterpiece-like face. Moreover, that extremely cold atmosphere caused a person's heart to be as itchy as a monkey claw. All men were like this. Their interest would grow when it comes to something that they clearly understood they could not obtain. A beauty like a jade with a natural temptation that bewitched the world. This beauty in front of him appeared to be worthy of such an evaluation. Although Xiao Yan's gaze had only roamed for an instant before it was swiftly turned away, it did not escape Queen Medusa's senses. Her sleek, red lips lifted into a shallow arc that contained a coldness. You don't want your eyes? Xiao Yan laughed dryly, but did not dare to reply. Who knew whether this temperamental woman would finish him off on the spot just because she was not pleased? Where is this place? The bright seven-colored glow moved with a wave of her delicate hand. It immediately turned into a red-colored dress over Queen Medusa's naked body, which covered the nakedness under it. Her long jade-like fingers pushed aside a strand of black hair that had drifted over her forehead as she opened her mouth to ask faintly. Xiao Yan rubbed his head. He hesitated for a moment before roughly explaining his predicament. However, after he spoke until the end, he clearly saw that Queen Medusa's eyebrows had slowly become vertical. Her voice immediately weakened greatly. I really regret not killing you back then. Queen Medusa clenched her silver teeth. Her entire body was trembling. This fellow would actually bring her to this kind of place which was filled with death. Although her strength was great, she already possessed a fear toward this kind of flame after having evolved within the green lotus core flame back then. However, she did not expect that the next time she controlled her body, she had been actually brought to this deep underground area by Xiao Yan. Moreover, there was a heavenly flame which possessed an intelligence looking menacingly at them from the outside. Xiao Yan smiled in an embarrassed manner. He spoke carefully, I didn't want to come here either. Your Majesty, don't you agree that it is pointless for us to say anything? Why don't we join hands, break this fallen heart flame and escape alive? What do you say? Queen Medusa's pretty face was cold as she completely ignored him. Her pretty eyes stared at the fallen heart flame. A moment later, she waved her delicate hand and a 7-colored energy pillar shot out. It immediately smashed onto the flame. However, an attack of such strength did not have much use other than causing waves of ripples to form on the fallen heart flame. A sullenness flashed across Queen Medusa's cold eyes when she saw that her attack did not have the slightest effect. Although the earlier attack was not her full strength, it was not something that could be underestimated. It was unexpected. This place is the place where the fallen heart flame was born. It basically has an unending supply of energy in this place and it won't be easy to break through it. Xiao Yan at the side watched Queen Medusa's action as he involuntarily spoke. Queen Medusa's eyebrows became vertical. She was about to hoot coldly when the fallen heart flame which was suddenly attacked became somewhat angry. Clusters of invisible flame surged swiftly and immediately wrapped around Queen Medusa. The 7-colored glow on the surface of her body appeared to have slowly become thinner under the grilling of the frightening high temperature of the invisible flame. The Dou Qi on the surface of Queen Medusa was burned until it became thin. Her pretty face changed a little after appearing to have sensed something. Those delicate hands of hers formed a strange seal, and a circle of 7-colored glow immediately surged out, shooting apart the invisible flame over her body. Queen Medusa did not have the time to sigh in relief after the invisible flame had just been shot aside when she discovered that an increasing amount of invisible flame suddenly surfaced before sweeping toward her from all directions. Queen Medusa's face sunk. She could only shrink back and withdraw her 7-colored Dou Qi before eventually forming a stalemate with the invisible flame beside her body. Where is that old fellow who is in your body? Get him out. With just your strength, we won't be able to break this heavenly flame even if we were to join hands. Queen Medusa continued the stalemate with the flame for a while before finally recognizing that this was not a long-term solution. She turned her pretty eyes toward Xiao Yan and cried out after that. Teacher has already fallen into a slumber. Xiao Yan laughed bitterly as he spread his hands. Damn it! Queen Medusa became extremely furious upon hearing this. She raised her hand and the 7-colored energy in her palm churned repeatedly. From the looks of it, it seemed that she wanted to kill Xiao Yan with one palm. You won't be able to leave even if you were to kill me. Xiao Yan could not be bothered if he provoked this woman at this stage as he spread his hands and spoke. What kind of dangerous situation has this queen not seen? It is not so easy if this heavenly flame wants to hold me here. Queen Medusa suddenly laughed coldly. Her body immediately moved and appeared at the edge of the flame in a ghost-like manner. A frightening wind was swiftly brewing on her delicate hand before it immediately smashed violently into the fallen heart flame. Bang! A low, deep sound reverberated throughout this area, causing some perspiration to surge out from Xiao Yan's forehead. Once this vicious woman broke through the seal of the fallen heart flame, the sea of magma on the outside would immediately swarm in. Although she was not afraid of it, he would definitely not be able to hold out for long given his strength. Ripples surged rapidly as the frightening force smashed onto the flame. An indentation mark was revealed. However, this indentation was like a plasticine. It slowly recovered as Queen Medusa's hand left. The fallen heart flame did indeed possess a never-ending energy in this place. Queen Medusa's expression finally became extremely solemn when such a powerful blow failed to achieve much. The danger in this perilous place was much greater than she had anticipated. This queen doesn't believe that she cannot break you. A haughtiness flashed across the cold and glamorous moving face as the glow on her fist surged greatly. However, just as she was about to continue unleashing her attacks, the fallen heart flame suddenly became as smooth as jade. Two faint green glows surfaced as an unusual hissing sound that was filled with anger resounded by Xiao Yan's and Queen Medusa's ears. Xiao Yan's heart suddenly sank when he saw this change in the fallen heart flame. This stupid woman had finally angered it. Queen Medusa's pair of beautiful eyes was filled with killing intent and an iciness as she stared at the two faint lights. She was just about to move when her face suddenly changed. An unusual sleek redness surged over her white face as threads of white fog seeped out from within her body. Damn it, what exactly is this thing? When did it enter my body? Queen Medusa's delicate hand held the spot where her heart was located as she clenched her teeth tightly. Dou Qi erupted from her body like a torrent and wrapped around the flames that had suddenly appeared within her body. Xiao Yan's gaze doubtfully watched Queen Medusa's unusually sleek red face. A moment later, he appeared to have understood something and quietly shouted "This is bad" within his heart. The instant that his voice sounded, he could clearly sense that a cluster of extremely hot heart flame had suddenly surfaced within his body. This cluster of heart flame was extremely dense and large. In just the blink of an eye, it covered every part of Xiao Yan's body. Immediately, Xiao Yan's entire body seemed to have been thrown into a furnace. The green flame on the surface of his body appeared to be completely useless. This was because the heat was being spread out from within Xiao Yan's body. This time around, it's really going to be the end. Xiao Yan could not help but laugh bitterly as he sensed the intense searing pain within his body that he had difficulty enduring. He could sense the increasingly hot temperature within his body. If this increase was to continue in this manner, everything within his body would gradually melt. Ah, damn flame! A stern sharp cry suddenly sounded just as Xiao Yan's mind had gradually become chaotic due to the high temperature in his body. He struggled to open his eyes, forming a small gap. All he saw was that Queen Medusa was currently hugging her head with a bitter expression on her face. Moreover, there was an illusionary human figure and a snake figure around half an inch above her head which were repeatedly being entangled while being grilled by the invisible flame. This stupid woman! Did she not know that the fallen heart flame can do enormous damage to a spirit? Since her spirit has yet to completely occupy her body, that flame will burn her spirit. If Queen Medusa's spirit had completely occupied the body of the heaven-swallowing python, the special burning effect that the fallen heart flame had toward a spirit would naturally be useless against her. Moreover, by relying on her own strength, it would be an extremely difficult task for the fallen heart flame to refine her even if she could not break the lock. Unfortunately, as it so happened, no matter whether it was the heaven-swallowing python or Queen Medusa, neither of them had absolute control over the body. Hence, they had really met a true nemesis. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 615, Slow Transformation. Chapter 615, Slow Transformation. Under such a refining effort by the fallen heart flame, Xiao Yan and Queen Medusa had truly entered an intersection between life and death. The heart flame that appeared in Xiao Yan's body this time around was even more intense than any previous times. Even when he received the essence of the fallen heart flame to refine his body back then, the strength of that heart flame was at least a couple of times weaker than the heart flame at this moment. Xiao Yan's face had become somewhat purplish because of the flush redness of his skin. Blisters repeatedly formed on his skin. The frighteningly high temperature that had surged out from his body appeared as though it wanted to incinerate his entire body. It was being grilled under such high temperature. If Xiao Yan himself did not control that heavenly flame, to some extent, a resistance to these heavenly flames as well as the refinement of his body by the heart flame some time earlier, it was likely that he would have been turned to dust with a bang like his robes earlier the moment the heart flame appeared. Despite this being the case, the high temperature that had spread to every corner of his body tortured Xiao Yan until he was better off dead than alive. Even he could clearly sense that the blood in his body was boiling. His chi pads twitched and his bones were emitting a groan that suggested they were overwhelmed. If the situation continued in such a manner, it was likely that Xiao Yan's body would completely disappear from this world within a short period of time. Piquing. A spark was suddenly erupted from Xiao Yan's black hair following the increasingly intense spreading of the heart flame within his body. Immediately, that spark resulted in the rest of his hair completely turning into dark black powder, which drifted down, leaving behind a completely bald head like a light bulb. Xiao Yan could not pay any attention to the incineration of his hair. As of this moment, he was forcefully enduring the intense pain that drilled his heart. The green lotus core flame controlled by him was repeatedly expelling the heart flame, which continuously rose within his body. However, these actions were futile. The energy that fallen heart flame possessed within this magma world was something that even Queen Medusa and Yao Lao found extremely troublesome to deal with. Hence, despite Xiao Yan using all his strength and suppressing the flame all over his body, he could only allow the heat of the flame to rise with greater strength. That high temperature also became increasingly frightening. This time, it is truly the end. Xiao Yan's mind was focusing on the uprising furnace-like interior of his body. His mind slowly transmitted a frail feeling. A powerless sleepiness quietly spread over Xiao Yan's heart. The fallen heart flame did not have any mercy. Hence, it would naturally not give consideration to Xiao Yan's feelings. Instead, it gradually increased the temperature of the flame. It appeared to be able to sense that after a short while, it would be able to swallow the green lotus core flame. Queen Medusa at the side was also suffering while Xiao Yan was about to descend into the hopeless state of being about to be refined. Although she could forcefully resist with her powerful strength, the two spirits which were repeatedly entangled above her head indicated that she was resisting an extremely intense pain. Moreover, this pain was spread out from deep within her spirit, and would not be any better than the torture that Xiao Yan was enduring. The painful expression on Queen Medusa's face suddenly reduced slightly following the flow of time. That human and snake figures within the invisible flame above her head also unknowingly and quietly began to show traces of merging together. From the looks of the situation, Queen Medusa may have felt the tortuous feeling of having her spirit burned, but the fallen heart flame also seemed to have randomly grilled the spirit of Queen Medusa and the heaven-swallowing python until they merged together. Although such merger was extremely slow, one could just imagine that she would truly possess the control of that body once she endured until the two spirits merged completely. At that time, the restraining effect of the fallen heart flame would automatically disappear. Although the fallen heart flame possessed some intelligence, it clearly was not knowledgeable about such a situation. Therefore, it did not know that it was quietly providing a great help to Queen Medusa when it increased the refinement of the heat flame. Of course, this was merely the circumstances of Queen Medusa. Compared to her, Xiao Yan seemed to be much more miserable. This was because as the temperature within his body rose, this physical body of his would be slowly melted within this high temperature. Xiao Yan's face was bright red. At a glance, his current image appeared to be a person who had been flayed, and looked extremely frightening. With the increase in the temperature of his body, his skin had quietly cracked apart. Boiling fresh blood flowed out and dyed his body in blood. Xiao Yan's outer appearance was shocking while the interior of his body was so miserable that one could not bear to look at. His chi paths were distorted because they had dried up, appearing like a plastic cylinder which had been burned by a flame. All the various organs in his body were also seriously distorted. If not for the green lotus core flame going all out to protect them, it was likely that they would have been vaporized by the high temperature. Of course, these were not the only things that had turned into a miserable state. The sea urchin-like dough crystal within his vortex had also appeared to have become a sea urchin that was thrown into a pot of boiling oil. It was completely red and repeatedly emitted hot air. Even the Dou Qi that filled its interior had also begun to boil. The immediate result of this miserable situation both within and outside his body was that Xiao Yan had instantly entered a seriously injured state where death was imminent. A thread of chaotic consciousness slowly drifted within his body and was in danger of disappearing at any moment. Once his thread of consciousness disappeared, it would be sufficient to pronounce his death. Similarly, it would also pronounce the success of the refinement by the fallen heart flame. The green lotus core flame within his body would also be completely swallowed. The fallen heart flame also became somewhat excited as it seemed to sense that it was about to achieve its aim. Two faint green glows firmly stared at Xiao Yan, who had blood scars all over his body. While the green glow soared, the heat that was emitted by the heart flame that flowed all over his body also became increasingly terrifying. Teacher. I'm sorry. I did my best. Xiao Yan's consciousness became increasingly faint, causing Xiao Yan to feel as though he was walking toward a world that was filled with darkness. His extremely weak mutterings carried his last consciousness as they quietly disappeared. The instant that Xiao Yan consciousness walked into the darkness, the green lotus which Xiao Yan was seated cross-legged on suddenly emitted a faint green glow. Finally, it seemed to be unable to endure that high temperature, and began to slowly melt. The entire green lotus swiftly melted into a large cluster of green-colored liquid as the melting intensified. The liquid spread and immediately covered Xiao Yan's naked body. Crack! The storage ring on Xiao Yan's finger also began to form some crack lines under such high temperature while the green-colored liquid wrapped around Xiao Yan. A moment later, it finally burst apart and a large pile of various objects suddenly appeared. The green-colored liquid completely wrapped around all the things that had appeared from the storage ring. It slowly rotated and expelled all the various rubbish like the scrolls. The various things that remained were all things like medicinal ingredients and various types of medicinal pills. The liquid rotated and all the medicinal ingredients and medicinal pills that Xiao Yan had stored in his storage ring were slowly melting within the green-colored liquid. Finally, numerous medicinal liquids of varying luster appeared before mixing with the green-colored liquid until it became multicolored. The medicinal ingredients and medicinal pills within the storage ring made up Xiao Yan's entire collection. As of this moment, that green-colored liquid did not seem to have any intelligence as it melted and randomly mixed all of them without any due care, much like it was cooking a hodgepodge. There were quite a number of high-tier medicinal pills among those medicinal pills. The ground spirit pill, which Xiao Lao had refined after much difficulty, was also among them. However, at this moment, it had also turned into an extremely powerful dark red liquid that was mixed with all the various colored liquids. No one knew whether this random chaotic mixture was a poison or a tonic. This was because the entire thing was merely a kind of coincidence. The high temperature had caused the green lotus to melt, followed by the storage ring bursting apart. After which, it mixed everything in a baffling manner. Following which, it mysteriously invaded Xiao Yan's body, which had been destroyed until it no longer appeared human. The multicolored liquid wrapped firmly around Xiao Yan, repeatedly entering his pores and wounds and flowing into Xiao Yan's body. This liquid that was the merger of a countless number of medicinal pills and medicinal ingredients flowed into Xiao Yan's body. Finally, it flowed thread by thread into every single part of his body. Following their invasion, the chi pads, bones, and blood, which were originally about to be completely destroyed, strangely but slowly emitted a faint glow. Moreover, they became just like a little tree which had encountered rain during spring, allowing them to grow tenaciously once again. The vitality that suddenly rose within Xiao Yan's body once again attracted the attention of the fallen heart flame. The green glow flashed immediately, and the heart flame which filled the interior of Xiao Yan's body once again erupted with frightening temperature. The high temperature that suddenly erupted caused his chi paths, bones, blood, muscles, etc., which had just regained some life, to once again shrivel. However, where that colorful and incomparably powerful liquid continued to flow past, life strangely appeared once again. The heart flame repeatedly destroyed while the colorful liquid repeatedly healed. These two things appeared to have engaged in a tug of war in Xiao Yan's body. Each time the heart flame incinerated a chi paths, bone, muscle, etc., until it was about to break apart, the strange liquid would immediately invade it until it emitted a sign of life. This process would subsequently be repeated. The cycle appeared to be endless. The intense pain that this kind of tug of war created was something that basically no one could endure. It was fortunate that at this very moment, Xiao Yan had entered a pseudo-death state due to his imminent death. Hence, he did not feel any of this intensely inhuman pain. Otherwise, even if the strange liquid, which was the mixture of various different things, healed his body, he was likely to be tortured into a lunatic under this kind of intense pain. Therefore, in a cluster of somewhat invisible whitish flame deep within the vast magma was a naked man and woman. Each of them were experiencing their own kind of slow but immense transformation. Such a transformation was extremely slow. No one knew just how long it would last. Perhaps a month, perhaps half a year, perhaps even longer. However, there was one point that one did not need to doubt. If they were able to endure this transformation and eventually wake up from it, they would truly be completely transformed. The transformation was slowly progressing. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 616, Advancing to Dou Wang. Chapter 616, Advancing to Dou Wang. Time flew by as spring left and autumn came. Without anyone realizing it, an entire year had passed since that soul-stirring battle had happened within the Inner Academy. During this 1 year, the Inner Academy, which had basically been turned into ruins during the Great Battle back then, was completely transformed. In the 1 year, there were old students who had left and more new students that had arrived. The entire Inner Academy was still filled with vitality. Every day, there were a countless number of students who shed perspiration like rain as they worked hard to obtain the glory of the strong ranking. As time flowed past one's fingers, there would occasionally be someone who would throw their gaze toward the blazing Sky Chi refining tower that stood at the corner of the Inner Academy. They recalled the soul-stirring great battle that was gradually buried deep in their memories. They recalled the young man, who stood like a god in that battle, before eventually quietly falling, and immediately sighed repeatedly. If that person was still alive, it was likely that he would have become the strongest person of the Inner Academy besides First Elder Su Qian. In this 1 year, the loot had turned red and the plantain had turned green. During this 1 year, the speed at which the Inner Academy absorbed new students had become much faster than previous years, perhaps due to their intention to raise the competitiveness. Moreover, due to an increase in the number of people, different kinds of small factions had also begun to repeatedly appear like bamboo shoots after the spring rain. The Inner Academy was a place that never lacked geniuses. Hence, within a short 1 year, there were quite a number of new student factions that stood up and squeezed into the top faction ranking within the Inner Academy. New students were easily arrogant. This arrogance was bred until it became more intense, especially after they had obtained some results. However, no matter how wild and arrogant the new student factions were, they still did not have the slightest courage to provoke a faction which had currently grown into an enormous being. Although they knew that this faction had at the very most been established within the Inner Academy for 2 years, its strength was enough to look down upon the entire Inner Academy. Such a reputation was something that caused some of those in the elder level within the Inner Academy to give it a sidelong glance. However, they did not find it surprising. This was because this faction was called Pansgate. Its founder was the young man who had rescued the entire Inner Academy back then. His name was something that was extremely familiar in everyone's mouth, even now. Xiao Yan. While time was flowing by in the lively and wonderful outside world, time appeared to have remained still in the magma world deep underground. Who would bother about the flow of time in this lifeless place? Of course, there seemed to be an exception. A large cluster of somewhat white-colored flame was slowly drifting deep within the magma. That cluster of white color was extremely eye-catching in this magma world that was filled with a bright redness. Only by taking a more detailed glance and a closer look would one be able to discover that there appeared to be 2 faintly naked bodies within the cluster of white-colored flame. However, these 2 bodies were extremely quiet. Their unmoving manner gave them the appearance of corpses. There was no concept of time within the magma world. This cluster of flame appeared to be drifting aimlessly until it achieved its aim. Although it sensed that its targets this time around were difficult to chew, it was extremely patient. 1 year was merely something that passed by like a flick of its finger in its opinion. This was a completely dark, black space. The darkness was extremely pure and did not have the slightest thread of light. A pure consciousness appeared to be sleepwalking as it slowly flowed within it. There was no start point and no destination. No one knew how long it drifted within the darkness. Perhaps it was a year, perhaps decades. No one knew clearly. However, at a certain moment in the far distance, a faint green-colored light suddenly appeared within the black world. Being led by the green light, the drifting chaotic consciousness appeared to be like a catkins as it involuntarily slowly drifted closer. Only when the chaotic consciousness approached the faint green-colored glow did it realize that the light was a repeatedly flickering green-colored flame. The flame was not very large, but it was emitting a warm feeling that infiltrated the soul. Being shown by that warm light, the chaotic consciousness seemed to be slowly awakening. A torrent of memories swiftly surfaced, causing the consciousness to eventually find something that originally belonged to it. I am still alive? An extremely faint muttering voice quietly sounded in this dark black world. Immediately, the entire dark world suddenly began to ripple intensely. Suddenly, a few threads of light penetrated through the darkness and radiated on that consciousness, causing him to slowly open his eyes. The young man who was like a corpse that was drifting in the flames suddenly twitched his finger. Immediately, his tightly shut eyes opened in an abrupt fashion. Everywhere he saw was still the bright redness in his memory and the cluster of flame which he had once feared the most. However, having awoken or perhaps recovered from the endless darkness, he could only lower his head and look at his body, feeling at a loss. His strong fair build was not the least bit damaged. His fingers were slowly tightened in a somewhat unfamiliar manner. A strength that he had never felt before suddenly surfaced. The loss slowly disappeared from his black ink-like eyes. The mind of the naked young man moved. Without entering his training state, he was instantly able to clearly see everything within his body. The chi paths which had become distorted and dry before he had lost consciousness were just like numerous crystal-clear spacious pipes that were emitting a faint fluorescent light. Although they did not move, he could still clearly sense that the chi paths that were currently in his body had a kind of drastic transformation compared to the past regardless of whether it was in terms of toughness or wideness. Xiao Yan's mind shifted away from his chi paths and slowly swept across his entire body. However, he did not find any spot which showed any signs of being weak. Instead, this current body of his was completely different from before he had lost consciousness. He even thought that it was likely that the fighting strength his physical body could unleash was likely even stronger and more terrifying than his attack after using Dou Qi in the past. That's right, Dou Qi. Xiao Yan's mind moved abruptly and instantly appeared inside the vortex. His entire being suddenly became dull as he watched the completely empty vortex. Where is the Dou crystal? Where is the Dou Qi? His face, which had just regained some sleek blood-red color, once again turned pale white. Having once experienced life without Dou Qi, he clearly understood just what kind of frightening blow it was to lose his Dou Qi. At the moment when Xiao Yan's mind was in a trance because of the strange disappearance of his Dou Qi, a rumbling sound was suddenly emitted from within his body. He was immediately extremely stunned to see a flood-like powerful Dou Qi suddenly surging out from every part of his body before flowing into the crystal-like chi paths. The crystal-clear, almost transparent veins appeared to have long since built a dam, allowing the surging Dou Qi to flow and fill them. The veins shrank and expanded, emitting a kind of joyous cry that could not be heard. This Dou Qi. Xiao Yan was stunned as he focused on the Dou Qi that was surging like floodwater. He clearly felt this Dou Qi appeared to surge out from all over his body. It was different from the past where it would appear only after the rotation of the vortex. The young man blinked his eyes. Having recovered his alertness, he seemed to faintly understand something. His mind withdrew from his body. He slowly spread his palm before suddenly tightening it. When he clenched his palm, the space in front of him suddenly fluctuated. A cluster of fiery red energy surfaced in a strange manner before appearing on his palm. An unusual glow was flickering in the young man's dark black eyes. After which, he scattered the energy on his palm and his shoulder shook gently. Dou Qi suddenly surged within his body before eventually following a strange vein route and came surging out from his back. Ping! Green-colored flame wings suddenly shot out from his back. They had an arc that was over 10 feet in radius and appeared just like the wings of a phoenix, looking both gorgeous and stunning. Dou Qi transformation into wings. Xiao Yan tilted his head slightly. His eyes studied the green-colored flame wings that extended out of his back. He did not use any flying Dou techniques nor did he use any secret technique. Additionally, he did not need to borrow anyone's strength. He had completely relied on himself to display this Dou Qi transformation into wings. His expression appeared somewhat absent-minded. The green flame shone on his delicate and handsome face, which currently displayed an additionally maturity. Immediately, an arc quietly spread from the corner of his mouth. He clearly understood what being able to completely rely on his strength to transform Dou Qi into wings meant. It represented that from now on, Xiao Yan had truly stepped into the class of the strong in the continent. Teacher, looks like fate has not cut off us teacher and disciple. Xiao Yan lowered his head and rubbed the dark black ring on his finger as he softly laughed. Xiao Yan's gaze drifted over his fingers before his hand suddenly stilled. He immediately muttered uncertainly, the storage ring has disappeared. Xiao Yan knit his brows and raised his eyes. He immediately swept one round around him only to raise his eyebrow immediately. With a swirl of his palm, he emitted a suction force, causing a pile of things to shoot over and linger around his body. Xiao Yan's eyes swept across the heavy Xian ruler, a couple of scrolls and some other things in front of him. He realized that all the medicinal pills and medicinal ingredients within the storage ring seemed to have disappeared. Perhaps this is the reason that I was able to recover, Xiao Yan was deep in thought. This was because he discovered that the green lotus which was under him had also vanished. It seemed like these missing things had something to do with his recovery. Xiao Yan was temporarily not bothered by all these things. He threw his gaze toward the other side. At that spot, a completely naked bewitching beauty had her eyes shut. The snake and human spirit above her head had already been mostly merged at this moment. It appeared that given a little more time, she would be able to completely merge the spirits and occupy this body. Looks like Queen Medusa has gained the upper hand in this merger of spirits. However, they are originally one. That heaven-swallowing python was born because of her while she lives because of the heaven-swallowing python. Xiao Yan felt some hesitation as he watched the extremely smooth merger of Queen Medusa. Finally, he abandoned the thought. This woman might be temperamental but she might be of some help to him in the future. If it was in the past, Xiao Yan would naturally be extremely afraid of her when Yao Lao falls into a slumber. Now, however, with the great increase in his strength, Xiao Yan already possessed the ability to protect himself. Even with Queen Medusa's strength, it would no longer be as easy to kill him as in the past where killing him was as simple as killing an ant. This was the gap between a Dou Wang and Dou Ling. In the eyes of a truly strong person, only someone who had reached the Dou Wang class could be called strong. Everyone below a Dou Wang was an ant. These words were not a lie. The fallen heart flame suddenly quivered just as Xiao Yan was musing. Immediately, a pair of faint green glows slowly surfaced. A furious hiss immediately sounded when that pair of green glows swept toward the lively Xiao Yan. The glow immediately intensified and a cluster of intense heart flame once again surfaced strangely in Xiao Yan's heart before engaging in willful destruction. Xiao Yan's expression also changed a little the moment that the heart flame surfaced within his body. On the premise that he was nearly killed by the fallen heart flame, he was currently also extremely afraid of the heart flame. However, while he was hurriedly maneuvering his Dou Qi in preparation to suppress the heart flame, he was stunned to realize that despite the cluster of heart flame going all out to unleash a frightening high temperature, it did not cause Xiao Yan any of the expected destruction or intense pain. Instead, it caused his body to be filled with a warm feeling. Xiao Yan rubbed his black hair which had regrown. His face was at a loss. Don't tell me that I had become accustomed to being burned? Yao Lao had already fallen into a slumber, so there was naturally no one who could answer him. However, since Xiao Yan had discovered that the fallen heart flame no longer had much effect on him, then, it was time to collect his debt. Xiao Yan slowly raised his head and stared at the two spots of faint green glows. A dense smile swiftly expanded from the corner of his mouth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 617, Turning the Tables, Capturing the Fallen Heart Flame. Chapter 617, Turning the Tables, Capturing the Fallen Heart Flame. The fallen heart flame immediately appeared to have been angered as it emitted a sharp ear-piercing hiss after it seemed to have sensed the killing intent that slowly seeped out from Xiao Yan's body. That drifting faint green glow had become much denser. Xiao Yan stretched his body lazily and raised his head toward the green glow. He laughed. What? Aren't you satisfied after burning me for so long? The faint green glow became increasingly intense. When the furious hissing appeared once again, a circular light that appeared to be made of jade suddenly surfaced on the surface of the fallen heart flame. The jade light flowed slowly, seemingly in possession of a spirit. Not long after the jade light appeared, clusters of invisible flame suddenly surged out from the walls of fire around him before finally wrapping around Xiao Yan from all directions. Moreover, the fallen heart flame had once again summoned fierce and intense heart flames within Xiao Yan's body aside from the vigorous exterior attack. From the looks of the situation, it clearly wanted to completely finish off the stubborn Xiao Yan through attacks from both within and outside. These tactics again. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head as he watched the invisible flame that came swarming over. With a flick of his finger, a green-colored flame that was many times more powerful than before suddenly surged out from his body, and blocked all the invisible flames, keeping them away. Xiao Yan was about to direct Dou Qi to wrap around the heart flame within his body, which possessed the greatest destructive strength, when he was stunned to discover that a strange fluorescence had suddenly erupted from his body the moment the heart flame spread. Upon being lit up by the fluorescence, the heart flame, which contained a frighteningly high temperature, appeared to have met its nemesis as it shrunk swiftly back. Within a short few blinks of an eye, it shrank until it completely disappeared under this fluorescent light. This is? Xiao Yan cried out in surprise and bewilderment. He looked at that strange fluorescent light within his body and felt somewhat at a loss. Where had this thing come from? Even the fallen heart flame was afraid of it? After that long deep slumber, Xiao Yan was naturally unaware of all the things that had happened within his body. That strange liquid that was mixed from the green lotus, the countless number of medicinal ingredients and medicinal pills, not only managed to heal and strengthen Xiao Yan's terribly damaged body during the fight with the heart flame, but its resistance toward the heart flame had also become increasingly greater with the flow of time. In the end, the back-and-forth fight within the body had basically become a one-sided victory. With the gradual ineffectiveness of the heart flame, that strange medicinal liquid had slowly penetrated every corner of Xiao Yan's body. The fluorescent light was something that it emitted when it met with an old foe. The resistance this fluorescent light possessed against the heart flame of the fallen heart flame was something that was obtained during the long, gradual grilling. One could bluntly say that as long as Xiao Yan's body possessed the protection of this fluorescent light, the burning effect of the heart flame from the fallen heart flame would be greatly reduced. This was Xiao Yan's greatest support when engaging in a counterattack with the fallen heart flame. The flame around Xiao Yan's body burned intensely, unleashing a frightening temperature. The naked, young man within revealed a warm smile. It was difficult to imagine that he had once suffered a fate worse than death while being grilled by this kind of flame before he had awakened. Xiao Yan finally released the heavy weight within his heart as he sensed the heart flame becoming gradually weaker after being exposed to this strange fluorescent light. Although he was uncertain about what kind of strange things had happened while he was in his deep slumber, he understood one thing: the fallen heart flame was something that was no longer frightening to him. The river flows 30 years east and 30 years west. Next, let us change position. Xiao Yan raised his head and parted his mouth to smile toward the faint light glow. Awe seeped out from those white teeth. Hiss. The sharp hissing sound carried a fury as it sounded. Those two faint green lights suddenly soared, and a large cluster of invisible whitish flames suddenly surfaced. Following the appearance of this cluster of flame, the bright red magma outside suddenly began to boil. Countless numbers of effervescence churned unceasingly before they quickly exploded apart, emitting a faint wave of fire poison and heat. Stubborn fellow. Xiao Yan laughed coldly when he saw this intense retaliation by the fallen heart flame. With the movement of a hand seal, the green-colored flame which was lingering around his body suddenly shrank swiftly into it. With the retreat of the green fire, the invisible flame which was surrounding it on the outside came pouncing over like ravenous wolves. Just as they were about to make contact with Xiao Yan's body, a wave of strange fluorescent light was slowly emitted from Xiao Yan's body. The moment the invisible flame came into contact with the fluorescent light, it acted like a mouse which had just seen a cat or like snow meeting boiling oil. It swiftly fled back. Even the whitish flame which the fallen heart flame had just summoned, also had ripples forming on the surface. Clearly, that wave of fluorescent light was something that they were extremely afraid of. The strange fluorescent light had relied on its own special compatibility in its long fight with the fallen heart flame before gradually transforming into a true nemesis of the latter. Xiao Yan's eyes blinked gently as he watched the invisible flame swiftly withdraw. Those dark black eyes actually had a wisp of strange fluorescent light. The world that appeared in front of him immediately changed drastically as his eyes were filled with the fluorescent light. Although the world was still bright red, the fallen heart flame around him had slowly turned transparent. Through this transparent body, a cluster of somewhat whitish palm-sized flame snakes flashed about repeatedly. The eyes of the small snake were filled with an invisible flame. As its pupils rotated, it gave itself an extremely smart appearance. Clearly, this small snake possessed some intelligence. The small snake also appeared to have discovered Xiao Yan while the latter was watching it. A fierce glow immediately rose in the snake's eyes. Waves of frighteningly invisible flame slowly rose from its body. Is this where the essence of the fallen heart flame is located? Xiao Yan's eyes blinked slowly as he let out a soft laugh. Although the large cluster of flame around him appeared to be the fallen heart flame, he must find the core position if he wanted to break through. That little fire snake was where this core was located. As long as Xiao Yan captured it, he will have truly captured the fallen heart flame. Xiao Yan slowly extended his long hand. He lifted the corner of his mouth. An intense green flame wrapped firmly around it. The dense fluorescent light appeared after the wrapping of the flame, covering the green fire with another layer. Xiao Yan's hand was in the shape of a claw as it curled slightly. He smiled toward the spot where the little fire snake was hidden. Seeing Xiao Yan smile, the little fire snake, that could not be seen with the naked eye, felt an ominous feeling. It swung its tail, and its tiny body shuttled in all directions in a lightning-like manner, attempting to use this to hide from Xiao Yan's gaze. Regardless of how it shuttled around, it was ultimately within the region of the surrounding flame. It could only control the surrounding flame to leave with it if it truly wanted to flee. If that was the case, however, the intention of swallowing and refining the heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body would go down the drain. This was something impossible for it to do. Although the fallen heart flame possessed an intelligence, it would still need a long evolution in order to achieve the kind of open-minded thinking that a human had. You want to escape? Every single action of the small fire snake was clearly visible through the eyes that were filled with a fluorescent light. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head. His body remained quiet while a faint silver-colored glow carrying the weak rolling sound of thunder appeared under his feet. Xie. Xiao Yan's body was quiet for a moment before it suddenly trembled. A substance-like afterimage remained on the spot while his figure appeared in front of the flame wall in a ghost-like manner. His fist that was wrapped by the green flame and the fluorescent light was violently extended, and it drilled into the wall. Immediately he clenched his fist, swiftly flashed and withdrew. Hiss! Xiao Yan's body was as fast as a ghost. In merely the blink of an eye, it had already rushed back to his original spot and completely merged with the afterimage that had yet to completely disappear. However, this time around, there was a small fire snake which was wildly struggling within his right hand that was wrapped by the fluorescent light. Sharp hissing sounds resounded repeatedly. The surrounding firewall had also become much more illusory after the small fire snake had been captured. However, it did not break apart because of this. Xiao Yan's eyes carried a wild heat as he stared intently at the small, cream-white fire snake in his hand. A mad joyful expression involuntarily formed on his face. It was really unexpected that not only had he not lost his life in a situation where death was imminent, but he had also accidentally advanced to become a Dou Wang. Now, he had even managed to easily capture the fallen heart flame. It is said that one sought wealth in a dangerous situation. These words were indeed true. Although Xiao Yan's hand was isolated by both the green flame and the fluorescent light, the temperature that was emitted from the body of the fallen heart flame still caused Xiao Yan's hand to feel a slight searing pain. This caused Xiao Yan to rejoice somewhat. If he lacked either of the strange fluorescent light and the fallen heart flame, it was likely that he would be helpless against this fallen heart flame. After all, a flame that had accumulated from an unknown number of years was really too frightening. However, Xiao Yan had successfully captured it. Next, were the most important steps, refinement and swallowing. Xiao Yan's gaze stared intently at the wildly struggling little fire snake within the fluorescent light. Awe gradually surfaced in his eyes. He lowered his head to look at the dark black ring on his finger as he muttered softly, "Teacher, protect this student to successfully refine it. Success and failure will be determined by this." Xiao Yan must settle this fallen heart flame if he wanted to escape from this vast magma. Xiao Yan did not hesitate after his voice sounded. His body sat down, and he crossed his legs while being suspended. The green-colored flame in his hands suddenly soared. Under the wild and violent incineration by the green flame, the small fire snake slowly sank. Finally, it followed Xiao Yan's hand and swarmed into his body. Xiao Yan's body instantly stiffened after the entry of the fallen heart flame. The true great battle was finally about to begin. If Xiao Yan was able to refine and swallow this second heavenly flame, it was likely that his strength would once again soar. That mysterious flame mantra would truly enter a matured stage. The benefits that Xiao Yan would gain from enduring this would be incomparable. If Xiao Yan failed to endure it, he might well be completely turned to dust from the remnant waves emitted from the collision of the two kinds of heavenly flame. At that time, regardless of whether another miracle would appear, it was likely that he would not saved. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 618, Erode, Refine, Merge. Chapter 618, Erode, Refine, Merge. The fallen heart flame immediately unleashed a frightening temperature the moment it entered Xiao Yan's body. Under this high temperature, Xiao Yan gradually became boiling hot, resulting in a searing pain despite having the protection of the strange fluorescent light and his heavenly flame. This essence of the fallen heart flame may not be large, but it took shape only after accumulating for a countless number of years. Therefore, its temperature was extraordinary. Despite the searing pain once again appearing within his body, it was not to an extent where it was impossible to endure after Xiao Yan had experienced the intense pain which was worse than death the last time. He forcefully stabilized his mind. Surging green flames flowed out from his body and immediately formed a dragnet shape before surrounding the fallen heart flame, which was causing destruction within Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, the fallen heart flame clearly still possessed its own awareness despite having been absorbed into Xiao Yan's body. Hence, it was crafty as it wiggled in all directions after being surrounded by Xiao Yan. The frightening high temperature no longer caused Xiao Yan to feel pain to the point where he no longer wanted to live. However, it was unavoidable that it would cause a frustration to form in a person's heart if this was prolonged. The capturing continued for nearly 10 minutes before Xiao Yan finally ceased this pointless action. Dragging things out in this manner was useless. I don't believe that I cannot capture you. Xiao Yan's mind slowly became quiet. Threads of dense fluorescent light suddenly seeped out from all over his body before spreading to every single corner of it. Being shined upon by the fluorescent light, the fallen heart flame, which was moving in a strange manner, finally became slightly slow. Xiao Yan grabbed this opportunity and used the green lotus core flame to wrap around it. The fallen heart flame did not give up despite being surrounded by the green flame. Instead, it began to struggle intensely, like an imprisoned beast. It repeatedly emitted a frightening temperature. Under that increasingly intense temperature, Xiao Yan's originally calm face slowly revealed some pain. Xiao Yan forcefully endured the searing pain. His mind moved, and the green flame whistled within his body. Finally, it swiftly moved and formed a bright green fireball. The interior of the fireball was the fallen heart flame which was struggling with all its strength in an attempt to escape. Xiao Yan's mind passed through the flame and carried a sternness as he watched the fallen heart flame within it. His mind turned and the flame rolled. Immediately, waves of green flame came spreading out before finally becoming like numerous tunnels that were inserted into the palm-sized cream-white fallen heart flame. Following the pouring in of the green flame, that cluster of fallen heart flame began to feel threatened. It immediately rolled intensely. However, due to the various interceptions from the green lotus core flame, it was difficult for it to escape this dragnet-like lock no matter how it leaped and struggled. At this moment the fallen heart flame already possessed its own will. Hence, Xiao Yan needed to remove its will if he wanted to swallow and refine it. Otherwise, swallowing it forcefully would only incur the resistance between the two kinds of heavenly flame. If they were to erupt at that time, the one who would be the most unlucky would be him. This action of Xiao Yan was controlling the green lotus core flame to completely removing the will of the other flame. The fallen heart flame was also clear about Xiao Yan's intentions. Hence, it went all out in an attempt to resist it. However, at this moment, it had already become a fish on the chopping board. It was all up to Xiao Yan whether to kill it or cut it up. Everything in this world was basically a cycle with ups and downs. Earlier, the fallen heart flame could have refined Xiao Yan, but it failed due to various reasons. At this moment, it had become Xiao Yan's turn to call the shots. With his tactic, it was only natural that he did not give it up. The retaliation of the fallen heart flame was not of much use. Following the green lotus core flame being poured in unceasingly, the resistance of the fallen heart flame was gradually reduced. However, this had at the very least transmitted a message to Xiao Yan. The will of the fallen heart flame had already begun to be eroded by the green lotus core flame. Xiao Yan could suddenly hear a faint sound from the fallen heart flame during the erosion. Although he was uncertain what the specific wording of this sound was, the taste of begging for mercy was extremely clear. Begging for mercy. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted in a dense and cold manner. He laughed coldly. Back then, why did I not see you showing mercy to us when you were refining teacher and me? If not for my good luck, it is likely that I would have been swallowed by you. Xiao Yan's mind moved after the voice sounded. The speed at which the green flames were delivered became increasingly swift and ferocious. Xiao Yan was expressionless, and was not the least bit swayed by the fallen heart flame's attempt to beg for mercy. The erosion proceeded extremely slowly. However, Xiao Yan was not in a hurry. No matter how one put it, a heavenly flame was something that possessed the greatest destructive strength in nature. The time needed for it to agglomerate its own will was a frightening number of years. Attempting to remove this will might not need such a long period of time, but one would be daydreaming if one thought they could achieve it in a short period of time. Time gradually flowed by under this dull erosion. Xiao Yan also appeared to be like an old monk meditating, unaffected by anything in the outside world. He gathered his mind and placed all his attention on that cluster of cream-white flame. Such slow corrosion proceeded for an unknown period of time. Perhaps it was a month, perhaps it was longer. The concept of time had become extremely vague in this place. The green fire was being cycled without knowing fatigue within the green fireball. That cluster of cream-white flame had also transformed to its current silent and peaceful state compared to its intense struggle and resistance of the past. This clearly indicated that the will of the fallen heart flame was gradually disappearing. Crack! A slight cracking sound suddenly appeared within the quiet body. Following the appearance of this sound, Xiao Yan's quiet mind also leaped violently. He turned toward the fallen heart flame wrapped by the layers of green flame. At this moment the fallen heart flame was suspended within it. The cream-white cluster was warm and peaceful. The thread of will within the fallen heart flame, which had been originally filled with offensive and destructive properties, had finally disappeared after prolonged corrosion by Xiao Yan. The current fallen heart flame appeared as though it had just been born, and did not possess the slightest offensive properties. Have we finally succeeded? Xiao Yan's mind awoke from the dormant-like state following the disappearance of the fallen heart flame consciousness. Although he did not exactly count the time, he could faintly feel that the erosion this time around had likely taken quite a bit of time. No matter how much time was consumed, it is far better than being trapped here forever, Xiao Yan comforted himself within his heart. His mind moved, and the green fireball that had wrapped around the fallen heart flame swiftly disappeared. That fallen heart flame was also suspended quietly. Its temperature was lowered such that Xiao Yan no longer felt a searing pain. Next, it should be the refinement. Xiao Yan smiled as he watched the cluster of fallen heart flame. His mind controlled the cluster of fallen heart flame, and slowly moved it into his veins. After which, he began to move it along the route of the flame mantra and quietly circulated it. The refinement of the fallen heart flame without its consciousness was much easier than Xiao Yan had expected. Perhaps this was due to his body having been burned by the damn flame for such a long period of time, resulting in a tacit understanding that had faintly formed between the two. In any case, the refinement of the fallen heart flame this time around was smoother than when Xiao Yan had first refined the green lotus core flame. Of course, despite the process being smooth, there was a similarity with the erosion of the will of the fallen heart flame. That similarity was that it was still slow to the point that it gave one the feeling of being about to collapse. Fortunately, no matter how frighteningly slow the process was, it would at the very least, ultimately reach its destination. Xiao Yan once again woke up from his dormant state the moment the fallen heart flame was successfully refined. His mind was watching the fallen heart flame flowing within his chi paths. A joy slowly climbed from deep within his heart before eventually causing a happy smile to appear on the young man's face. Xiao Yan was in no hurry to control its merger with the green lotus core flame after having refined the fallen heart flame. He clearly understood that this step was the most important one in the practice of the flame mantra, and also the most dangerous step. Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes and observed the whitish flame which was wrapped around him. He let out a soft laugh. Currently, the flame which originally had a great offensive strength against him had already become like his arm. Commanding it was extremely easy with no feeling of sluggishness. Xiao Yan's gaze turned toward the bewitching beauty within the flame. The latter was still in a state where spirits were being merged. However, from looking at the increasingly substance-like spirit above her head, it was clear that she had already entered the final stage. Perhaps in only a short time, this Queen Medusa will have complete control over that body. At that time, she would truly make a complete transformation and turn into an extremely powerful person of the Dou Zone class. Xiao Yan's eyes carelessly swept over Queen Medusa's lovely, naked body before quickly shifting it away. This woman was entirely filled with a kind of unusual allure toward men. Even without moving, as was currently the case, she still caused a nefarious flame to leap within one's heart. Xiao Yan finally controlled his mind after being quiet for a period of time. His expression was solemn as he extended his heart deep into his body, and began to attempt this last extremely critical step. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 619, Successful Merger. Chapter 619, Successful Merger. Translated by Aaron. Edited by Comfortable. The merger of the green lotus core flame and the fallen heart flame. If he managed to successfully merge these two different kinds of flame, Xiao Yan's strength would not only greatly soar, but the flame mantra would also evolve by leaps and bounds. At that time, Xiao Yan's fighting strength would once again make a great advancement. However, if he were to fail, his fate would be even more miserable than the last time. It would not be overboard to describe it as beyond redemption. The flame mantra was able to gift people with the ability to control a few kinds of the heavenly flame. Someone who had obtained such ability would also have to pay a price that was many times higher than an ordinary person. The cream-colored flame was flowing fiercely in a torrent-like manner within his crystal-clear chi paths. After having been completely refined by Xiao Yan, it appeared like an obedient baby that did not have the slightest resistance to his commands. It was totally void of the untamed manner it had possessed before. Xiao Yan's mind controlled the fallen heart flame as it followed his chi paths and flowed about. After this continued for a couple of circulations, it slowly roamed about his chi paths before pouring into the interior of the vortex, which had become completely empty. Xiao Yan slowly exhaled when the fallen heart flame completely entered the vortex. His mind moved, and he could see green-colored flames immediately flowing out in all directions from the acceptance spirit in the middle, which was used to store the heavenly flame. Following the appearance of the green lotus core flame, the originally quiet fallen heart flame had begun to seethe. The heavenly flames possessed an extremely great destructive strength. If two kinds of heavenly flame were to collide together, it would be the case of swallowing the other party or being swallowed by it. There was no other choice. Hence, the moment the green lotus core flame appeared, the fallen heart flame was still able to rely on its instincts to be prepared to create trouble despite it being suppressed by Xiao Yan. Of course, the fallen heart flame was not the only one ready to cause trouble. The usually obedient green lotus core flame, which had saved Xiao Yan in countless life and death situations, had also begun to roll and leap around. Its instincts drove it to possess the desire to swallow the heavenly flame in front of it. In that way, it would become even stronger. No wonder it is always said that an alchemist could at the very most control one kind of heavenly flame. It is unexpected that their resistance toward each other is actually so intense. Xiao Yan helplessly spoke in his heart as he suppressed the rolling and leaping of both the green lotus core flame and the fallen heart flame. If I did not possess the flame mantra, attempting to merge them together would be the equivalent of leading a flame to incinerate oneself. Xiao Yan repeated. He had just moved his mind when a powerful Dou Qi swiftly surfaced from his body. It completed a cycle while following the route of the flame mantra before being carefully poured into the vortex. It became like a boundary line that stood between the fallen heart flame and the green lotus core flame. Next, let's begin the merger. Xiao Yan's mind ruthlessly inhaled a breath of non-existent air. He finally ceased hesitating. An order was issued from his mind. Following the issue of the order, the suppression on the two kinds of heavenly flames also disappeared. Having lost the suppression, they began to fight like ferocious tigers that had just descended a mountain. They both carried a roar that caused one to be stricken with terror and come rumbling violently down. Finally, the two kinds of flames violently collided together. Bang! Although there was a layer of flame mantra Dou Qi blocking the two flames, the collision still emitted a sound that was low, deep, loud and clear. A great heat quietly rose from the vortex. Xiao Yan carefully controlled the flame mantra Dou Qi as he attempted to isolate the two kinds of flames. Despite this, however, the two heavenly flames, which had approached each other, also began to churn repeatedly like tidal waves. Finally, they appeared to be contesting with each other, repeatedly unleashing high temperatures. That manner was as though they wanted to defeat the other party. Waves of flame mantra Dou Qi repeatedly flowed and circulated within Xiao Yan's chi paths before pouring into the vortex. After which, they intruded into the interior of the two heavenly flames. Following the addition of the flame mantra Dou Qi, which possessed an unusual strength, the originally explosive-like heavenly flames, which exploded upon contact earlier, gradually became much quieter. Xiao Yan sighed in relief upon observing the strong effect of the flame mantra. Having seen the frightening repulsion between the two heavenly flames earlier, he really did not dare to say that they would just merge together. Fortunately, the flame mantra was indeed worthy of being a mysterious chi method that even Yao Lao had continuous praise for. The effect of reconciling the heavenly flames was indeed extraordinary. Xiao Yan's mind focused intently on the movement of the two kinds of heavenly flames within the vortex. Only after seeing that they had become much calmer did Xiao Yan cautiously remove a Dou Qi layer between them. The thin Dou Qi layer disappeared. A green and white-colored flame finally made contact without any gap between them. There was not the slightest unusual movement amid the calmness when they made contact. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to sigh in relief, a low, deep explosive sound suddenly appeared within the vortex, causing his heart to leap violently. Xiao Yan's mind shifted toward the interior of the vortex in a lightning-like manner. The chaotic situation that was similarly to a volcano erupting deep within the vast ocean caused all the pores in Xiao Yan's body to shrink tightly. Damn it, can these heavenly flames actually merge together? Xiao Yan could not resist cursing as he watched the two different colored chaotic fire clusters that were repeatedly emitting slight explosions. The meeting of these two things was similar to gunpowder meeting a spark. The most direct consequence was that it resulted in an intense explosion. However, these two things were mixed with quite a great amount of flame mantra Dou Qi by Xiao Yan. Otherwise, the explosion might well have been even more violent. However, from the looks of the situation, it appeared that the explosion was also becoming increasingly intense. Not long later, the violent explosion might well blast apart the interior of Xiao Yan's body until it turned into fragments. Xiao Yan laughed bitterly and shook his head as he sensed the waves of intense twitching pain that was emitted from the vortex. His mind moved and powerful Dou Qi surged out from all over his body like floodwater. Finally, it followed the route of the flame mantra as it began to circulate before being poured unceasingly into the vortex. They were subsequently added into the two colored fire clusters whose explosion sounds were becoming louder and clearer. This action by Xiao Yan was the only solution that he could think of. Since the two kinds of heavenly flames had great difficulty merging, he would simply go all out and pour the flame mantra Dou Qi to reconcile them until they could coexist. Although this was a last-minute action by Xiao Yan, its effect was quite good. As an unceasing amount of flame mantra Dou Qi was poured in, the explosion sounds within the vortex gradually weakened. Although these two flames still refused to accept each other, any attack that was erupted for the time being would at least not be too ferocious. Xiao Yan's tensed mind finally relaxed upon seeing that this method was effective. He knew that it was definitely not going to be a fast thing for the two kinds of heavenly flame to merge perfectly. It was already quite a great improvement to prevent them from erupting into conflict the moment they met. The flame mantra Dou Qi was still continuously poured into the vortex. Xiao Yan also understood this was a prolonged battle. Hence, he entered his training mode in an extremely fast manner. After which, he relied on absorbing the exterior energy to provide sufficient Dou Qi that was needed to maintain the peace between the heavenly flame. If it was the degree of energy absorption that Xiao Yan possessed in the past, it would naturally be unable to meet such a requirement. Fortunately, however, Xiao Yan had currently advanced to the Dou Wine class. His Dou Qi absorption was something that could no longer be compared to the past. Therefore, he was able to maintain this large consumption. This was a long battle. Xiao Yan would definitely win if he could endure. The precondition, however, was that no drastic or unexpected events occur. The concept of time was similarly blurry when one was in the training mode. Thus, Xiao Yan did not know how much time had passed. He could only faintly sense from the two mixing heavenly flames in his vortex that this merger had used up quite a lot of time. Of course, it might have consumed quite a lot of time, but the result that Xiao Yan reaped was also quite great. The green and white flames in the vortex, which could not tolerate each other, had already become like two slimes that were being mixed together. Although they had not merged, the traces of merger had, at the very least, appeared. Xiao Yan's body remained in training mode. His mind, however, had once again entered that hibernation mode, allowing time to fly by. The Dou Qi in his body was continuously following the flame mantra route before being habitually poured into the vortex, adding a little help for the merger of the heavenly flame. A long period of time quietly flowed by. At a certain moment, Xiao Yan's asleep mind suddenly trembled. He immediately recovered his consciousness. The first thing he did was to force his mind to appear within the vortex. He glanced at it before a wild joy filled his heart. The green and white clusters of flame were completely intertwined within the vortex. A wisp of green-white flame that had been entangled for an unknown period of time by the corner of the flame suddenly emitted a faint glow. The two colored flames slowly moved amid the faint glow before gradually mixing together. At this moment, the green and white colors had completely disappeared. Replacing it was a small cluster of emerald-like dark green flame. Has it begun to merge? Xiao Yan watched that wisp of emerald-like dark green flame with wild joy. His heart began to leap intensely at this moment. Although this was an extremely small wisp of flame, it represented a good start. Moreover, it also meant that he did not take a wrong path. A slight smile involuntarily drew on Xiao Yan's face as he watched the cluster of green-white flame that was exceptionally dark green in color. Everything had entered into a formal state with some shock, but without any fear. Subsequently, he had to quietly wait for the two kinds of heavenly flame to be completely merged together. Although this kind of merger was extremely slow, a corner of the dawn of success had already been revealed. Xiao Yan was also able to put down an uneasy, large stone within his heart. Perhaps, when that green-white color was completely transformed into an emerald-like dark green color, it would be the moment when the flame mantra Qi method entered its mature state. At that time, Xiao Yan's fighting strength would also greatly soar. Moreover, the moment the two kinds of heavenly flame completely merged together, a kind of new flame would replace the green lotus core flame and the fallen heart flame. Of course, the type of flame that replaced them would naturally possess the special effects of both kinds of heavenly flame. Perhaps, it would even be more powerful. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with an anticipation for this new flame that had yet to be birthed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 620, The Sequelae from the Merger of the Heavenly Flames. Chapter 620, The Sequelae from the Merger of the Heavenly Flames. Jama Empire, the west part of the capital. An extremely large manor was sitting at this spot. The style of the manor was extremely similar to the position that the Primer clan held in the Jama Empire. A lady wearing a pale purple robe was standing elegantly by the side of a quiet and clear lake deep within the manor. Although one could not see the lady's face, just this back was sufficient to daydream about her elegance. The sapphire-like eyes of the lady were a little absent-minded as she watched the sparkling light ripples on the lake. Her beautiful melon-shaped face was enchanting and moving. That lovely body, which was wrapped by a luxurious purple robe, protruded in concave and perfect proportions, emitting a matured and juicy ulcer. "Coco, are you thinking of that little fellow?" A teasing old voice suddenly sounded from behind her. The lady was startled as she hurriedly turned her head around. A faint flush surfaced on her face when she saw the smiling old man walking over. She spoke in a lovely annoyed voice, "Old Hai, you are teasing Yafei again." Hearing her address herself, this person was surprisingly Yafei, who possessed quite a deep relationship with Xiao Yan back then. Turning one's gaze to the blue-robed old man, his appearance was that of the battle companion of Xiao Yan back then. "Ice Emperor, Hai Buodong." Hai Buodong smiled and walked closer. His shriveled hand patted Yafei's shoulders before he immediately stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes studied the middle of the lake. He was silent for a moment before sighing, "I wonder how that little fellow has been. It has almost been 3 years since he left the Jama Empire." Yafei nodded her head lightly before she smiled and said, "That fellow may appear to be harmless to both humans and animals, but he is actually extremely crafty. Old Hai need not be overly worried." "Coco, I am not worried. I think that fellow will live a more exciting life than anyone else." Hai Buodong smiled. His expression immediately sank. "However, that fellow appears to hold his clan in great regard. Now, the Xiao clan has been chased by the Misty Cloud sect in the Jama Empire until they were like dogs that have lost their homes. If we had not quietly helped them, it is likely that all the Xiao clan members in the Jama Empire would have completely disappeared. Back then, Xiaoli said that he wanted to go to the Jianan Academy to find Xiao Yan. I wonder if he successfully arrived. Given Xiao Yan's character, it is likely that he would immediately rush back if he knew that such a great disaster had befell the clan. Seeing the current peace, don't tell me that Xiaoli did not convey the news?" Hai Buodong muttered. "Ugh, it is better if he doesn't return. Although he has quite a good training talent, it is really too difficult if he wants to contend with a large being like the Misty Cloud sect. I hope that he would be able to endure longer. He is still young and has lots of time to take revenge." Yafei narrowed her bewitching peach blossom eyes as she laughed gently. Yafei had already gained actual power over the control of the Primer clan during these years. Other than Hai Buodong, who was in front of her, it was likely that there was no longer anyone in the clan who had a reputation that could exceed hers. She might have the support of Hai Buodong, but being able to muddle on to such a level despite being a lady meant that her ability was something that need not be doubted. The information network that she had developed over these years basically spread over the entire Jama Empire. She was even clearly aware of every single action of the Misty Cloud sect. How could such a woman be an ordinary person? Although she was not very well versed in terms of Dou Qi, but who said that someone without Dou Qi could not stand above others? You also know that he is still young and being impulsive is the special right of the young. Hai Buodong smiled before suddenly speaking, "I have heard that you have arranged for some of the members of the Xiao clan to be in the capital? This place is so close to the Misty Cloud sect and may not be suitable." Yafei's white jade-like delicate hand randomly plucked a flower that extended out from the tree beside her. She smiled slightly and said, "The Misty Cloud sect is searching with great intensity in the other cities. The capital is the territory where the imperial family has deep roots. Even if it is the Misty Cloud sect, they would not dare to be overly presumptuous. Adding some of the tactics of our Primer clan, the Misty Cloud sect would not be aware of their trace. It's up to you. You are much better at these matters than us elders." Hai Buodong shook his head. His gaze immediately turned toward the eastern sky. A towering mountain peak that penetrated through the clouds was partially visible at that spot. He knit his brows tightly. "I really don't know just what exactly Yan Shan, that old man who won't die, is doing. Even if he had some grudge with Xiao Yan, he doesn't need to actually attack the Xiao clan, right? What other use does his actions have other than angering Xiao Yan? Ye Fei knit her brows tightly and played with the flower in her hand. She muttered, according to my investigation, I discovered that the Misty Cloud sect appears to be searching for something treasured by the members of the Xiao clan. What are they looking for? Don't tell me that the Xiao Yan is still in possession of something that could attract them? Hai Buodong frowned and asked. Ye Fei's eyes flickered. A moment later, she shook her head slightly and softly laughed. I am also not very certain. Perhaps it is a misconception. Alas, the Misty Cloud sect is now becoming stranger and stranger. It is rumored that Yun Yun has already been temporarily stripped of her position of sect leader. Currently, the Misty Cloud sect is within the control of Yun Shan. This old man who won't die seems to be a little different from before. Hai Buodong sighed again as he voiced his thoughts. There has indeed been some changes. Their activity is currently becoming increasingly larger. Even the imperial family has become somewhat anxious. They have dispatched quite a number of spies to monitor the Misty Cloud sect. This is completely different from the way the Misty Cloud sect handled things in the past. Ye Fei also nodded her head. Although the Misty Cloud sect was powerful in the past, they did not bother with ordinary things. Now, however, I don't know what exactly they are doing, just wait. I want to see how much longer they can be arrogant for. I have extremely great confidence in that little fellow. The next time he steps into this empire might well be the time when the Misty Cloud sect is turned upside down. Hai Buodong raised his head as looked at the towering mountain peak which penetrated the cloud as he laughed in a strange manner. Moreover, I have a premonition that this day is not far away. The bright red world was still lifeless. This place was as quiet as a dead zone with the exception of the sound emitted from the flow of magma. If one's gaze penetrated through the magma, one would find a cluster of eye-catching white-colored flame drifting slowly in its vast depths. Two naked bodies were vaguely visible within it. The merger of the two kinds of heavenly flames was extremely slow and took a long time. However, regardless of how slow one progressed, there would be the moment that one would ultimately reach the end. At that time, flowers would open with the warmth of spring, and one would break through their cocoon and transform into a butterfly. Xiao Yan's mind was drifting dreamily. At a certain moment, a slight unusual sound was suddenly but quietly emitted from the vortex. When this unusual sound appeared, the flow of Dou Qi within his body suddenly came to a stop. Xiao Yan slowly recovered his consciousness. He initially observed his surroundings while being at a loss before his mind immediately moved and the situation within the vortex appeared in his sight. His mind had just entered the vortex when a warm, dark green glow shot over. His mind swept across it and a joy that seeped deep into his bones slowly climbed from Xiao Yan's heart. The originally green-white flame mixture within the interior of the Dou Qi completely disappeared. Replacing it was a kind of emerald-like dark green flame. This cluster of flame was flowing slowly. At a glance, it appeared to be a kind of emerald-colored magma. However, this magma appeared somewhat tasty, just like nectar. Have I succeeded? Xiao Yan's heart was startled as he studied the cluster of dark green flame. It was a long while later before he finally inhaled a deep breath of air. His heart immediately emitted a silent wild roar. How much had he given up for this day? How long had he waited for it? A sleek redness also surfaced within Xiao Yan's eyes on top of the loud roar within his heart. Moisture slowly invaded his eyes. Back then, he had been chased out of the Jiama Empire like a dog that had lost its home, before undergoing a long journey to the Jianan Academy. Even at that moment when he had heard that his clan was destroyed, he still clenched his teeth and swallowed that humiliation within his heart. Was that endurance not because of this day? The roar within Xiao Yan's heart slowly disappeared. His agitated emotions gradually calmed down. He controlled the cluster of dark green flame with his mind before pouring it into that small acceptance spirit within the vortex. Xiao Yan only sighed in relief after the dark green flame was completely poured into the acceptance spirit. This second kind of flame was finally successfully refined by him. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with a joy that was difficult to describe. However, just as he was about to withdraw from his training mode, his expression suddenly changed. He could clearly sense that the acceptance spirit, which the dark green flame had just been poured into, abruptly began to tremble violently. Just what is happening? Don't tell me it is the sequelae from the merging of the heavenly flame? Back then, teacher had indeed mentioned that there might be some problem appearing after the merger of the heavenly flame. Don't say. Xiao Yan's heart appeared to be tightly seized by a large invisible hand. He did not dare to imagine just what like of craziness he would descend into if some unexpected turn of events were to happen at this last minute. Just as his heart became extremely uncertain, the leaping of the acceptance spirit suddenly halted. However, he could clearly sense that an unusual nefarious flame had suddenly spread out from within the acceptance spirit before finally transmitting over to every single part of Xiao Yan's body in an instant. This unusual nefarious flame did not have any special harm to Xiao Yan. However, it caused Xiao Yan's entire body to feel somewhat hot. This kind of situation was similar to when consuming a certain kind of potent aphrodisiac. Damn it, that little problem is actually this thing? Xiao Yan cursed softly. Dou Qi flowed wildly within his body in an attempt to suppress that nefarious flame. However, this flame was quite stubborn. The more Xiao Yan suppressed it, the greater its retaliation. Hence, after only a couple of exchanges, Xiao Yan's eyes were actually completely occupied by a bright redness. I cannot control it any longer. Xiao Yan was panting like a bull as he stood up. His reasoning had finally been suppressed by his desire. Those bright red eyes swept in all directions before suddenly stopping on a naked, lovely, bewitching beauty not far away. Xiao Yan's throat rolled. His face appeared to be burning as he slowly walked toward Queen Medusa, who had her eyes tightly shut. If Xiao Yan was awake, he would never dare to perform such profanity toward the temperamental Queen Medusa even if he doubled his courage. At this moment, however, his mind was occupied by the nefarious flame and had already completely forgotten the reason for him to be afraid. Xiao Yan took slow steps as he approached Queen Medusa. The latter appeared to have faintly sensed something. The spirit above her head had completely become calm. She suddenly opened her eyes, shooting a gaze that was filled with a dense cold killing intent toward Xiao Yan. Are you courting death? The spirit swiftly entered her body, and Queen Medusa's tightly shut eyes were instantly opened. Those bewitching long pupils were filled with killing intent as she watched the approaching Xiao Yan while she cried out sternly. Having lost his sense of reasoning at this moment, Xiao Yan simply let Queen Medusa's cry that was filled with killing intent fill his ears without listening. His face was flushed red, and his breathing was as heavy as a bull. Xie. Queen Medusa coldly watched Xiao Yan come increasingly closer. The next moment, a killing intent finally flashed past her eyes. With a wave of her delicate hand, an energy agglomerated and formed a red-colored dress on the surface of her body. After which a 7-colored pillar shot out from her finger and heavily smashed into Xiao Yan's chest. In the end, however, it merely caused his body to become sluggish for a moment. Damn it, Queen Medusa was initially stunned as she watched the attack, which had suddenly become much weaker. She immediately came to an understanding. Due to her spirit having just completed the merger, she was unable to unleash even half of her previous strength. Hence, the current Queen Medusa was at her weakest moment. Roar! A low and deep roar was erupted from Xiao Yan's throat. Those bright red eyes carried a flame of desire as they stared at Queen Medusa's lovely body, which was enough to cause any man to go crazy. He waved his hand and a circle of dark green flame flashed, firmly tying Queen Medusa's hands. At this moment, Xiao Yan no longer had any intention of treating this lady nicely. He even completely ignored how Queen Medusa's jade-like wrists were being burned by the dark green flame until a red circle was formed. Xiao Yan stood in front of Queen Medusa. His expression was flush red as he looked down at the queen, who had never gave him a nice look, from above. Xiao Yan, if you dare to do that thing to me, this queen will definitely tear your body into 10,000 pieces once my strength recovers. Even at this moment, the arrogant Queen Medusa did not show the slightest softness. Her silver teeth were clenched while her tone was dense and cold. The current Xiao Yan naturally paid no heed to such a threat by Queen Medusa. His throat once again emitted a low, deep, wild roar. Immediately, the bright redness within his eyes grew wilder. With a leap, his body became just like a savage, violent tiger that pressed Queen Medusa's lovely body under him. His hand danced around wildly as the clear sound of a dress being torn appeared in this magma world. An intimate act was being quietly performed within the blood-colored magma. Unfortunately, no one had the luck to witness it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 621, Breaking the Seal. Chapter 621, Breaking the Seal. This was an extremely dense forest. Although there was occasionally some light that seeped through the gaps and scattered into it, it was still difficult to expel that darkness within the forest. It was likely that the pressuring atmosphere would be difficult for one to endure when one walked in such a place. A wave of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded within the quiet forest. Immediately, a large group of indistinct black figures appeared at a corner of the forest. These black figures walked extremely quietly and were clearly extremely experienced old hands. While they walked, their gazes were cautiously sweeping over the surrounding dark corners. In this black corner region, one must always place the word cautious in one's heart at all times, regardless of one's identity. Something like a boat sinking in a drain happened almost every day. If one wanted to live longer, one must always maintain a cautious state. TL, boat sinking in a drain, something that is impossible or not supposed to happen. Crack. A dried branch on the ground where a human figure landed suddenly cracked as they walked. The clear sound reverberated throughout the quiet forest, and was exceptionally ear-piercing. The walking figures suddenly stopped because of this sound. Their leader was a black-robed person. His gaze was dark and stern as it cut his companion who had stepped on the broken twig. He waved his hand and was about to instruct the group to continue advancing when his ear suddenly picked up the sound of some leaves moving. His face immediately changed as he cried out sternly, "Be careful! Xiao! Xiao!" His cry had just sounded when arrows suddenly came shooting out from the dark black forest in all directions, attacking this group until its formation was in complete disarray. The surrounding trees suddenly shook after the rain of arrows. Immediately, numerous similar black-robed people rushed out in a lightning-like manner. Finally, they raised their shiny blades. They did not say any nonsense. Only a dark, cold killing intent which filled the dense forest was present. "Be careful, fight them." The heart of that black-robed leader immediately sank upon seeing the black figure unit that had attacked without the slightest noise, and whose bodies were filled with an extremely dense bloody scent. At a glance, one could tell that such a well-trained unit frequently muddled along on the edge of a blade and was extremely experienced. Moreover, from the looks of the speed in which these black figures rushed, it was clear that their strength was quite great. Just which faction did such a powerful strength belong to? These black figures were extremely quick and agile. In only a couple of flashes, they directly pierced the formation of those black-robed figures like a blade. The blade contained a cold glint, and a low, deep sound would appear each time it cut past some flesh. This sound caused the leader's heart to sink further. The leader drew his weapon from his waist and forced back a couple of black figures which had shot over silently. However, the price he paid was a cut between his thumb and his forefinger, resulting in his hand being filled with blood. Taking the opportunity to withdraw, his gaze swept over his unit which had suffered serious deaths and injuries within less than a minute. Shock immediately flashed across his eyes as he put up a brave front and cried out, "You even dare to touch someone from the Black Alliance? Are you seeking death?" In the face of his cry, the reply he received was a couple of blades that contained traces of blood. This black-robed leader's body rolled on the ground in a miserable manner. His feet stomped on the ground and he remained close to the ground as he shot out of the forest in an explosive manner. That speed was extremely quick. Even those black figures behind him could not catch up. The instant the black-robed figure was about to flee from the forest, a bloody wind suddenly sounded beside his ear. Immediately, his back sunk as a ferocious force came diving down, and peremptorily smashed the former violently to the ground. Grug! The black-robed person could not resist spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood after receiving such a heavy blow. He turned his head with much difficulty only to see a human figure whose entire body was wrapped in a large, black robe. "The Black Alliance will not let all of you off." The black-robed person spat out a mouthful of blood and spoke in a dark manner. "The number of people from the Black Alliance who have died in my hands is already in the triple digits." A voice that contained a dense bloody scent was slowly emitted from the black robes. Immediately, he gently pressed his feet down, and a force surged out before smashing the back of the black-robed man, killing him with one strike. While the black figure kicked the dead black-robed man aside, another black figure swiftly leaped forward before searching the body of the black-robed man. A moment later, he took out a letter from the former's chest pocket and respectfully handed it to the mysterious person beside him whose entire body contained a dense bloody scent. The black-robed mysterious man tore open the envelope and slowly opened the letter. A moment later, he laughed in a dark, cold voice. "It is really unexpected that even the Wild Lion Gang has joined the Black Alliance. Have their arms already been extended to this place? During these 2 years, experts from the Jianan Academy have repeatedly come out to search and find trouble with those experts who participated in the ambush of the Jianan Academy back then. In order to fight the Jianan Academy, that Han Feng founded the Black Alliance. Now, the strength of the Black Alliance is growing even larger. Even the Jianan Academy is unable to do anything to it. From the actions of Han Feng, I think that he intends to extend the Black Alliance to the entire Black Corner region. Chief, they will discover that we are repeatedly finding trouble with them. From the looks of it, we should change our location again." A black figure flashed and appeared. His voice was somewhat hoarse when he spoke. "Yes." The black-robed man whose entire body was filled with a bloody aura acknowledged what he said with a faint sound. He waved his hand and immediately walked toward the exit of the forest. The black figures within the darkness flashed behind him. At a rough glance, there seemed to be over 100 people. These people were all quietly following behind the black-robed man a short distance behind him. Their footsteps seemed as though it came from a single individual. The faint sunlight scattered down upon exiting the dark forest. The black-robed man raised his head and revealed a young familiar face filled with a ruthlessness. This person was shockingly Xiao Yan's second older brother, Xiao Li. At this moment, the entirety of Xiao Li's body was filled with an extremely dense blood scent. His expression was indifferent and his eyes were void of emotion. Most importantly, the aura that was spread from his body was actually comparable to an expert Dou Wang. It was difficult to imagine that he was actually able to leap from the Dou Shi class to the Dou Wang class within 2 short years. However, if one were to carefully observe him, one would discover that there was actually a thread of death aura on Xiao Li's forehead. It was somewhat strange that such a death aura had appeared on the face of such a young man. Perhaps, this might have some relation toward the swift rise in his strength. All of you should return back first. Xiao Li spoke faintly. Those 100+ black figures behind him immediately nodded respectfully. Their bodies slowly withdrew into the darkness. Immediately, they completely vanished amid a slight sound. The indifference on Xiao Li's face finally relaxed slowly after everyone had completely disappeared. He turned his head slightly and his gaze looked toward the distant northern direction. That direction was where the Jianan Academy was located. It was there that Xiao Yan had turned into ashes. Xiao Li felt a faint pain within his chest as he recalled the bright smiling brother of his. Before he came to the Black Corner region, his big brother Xiao Ding had said he can die but his third brother cannot. Only with the latter would the Xiao clan be saved. Now, however, a beast-like fierce glow flashed within Xiao Li's eyes. A moment later, a savage smile was lifted from the corner of his mouth as he spoke in a dense low voice. Xiao Yanzi, rest assured that second brother will not let off those fellows who caused you to die. I will kill all of them during my residual life. Dense laughter slowly reverberated. Xiao Li's body, however, quietly disappeared like a ghost. The deadly quiet magma world was still completely bright red. The hot temperature caused this place to be a completely lifeless one. Bang, dot. The magma in this dead and silent world suddenly split apart. A wave of white fog rose and 2 figures rushed out explosively from within. One of the figures was at the front while the other was at the back. At a glance, it looked like the one at the back was chasing after the one in front with the intention to kill. This was because numerous extremely powerful colorful energy pillars that carried extremely sharp killing intent shot out explosively during the chase. The human figure at the front was clearly extremely afraid of these colorful energy pillars. Even though his body was in an extremely miserable state, he still narrowly dodged them one after another. The 7-colored energy that missed were shot into the magma world. Immediately, an earth-shaking explosion sound shot over the vast magma. Are you done or not? I am not arguing with you because you are a woman. Don't blame me for turning against you if you continue to pester me. That young man wearing a black robe narrowly dodged a sharp attack once again as he cried out furiously. The bewitching beauty completely ignored the furious cries of this young man. Her cold and glamorous pretty face was filled with frost. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. From her manner, it appeared as though she had a feud with the former that was absolutely irreconcilable. I said that once I recovered my strength, the first thing I would do is tear you into 10,000 pieces. The bewitching beauty clenched her silver teeth and spoke in a chilly voice. Big sister, I am also a victim. I was completely void of any sense of reasoning in that kind of situation. Please let me off. We can treat it as though nothing happened. I will definitely not tell anyone. Xiao Yan's face was filled with bitterness as he cupped his hands toward Queen Medusa and spoke. In your dreams. Queen Medusa immediately became extremely furious upon hearing this. She waved her hand, and a 7-colored energy surged out explosively. Queen Medusa, don't you dare go overboard. Don't blame me for being insensitive if you continue. Xiao Yan's eyes stared furiously as he shook his hand. A dark green flame that was just like a faint ghost flame surfaced on his palm. The magma world immediately began to become violent as the cluster of dark green flame appeared. Magma began to churn before eventually stopping under Xiao Yan's feet like ocean waves. At a glance, it looked as though Xiao Yan was walking on waves. However, this was no ocean wave, but a wave consisting of magma. Even with Queen Medusa's strength, her expression could not help but change upon seeing the uprising of the magma wave. She also clearly understood that this bastard in front of her had already subdued the fallen heart flame. Fighting him in this environment would do her no good even though she had already recovered her strength to her peak. Moreover, she really had difficulty truly attacking Xiao Yan. She concluded that this should be some side effect from having merged with that heaven-swallowing python. Otherwise, given her usual character, she would definitely tear this bastard, who had committed blasphemy toward her, even if she had to fight until both of them were seriously injured. Xiao Yan only sighed in relief when he saw that Queen Medusa had become much quieter than before. He wiped off the perspiration on his forehead and smiled bitterly in his heart. Damn it. What damn thing had happened? He had actually in his muddiness took this beautiful snake. Let's not continue to fight among ourselves now. You don't wish to stay in such a place forever, right? Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders toward Queen Medusa and pointed toward the top. With your own strength, it would be somewhat difficult to break the seal. It should be much easier if we join hands. What do you say? A glint flickered in Queen Medusa's eyes before she nodded with a cold face a moment later. She had already made up her mind. Once she left this damn place, she would definitely let this bastard pay the price for sullying her. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 622, Breaking Through the Tower and Escaping. Chapter 622, Breaking Through the Tower and Escaping. Today was an extremely lively day within the Inner Academy. According to tradition, the Inner Academy would organize an activity each month where all the students would enter the blazing Xiao Yan refining tower to train. The students greatly supported such an activity. This was because there was no need to pay any fire energy to enter the tower to train for this single day. Today was coincidentally the day of the monthly collective training. Xiao Yan had also heard of such an activity while he was in the academy in the past. However, he had seldom participated in it. This was because he did not need to worry about the problem of fire energy given his extremely wealthy status. Naturally, he did not need to go and fight with so many people for a training room. Following the change in the policy of the Inner Academy during these 2 years, the number of people in the Inner Academy had gradually greatly increased. Hence, the crowd in the Inner Academy was naturally not something that could be compared with the past. Due to this, there were groups that began coming one after another to the blazing Xiao Yan refining tower not longer after the morning bell rang. By the time the sun was hanging in the sky, the spacious open ground outside the blazing Xiao Yan refining tower had already become filled with people. Currently, the surroundings of the blazing Xiao Yan refining tower had been rebuilt into a large plaza. The middle of the plaza was the blazing Xiao Yan refining tower, which still only revealed its peak. Additionally, there was a statue standing at the entrance of the tower. The statue was extremely young. A black robe and a warm smile set off the young and clear face, giving it an extremely handsome appearance. Almost everyone within the Inner Academy had seen this statue that stood at the entrance. Hence, no one displayed a surprised expression when they walked past it. Occasionally, there would be some students who would pause and bow toward this statue. If one were to carefully observe them, one would realize that these students were wearing a badge on their chest that had a dark black background with a ruler-like thing being carved on it. This badge was not unfamiliar. This was because it was the symbol of Pan's Gate. At this moment, a tall lady was standing prettily in front of the statue. Her gaze contained an unknown feeling as she watched the familiar appearance of the statue in an absent-minded fashion. The lady had quite a pretty face, but the thing that attracted the most attention was that pair of long, smooth, sexy legs. A couple of people walking past would involuntarily sweep their gazes past the former's legs. However, this scanning was extremely obscure. This was because they were similarly well aware of this woman's identity. An upper echelon of Pan's Gate. It was rumored that she was the older cousin of Xiao Yan's, the founder of Pan's Gate, Xiao Yu. Pan's Gate. This faction was currently just like a truly large being within the Inner Academy. No other faction dared challenge it. Xiao Yu, who possessed quite a high status within it, was naturally someone that no one dared offend. Normally speaking, if there was anyone who coveted her beauty and spoke in an impertinent manner, he would end up with a bruised and swollen face the next day. You fool, you always love to try appear impressive. In the end, a statue, is there any meaning? Can it allow you to develop the Xiao plan? A bitter smile surfaced on Xiao Yu's face as she softly sighed and muttered. A commotion suddenly began to spread across the crowd over the plaza while Xiao Yu was muttering. Immediately, a large crowd came surging in like floodwaters. These people who had swarmed in were all wearing similar badges as Xiao Yu. The noise of the entire plaza immediately became softer when they saw this large group of people who had squeezed in. This was especially so when their gaze saw the little girl swinging her pale purple ponytail leading the group at the front. All of them hurriedly turned their gazes away. That demon-like little fellow was an extremely frightening existence to many people within the Inner Academy. The little girl swaggered as she led a large group of people to squeeze into the plaza. She saw Xiao Yu in front of the statue in a glance. With a wave of her small hand, the large group behind her quickly followed. You are daydreaming here again. She obviously looked like a child, but she purposefully acted like an elderly person. This scene caused many people to want to laugh. However, other than Xiao Yu, who burst out laughing while shaking her head, the remaining people held their mouths tightly shut, afraid that they would emit a laughter and invite that frightening little fist. Ziyan, you think he is still alive? Xiao Yu rubbed the statue before suddenly asking with a smile. Ziyan was startled when she heard this. Her gem-like pupils turned gloomy, but she recovered swiftly and spoke. The chance of survival after being swallowed by a heavenly flame is very low. Seeming to be well aware of this answer, Xiao Yu's face did not change much. Her delicate hand moved across the statue and laughed softly. For some unknown reason, my heart has been pounding rapidly these days. There seems to be something big that's about to happen. Something big would really happen if your heart didn't beat. A man and a woman slowly walked out after laughter was transmitted from behind the crowd before speaking to Xiao Yu. Ha! Quick, look. It's actually Bloody Sword Wu Hao and Green Wooden Woman Hu Jia. These are the top 5 peak experts in the strong ranking. It is normally extremely difficult to see them. It is really unexpected that even they have appeared. The appearance of the two people immediately caused the entire plaza to break out in a commotion. Private conversations repeatedly broke out. Clearly, these people felt extremely excited to be able to see people who were truly a renowned top figures within the inner academy. What, have both of your leaves finished? Xiao Yu softly laughed as she looked at the two. Wu Hao and Hu Jia smiled. The 2 years had also caused the two of them to become much more mature. Their gazes swept over the statue beside Xiao Yu and their smiles were slightly withdrawn. They sighed. It is fortunate that Xun Er had already left, otherwise. Xiao Yu was silent. She clearly understood the relationship between Xiao Yan and Xun Er. If the latter was to see him being swallowed by that heavenly flame, it was likely that she would suffer a pain for the rest of her life. It is somewhat better like this. Gong. A clear gong sound suddenly sounded on the plaza while the few of them were silent, causing the noisy plaza to become quiet. A sound of rushing winds suddenly sounded after this gong sound. Immediately, a couple of human figures rushed down from the sky before finally appearing on a tall platform. The one leading them was surprisingly the white-haired first elder Su Qian. Behind him were some elders of similarly old age. The people who attracted the most attention in the entire place were still the 3 young people behind Su Qian. These 3 people were not very old, but they possessed an extraordinary aura. The badges that they wore on their chests indicated their identity. They were surprisingly holding the position of elders. An elder of the inner academy would require a minimum strength of a Dou Wang. From this, one could tell that these 3 young people had already stepped into the Dou Wang class at such a young age. It is really unexpected that Lin Xiaoya, Lu Qing, and Lin Yan have really remained behind. The others have mostly left the inner academy to roam the continent. Wu Hao smiled and spoke as he studied the 3 familiar faces on the platform. Lin Xiaoya and Lu Qing plan to train for a period of time within the inner academy. That stubborn Lin Yan said that he had promised to leave with Xiao Yan. Therefore, Hu Jia helplessly shook her head inside. He is indeed very stubborn, Wu Hao spoke with a bitter smile. Su Qian's gaze slowly swept over the extremely crowded plaza from the high platform. A moment later, he paused on the statue at the entrance of the blazing Sky Qi refining tower. He, in an absent-minded manner, muttered, "If that fellow is still alive, I'm afraid that even I would have difficulty defeating him." Lin Xiaoya and the other 2 behind Su Qian looked at one another and nodded their heads. Even with their haughtiness, they could only admire that name. First Elder, according to our news, the Black Alliance has invited many other factions to join them recently. They might have some motives. We must guard against them. An elder stepped forward and suddenly spoke softly. Su Qian lifted his eyebrows and slowly nodded his head. He coldly smiled. That Han Feng does indeed have some ability. In only 2 short years, he has actually been able to establish a Black Alliance to contend with our Jianan Academy. The few elders nodded their heads slightly. The gathering ability of a Tier 6 alchemist was indeed extraordinary. Currently, the strength of the Black Alliance was something that even the Jianan Academy would have difficulty getting rid of. They knew that the Black Alliance had already become a thorn in the First Elder's heart. Forget it, let's not discuss such unhappy things at such a time. We have time. Let's slowly hold it off with them. Su Qian waved his hand and spoke indifferently. Yes. All the elders responded after hearing this. It is about time. Prepare to open the blazing Sky Qi refining tower. Su Qian raised his head to look at the sky as he spoke. An elder acknowledged the order and flew down from the tall platform. He landed outside the blazing Sky Qi refining tower and his hand swiftly formed a few seals. After which, Dou Qi was spurted on the main door. Immediately, that thick, heavy, dark black door slowly opened while emitting some creaking sounds. Remember, everyone should enter in an orderly manner. No conflict can occur today. Otherwise, for 1 week, one will be pro. Su Qian's gaze swept over everyone as he spoke in a faint manner. However, before all his words were spoken, his face suddenly changed because of his sharp senses. His gaze suddenly turned toward the blazing Sky Qi refining tower. At that spot, he clearly sensed that a frighteningly hot temperature was swiftly approaching. He hurriedly cried out sternly, "There's a change in the tower. Shut the door immediately. Hurry!" Su Qian's sudden cry caused the entire place to be completely silent. Countless numbers of gazes were stunned as they watched the sudden change in Su Qian's expression. They were completely at a loss. Although that elder was uncertain about what exactly happened, he used the fastest speed to shut that heavy large door with a bang upon hearing Su Qian's loud cry. The temperature of the entire place suddenly rose not long after the tower's door was shut. A loud rumbling similar to the churning of magma softly approached along with an activity that shook the ground and swayed the mountains. Damn it, it's the fallen heart flame. Is that thing about to erupt again? Everyone, leave the plaza immediately. Su Qian's expression became extremely ugly as the temperature of the plaza rose. This kind of situation was witnessed back then. Bang! Su Qian's voice had just sounded when a frighteningly loud sound suddenly reverberated. Everyone could see that the blazing Sky Qi refining tower was trembling violently. Bang! Another loud sound was emitted. The top of the blazing Sky Qi refining tower began to reveal numerous crack lines as thick as a thumb in front of Su Qian's shocked gaze. Bang! Another loud sound appeared. The crack lines immediately covered the entire of the top of the tower. This kind of situation caused a paleness to surge on Su Qian's face. Would the scene back then once again appear? Bang! During the last loud bang, the incomparably hard roof of the tower finally burst apart. A bright red magma peak began to blast out from the tower like a volcano erupting before charging toward the sky in front of a countless number of stunned gazes and began to scatter down. The plaza was immediately in a complete chaos as the magma scattered down. However, the magma suddenly solidified when it was still a couple of meters from the ground. A clear and bright laugh that carried a wild joy, which could not be hidden, resounded over the sky like that of rolling thunder. Ha, Xiao Yan, am finally out. Ha ha, dot. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 623, Test. Chapter 623, Test. Bright red magma covered the sky. Strangely, however, it did not scatter down, but instead solidified in mid-air. That manner was as though it was like the sky was flooded with fresh blood, appearing extremely eye-catching. The entire plaza was deadly silent. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the sudden change of the blazing Sky Qi refining tower. After 2 years, the new students who had entered the Inner Academy were mostly unaware of the earth-shaking great battle that had erupted in the Inner Academy back then. Hence, it was the first time they had seen any change in the blazing Sky Qi refining tower. The stunned looks continued for an instant before they were suddenly awakened by the wild joyous cry that resounded throughout the sky. Everyone who had yet to recover blinked their eyes while feeling at a loss. Xiao Yan? This name seemed a little familiar. Of course, this name might be only familiar to ordinary students, but it was unforgettable to some people. Immediately, numerous shocked gazes carried disbelief as they turned toward the blazing Sky Qi refining tower. Xiao Yan? This fellow is still alive? He is really still alive. This voice cannot be wrong. Cannot be wrong. Wu Hao's usual stern face was covered with an unrestrained joy at this moment. His gaze stared intently at the bright red magma pillar which had erupted from the top of the blazing Sky Qi refining tower. His voice had become somewhat hoarse in his excitement. Xiao Yu by the side was biting her lower lip with the back of her teeth. Her lovely body shook gently. Some moisture even surged into her eyes in her excitement. He was still alive? He was really still alive, dot. Not only were the elders on the tall platform affected, but even the indifferent-faced first elder Su Qian was also using his stunned gaze to look at the magma pillar that shot directly to the sky. A moment later, he finally said, somewhat absent-minded, the voice just now, it appears to be Xiao Yan? First elder, it's Xiao Yan. There's no mistake. I said that fellow will definitely not die. Ha ha. Lin Yan's face turned bright red in his excitement. For some unknown reason, he held a confidence for that fellow which was difficult for an ordinary person to understand. Even though Xiao Yan was swallowed by the heavenly flame, and was dragged into the endless underground, he firmly believed that the strong stubborn fellow would definitely climb out once again. Although this absolute confidence was a somewhat pedantic stubbornness, he still believed it. Moreover, he did it without the slightest reason. It is good that he didn't die. It is good that he didn't die, First Elder laughed. Although his face appeared calm, his tone also revealed shock and excitement in his heart. This fellow really cannot be predicted with common sense. Lin Xiaoya and Lu Qing exchanged glances before smiling with a sigh. It was fortunate that they had remained behind back then. Otherwise, they would not be able to see this shocking scene today. Under the many gazes that were filled with different emotions, the magma pillar that had erupted out from the top of the blazing Skychi refining tower suddenly coagulated and immediately broke apart in the air. A human figure slowly appeared in front of everyone's gazes after the magma pillar broke apart automatically. The person who was at the spot where the magma was had a tall frame and was wearing a black robe. This, accompanied by the warm smile that hung on his delicate and handsome face, gave him a uniquely handsome look. Everyone was slightly startled when they saw the young man walking out from the magma without the slightest injury. Immediately after that, they suddenly appeared to have recalled something. All the gazes suddenly turned toward the sculpture in front of the entrance of the blazing Skychi refining tower. Numerous sounds of people inhaling cold air appeared one after another in the plaza. Now, they had finally recalled who exactly the so-called Xiao Yan was. The black-robed young man was suspended in the sky. His gaze slowly swept over the large crowd below before eventually seeing some familiar faces. A smile was lifted from the corner of his mouth as he laughed in a clear and loud manner. "Cuckoo, everyone, Xiao Yan is back. Do you welcome me? Little fellow, it is really unexpected that we can meet again." A smile involuntarily surfaced on Su Qian's face as he laughed out loud after hearing that clear laughter of the young man. "After not seeing you for so long, First Elder is becoming stronger with age." Xiao Yan smiled. He waved his sleeves and the bright red magma all over the sky strangely rushed back and was returned to the magma pillar. Immediately, the enormous magma pillar suddenly followed the blazing Skychi refining tower as it smashed down in front of a countless number of shocked gazes. That great momentum caused one's mind to tremble. Their gazes were all filled with a much denser respect the next time they looked at Xiao Yan. He had actually forced back such an enormous magma pillar by simply raising his hand. This posture of the strong caused a fiery heat to rise in the eyes of many students. This was the realm they were pursuing. Xiao Yan's toes pressed on the air after expelling all the magma. A faint silver glow appeared, and his body flashed and appeared on the tall platform in a ghost-like manner. Everyone on the tall platform knit their brows slightly when they saw this ghost-like speed of Xiao Yan. Clearly, the current Xiao Yan seemed to be much stronger than he was in the past. "You've advanced to the Dou Wang class?" A glint flickered past Su Qian's eyes as he laughed. He knew that Xiao Yan's true strength in the past was at the very most at the Dou Ling class. Although he was eventually able to fight with an expert Dou Huang like Han Feng, the former, given his eyesight, naturally understood that the strength did not truly belong to Xiao Yan. Now, however, he could clearly sense that Xiao Yan was really using his own strength when displaying his speed. "I think so." Xiao Yan rubbed his head. He was also not very certain. This time around, his breakthrough was achieved in an unconscious state. Hence, he was not very clear just what class he was currently in. "Why don't you let Lin Xiaoya try?" Su Qian laughed. He was also quite curious about just what level this fellow had reached, who always caused people to witness a miracle, after not seeing him for 2 years. "I could not wish for more. Back then, I had ultimately not sparred with him." Xiao Yan laughed softly. His gaze was thrown toward the eager face of Lin Xiaoya behind Su Qian. "Not having exchanged blows with you has always been my regret. It is best that I make up for it today." Lin Xiaoya smiled. His toes pressed on the rock platform, and his body rushed down before eventually appearing on an empty piece of land in the plaza. After which, he raised his head and looked at Xiao Yan with eager eyes. The conversation between Su Qian and the rest had not been suppressed. Hence, everyone's faces had immediately become excited when they saw Lin Xiaoya stepping down from the platform. With a flapping sound, all of them surrounded the place until nothing could pass. There was hardly anyone who did not know of Lin Xiaoya's reputation. The founder of Wolf Teeth. Although he was currently no longer involved in the matters of Wolf Teeth still stood as a top-tier faction within the Inner Academy by relying on his reputation. There was seldom anyone who dared to offend them. Of course, most of the thoughts people were having were about witnessing Xiao Yan's true strength. During these years, Xiao Yan's name had already become a legend within the Inner Academy. Although many people verbally passed on the earth-shaking battle back then, some of the new students could not help but form doubt in their hearts after hearing a lot about it as time passed on. A student who was of similar age as them back then was actually able to defeat an expert Dou Huang after having only arrived for 1 year? Was this not too great of an exaggeration? Hence, they were naturally extremely happy and wanted to experience an eye-opening battle. Especially now that they had witnessed Xiao Yan appearing, and was already about to spar with an expert like Lin Xiaoya the moment he did so. Although Lin Xiaoya had already become an elder, he still possessed quite a great reputation among the students these few years. His great strength also caused some of the thorn-like students to be afraid of offending him. Therefore, many students felt that he was the right choice to be Xiao Yan's opponent. Xiao Yan also involuntarily shook his head as he watched the black mass of human crowd below. Was the activity in this place not a little too large? Little fellow, currently, the Inner Academy is even more competitive than 2 years ago. There are a countless number of thorny students. You don't want your status as a senior to be doubted by these little fellows, right? Su Qian smiled and spoke. His attempt to get Xiao Yan and Lin Xiaoya to spar in public was to help raise Xiao Yan's reputation. There were currently too many new students. People from the past tend to be easily forgotten. 2 years? I didn't expect that 2 years had actually passed by with a glance. Xiao Yan was stunned and he involuntarily sighed sobbingly. He immediately nodded and his body flashed. The next time he appeared, he was shockingly already standing in front of Lin Xiaoya. Xiao Yan, you are the leader of our Pansgate, so you better not lose our face. Currently, all the brothers in Pansgate are watching you, our leader who has been missing for 2 years. Xiao Yan had just stabilized his body when a loud laugh suddenly sounded from outside the battleground. He was startled before following the voice to take a look. There was a large group of black mass on a tall platform outside the plaza. The few leaders of this large group were surprisingly Wu Hao, Hu Jia, Ziyan, and Xiao Yuha. A large group of people with heated gazes were behind these few people. At this moment, their gazes were searing hot as they watched the black-robed young man in the battleground. At the time they joined Pansgate, they had heard quite a number of people describing the stories when Pansgate was founded and their founder. Hence, the Xiao Yan, whom they had never seen before, had a majestic position within their hearts. I will catch up with all of you later. Xiao Yan smiled toward Wu Hao and the others before slowly turning toward Lin Xiaoya, who was looking at him solemnly. The other party's eyes were filled with an unusually intense fear. This kind of expression had appeared in Xiao Yan in the past. Now, its position had changed. Su Qian smiled on the high platform as he looked at the two who were facing each other. He asked, how many exchanges do you think Lin Xiaoya will be able to endure in Xiao Yan's hands? Everyone was startled when they heard this. It was a long while later before an elder softly inquired, is first elder referring to the precondition that Xiao Yan had used all the things to raise his strength? His own strength. Su Qian shook his head slightly and softly spoke, I guess that it won't exceed 3 exchanges. All the elders were startled. It was a long while later before that elder laughed dryly. Lin Xiaoya is currently a 5-star Dou Huang. It would be somewhat difficult to defeat him within 3 rounds even if it was an ordinary Dou Huang. Su Qian simply smiled without speaking. Although Xiao Yan's aura was somewhat strange, making it difficult for even him to sense the former's strength, he was still able to vaguely sense that Xiao Yan's current strength should be somewhat terrifying. While everyone had swarmed to focus on the ground, Xiao Yan was clenching his fist tightly and sensing the surging strength within his body. He laughed softly, shall we begin? Aye. Lin Xiaoya nodded his head. A ferocious aura that only an expert of the Dou Huang class surged out from within Lin Xiaoya's body. 2 years had already allowed him to truly enter into the Dou Huang class, and had even allowed him to climb increasingly higher within it. With his current strength, he could be considered around the upper middle level even among the elders. Bang! A dark green Dou Qi surged out from Lin Xiaoya's body. He clenched his fist and a long sword that was completely agglomerated from wind affinity energy surfaced. The long sword was swung randomly and a wind blade shot out from it, cutting a scar on the hard black rock. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head when he saw that Lin Xiaoya was nearly completely armed. A silver glow was faintly visible under his feet as a slight thundering roar quietly sounded. Xiao Yan's entire body trembled the moment the rumbling thunder appeared. Lin Xiaoya's solemn expression immediately changed just as Xiao Yan's body trembled. He immediately pierced the longsword violently toward his back amid the numerous stunned gazes from around him. The sword that contained a ferocious wind was pierced toward the air, but the place was empty. Such a situation caused all the pores on Lin Xiaoya's body to tense up. He had clearly sensed Xiao Yan's aura appearing behind him. When has this fellow's speed become so frightening? A thought rotated in a lightning-like manner within his heart. Although Xiao Yan's speed was swift and fierce in the past, there was at least some traces to follow. Now, however, he seemed intangible and was difficult to sense. Lin Xiaoya's gaze swiftly shifted in all directions. His eyes suddenly shrank as the energy longsword faced his front and pierced forward fiercely. The surrounding students were completely at a loss as this sudden random piercing by Lin Xiaoya. Was Xiao Yan not standing at the original spot without moving? Why did Lin Xiaoya act in such a crazy manner all of a sudden? But The eyesight of an ordinary student naturally could not see the mystery behind his actions. Only those who were strong could vaguely discover that Xiao Yan's figure, which remained at the original spot, seemed to be somewhat illusory. Some of those who were sensitive immediately came to a sudden understanding within their hearts. It was actually an afterimage? Just what kind of strange, unpredictable agility and speed did one need to be able to leave an afterimage in such a quiet fashion? A cluster of dark green flames suddenly appeared when the longsword that had pierced forward fiercely reached a certain part of the air. When the longsword was pierced into the cluster of flame, everyone could clearly see that the longsword, which was agglomerated from energy, did not even struggle much before it was completely incinerated into nothingness by the dark green flame. The moment the longsword turned into nothingness, a black figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone's stunned gazes as though it had teleported. The black-robed young man smiled at Lin Xiaoya. His hand, which contained the dark green flame, was suddenly extended out explosively and directly grabbed toward the latter's neck. Blade web. Lin Xiaoya displayed his extraordinary fighting experience at this critical moment. He formed a seal in his hand and the energy in front of him rippled swiftly. Finally, it agglomerated into a dark green energy web. However, Xiao Yan's hand did not pause even a little when faced with this energy web, which was covered with tiny wind blades. His hand continued to extend in an extremely direct fashion. Being burned by that dark green flame, the sharp wind blade web immediately became like weak thin paper as it tore through it. Xiao Yan's hand passed through the blade web without any resistance and slowly came to a stop when it was merely half an inch from Lin Xiaoya's neck. The entire place was silent. Everyone watched Lin Xiaoya, who did not dare to make the slightest move under Xiao Yan's hand, which was covered by that dark green flame. Shock quietly climbed onto their faces. One move. A 5-star expert Dou Wang had actually merely lasted for one extremely simple move in Xiao Yan's hand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 624, Bane Existence. Chapter 624, Bane Existence. This scene caused surprise to surface on the face of even Su Qian, who had long since sensed that Xiao Yan's strength had already reached an extremely powerful level. The dark green flame on Xiao Yan's hand swiftly disappeared amid the complete silence of the place. He smiled and spoke to Lin Xiaoya, whose entire body remained stiff. Lin Xiaoya, thanks for the win. Lin Xiaoya carefully shifted his head away and let out a bitter laugh. Although that dark green flame did not touch his skin, he could sense that if Xiao Yan's hand had moved just a little bit closer, it was likely that he would have been instantly burned into a pile of ashes by that frightening flame. You are too abnormal. After not seeing you for 2 years, you have actually become this strong. Lin Xiaoya scattered the Dou Qi on his body inside. Originally, he had thought that his training speed was not bad, but it was unexpected that he had merely lasted one exchange in Xiao Yan's hand. This had caused him to be somewhat dispirited. I had merely used the advantages of the heavenly flame. Senior Lin need not belittle yourself in this manner. Xiao Yan patted Lin Xiaoya's shoulders and immediately turned his head toward the black mass of human crowd. He smiled and asked, has everyone seen enough? Everyone smiled awkwardly after hearing Xiao Yan's words. They no longer had the slightest doubt toward that great battle back then. Xiao Yan was about to defeat Lin Xiaoya, and the latter had no means to retaliate despite the latter's strength. It was not impossible for one to say that Xiao Yan had defeated an expert Dou Huang. Xiao Yan and Lin Xiaoya once again walked toward the tall platform. The former watched the stunned face of Su Qian and involuntarily laughed. How is it? Can you see what level I am at now? Su Qian fondled his beard and adopted an expression which suggested he was deep in thought. A long while later, he finally spoke slowly. From the looks of the aura that you have revealed when you fought earlier, I think that you should be at the peak of the Dou Wang class. With this strength, it is not impossible for you to defeat Lin Xiaoya in one move, but the dark green flame on your hand is exceptionally strange. Su Qian's face was somewhat solemn at the end when he spoke. This was because even he faintly felt a slight danger from the dark green flame earlier. This kind of danger may be extremely tiny, but it was exceptionally clear. Such a situation caused him to feel some doubt. It was not that he had never seen a heavenly flame. However, even when someone of Han Feng's strength controlled the heavenly flame, it merely caused him to be a little afraid. However, he had never received such a fearful feeling before. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. This dark green flame was a newly born flame from the merger of the green lotus core flame and the fallen heart flame. A heavenly flame was already extremely powerful, much less the combination of two kinds. Back then, when he was entangled with Queen Medusa underground, she was extremely afraid of it despite her strength. Clearly the power that this flame carried was extremely terrifying. Just as Xiao Yan had just recalled Queen Medusa, a 7-colored energy pillar suddenly shot down explosively from the sky. Finally, it became like a snake as it rushed toward Xiao Yan while emitting a chila sound. The air even emitted waves of ear-piercing sound wherever the pillar passed. Xiao Yan had sensed something the moment the seven-colored energy pillar appeared. He frowned a little. This woman, she had actually yet to give up, huh? Xiao Yan was about to prepare to defend himself when the expression of Su Qian, who had discovered the sudden attack at the same time, changed. He waved his sleeves and a powerful Dou Qi surged out. Finally, it violently collided with that seven-colored energy pillar. Immediately a clear sound resounded throughout the sky like thunder. Since you are here, why do you need to act in such a stealthy manner? Su Qian raised his hand and stared at the clear sky while he cried out coldly. He had already faintly sensed the appearance of another extremely powerful aura when Xiao Yan had just appeared. However, even with his strength, he was actually unable to accurately tell the location of that aura. He had only locked on to its location when the seven-colored energy was shot out. The collision that suddenly erupted also caused a countless number of students in the plaza to raise their heads in surprise. However, there was not a human figure in the empty sky. Not long after Su Qian's cry sounded, the sky wiggled slightly and a graceful lovely body immediately appeared out of nowhere. Her bewitching long eyes swept over the sea of people below indifferently. Those people who were seen by those eyes, which contained an endless amount of allure, could not help but have their heart pound violently. A redness even involuntarily surfaced on their faces. Queen Medusa's indifferent eyes swept slowly before eventually stopping on the black-robed young man who was beside Su Qian. An icy cold killing intent flashed in them. She twisted her water snake-like delicate waist, and her body rushed downward. In the blink of an eye, she appeared at a spot which was only a couple of meters from where Xiao Yan was located. With a swirl of her delicate hand, an enormous seven-colored energy surfaced and eventually carried a wind that could flip the seas and collapse the mountains as it violently smashed toward the ladder. This is the Inner Academy. Aren't your actions today a little too arrogant? Su Qian's expression immediately sunk when he saw that the bewitching beauty had not only not replied but had unleashed an attack toward Xiao Yan once again. His body flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Yan. His shriveled hand trembled slightly and immediately made contact with that white jade-like hand. Bang, dot. A wave of wild wind that carried a loud exploding sound erupted the moment both palms made contact. Numerous arm-thick crack lines began to swiftly spread and cover the entire tall platform under the shocked gazes of those around. The wild wind blew everyone until they fell in all directions. Besides Su Qian, everyone more or less took a couple of steps back with the exception of Xiao Yan, who did not move. Bang! Both hands parted upon making contact. Amid a low and deep sounds, that graceful delicate lovely figure rushed back into the air. Her feet only became stable after stepping over 10 steps in the air. On the other hand, Su Qian had also taken a couple of steps back. Each time his feet landed, they left behind a half-inch deep footprint on the hard ground. Clearly, both of them were actually of similar strength in this collision. The seriousness of Su Qian's face became denser after exchanging one head-on blow with that mysterious woman. From that short exchange, he could sense that the other party was shockingly also a dozone. Who exactly are you? Can you please tell me your name? The woman stood in the empty sky. Her red dress flapped, wrapping a protruding and concaving figure that was filled with incomparable allure. Her exquisite face was cold and glamorous. However, it was this icy coldness that caused many people to feel a boiling heat in their hearts. Such a woman really possessed quite a lethal effect on all men. Queen Medusa's flawless appearance caused even Su Qian to be slightly startled, much less those young students who were still extremely inexperienced. Some of those who had weak mental strength had quietly swallowed their saliva an unknown amount of times. My target is Xiao Yan. It has nothing to do with you. Queen Medusa coldly stared at Xiao Yan. Her red lips parted slightly and a clear numbing voice caused the bones of quite a number of people to become weak at this moment. All the gazes were gathered on Xiao Yan's body upon hearing these words of Queen Medusa. Their surprised gazes also contained some envy. These young people viewed being called by name by such a beauty to be a kind of great glory. Do you know her? Su Qian knit his brows and softly asked Xiao Yan a question. I have some conflict with her. Xiao Yan smiled and spoke. His reply, however, was vague. After all, it was not possible for him to tell Su Qian that he did that to her, right? Ugh, you brat. How can you provoke these troublesome people? This woman is actually also an elite dozone. Even I may not be able to defeat her if we were to fight. Su Qian felt a great headache as he spoke. It was unexpected that this fellow brought such big trouble the moment he came out. An elite dozone. Even if one looked at the entire continent, they were extremely powerful existence. Xiao Yan also laughed bitterly. He raised his head and helplessly spoke to Queen Medusa. Just what exactly do you want? You are already free. Quickly return to the place that you should return to. Queen Medusa immediately felt extremely furious when she heard this. This bastard had done that kind of thing and actually still dared to use an irritated face to ask her what she wanted? I will return after killing you. Cuckoo, this friend. Xiao Yan is someone from my inner academy. We can sit down and talk if the both of you have any grudges. Why must you fight? Su Qian smiled as he spoke. He would naturally not show any forceful attitude when faced with an elite dozone. Queen Medusa ignored Su Qian's words. Her pupils that were filled with an allure carried a dense coldness as they glared at Xiao Yan. A moment later, she coldly said, Don't think that I cannot kill you just because there is an elite dozone protecting you. I don't believe that you can follow beside him forever, but... Queen Medusa's body flashed after saying this. Subsequently, she transformed into flowing light and rushed out of the inner academy, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yan watched Queen Medusa, who disappeared far away helplessly. He could not resist knocking his own head. He felt a great headache forming. Did one not say that a woman would have some complicated feelings after having lost her virginity? Why was it that this woman only wanted to kill him? Would killing him be able to change the fact that he had possessed her body? You brat, it's good now, being locked onto by a dozone. It is likely that you will suffer in the future. How troublesome. Su Qian sighed. Being locked onto by a dozone was not something fun. Xiao Yan spread his hand. Immediately, he seemed to have recalled something and spoke in an embarrassed manner. There is another trouble that I have forgotten to tell you. Su Qian was startled. He immediately knit his brows and asked, What is it now? Don't tell me that you have offended more than one dozone. That's not it. Xiao Yan parted his mouth to smile as he spoke awkwardly, that I have accidentally refined the fallen heart flame. In other words, that blazing sky-chi refining tower of yours might no longer have any effect to raise one's training speed in the future. Su Qian blinked his eyes. His mind immediately felt a giddiness a moment later. This bane existence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 625, Solving the Trouble. Chapter 625, Solving the Trouble. First Elder, the heart flame inside the blazing sky-chi refining tower is indeed being gradually reduced. At this rate, it is likely that all of it will completely disappear not long later, but... The expression on Su Qian's face became interesting after he had heard the result of an investigation by an elder in the spacious hall. He clenched his teeth violently before becoming hopelessly depressed a moment later. His heart laughed bitterly. It was unexpected that the heavenly flame was not snatched by someone else, but was actually directly refined by this fellow. The importance of the blazing sky-chi refining tower toward the inner academy was naturally extremely great. Otherwise, it would not cause Su Qian and the rest to guard it with their lives. Now, however, with the disappearance of the fallen heart flame, its effect of raising one's training speed would also gradually weaken until it disappeared. In other words, there would no longer be much meaning to the existence of the blazing sky-chi refining tower. Having lost the blazing sky-chi refining tower, the system of grooming strong people that the inner academy was proud of might well have been broken. The subsequent results would be extremely serious. The atmosphere was a little quiet in the hall. All the elders were also helpless as they watched the despondent expression of the first elder. Now that the fallen heart flame had already been refined by Xiao Yan, they could not simply just ask him to spit it out, no? It was still fine if Xiao Yan was an enemy. They could forcefully capture him and remove the fallen heart flame. However, the most troublesome thing was that this fellow had done quite a big favor for the inner academy. If Xiao Yan had not defeated those two Dou Huangs in the great battle 2 years ago, it was likely that the inner academy would have suffered severe losses in that fight. Xiao Yan was also somewhat embarrassed as he sensed the atmosphere in the hall. Honestly speaking, he still felt a little apologetic towards Su Qian. After all, he had had intentions toward the fallen heart flame from the moment he had entered Jianan Academy. Although he appeared to have been a great help to the academy in that great battle, his hidden motive was to try his best to have a bigger chance of obtaining the fallen heart flame. First Elder, is there any other method to remedy the situation? Xiao Yan carefully inquired. It was somewhat impossible for him to hand over the fallen heart flame now that things had developed to this point. However, he also felt somewhat uneasy if he simply just watched the inner academy suffer such a great loss. Ugh, from the looks of things now, it seems that we can only use a man-made fallen heart flame. Otherwise, the effects of the blazing sky-chi refining tower will disappear completely. Su Qian was silent for a long time after hearing Xiao Yan's words. Only then did he sigh and said helplessly. A man-made fallen heart flame? Xiao Yan was startled. A heavenly flame could actually be man-made? Creating this thing is not considered very difficult. Back then, the headmaster left behind a backup fallen heart flame container before he had left. As long as one pours some fallen heart flame within it, it is still able to enable the blazing Skychi refining tower to possess the effect of raising one's training speed. However, the effect will be a little worse than before. Su Qian looked at Xiao Yan before continuing, "This requires your help. Separate a little of the fallen heart flame and hand it to us. This should not be a problem, right?" Xiao Yan quietly sighed in relief when he heard this. The fallen heart flame had already been refined by him into an essence flame seed. As long as the Dou Qi in his body was not exhausted, it would be able to create an endless amount of it for use. Separating a little of it out may exhaust his Dou Qi, but he was already extremely satisfied that there was a method which achieved the best of both worlds. However, that kind of summoned fallen heart flame poses many limitations. Once my Dou Qi disappears, the flame will automatically disappear. Xiao Yan could not help but speak with hesitation when he recalled this. The container was created personally by the headmaster. You need not be concerned about this type of problem. However, this container can only attain a delaying effect. Hence, it is likely that you must periodically come to the inner academy to help replenish the flame of the blazing Sky Chi refining tower, Su Qian mused out loud. Periodically returning to the inner academy? Xiao Yan was a little startled as he laughed bitterly. Is there an exact time frame for this periodically? If I leave the inner academy in the future, I won't have to return to this place once every half a month or month, right? This is something that I'm not very certain. However, as long as you leave enough flame for us to store, it should not be a problem maintaining it for 1 to 2 years. Su Qian thought for a moment before speaking. That's good, Xiao Yan sighed and nodded with a smile. Alright, I'll do as first elder recommends. Ugh, brat, you got it cheap. It is really unexpected that the thing which Han Feng failed to obtain despite putting in so much effort was easily obtained by you. Our inner academy has protected it with great difficulty for so many years only to benefit you, little fellow. Su Qian rolled his eyes. His voice was somewhat sour as he spoke. He naturally understood the effect of the fallen heart flame best. Xiao Yan had refined it. Therefore, his originally frightening training speed would likely soar greatly in the future. Such a temptation was extremely great to anyone. Xiao Yan smiled awkwardly before immediately knitting his brows together. He slowly asked, Han Feng is currently still in the Black Corner region, right? Aye. Su Qian narrowed his eyes. A faint cold glint flashed past them. He firmly remembered the matter of Han Feng gathering a large group of experts to attack the inner academy in his heart even now. Cuckoo, that is even better. There are some matters that I should look for him to settle. Xiao Yan crossed his fingers and laughed. His smile emitted threads of dense coldness. That fellow had luckily escaped back then. Now that he was able to come out from that lifeless magma area, the first thing he needed to do was naturally finish off the matter with this senior. Otherwise, how would he account to Yao Lao, who was currently in a slumber? Although your strength has soared greatly, it is likely a little difficult to do so by yourself. Su Qian shook his head and voiced his thoughts. Han Feng has established a Black Alliance in the Black Corner region. Quite a number of relatively strong factions have joined it. Currently, the number of strong people in the Black Alliance are as numerous as the clouds. Even I have a never-ending headache because of it. During the 2 years in which you were not around, the Inner Academy has gone to find trouble with those fellows a couple of times. However, most of them were blocked by the Black Alliance. Black Alliance? Xiao Yan knit his brows. His finger gently knocked against the surface of the table. A moment later, he finally spoke. In that case, does First Elder not want to get back at them? A fierce glint flashed across Su Qian's eyes as he spoke ferociously. Why would I not want to? The Inner Academy's reputation cannot worsen in my hands. Otherwise, how will I account to the headmaster when he returns in the future? Cuckoo, that's good. First Elder, you should gather some people. We will head to the Black Corner region in 3 days. Xiao Yan's finger paused before he stood up and laughed. Alright, since you are interested, our Inner Academy will join the fun. Su Qian's palm heavily slammed on the table as he also laughed out loud. Now that he had the participation of Xiao Yan, this extremely strong fellow, it was likely that they would be able to break the stalemate with the Black Alliance during these 2 years. I will gather all the helpers in 3 days. After that, it is time to completely end our conflict with the Black Alliance. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. However, Su Qian appeared to have recalled something as he frowned a little. He looked at Xiao Yan and spoke. Before this, I think that you should settle the conflict with that expert Dozong who has come and looked for trouble with you. Otherwise, if she comes and intervenes during that great battle, you should also be clearly aware just what kind of fighting strength the Dou possesses. If she were to join the Black Alliance, we would suffer great losses even if our entire army isn't destroyed. She will definitely not join the Black Alliance. Xiao Yan smiled as he observed Su Qian's stern face. He sighed, alright, I will settle the problem with her first. Do you need our help? Su Qian hesitated for a moment before asking. Kuko, relax. The presence of more people will not help the problem between her and me. Xiao Yan laughed bitterly as he cupped his hands toward Su Qian. He said, since I have already accounted for most of the things, I should return first. Wait. Su Qian mused for a moment after seeing Xiao Yan turned around. After which, he slowly said, I think I should tell you something. What is it? Xiao Yan turned his head doubtfully. Your second brother is in the Black Corner region, right? Su Qian's voice had just sounded when he sensed the aura all over Xiao Yan suddenly rose. A pair of old eyes which were filled with surprise were raised as he watched the young man whose face had instantly become dark and cold. What has happened to my second brother? Xiao Yan's voice was as cold as ice and void of any emotion. Currently, nothing has happened to him. Su Qian suppressed the surprise in his heart and widened his hands. He said, I have sent some people to quietly protect him after you had been dragged underground by the fallen heart flame. He was merely quietly training for the first half of the year. However, 1 year later he was chased into the deep mountains by some people who were after his life. It was 2 months later when he next appeared. At that time, his strength had suddenly and strangely soared to the Dou class. I am not certain what happened to him in the deep mountains. According to the information gathered, he has quietly established an extremely secretive organization within the Black Corner region. This organization currently has quite a strong reputation within the Black Corner region because they purposefully pick members of the Black Alliance to kill. Moreover, they kill whoever they meet. Clearly, your second brother is taking revenge for you. Xiao Yan's face recovered its calmness as he quietly nodded. It was good that nothing had happened to second brother. However, his expression had just calmed down when Su Qian's subsequent words caused it to become completely dark. Due to your second brother killing the members of the Black Alliance for a long time, he has aroused the anger of the Black Alliance. According to the information I got, it seems that a few factions who are quite strong have begun encircling your second brother and his organization. It is likely that his current condition is not very good. At this moment, the face of the black-robed young man was frighteningly dark and cold. It even contained a faint savageness. The icy cold voice of his contained an incomparable amount of killing intent. Do you have my second older brother's location? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 626, Gathering Helpers. Chapter 626, Gathering Helpers. Xiao Yan's expression was somewhat gloomy as he walked out from the meeting room. He lifted his head only to see that Lin Yan was standing not far away. The gloominess on his face was slowly withdrawn as he smiled toward the latter. It is really unexpected that you actually remained in the inner academy. Xiao Yan slowly walked forward and spoke with a smile. Didn't I say back then that I wanted to follow you to the Jiama Empire? Lin Yan smiled and shrugged his shoulders. He had become much more mature compared to 2 years ago. Quite a lot of his original impulsiveness had also disappeared. Xiao Yan was startled. His face immediately became gentle as he smiled. It was really unexpected that Lin Yan had actually remembered those words back then. This caused Xiao Yan to be moved on top of being surprised. You can rest assured that once some of the things here are settled, I will return to the Jiama Empire. I will definitely bring you along at that time. Xiao Yan laughed before turning his gaze over to Lin Yan's body. He smiled and said, looks like you have also been doing quite well during these 2 years. You have even broken through to become an elite Dou. Ugh, how can I compare with an abnormal fellow like you? Lin Yan smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Even though his training talent was quite great, he had merely reached a 3-star Dou during these 3 years. He definitely felt a sense of inferiority when compared with Xiao Yan. However, he was unaware that the amount of suffering that Xiao Yan had to undergo in order to swiftly rise in strength was many times more than what an ordinary person had to face. Xiao Yan smiled, but did not continue to be entangled in this topic. You are planning to go to where your second brother is next, right? Lin Yan spoke, I am also aware about the issue with your second brother. This is because I was coincidentally sent by the first elder to protect him back then. However, he discovered me after his strength had soared and we nearly exchanged blows. What is my second brother's current strength like? Xiao Yan knit his brows slightly and felt an uneasy feeling in his heart. Very strong. If it is 1 against 1, I would not be a match for him. Additionally, his Dou Qi is of the lightning affinity with extremely strong offensive strength. An ordinary elite Dou Wang is no match for him. However, I kept having the feeling that his aura is somewhat strange, but I cannot quite describe it. Lin Yan mused for a moment before speaking. Xiao Yan nodded quietly before speaking in a soft voice. I will make a trip to Pan's Gate first to take a look at Wu Hao and the others. After which, I will hurry to the Black Corner region. Kuko, this time around, you might need to bring along some helpers. Lin Yan smiled and spoke. According to our information, those factions that have gone to encircle your second brother this time around are all extremely strong. There are at least 3 people among them who are elite Dou Wangs. Moreover, there is also one Dou Huang. Although your strength is currently extremely strong, as long as the Dou Huang is able to delay you for a moment, it is likely that the other 3 expert Dou Wangs will be able to kill your brother within a short amount of time. Xiao Yan was slightly startled. He mused for a moment before nodding. He would naturally not try to be brave since the matter concerned his second brother, but where can I go and gather helpers? The elders within the Inner Academy need to prepare for the big battle with the Black Alliance. It is likely that they wouldn't be able to lend a hand. Xiao Yan was somewhat troubled as he replied. Have you forgotten about Pan's Gate? Currently, Wu Hao and Hu Jiao are all at the peak of the Dou Ling class and are even experts who have half a foot in the Dou Wang class. Moreover, other than the 2 of them, there are at least 10 people within Pan's Gate who are experts at the peak of the Dou Ling class. This is quite a great strength. Moreover, there's still that brute force queen. Additionally, I am also free during this period of time. If we gather all this strength, it is sufficient to contend with a first-tier faction within the Black Corner region. Lin Yan laughed. It is really unexpected that the small Pan's Gate back then is already this strong now. Looks like Wu Hao and Hu Jia have managed it very well. Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned before he let out an emotional sigh. Back then, when he was dragged underground by the fallen Heartflame, it seemed that the Pan's Gate did not even have 1 peak Dou Ling. Now, it was actually this strong. It is not overboard to call this little foundation as the strongest faction within the Inner Academy. Of course, Xun Er and your influence enabled Pan's Gate to have its current strength, which cannot be matched by anyone. Lin Yan smiled and said, with your reputation within Pan's Gate, it is likely that there would be over 100 hot-blooded people who would charge with you into the Black Corner region to rescue people with just a wave of your hand. Your existence is just like a god in their hearts. Xiao Yan rubbed his head. He felt somewhat strange that he was able to possess such a reputation after having been missing from the Inner Academy for these past 2 years. That's right. Among those factions that have gone to encircle your second brother, one of them is your old enemy, the Blood Sect. That so-called expert Dou Huang, Fan Lao, from back then. Lin Yan appeared to have suddenly recalled something as he spoke. Fan Lao? Xiao Yan was slightly startled. A cold smile slowly surfaced on the corner of his mouth as he spoke. It's just as well. He was lucky to have escaped back then. Let's see if he has such good fortune this time around. Since that's the case, lead me to Pan's Gate now. This matter cannot be delayed lest some unexpected changes occur. Yes. Pan's Gate. Numerous gazes that were filled with a wild heat and reverence were staring intently at the smiling black-robed young man in the spacious hall. Some of the old members of Pan's Gate from back then had even reached the limit of their excitement. Cuckoo, everyone. Chief says that he needs some helpers. Anyone who knows they have reached the qualifications and have the courage to follow us to roam the Black Corner region can step forward. Wu Hao watched the black masses of human heads in the full hall as he spoke with a smile. Bang! An orderly sound of footsteps suddenly sounded in the hall. Dozens of human figures strode forward with excited faces. Even with Xiao Yan's mental strength, he could not resist feeling somewhat moved as he watched the human figures who had stepped out in unison without even the slightest hesitation. A gratified feeling slowly climbed out from within his heart. 14 people at the peak of the Dou Ling class. The remainder are all expert Dou Lings. How is it? Enough? Ziyan glanced at those people who had stepped forward before turning her head to speak to Xiao Yan. Yeah, it's sufficient. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He patted Ziyan's head and spoke with a smile. You still have not grown up after not having seen you for 2 years. Coco, rest assured that I will help you refine a true body transformation pill. At that time you will be able to transform your body as you please. The face of Ziyan, who was originally unhappy after hearing those initial words, immediately became joyful upon hearing the remainder of Xiao Yan's words. Although the 2 years did not hinder the growth in her strength, this young body of hers had caused her some headaches. This is much better. You have been missing for 2 years and also caused me to eat 2 years of awful medicinal ingredients. Treat this as compensation. The little girl purposefully acted old as she patted Xiao Yan's arm. Those gem-like pupils were filled with a smile that was extremely cute. Xiao Yan smiled, lifted his head and studied the human figures in the hall, who had faces filled with excitement. He smiled and said, I, Xiao Yan, shall not say any unnecessary words. Once we settle everything in return, I will definitely drink with everyone. Everyone in the hall parted their mouths and smiled when they heard Xiao Yan's words. Although Xiao Yan had been missing for 2 years, his reputation had been brewed with time until it became increasingly mellow. It even reached the point that as long as they thought that the true leader of Pan's Gate had appeared, their bodies would be filled with fighting strength. Let's go! Xiao Yan's gaze looked around the hall before suddenly waving his hand a moment later. He led the way and strode out of the main entrance. A large unit followed closely behind him with fanatical expressions. It was natural that quite a big commotion was created when such a large group walked within the inner academy. Quite a number of people cried out in surprise when they saw the black-robed young man leading the huge group. Clearly, they had already recognized the identity of the latter. Xiao Yan ignored the varying gazes from around him. He and his group rushed to the exit of the academy. After passing through the dense forest, they could see that the hidden spatial door had already been opened. Low griffin roars sounded repeatedly from the outside. There are already over 10 griffins waiting outside. They will fly all of you to your destination. Lin Yan's figure suddenly flashed and appeared, while Xiao Yan was feeling somewhat surprised. The former smiled and spoke to everyone, these were all prepared for us by the first elder. Xiao Yan was startled. It seemed that Su Qian was also clearly aware about him gathering helpers. Originally, one was not allowed to use the people from the inner academy to settle a personal matter according to the rules. However, seeing Su Qian's meaning, it was obvious that he not only did not oppose them, but had instead given them help. Coco, Xiao Yan will definitely thank First Elder for his good intentions when I return. Xiao Yan cupped his hands toward the position of the inner academy before immediately waving his hand. He softly cried out, let's go. The large group rushed out in a lightning-like manner the moment his voice sounded. Finally, they disappeared outside of the large silver-colored door. After Xiao Yan and the others disappeared, the large silver-colored door fluctuated a little before slowly becoming faint and eventually disappearing. Su Qian had his hands behind him in a building deep within the inner academy. His gaze was looking at the exit of the inner academy. He softly spoke a moment later, they have already left. First Elder, you allowed Xiao Yan to bring the students from the inner academy to the Black Corner region, but... Isn't it a little? An elder spoke somewhat hesitantly behind Su Qian. Kuko, relax. Given Xiao Yan's strength, there should not be any injuries or deaths. Moreover, it is beneficial to the students to allow them to experience some true fights to the death. Su Qian waved his hand and spoke with a smile. That elder could only nod his head while smiling bitterly upon hearing this. The Black Corner region was filled with people who would not blink their eyes even when they killed. Inform all the elders within the inner academy. Prepare to gather 3 days later. This time around, we must completely annihilate the Black Alliance. A stern, cold glint flashed across Su Qian's old eyes as he waved his hand and spoke in a cold voice. Yes, sir. That elder was also startled when he heard this. He immediately gave a deep bow of positive acknowledgement before moving his body and quietly withdrawing from the room. The interior of the room slowly became quiet. Su Qian's gaze flickered. A moment later, he abruptly clenched his fist tightly. His thick cold voice reverberated unceasingly in the quiet room. Let all grudges completely disappear this time around. Over 10 tiny black dots faintly appeared in the vast sky. A moment later those black dots gradually became larger and eventually transformed into over 10 enormous griffins which whizzed past. On top of the leading griffin, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and observed the distant sky. He turned his head toward Wu Hao beside him and asked, we have already entered the area of the Black Corner region, right? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 627, The Moment of Life and Death. Chapter 627, The Moment of Life and Death. Wu Hao nodded his head. He took out a map scroll from his storage ring and slowly pushed it open. He used his finger to point to a certain area and said, according to our intelligence, a few large factions of the Black Alliance are heading to this place. I think that your second brother should be there. According to our speed, we should be able to reach there by tomorrow morning. Xiao Yan nodded his head slightly. He slowly calmed his somewhat anxious heart, and sat cross-legged on the griffin before shutting his eyes to recuperate. Xiao Yan's group avoided the fatigue of traveling by ground and also the numerous troubles within the Black Corner region due to them possessing the griffins, a beast that specialized in long-distance air travel. Hence, within a night, they had already begun to approach their destination. If they had walked instead, it would have been impossible for them to reach this place within 4 to 5 days even if everything had been smooth along the way. Xiao Yan's gaze studied the mountains in the distance covered by a faint mist while he stood atop a griffin. The uneasiness in his heart grew even more intense the closer he approached. Xiao Yan had continued feeling this uneasiness for a couple of minutes before he could no longer endure the emotion in his heart. He turned his head and spoke to Lin Yan, Wu Hao, and the others. "I will make a move first, all of you should hurry up and follow." Wu Hao and the others were startled when they heard this. However, they did not try to stop him. Given the former's strength, it was likely that one could hardly find anyone who would cause him to suffer a loss even in the Black Corner region. Moreover, Xiao Yan was not some little novice who had just left home. He was extremely outstanding regardless of whether it was in terms of fighting experience or other areas. Hence, Wu Hao and the others were not worried about him. They merely reminded him to be careful out of habit. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded to Wu Hao and the others. His shoulders shook, and a pair of beautiful flame wings extended from his back. Perhaps it was because his Dou Qi had turned into a dark green color after the merger of the heavenly flames, but the original green flame had transformed into an emerald color. At a glance, it appeared as though it was made of emerald, having an extremely beautiful appearance that caused others feel envy. This could be inferred from the envy that had appeared on faces of everyone on those griffins behind him the moment his wings appeared. The jade-like fire wings flapped gently as Xiao Yan leaped off of the griffin's back. After a couple of immediate flaps from the wings, his body turned into a black shadow that swiftly disappeared in front of everyone's sight. "Coco, looks like we need to increase our speed. Otherwise, everything might be settled by this fellow by the time we reach there." Wu Hao laughed as he saw Xiao Yan's swift disappearance. With a wave of his hand, the 10+ griffins emitted an orderly low roar as they immediately flapped their large wings. Their enormous bodies rode the wind and rushed forward. This was a mountainous region covered in complicated terrain. The enormous trees all around were like pillars supporting the sky as they penetrated the clouds. They also made it difficult for sunlight to enter, resulting in the mountains being very dark. A large stockade stood under the cover of the enormous, dense trees in a certain spot within the deep mountains, causing this place to be quite hidden. It was difficult to find if one did not purposefully look for it. The entire stockade was extremely quiet. However, there were quite a number of human figures who were coming and going. These black figures did not make any noise under their feet as they hurriedly rushed up and down the roads. The entire stockade was filled with an anxious atmosphere, but it did not appear to be flustered. A human figure who was completely wrapped in a black robe was standing tall and straight at a stage in the middle of the stockade. The dense bloody aura that was emitted from this person's body was something that could be clearly smelled even from a great distance away. However, 100+ black figures under the tall stage seemed to have not smelled it as they stood in a quiet and orderly fashion. Other than the hua-hua sound that was emitted by the black clothes when the wind blew past, there was only the extremely slight sound of footsteps. A black figure suddenly shot over from a distance amid the quiet atmosphere. Finally, he appeared under the tall stage, and knelt with one knee on the ground. His voice was low as he reported, "Chief. According to our secret investigation, around 7 or 8 secret sentry posts we had in the forest have been quietly destroyed. From the looks of some of the traces within the forest, it seemed that our trail seems to have been discovered. Now, this place is no longer safe. Has the Black Alliance finally made a move on us?" The black-robed person on the tall stage spoke in an indifferent voice. He slowly raised his head as scattering sunlight landed on that young face where a deathly aura was seeping out. That appearance was actually Xiao Yan's second brother, Xiao Li. "How many people are surrounding us this time around?" Although he had heard this news that would make one uneasy, Xiao Li's face did not even change a little. He was emotionless as his eyes swept over the black figures below while he spoke indifferently. "There are at least 200 people. All of them have quite a great strength. Moreover, they cooperate with each other quite well." The black figure reported without any hesitation. "Who is their leader? I have not seen him personally, but this subordinate has found members from the blood sect among the factions surrounding us. The worst-case scenario should be that they are led by the leader of the blood sect, Fan Lao." "Fan Lao, huh?" Xiao Li slowly narrowed his eyes. A moment later, a savage smile spread from the corner of his mouth. It seemed that third brother had quite a bit of a grudge with this old man who would not die. Back then, this fellow was also one of the top names who had participated in the attack on the inner academy. "In any case, I don't have much time left. Today, I will stake my life and get him to be buried with my third brother." Xiao Li gave a dark, dense smile before immediately waving his hand gently. An indifferent voice reverberated over the entire place. "Assassination unit, hide yourself in the forest and withdraw as you fight. Try your best to weaken their fighting strength. Remember, even if you die, you must pull someone to cover you as a blanket. Otherwise, your death will be worthless. TL, buried with does not mean physically buried with. Yes, sir. Nearly half the people below suddenly responded in unison. Their bodies immediately flashed, and the black figures penetrated through the shade one after another. Finally, they leaped out of the stockade and disappeared into the vast forest. They did not question their fates of imminent death. This was because anyone within this assassination unit who questioned Xiao Li's words had already been removed. Those who could remain were basically people who had handed over their hearts and even their souls to Xiao Li. Everyone else will defend the stockade. Defend with all your strength. Yes, sir. The remaining people also responded in unison. Finally, their bodies flashed and entered into various dark and hidden corners of the stockade. The dark black sharp daggers in their hands slowly emitted a cold glint. Xiao Li's gaze was cold and indifferent as he watched the black figures who had disappeared. He slowly shut his eyes and a faint death aura surrounded his body as though he was the god of death. Third brother, wait for second brother to pull someone down with me. Countless numbers of sharp screams were suddenly emitted from the lush green forest when morning arrived. The miserable screams reverberated over the mountains, causing one to feel a chill all over one's body. Countless numbers of human figures filled with killing intent flashed about in the dark forest. They were just about to swiftly rush toward their target when numerous black figures suddenly shot out from the shadows of the forest. They carried a slight muffled sound of one's flesh being cut as fresh blood was spilled. Although the sudden ambush killing caused that particular unit to suffer quite the losses, these people were clearly very experienced in combat. Hence, they were able to rely on their advantage in numbers to stabilize the situation in an extremely short amount of time. After which, both parties entered into an intense and fierce exchange. Xiao Li, who had his eyes shut while in the stockade, suddenly opened them. He eyed those dozens of black figures who had rushed back from within the forest. These figures swiftly flashed into the stockade before they finally knelt with one knee on the ground in front of the tall stage. Chief, over half of the assassination unit is dead. However, the other party's death toll is more than twice ours. This time around, the troops that have come to surround us are all the elites of a couple of large factions. Moreover, they have the help of 3 Dou Wangs and 1 Dou Huang. Our assassination unit did not obtain the results we desired. A dark, deep voice was emitted from the mouth of a black human figure. Xiao Li's face was indifferent. He merely nodded slightly. According to their momentum, they will reach the stockade within 10 minutes. Spread out. Prepare to fight to the death with those who have attacked. Xiao Li lifted his chin and spoke indifferently. Although Xiao Li had ultimately not said anything about withdrawing, not one of these wood-like black human figures said anything. All of them completely did as they were ordered. Xiao Li lifted his gaze as he watched those human figures who had begun to scatter. After which, he gazed at the distant forest as a wild savageness surged onto his face. The actual situation was worse than reported by the black human figure. Around 5 minutes later, some human figures appeared from within the forest. After which, more rushed out repeatedly. Within a short couple of minutes, the entire stockade had been surrounded to the point where even water could not pass. You must be the leader of the organization which doesn't even have a name, right? Cold laughter suddenly sounded in the air above the stockade. Xiao Li lifted his head only to find 4 figures suspended in the air. A powerful aura wrapped around the entire stockade. The person in front was surprisingly the leader of the blood sect who had nearly died in Xiao Yan's hands back then, Fan Lao. Xiao Li's gaze was dense as he stared at Fan Lao in the sky. However, he did not say anything. He clenched his hand, and a long, dark black spear flashed and appeared. Powerful silver-colored Dou Qi carried a faint thunderous roar as it wrapped around the spear. Fan Lao indifferently watched Xiao Li, who was putting up a last bit of resistance before death. The former waved his hand. Kill him, dot. A fierce glint immediately surfaced within the eyes of the 3 expert Dou Wangs behind Fan Lao upon hearing the order. With a low cry, the 3 human figures carried a powerful aura as they came rushing down explosively from the sky like meteorites. The combined strength of the 3 Dou Wangs even caused the air to emit a rumbling sound. Xiao Li's face was ferocious as he watched the 3 human figures who had rushed over. His grip on the long spear in his hand had become much tighter. He would not even have the slightest fear against 1 Dou Wang. He might end up descending into an annoying battle against 2 Dou Wangs. On the other hand, fighting against 3 Dou Wangs would likely result in him being at a disadvantage. Even though this was the case, Xiao Li did not even retreat in the slightest. Having not much time left, he need not even worry about his life. What else was there to fear? Die! A stern cry was ferociously released from the mouths of the 3 Dou Wangs. The 3 of them clearly cooperated very well with each other. Moreover, they were also ruthless individuals. Hence, the three of them joined hands to unleash a powerful blow as their first attack. Three powerful Dou Qi attacks flew through the sky before finally intertwining with one another like a trident that shot explosively toward Xiaoli. Amir Do Wang also dares to offend the Black Alliance. You really overestimate your strength. Fan Lao lifted the corner of his mouth. He spoke in a dark, cold manner when he saw Xiaoli, who appeared exceptionally small under the three powerful attacks. Xiaoli's watched the fierce attack that was rushing over with a savage gazes. His long spear quivered and a silver-colored glow soared. The sound of rolling thunder was brewed at the tip of his spear. An instant later, a lightning snake-like silver-colored Dou Qi suddenly shot out explosively before the three attacks collided heavily with one another. Bang! Dot! A loud sound appeared in mid-air. Powerful energy ripples spread out from it. While this wind spread, Xiaoli and the three experts were shaken and forced to take a couple of steps back. However, it was obvious that Xiaoli suffered a greater disadvantage. If one heard the low muffled sound from his throat, it appeared that he had suffered some slight injuries during collision. Fan Lao's expression had immediately become a lot darker and colder as he stood in the sky and watched Xiaoli manage to endure the attack from three expert Do Wangs, and had clearly only suffered slight injuries from it. His gaze was filled with malice as he watched Xiaoli taking over a dozen steps back. His body suddenly quivered before it immediately disappeared. On the ground, Xiaoli, who had just stabilized his body, did not have the time to take a breath when his expression suddenly changed. Immediately, his palms habitually shot out violently in front of him body. Fan Lao's figure strangely appeared just as Xiaoli's palm struck out. With a cold, dark laugh, his shriveled hand firmly met with Xiaoli's palm. A frightening force immediately surged out explosively. Grug! Xiaoli may be strong, but there was still an extremely large gap when compared to an elite Do Huang like Fan Lao. It was natural that he would suffer a disadvantage in such a head-on collision. Hence, he immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood while his legs were dragged against the ground as he was forced back. Finally, his back collided with a huge rock. The force was discharged and the enormous rock behind him was immediately filled with a countless number of crack lines. At a glance, it was about to fall apart. Fan Lao coldly smiled as his eyes darkly glared at Xiaoli, who had spat out blood. However, the former did not give the latter any time to recover. He clenched his fist, and a blood spear agglomerated in it. His hand shook immediately, and the blood spear carried a fishy scent as it rushed toward Xiaoli, whose Dou Qi within his body had become a little sluggish, in a lightning-like manner. You dared kill people from my blood sect. Today, I will break all your limbs and rear you as a blood slave. Due to the sluggish Dou Qi within his body, Xiaoli could only watch as the blood spear shot over to him at this moment. He did not have the slightest ability to dodge it. Third brother, second brother is useless and is actually unable to even drag someone down with him. A bitterness slowly surfaced on the corner of Xiaoli's mouth as he watched the blood spear that was swiftly magnified in his eyes. He quietly shut his eyes and muttered with a sigh, "It really seems that the heavens want to destroy our Xiao clan." Xie! A slight thundering sound suddenly resounded in the sky just as the blood spear was about to strike Xiao Yan. Immediately, a dark green firewall suddenly surfaced in front of Xiaoli, causing Fan Lao's face to suddenly change drastically. That blood spear appeared to be like a snow meeting boiling oil and swiftly melted. Moreover, it even emitted waves of chi-chi sound. Who is it? Our Black Alliance is performing a mission. Please do not put your nose in other people's business. Fan Lao's expression was dark and cold when he saw the dark green flame which had suddenly appeared. He raised his head and cried out sternly. Coco, sect leader Fan, I have not seen you for 2 years, but you have really become more impressive. Back then, you luckily escaped with your life. I wonder if you will still be this lucky today? A faint laugh slowly sounded in the sky. Immediately, a black-robed human figure strangely appeared in the sky in front of numerous shocked gazes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 628, Withdrawal from Shouting. Chapter 628, Withdrawal from Shouting. Xiaoli, who had shut his eyes while awaiting death, suddenly shook his entire body when the faint laugh sounded in the sky. He immediately opened his eyes, and his gaze was filled with disbelief as he stared at the tall straight-backed black figure in the sky. Third brother? Xiaoli's gaze trembled as he stared at the somewhat familiar back. His face, which did not change even a little when facing death, was at this moment filled with stunned disbelief. Xiao Yan? You have not died? How is that possible? Fan Lao turned his gaze over the instant that Xiao Yan appeared. The expression on his face immediately became still when his gaze swept over the familiar young face. Shock and fear surfaced together. At the end, a voice that had become sharp due to fear was emitted from his mouth. Xiao Yan? He is that Xiao Yan who defeated Fan Lao and nearly killed Medicine Emperor Hanfeng? The three expert Dou Wangs at the side did not have any specially great reaction to Xiao Yan's appearance. However, when Fan Lao's sharp voice involuntarily cried out the name that reverberated like thunder in the ears of everyone within the Black Corner region, shock instantly swarmed up their faces as they muttered. Are you very disappointed that I have not died? Xiao Yan's figure slowly descended from the sky before appearing in front of Xiao Li. He laughed coldly toward Fan Lao before immediately turning his head to look at Xiao Li, whose face was still filled with disbelief. He smiled and spoke gently, Second brother, do you not recognize me? Are you really Xiao Yan? Xiao Li widened his mouth. He extended his hand in an attempt to touch Xiao Yan's body, but he seemed to be afraid of something and ultimately did not dare to actually touch him. He seemed to be afraid that this was an illusion before his death. Xiao Yan smiled and extended his arm to hold Xiao Li's white hand. He laughed softly, Second brother, it's me. How can I easily die when the Xiao clan has such a great vengeance that needs to be repaid? A redness gradually swarmed onto Xiao Li's originally white face as he sensed the temperature that was transmitted from Xiao Yan's hands. His eyes trembled as he stared at Xiao Yan. The strength of his hand which was holding onto Xiao Yan's arm increased. Those eyes of his had even become red at this moment. Xiao Li had revealed this moving scene despite his cold and indifferent character. One could just imagine just how excited his heart was. Cuckoo, Second brother, I will catch up with you properly after finishing off this old dog. Xiao Yan patted Xiao Li's hand and laughed. Don't. That fellow is an elite Dou Huang. Xiao Li's expression changed slightly when he heard this. A glint flickered in his eyes as he said, they are superior in numbers. I think that we should withdraw first. There's a lot more time in the future with many opportunities to take revenge. Nothing wrong must happen to you now. Originally, Xiao Li had long carried the will to die. If it was him alone, he would naturally not think of fleeing. However, things were different now. Xiao Yan's appearance had caused his gloomy heart, which had been shrouded by the aura of death, to be filled with the will to live. Therefore, he overturned his earlier normal behavior, and the thought of fleeing emerged from within his heart. Cuckoo, Second brother, you can rest assured. I was able to cause him to flee while being at death's door 2 years ago. Today, I will be able to do the same. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head. He flipped his hand, and he strangely escaped from Xiao Li's hand like a swimming fish. He smiled at the latter and his gentle voice was filled with a confidence that caused others to feel calm. Believe me, Second brother. Then, be careful. I will help you block the remaining 3 Dou Wangs. Xiao Li was startled when he saw the confidence in Xiao Yan's smile. He immediately clenched his teeth and stood up. The black-colored long spear in his hand was slammed heavily on the ground. A powerful aura spread out from it. Leave all of them to me. You are currently quite badly injured. Xiao Yan shook his head. He did not wait for Xiao Li's protest before turning around. The smile on his face slowly turned dark and cold. Xiao Yan flipped his hand and the large heavy Xian ruler flashed out from a low-grade storage ring First Elder Su Qian had given him. He carelessly waved the heavy ruler, and a wave of low, deep explosive sounds formed below it. Finally they completely shattered the rocks on the ground. Sect Leader Fan. I will take this old life of yours today. Xiao Yan pointed the heavy ruler toward Fan Lao opposite of him. There was a laughter in his voice, but it was filled with an incomparable killing intent. If Xiao Yan had arrived a moment later when this old dog unleashed a killing move on Xiao Li, it was likely that he would only be able to see Xiao Li's body. This fear in addition to their earlier conflict had caused Xiao Yan's heart to be filled with a surging killing intent. The name Fan Lao had been crossed with a blood-colored line on his must-kill list. Fan Lao's face was volatile as he stared at the black-robed young man on the opposite side with a killing intent that spread throughout the sky. The disbelief in his heart was gradually withdrawn under this reality. It was replaced with a kind of unusual fear and fury. Back then, he was defeated by Xiao Yan's hands. This had caused him to be ridiculed by quite a number of people in the Black Corner region during these 2 years. This also caused the reputation of the Blood Sect to fall greatly. All of this was caused by this fellow in front of him. 2 of you should go and capture that injured fellow. Remember, you cannot kill him. As long as he is captured, Xiao Yan can only surrender. The remaining person should delay Xiao Yan with me. The reward if you can take his life will definitely make you extremely happy. Don't all of you want a Dou spirit pill? As long as you can kill Xiao Yan this time around, your wish will definitely be granted. Fan Lao turned his head and spoke in a dark voice to the other 3 Dou Wangs. Fan Lao had a phobia from being defeated in Xiao Yan's hands back then. Therefore, it was unavoidable that he would feel uncertainty in his heart if he were to fight with Xiao Yan. This caused him to ignore his status and ask someone to help him defeat his opponent. A hot fieriness immediately flashed across the eyes of the three expert Dou Wangs when they heard Fan Lao's words. Dou Spirit Pill. This was a medicinal pill that they had coveted for a long time. However, they needed to commit an extremely great contribution to the Black Alliance in order to obtain it. Although they had been acting as fighters for the Black Alliance these few years, there was still quite a big gap to the needed contribution points to exchange for it. The three Dou Wangs merely hesitated for a moment in their hearts under the strong allure of the Dou Spirit Pill before the hesitation was defeated in the face of the allure. They exchanged looks with one another before fiercely nodded their heads. Xiao Yan's gaze was densely cold as he watched the four people on the opposite side. A faint dark green Dou Qi surged out from his body like a substance like flame. It withered repeatedly on the surface as a powerful aura covered half of the stockade. Fan Lao's expression changed slightly just as Xiao Yan's surging aura was about to attack. He appeared to have sensed something and lifted his head. His expression immediately became much uglier when his gaze swept over the red-dressed bewitching beauty that had unknowingly appeared in the sky. What did this woman want to do by appearing at this moment? The person who had suddenly appeared was naturally Queen Medusa, who had been following Xiao Yan. This queen, whom he had forcefully possessed, had a pair of alluring eyes that were still filled with coldness. This time around, who will be here to help you? Queen Medusa's body was suspended in the air. Her cold and indifferent voice slowly reverberated through the sky. The unwelcomed guest who had appeared also caused Fan Lao and the others to be startled. The aura of Queen Medusa caused them to feel an uneasiness. However, a wild joy immediately filled their faces when they discovered that this mysterious strong person was against Xiao Yan. If she and Xiao Yan were to fight, they would be able to easily capture Xiao Li. At that time, Xiao Yan would naturally not dare to attack for fear of harming Xiao Li. Cuckoo, this friend. Is your target Xiao Yan? If that is the case, we can cooperate. This fellow is extremely crafty. Just you alone might not be sufficient. Fan Lao gave Xiao Yan a sinister smile before immediately speaking with a smile to Queen Medusa in the sky. You don't have the qualification. Queen Medusa glanced indifferently at Fan Lao in the sky and spoke in a manner that did not give the latter any face. This also caused Fan Lao's expression to become much uglier. Originally, he had thought that it would be the best of both worlds if they cooperated since they had similar intentions. However, it was unexpected that Medusa did not appreciate his offer. If you are not willing, then please do as you please. Fan Lao laughed dryly as he slowly lowered his head. A viciousness and obscenity flashed across his eyes. Damn woman. I will definitely look for an opportunity to capture you after everything is settled, and get you to beg for mercy under my body. Third brother, who is she? She seems to be after you. Xiao Li's face had also become somewhat ugly at this moment. The situation was originally disadvantageous to them. It was unexpected that another mysterious woman of unknown background had suddenly appeared. Moreover, it appeared that her strength was quite great. Xiao Yan's face sank. His gaze was like chilly ice as he stared at Queen Medusa in the sky. This gaze, which did not carry the slightest emotion, actually caused Medusa, who had always killed for fun, to feel an uneasy feeling. She turned her gaze aside. However, she had just turned her gaze aside when Queen Medusa suddenly sensed it. With her haughtiness, how could she withdraw under Xiao Yan's gaze? Medusa, we can settle the matter between us in the future. If you intervene today, Xiao Yan, will force you to die here even if I risk my life to do so. If you don't believe me, you can come and try. Xiao Yan's gaze was dark and cold. His face had a slight wildness to it. He was similarly clearly aware that if Queen Medusa were to stop him at this moment, Xiao Li would end up in the hands of Fan Lao and the others. That kind of situation was sufficient to really cause him to become crazy. Queen Medusa's eyebrows slowly became vertical amid Xiao Yan's words, which contained a chillness. No one had dared to threaten her in all her life. Yet, these words of Xiao Yan now. A cold glint flickered in Queen Medusa's long beautiful eyes. A moment later, those eyes suddenly turned toward Xiao Yan's face, which contained traces of craziness when a killing intent was rising within her heart. She was immediately startled. An unknown emotion quietly spread out from somewhere deep within her spirit, and slowly suppressed the killing intent in her heart. Queen Medusa knit her brows slightly as she sensed the gradually reducing killing intent within her heart. An unknown frustration quietly rose within her heart. Xiao Yan, remember. Your life is mine. I will take it away sooner or later. Queen Medusa suppressed the unusual frustration within her heart. She violently swung her sleeves and let out a cold laugh. Immediately, her graceful figure quietly disappeared amid the stunned gazes of Fan Lao and the others. Xiao Yan was also startled for a while when he saw that Queen Medusa had really did as she was told and left. This woman who was renowned for her ferocity was actually really bothered about his threat. He had originally already made plans to really go all out. Of course, if Xiao Yan really dared to speak these words in front of Queen Medusa, she would definitely be infuriated given her usual character. However, the current Queen Medusa had already firmly possessed this body of hers and had merged her spirit with that of the heaven-swallowing python. This kind of merger may have allowed Queen Medusa to gain the leading role, but her emotions would be somewhat mixed with that of the heaven-swallowing python to a certain extent. Queen Medusa was filled with killing intent toward Xiao Yan, but the heaven-swallowing python was extremely attached to Xiao Yan. The mixture of these two was the cause of the current complicated emotions that Queen Medusa had for Xiao Yan. While being filled with killing intent, she had difficulty really performing the killing move. This conflicting emotion was the source of the frustration within Queen Medusa's heart. Nevertheless, Queen Medusa at least retreated after being shouted at by Xiao Yan. Next, he, without any burdens, would be able to calmly settle the old and new grudges with Fan Lao. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 629, Reinforcements. Chapter 629, Reinforcements. Xiao Yan's gaze paused at the spot where Medusa had disappeared before slowly sighing in relief. His gaze shifted down and once again turned toward Fan Lao. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Hey, you won't gain any advantage even if that person left. I don't believe that you can block all four of us with just your strength. Fan Lao was disappointed when Medusa left. However, awe immediately surged onto his face as he sinisterly smiled. Xiao Yan did not bother with Fan Lao, who had planned to use his words to force Xiao Yan back. He shook his wrist and the heavy ruler was violently inserted into the ground. A cluster of jade-green flames slowly surfaced on his right hand like that of a ghostly fire. Xiao Yan's left hand slowly covered the dark green flame. His eyes, however, were shut while Fan Lao and the others were frowning. Fan Lao and the others had no idea about this strange action of Xiao Yan. Hence, for a moment, no one dared to take the lead to attack. After Xiao Yan tightly shut his eyes, that cluster of dark green flames suddenly began to fluctuate a moment later. Xiao Yan pulled both of his hands apart abruptly. A moment later, Fan Lao and the others were shocked as the dark green flame suddenly separated into two clusters of different colored flames. Two clusters of flame. One was green in color, while the other was an invisible flame. Fallen heart flame? You have actually refined the fallen heart flame? Fan Lao was not surprised when his gaze swept over the cluster of green flame. However, his expression immediately changed when he saw the cluster of seemingly invisible flame. His shocked voice was sharp as it sounded. Xiao Yan indifferently stared at Fan Lao, whose expression had changed drastically. He flipped both of his hands. The newly born dark green flame was created from the merger of the green lotus core flame and the fallen heart flame. As long as he was familiar with the control, it would not be difficult for them to separate once again. The two kinds of flames may be weaker than the dark green flame in terms of heat and other aspects if they were used separately, but one could multitask and use them simultaneously for different purposes. This was most suitable in the face of numerous enemies. Attack! Kill him! The shock on Fan Lao's face gradually withdrew. An extremely rich killing intent replaced it. He clearly understood just what kind of frightening strength a person who controlled two different heavenly flames possessed. If he continued to allow Xiao Yan to continue to train, it was difficult for him to guarantee just what kind of level he would reach. Killing Xiao Yan at this moment would undoubtedly reduce a big worry that would cause him to have difficulty sleeping and eating. Fan Lao's cry had just sounded when his figure instantly moved. Blood-colored Dou Qi spread all over his body. The fishy stench of blood covered the entire stockade. Some of those who were weaker felt giddy upon smelling this bloody stench. The other three Dou Wangs, who possessed great fighting experience, beside Fan Lao, also instantly moved their bodies the moment Fan Lao did so. The four of them formed an encirclement from four corners and shot explosively toward Xiao Yan at the middle. 1 Dou Huan, 3 Dou Wangs. Such a powerful lineup unleashed their attacks at the same time. The powerful aura that faintly agglomerated together was something that would make even an ordinary elite Dou Huang a little suffocated. However, it did not have the slightest use toward Xiao Yan, who could not be predicted with common sense. Third brother, be careful. Although most of the powerful pressure being unleashed was blocked by Xiao Yan, who was in front of him, some of the remnant force that seeped past him caused Xiao Li's expression to change drastically. He took 2 steps back before crying out to Xiao Yan in front of him. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He narrowed his pupils and eyed Fan Lao and the 3 others who had approached him in the blink of an eye. The corner of his mouth moved a little, and the cluster of invisible flame on his left hand suddenly emitted a ripple. Following the emission of a ripple by the fallen heart flame, the 4 figures that shot explosively over suddenly came to a stop. Their faces were flushed red, and the Dou Qi in all of their bodies emitted some chaotic ripples because they were caught off guard. The Dou Qi in their bodies was circulated with all their might as they tried to suppress the heart flame which had appeared within their bodies without any forewarning. The tactic the fallen heart flame specialized in was to summon a heart flame inside a person's body once they entered a certain distance. The strength of this kind of heart flame was completely controlled by the person casting it. If it was mild, it would have the impact of refining Dou Qi. If it was wild and violent, it would cause a Dou Qi uprising within an unsuspecting person. Moreover, the high temperature which it emitted might well completely incinerate a person from inside out if one was not careful. The fallen heart flame had already been refined by Xiao Yan. The strange special effect of summoning heart flames was naturally something that he could use as he pleased. Currently, the heart flame which he had summoned when facing a strong opponent like Fan Lao was of course the kind that was wild and violent to the limit. Hence, there was a chaotic movement of Dou Qi within the bodies of Fan Lao and the other three. It was obvious that the heart flame that Xiao Yan currently summoned was unable to incinerate an expert Dou Wang to ashes. However, it was extremely easy to scramble around and put them into disarray. This kind of sudden disarray had a crucial impact of deciding the victor in such a battle between the strong. Xiao Yan raised his eyes to study Fan Lao and the other three whose Dou Qi had turned into disarray while their faces had suddenly become flushed red. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was slowly raised into an arc that was filled with coldness. A silver-colored glow surfaced on his feet and his body shook. He immediately disappeared from his original position in a ghost-like manner. The heavy Xian ruler which was inserted into the ground in front of him had also disappeared with him. Qi. The faint sound of rushing winds suddenly appeared. A person with flushed face, who was scrambling to direct the Dou Qi in their body to suppress the heart flame, suddenly felt a chill all over his body. He raised his head, only to see a faint black line rushing over in front of him. Bang! The large black ruler cut through the air, and a hot wind came smashing down furiously from all directions. From the looks of the force, even the strong body of an expert Dou Wang would likely become seriously injured if he was smashed. This expert Dou Wang displayed his extraordinary battle experience and agility at this moment of life and death. He forcefully endured the intense pain from the grilling of the heart flame in his body and viciously hacked the extremely large ghost head blade asterisk in his hand which had been dyed by an unknown amount of fresh blood. The blade was incomparably sharp. Even the air appeared to be split open at this moment. Asterisk, TL, ghost head blade, a type of knife that is extremely large, shaped like a scimitar. Clang! The heavy ruler suddenly fell and smashed heavily into the ghost head blade. An incomparably powerful force surged out explosively. Under this ferocious attack, that expert Dou Wang felt his legs become weak and both of his knees violently bent to touch the hard ground. The ground shook until crack lines began spreading like a spider web. Bang! The expert Dou Wang barely blocked this heavy ruler attack that had nearly taken his life. Before he had the time to escape, a sharp wind approached like a shadow and was swung into his chest. An explosive strength suddenly erupted, kicking this expert Dou Wang until he flew for dozens of meters. Eventually, he was dragged along the ground and formed a deep scar that was dozens of meters long before he slowly came to a stop. One ruler, one leg. Within 2 attacks, an expert Dou Wang was forced back after being turned into a miserable state from serious injuries. The numerous black figures within the dark shadows of the stockade could not help but inhale a breath of cold air as they watched this one-sided battle. This little fellow is really becoming stronger and stronger. Xiaoli also widened his mouth and watched the expert Dou Wang, who was instantly injured. He could not resist shaking his head a moment later. Such strength was really frightening. Fan Lao and the other 2 experts Dou Wangs finally managed to suppress the writhing heart flame within their bodies during this short period of time where Xiao Yan had defeated an expert Dou Wang in a lightning-like manner. Their gaze swept toward the sluggish aura of their companion. They did not know if was dead or alive. All of their hearts sank. No matter whether it was in terms of speed or strength, this bastard is much stronger than he was 2 years ago. Moreover, he is also able to control the fallen heart flame to force us to multitask and suppress the heart flame within our bodies. Looks like it is going to be troublesome today. Hao Han, the 2 of you should go and capture that person. I will delay him. Hurry! Fan Lao cried out sternly as a thought swiftly flashed within his heart. With the current situation, they must capture this person who had quite a deep relationship with Xiao Yan. Otherwise, it was likely that they would have difficulty defeating Xiao Yan even if they were to join hands. The other 2 expert Dou Wangs were startled when they heard Fan Lao's cry. They immediately recovered and looked at each other. After which, they rushed in from the 2 sides. Qi! A rushing wind sound once again sounded in the battleground just as the 2 split. However, the moment the rushing wind sound appeared, Fan Lao clenched his teeth and moved his body. He appeared at a certain spot and blood-colored Dou Qi was shot explosively toward the space in front of him. Blood-colored Dou Qi surged out explosively. An enormous black figure which was wrapped in green flame suddenly appeared. It was immediately hacked down. Under the pressure of the green flame, that blood-colored Dou Qi had instantly and completely disappeared. Damn it! Fan Lao cursed in his heart after being totally restrained by Xiao Yan's heavenly flame. He was about to unleash another attack again to block the latter when the heart flame within his body suddenly soared at this moment. The intense pain forced him to quickly diverted some Dou Qi to suppress it. The diversion of Dou Qi not only caused Fan Lao to divert his attention, but also resulted in his attack becoming slower and weaker. Bang! Octane blast. The opening from this slower motion naturally did not escape Xiao Yan's sharp eyes. Hence, his body flashed and he took the opportunity to hit Fan Lao's chest area. His arm trembled as he tightened his 5 fingers. His arm was like a heavy hammer carrying a powerful attack that caused one to shake within one's heart as it viciously smashed into Fan Lao's chest. Fan Lao only had the time to form a circular blood layer on the surface of his skin at this crucial moment before Xiao Yan's fist came crashing down. A torrential strength surged out from his fist. The former's body shot back under this fierce attack. Moreover, a mouthful of blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth as he did so. Xiao Yan did not give chase after sending Fan Lao flying with one punch. He turned his gaze and he immediately revealed a gloomy face as he realized the 2 expert Dou Wangs were only around 7 or 8 meters from Xiao Li. Given Xiao Li's current injured state, his chances of victory when faced with 2 expert Dou Wangs was naturally extremely low. Moreover, the 2 expert Dou Wangs were also shocked by Xiao Yan's strength earlier. Hence, they clearly understood that it was likely that they would have to remain in this place forever if they did not capture Xiao Li. Carrying this thought within their hearts, the 2 expert Dou Wangs had unleashed their strength to the maximum. Xiao Li naturally fell into a disadvantage with such strength attacking the weak. Xiao Yan was naturally well aware of Xiao Li's disadvantage. Hence, he could not be bothered with chasing the wounded Fan Lao. His body moved and he hurriedly went to support Xiao Li. However, he had just begun to move when a fishy stench once again surged over. The pale-faced Fan Lao appeared in front of Xiao Yan in a ghost-like manner. His gaze was dark and vicious as he looked at Xiao Yan and laughed out loud. Ha, Xiao Yan, so what if you are strong? As long as he lands in our hands, should we be afraid that you will cause trouble? The 2 expert Dou Wangs approached Xiao Li after Fan Lao's blocking action. Powerful Dou Qi immediately surged out. From the looks of the auras, the 2 people clearly intended to give a finishing blow and capture Xiao Li. Xiao Yan's heart suddenly sank as he watched the powerful Dou Qi that the 2 Dou Wangs had suddenly unleashed. Xiao! The sharp sound of rushing wind suddenly appeared in the sky the instant the 3 people were about to make contact. 2 figures immediately rushed down and were overbearingly inserted into the area between the 2 expert Dou Wangs and Xiao Li just like 2 meteorites. A clear and loud laugh suddenly sounded. Ha, Xiao Yan, you should just finish off that old fellow. Leave these 2 people to Ziyan and me. The sudden unexpected change caused Xiao Yan to be startled. Immediately, his tight heart slowly relaxed. Reinforcements had finally arrived in time. Xiao Yan turned his head and his gaze slowly moved toward Fan Lao. A voice that was filled with a dark, cold killing intent caused the latter's face to instantly become white. Old dog, are you very happy blocking me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 630, Killing Fan Lao. Chapter 630, Killing Fan Lao. The reinforcements that had suddenly appeared caused Fan Lao's face to turn much paler. This was especially so when he saw Xiao Yan's dark, cold, ferocious face. His expression had become ghastly, as though it had been covered with frost. The moment Xiao Yan had displayed 2 kinds of heavenly flames, Fan Lao understood that it was likely that even if the 4 of them were to attack together in a head-on battle, it would be very difficult to defeat him. Moreover, the battle had just started when Xiao Yan had disposed of one of the expert Dou Wangs. At the same time their fighting strength was reduced, their chances of victory swiftly fell. Hence, he had intended to capture Xiao Li alive and use him to put a leash on Xiao Yan. However, Lin Yan and Zi Yan had appeared at a crucial moment, completely dashing all of his plans. Next, he would have to face Xiao Yan's fury, which was filled with killing intent, all by himself. Kill everyone in the stockade. Fan Lao suddenly recalled something while his face was white. He suddenly let out a loud cry. From the looks of the situation, he really did have to fight until death. The few hundred people from the Black Alliance who had been waiting for orders outside of the stockade suddenly gave a united earth-shaking response. Immediately, countless numbers of human figures shot out in all directions and began to unleash an attack on the stockade. Xiao Yan frowned slightly as he saw the unceasing number of people who were swarming out from the forest. The people within this stockade were clearly the subordinates of his second brother, Xiao Li. It would not be too good if they suffered too many injuries and deaths. Third brother, you should finish off this old dog. I will lead people to stop those attacks from the outside. Xiao Li suddenly flashed down from the tall stage as the thought was lingering in Xiao Yan. With a stern roar, black figures rose from the dark shadows of the stockade. Finally, over 100 people rushed out in an orderly fashion. In a mere instant, the originally spacious street was completely packed with people. Everyone, follow me. Xiao Li let out a deep cry and immediately took the lead to rush toward the entrance of the stockade. The large group of black figures behind him followed close behind without any hesitation. Even though they were faced with such a desperate predicament, the footsteps of these black figures did not appear to be even slightly chaotic as they orderly obeyed Xiao Li's orders. They spread out toward different parts of the stockade. Surprise flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes as his gaze studied those black figures who had rushed out from the shadows. Immediately, he ceased being overly worried. Although Xiao Li was currently injured, other than Fan Lao and these few others, the large unit attacking did not have a single Dou Wang. Even though Xiao Li was injured, he should be able to easily deal with any ordinary Dou Ling. Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze and turned it toward Fan Lao a short distance away. He smiled and his bright white teeth gained a denseness that chilled one's heart. Old dog Fan. You were able to luckily escape 2 years ago. I wonder if you will be so lucky today? Xiao Yan's laughter was as cold as a chilly glow, causing a cold feeling to seep through one's bones. Fan Lao's face was green after he was called old dog time and time again by Xiao Yan. However, he knew that the former was no longer the little brat from 2 years ago. The current Xiao Yan possessed sufficient strength to play with him in his palms. Xiao Yan, the grudge between us all started because of you. If you had not killed my son, I would not have formed a grudge with you. Fan Lao's gaze flickered. His eyes drifted in all directions without leaving a trace as he clenched his teeth and spoke. What is there to feel strange about your son being killed by someone while he was in this chaotic Black Corner region? The number of people who have died in your hands is likely many times more than those who have died in mine. Xiao Yan coldly laughed. He immediately lifted the heavy ruler in his hand slowly and pointed it toward Fan Lao from afar. He spoke faintly, it is useless for us to say anything now. There is not the slightest room to reconcile the grudge between us. Today, you must die. Arrogant bastard. I, Fan Lao, am not afraid of you. Fan Lao's face twitched. Finally, he could not resist roaring out loud. His eyes contained a certain ferocity as blood-colored Dou Qi surged out from his body in all directions. Finally, the Dou Qi rose and transformed into an enormous bloody sea that was around 30 to 40 feet wide. His figure was completely hidden within it. It has been 2 whole years, yet you are still using these same old tactics. These things are useless against me. Xiao Yan glanced at the blood sea that was spreading over. The green flame and invisible flame in his hands were gently pressed together and the two swiftly merged, transforming into a cluster of dark green flame. Xiao Yan's palm slowly tossed the dark green flame. His sleeves abruptly waved, and one could see that the cluster of dark green flame had suddenly swelled. In a short few seconds, the dark green flame, which was not even the size of a head, had swelled until it was 2 to 3 meters wide. Xiao Yan's fingers supported that enormous dark green flame as the corner of his mouth slowly lifted into a smile. He flicked his finger and the enormous dark green flame immediately swept out in all directions like a storm. The blood sea that spread everywhere began to churn as the dark green flame swept out. The fishy stench swiftly disappeared and the dense blood sea had also turned thinner. The sea of blood even faintly emitted Fan Lao's extremely furious roar. Fan Lao was indeed really unlucky. This sea of blood attack of his was an attack that he had relied on to dominate the Black Corner region and become renowned. Once it was activated, it was able to hide his body. While being in it, his Dou Qi recovery and other aspects attained great enhancements. Back then, many experts were helplessly defeated when faced with this blood sea. However, this blood sea was just like a mouse that had seen a cat when it met Xiao Yan, who controlled a heavenly flame. It did not have the slightest ability to resist. Although Fan Lao was also an elite Dou Huang, the fighting strength that he could unleash against Xiao Yan was likely only similar to that of an ordinary Dou Wang. It must be said that there was always something that could restrain another thing. Xiao. When the blood sea had become very thin, Fan Lao, who was inside, finally could not resist any longer. With a low roar, a 5-foot-long blood spear shot out explosively. The air shook wherever the blood spear passed, and the sharp wind it created was something that could be clearly heard throughout the entire stockade. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head as he watched the blood spear that had shot out explosively from the blood sea. He flicked his finger, and a wisp of the dark green flame shot out from his finger. Finally, it collided heavily with that blood spear and the two were immediately and simultaneously annihilated under a loud sound. You really put up a stubborn resistance. A powerful dark green flame surged out from Xiao Yan's body. It immediately wrapped him within it. His feet stomped heavily on the ground and his body shot into the increasingly thin sea of blood. After Xiao Yan charged into the blood sea in such an open manner, the churning of the blood sea immediately became wild. The clear sound of metal clanging repeatedly sounded from within. A moment later, the blood sea completely disappeared with an energy ripple. The blood sea disappeared, and the two human figures within it slowly surfaced. Xiao Yan was fine with the exception of his breathing being a little hurried. On the other hand, Fan Lao's clothes were shattered. His palm was repeatedly dripping blood. Clearly, Fan Lao had fallen into a disadvantage during the earlier exchange. Fan Lao's gaze was just like that of a dark, vicious snake as he stared intently at Xiao Yan while the entire stockade was filled with the sounds of killing. His heart was you. If his Dou Qi had not been restrained by the heavenly flame, he would have no problem ending up in a draw with Xiao Yan even if he could not defeat the latter. Unfortunately. Xiao Yan, you need not be pleased. You will not have a good ending in the future after offending our Black Alliance. Fan Lao's chest rose and fell as he spoke in a hoarse voice, attempting to perform his final struggle. Cuckoo, sect leader Fan need not be worried. In 2 days' time, I will naturally go to the Black Alliance to settle the feud between Han Feng and myself. Xiao Yan smiled as responded, however, this time around, sect leader Fan might have to die before Han Feng. TSK, Xiao Yan, I admit that I am now no match for you. However, killing me won't be so easy. A strange smile suddenly surfaced on Fan Lao's face. The seal his hands formed suddenly changed, and a mouthful of fresh blood was immediately spat from his mouth. When the fresh blood scattered, Fan Lao's body strangely disappeared from the original spot. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head as he watched the spot where Fan Lao had disappeared. He sighed, he is really still using these old tactics. Xiao Yan's voice had sounded when a silver glow surfaced on his feet. The low sound of rumbling thunder roared across the sky as his body instantly disappeared. The space around 100+ meters above the stockade suddenly fluctuated. A bloody figure surfaced and a pale face Fan Lao appeared. He watched the stockade below him, which was only the size of a fist. He coughed intensely before speaking in a dense voice, "Little bastard, wait for me to gather everyone before I come to settle my account with you. I will definitely tear you into thousands of pieces at that time." Fan Lao's voice had just sounded when a laugh suddenly sounded from behind him, causing the pores all over his body to tense up at this moment. Cuckoo, sect leader Fan. Perhaps you may not have the chance to return. Fan Lao's body was stiff as he turned his head around with great difficulty. A young man with a warm smile hanging on his face and a cluster of dark green flame in his hands was imprinted in his eyes. It's over, sect leader Fan. Xiao Yan smiled. The dark green fireball in his hand suddenly began to spin rapidly. Finally, the surrounding air appeared to be sucked into it as the fireball spun. Xiao Yan's arm shook during the high-speed rotation, and the rapid spinning dark green fireball carried a frighteningly hot temperature as it viciously smashed into Fan Lao's back. At that instant, an incomparably fierce wind exploded from the fireball. Fan Lao did not have the time to form even the slightest defense against this wild, violent attack. His expression instantaneously turned pale as a mouthful of fresh blood accompanied by his shattered internal organs was spat out. The dark green flame also surged out as the storm erupted. It wrapped around the seriously injured Fan Lao. Immediately, a sharp miserable cry resounded in the distant sky. The dark green flame continued for nearly half a minute before it was gradually extinguished. However, that human figure within it had turned into a pile of ash that scattered with the wind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 631, Killing Spree. Chapter 631, Killing Spree. Xiao Yan watched the ashes that scattered with the wind indifferently, and gently shook the dust off his hands. There was not the slightest ripple in his heart. He knew that Fan Lao already possessed a must-kill intent toward him 2 years ago. Given Xiao Yan's character, he was most afraid of allowing such a person, who possessed a vicious attitude toward him, to survive in this world. Fan Lao had luckily fled back then. This time around, however, he no longer had such good luck. Next should be Han Feng. The jade-green fire wings on Xiao Yan's back slowly flapped. His gaze turned toward the northern sky. That place was the territory of the so-called Black Alliance. That senior of his was domineering over that place and leisurely becoming an overlord. You have lived quite well during these 2 years, but, soon, a dark, dense smile gradually surfaced on Xiao Yan's face as he recalled the torturous pain he had felt during these 2 years. The beautiful jade-green flame flapped slightly behind him. Xiao Yan's body swiftly moved closer to the ground. In merely a short moment, he was already able to hear the soul-stirring sounds of bloodshed within the stockade. Xiao Yan's figure stood in the air, and looked down from a high vantage point and swept over the entire arena. At this moment, an extremely intense battle was occurring all over the stockade. The place with the most intense fight was naturally the two battlegrounds at the middle of the stockade. The main characters there was Lin Yan, Zi Yan, and the other two expert Dou Wangs from the Black Alliance. Xiao Yan's gaze paused on the battleground where the two people were fighting, for a moment, before he turned it away reassured. Although Lin Yan was merely able to be evenly matched with the other Dou Wang, Zi Yan's battle was basically a one-sided one. This little girl may look cute, but the frightening strength that her little fist carried when it was swung was something that even an expert Dou Wan would not dare to underestimate. If a punch were to make contact, one would at least hurt their muscles and bones even if their arms and legs did not break on the spot. Hence, the expert Dou Wan who was fighting with her could only dodge left and right to avoid Zi Yan's attack. He was basically in a complete disadvantage. From the looks of the situation, it was likely that he would be completely defeated by Zi Yan's hand, within a short period of time at that. Once that expert Dou Wan was defeated, Zi Yan would be able to divert herself to help Lin Yan. Therefore, the battleground on this side already had a foregone conclusion. Xiao Yan no longer needed to worry about it. Xiao Yan's gaze turned to the intense battleground that was filled with people outside of the stockade. He knit his brows slightly. This time around, the troops from the Black Alliance not only had the numerical advantage, but each and every one of them were quite strong. Even with the strength of Xiao Li's subordinates, they found it difficult to gain an advantage. Instead, they suffered serious injuries in the couple of collisions where they were outnumbered by their opponents. Although Xiao Li was unstoppable by relying on the strength of a Dou Wang, the unceasing number of people from the Black Alliance had caused him to descend into a situation where he was surrounded. The members of Pan's Gate actually all arrived. Xiao Yan's sweeping gaze suddenly stopped on some human figures in the stockade who were not wearing black clothes. From the looks of these young faces, they were clearly the inner academy elites who had followed Xiao Yan out from Pan's Gate. From the looks of the situation in the battleground, it seemed that it was due to the arrival of the people from Pan's Gate that caused the originally somewhat retreating front to stabilize. Despite this, however, both parties had descended into an anxious stalemate. The large-scale killing was just like a meat grinder. Both parties continued gain some injuries and death. The sound of killing and the miserable screams mixed together before soaring to the clouds. One could even vaguely hear it outside of the mountain. It is best for this meaningless confrontation to end as soon as possible. Xiao Yan frowned intently. His body flashed and rushed to the outer parts of the stockade. He cried out in a deep voice, "Fan Lao has already died. Do you all still dare to stay in this place?" The cry was like a sudden thunder that rolled unceasingly in the sky. It even caused an echo to reverberate across the entire mountain range. The incomparably intense battle finally gradually quietened down after Xiao Yan's cry sounded. Numerous gazes turned toward the sky. The people from the stockade had faces filled with joy while the troops from the Black Alliance outside were displaying panicking faces. Fan Lao was the strongest person in this unit. His death was quite a great blow to the morale of these people. Everyone, don't believe him. Sect leader is an elite Dou Huang. How could he have died in the hands of this sapling? A loud cry suddenly sounded just as all the people from the Black Alliance were feeling uneasy in their hearts. A large number of voices sounded in agreement. From the way they addressed Fan Lao, it seemed that they were members of the Blood Sect. The troops from the Black Alliance gradually became quiet after hearing the loud cry by the members of the Blood Sect. They immediately turned their fierce gazes toward the interior of the stockade. The sharp weapons in their hands were raised and had actually become a little eager for battle. Xiao Yan's face sank slightly when he saw the reaction from the troops of the Black Alliance. He flapped the wings on his back and he was shockingly on top of a wooden pillar at the outermost part of the stockade the next time he appeared. He flipped his hand and an invisible flame curled up. A voice that did not carry the slightest bit of emotion slowly resounded in this area. If you do not want to lose your life, you should leave as soon as possible. Go home and tell Han Feng that I, Xiao Yan, have already taken Fan Lao's life. Next, it's his turn. Xiao Yan? He is that Xiao Yan who had defeated Medicine Emperor Han Feng back then? The troops from the Black Alliance throughout the mountains emitted waves of shocked cries when they heard Xiao Yan mention his name. Xiao Yan's name was already something that was known by everyone within the Black Corner region. The results of that great battle 2 years ago was something that even these people, who licked blood from their knives and hacked at people's flesh all day, to feel extremely shocked. Those troops from the Black Corner region, who had once again become eager for battle, felt some of their fierce fire extinguish after hearing this name which contained quite a bit of weight within the Black Corner region. They looked at one another, and did not dare to charge forward. Everyone, don't listen to him speak nonsense. Xiao Yan was killed by the Jianan Academy's heavenly flame back then. How can he still exist in this world? Everyone, hurry up and destroy the stockade. The Alliance head will have a rich reward waiting for us when we return. There was another loud cry which lit the fuse just when all the people from the Black Alliance could not make up their mind. Hearing that the Alliance head would reward them, the breathing of those people who were still hesitating became rough and heavy. They clearly understood just how rich Han Feng's reward was. Kill. The troops from the Black Alliance, who treated killing people like eating a meal, were finally unable to resist any longer under the allure of this rich reward. Hence, their bodies came from all directions as they swarmed toward the stockade like a torrent while carrying a killing cry. Seeking your own death. Xiao Yan finally ceased wasting his breath as he observed the Black Alliance troops, who were still not dissuaded. He let out a cold laugh before slowly shutting his eyes. The invisible flame on his hand emitted waves of ripples that were difficult to discover. The human figures came swarming over explosively from all directions. However, their bodies suddenly stiffened just as they entered a 50-meter radius of Xiao Yan. Their faces were flushed red. Even their heads emitted a white fog that was curling up. Bang! The fluctuation of the invisible flame within Xiao Yan's hand became increasingly intense. Immediately, the body of the Black Alliance human figure, who had charged right at the front, strangely transformed into a cluster of flame. His entire being turned into a pile of ashes at that instant. He did not even have the time to emit a miserable cry. Bang! 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 Other sounds quickly followed one after another not long after the first low, deep sound appeared. Each time a low voice sounded, the troops from the Black Alliance, whose bodies were filled with a killing intent, would strangely transform into a flaming person. Finally, they would erupt into ashes that spread all over the ground with a bang. After these strange, low, deep explosions sounded 20 to 30 times, the Black Alliance troops whose faces were filled with a killing aura and fierceness finally fell to fear. Their gazes swept all over the place, afraid that the next person who would transform into a flaming person was himself or the person beside him. The entire area, whether it was inside or outside the stockade, had become quiet under that strange situation where one would explode into ashes without any forewarning. Numerous gazes that contained shock and terror gathered onto the black-robed young man who was standing on a wooden pillar at the entrance of the stockade with his eyes shut. Those human bodies that suddenly incinerated one after another was clearly his work. This little fellow, this attack is a little too terrifying. Xiaoli gently inhaled a breath of cool air. This killing technique, that killed without anyone realizing how, was something that caused even him to feel a chill in his heart. Xiao Yan opened his cold and indifferent eyes after appearing to have sensed the focus of the entire place. A faint cold glint flashed past his gaze as he stared at the troops from the Black Alliance, who were as stiff as boards. Bang! The body of a man who was wearing a bloody robe suddenly trembled when Xiao Yan's gaze looked over. His face was immediately flushed red, and a flame surged out from his body. His entire person strangely turned into a pile of ashes amid a low, deep sound. The legs of the troops from the Black Alliance trembled repeatedly as they eyed the man who had turned into ashes without any forewarning. This kind of ability that could kill someone without even moving his hand was really too frightening. Bang! Another low, deep sound appeared. A bloody-robed human figure was also strangely incinerated. At this moment, some people finally realized that those people who were incinerated seemed to be people from the blood sect. These people were the ones who had shouted most fiercely among those who had lit the fuse earlier. Xiao Yan's face was impassive. He did not bother about the pressuring feeling that this strange death brought to everyone. His cold eyes slowly moved in all directions. There was one person who turned into a flame each time his gaze paused for more than a couple of seconds. Everyone's heart beat violently under the sound of this seemingly pressing drum of death. A moment later, there was finally some people who could not endure such pressure of death. After emitting a crazy cry, they turned around and miserably fled into the forest. The moment the first person turned around and fled wildly, it immediately triggered a chain effect throughout the entire mountains. Hence, those troops from the Black Alliance, who had been prepared to destroy the stockade after being lured by the rich reward, began to flee in defeat. No one could remain calm in the face of human bodies being strangely incinerated. The special ability of the fallen heart flame in controlling one's heart flame was really something that was hard to prevent. This was definitely a supernatural phenomenon in the eyes of those who were uncertain of the actual reason. Xiao Yan finally sighed in relief in his heart as he watched the large panicking unit flee into the forest without choosing their routes. The invisible flame in his hand also gradually disappeared. He turned his head over and saw the somewhat stunned Xiaoli above the walls surrounding the stockade. He could not help but smile. The earlier coldness had completely disappeared. Seeing Xiao Yan smile, those people on the walls whose bodies still felt cold, finally recovered. When they saw the large unit from the Black Alliance scattering in defeat, a thunder-like roar immediately resounded across the entire stockade. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 632, Life-Devouring Pill. Chapter 632, Life-Devouring Pill. The pressure on the mountain stockade was immediately reduced when the troops from the Black Alliance scattered in defeat. The large intense battle had ended in an anticlimactic way with Xiao Yan's imposing pressure. It must be said that the strength of a heavenly flame was really too terrifying. Of course, to be precise, it was the special effect of this fallen heart flame to summon heart flames that was too terrifying. The moment he summoned the heart flame against an opponent who was stronger or similar in strength as him, he might not be able to cause them to self-ignite, but he would be able to distract while they attempted to suppress it. This way, their fighting strength would be slightly weakened. If he were to meet an opponent who was much weaker than him, the heart flame would become the lock that took their lives. Those people from the Black Alliance who self-ignited and turned into ashes were the best example. The threat to the stockade was resolved as the troops from the Black Alliance scattered in retreat. Many black figures flashed and appeared from the stockade, and began to clean up the messiness following the great battle. Xiao Yan, Xiao Li, Ziyan, and the others were sitting in a large hall in the middle of the stockade. Although everyone was to some extent a little tired, this was all suppressed by their excitement from that intense big battle earlier. I didn't expect you to be so vicious. You actually really did finish off Fan Lao. He was an elite Dou Huang. If this news were to spread, it would likely cause the Black Corner region to shake violently. Lin Yan was stunned for quite a while after hearing the news that Fan Lao was killed by Xiao Yan before he finally smacked his lips and spoke. Xiao Yan smiled, but did not continue to be entangled with this topic. He cupped his hands to everyone and said with a smile, Xiao Yan thanks everyone here for the favor this time around. If there is an opportunity in the future. Xiao Yan had yet to finish speaking when Lin Yan interrupted, we have already known each other for so long. Forget about these boring words. If I meet any trouble in the future, I will come and look for you even if you didn't open your mouth. Xiao Yan was dumbfounded before he immediately smiled and nodded his head. This fellow's character was as straightforward as it had always been. Hey, Xiao Yan, I have also contributed a lot. You better not forget. When Ziyan at the side saw that Xiao Yan had only thanked Lin Yan, she immediately muttered unhappily. Relax, little girl. I will not forget your body transformation pill, but... Xiao Yan patted Ziyan's head as he smiled and flattered Ziyan until she smiled. I don't think I need to be that polite to the both of you, right? Xiao Yan turned his gaze toward Wu Hao and Hu Jia at the side and spoke with a smile. The two of them smiled and nodded. Including these 2 years, the three of them could be considered old friends. From not seeing eye to eye back in the day to the day they had joined hands to establish a faction like Pansgate, the friendly feelings between the three had grown increasingly mellow. Wu Hao was a little stiff when dealing with issues, but it was extremely difficult for him to be disloyal once he recognized someone as a friend. Hu Jia was very clever, and was also a genuine person who did not hide her feelings. Her relationship with Xiao Yan was similarly quite good. Hence, she did not mind those meaningless words of thanks. Everyone thanked one another before Xiao Yan finally turned his gaze toward Xiao Li, who was in the leader's seat in the hall. Due to them being pressed for time earlier, Xiao Yan did not observe Xiao Li in detail. Now that he had quietened down and took a look, his eyebrows had also become slightly knit together. The 2 years had added some coldness to Xiao Li's face. However, the faint death aura that lingered between his brows was extremely obvious in the eyes of someone like Xiao Yan, whose spiritual strength was extremely strong. Second brother, what happened to you during these 2 years? Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment before involuntarily opening his mouth to inquire. Xiao Li's face, which was originally smiling as he watched Xiao Yan converse with his friends, suddenly became dull when he heard this question. His smile was also slowly withdrawn as he became silent. The originally somewhat joyous atmosphere of the large hall gradually quietened down following Xiao Li's silence. Everyone looked at the expression of the former before looking at each other's eyes. All of them had some doubt. Finally, Hu Jia, who was more sensitive as a female, gave Wu Hao and the others a look with her eyes before quietly withdrawing from the hall. She even gently shut the door when she left. Xiao Yan's gaze watched the silent Xiao Li intently. He did not open his mouth to stop Lin Yan and the others from leaving. From the death aura that was lingering over Xiao Li's brows, it was as though he was a person whose death was imminent. This kind of situation did not allow for the slightest negligence on Xiao Yan's part. After a long while under Xiao Yan's continuous tense gaze, Xiao Li finally let out a long sigh. He revealed a bitter smile toward Xiao Yan and slowly said, Xiao Yanzi, you are the most outstanding person in our Xiao clan. Before I arrived, Big Brother had told me that I can die, but you cannot. I do not have the slightest disagreement with this point. Xiao Yan's face twitched slightly. Even with his mental strength, his nose could not resist the urge to turn sour at these words. After I had learned of your death in the Jianan Academy back then, I had wanted to directly go and find those people who had participated in the sneak attack to engage them in an all-out fight because of the great vengeance of the Xiao clan. Xiao Li recalled the despair and craziness in his heart when he learned of the news. His fist involuntarily tightened. If you were to really die, it was likely that the Xiao clan would be completely destroyed. I have endured this despair for around 2 months or so before I finally suppressed the impulse to go and find these fellows to fight within my heart. Since you were no longer around, the burden could only be carried by second brother. However, I knew that given my training speed, it is likely that I would not be able to achieve the strength that is able to take revenge on the Misty Cloud sect in the foreseeable future. However, it was fortunate that the heavens do not leave one with a path that leads to a dead end. Around half a year after the news of your death had been spread, I had fled into the deep mountains while being chased. By chance, I obtained something. A fiery heat suddenly surged into Xiao Li's eyes when he spoke until this point. Xiao Yan's emotions had also become slightly tensed. He could sense that the reason for his second brother turning into this manner must be due to the thing that he had obtained. Among the things that I obtained, there was 1 bottle of medicinal pills with 2 red-colored medicinal pills within it. According to the information that was written on the bottle, this kind of medicinal pill was able to forcefully raise the strength of someone who was around the Dou Qi class all the way to the Dou Wang class. However, once such a medicinal pill is used, one could only maintain one's life for 3 years. In other words, this medicinal pill basically used all of one's remaining life to exchange for a Dou Wang strength for 3 years. A giddiness suddenly swarmed into Xiao Yan's head. He churned all the memories in his mind before finally finding a medicinal pill that was similar to the one that Xiao Li had just mentioned. Life-devouring pill. Xiao Li was also somewhat surprised by Xiao Yan's ability to call out the name of this medicinal pill which had long been lost on the continent. However, he finally nodded his head. Xiao Yan immediately sat weakly in his chair when he saw Xiao Li nodded. He scratched his head with both his hands. His face was dark and gloomy. This medicinal pill was something that Yao Lao had mentioned to him during their travels. Even his voice was filled with endearment and admiration when he spoke of this kind of medicinal pill. Life-devouring pill. It was a medicinal pill that had once shook the entire continent many years ago. It could be considered to be at the peak of the 7th tier. The creator of this kind of medicinal pill was an alchemist grandmaster who possessed quite a great reputation. The most frightening aspect of this medicinal pill was that it was able to create many expert Dou Wangs. One could imagine just how willing people would be when this one pill was able to skip all of the tribulations of training they had to undergo in order to climb to this level. Although this kind of temporarily borrowed strength was obtained by squandering one's life, which of those people who could truly rely on normal training to reach the Dou Wang class did not have outstanding training talent? How could this talent be something that everyone possessed? Hence, it aroused the craziness of a countless number of people the moment this kind of medicinal pill was born. Some of the first-rate factions in the continent possessed an extreme greed for it. After all, whoever was able to obtain it might be able to create expert Dou Wangs. Just think, who could defeat a faction if it had 1,000 or a 10,000 Dou Wang army? However, this kind of craziness did not continue for long before it was gradually annihilated. This was because the alchemist who created the life-devouring pill had disappeared overnight along with the medicinal formula for the life-devouring pill. There were still some people who did not give up and looked for him everywhere during the short period after he disappeared. However, as more time passed, the craziness that had shook the entire continent gradually calmed down. That so-called life-devouring pill had gradually disappeared in the long river of time. It even reached the extent that it was foreign to many alchemists today. Had Yao Lao not occasionally told him pertinent information, it was likely that even Xiao Yan would not know some of these secrets of the alchemist world from a long time ago. Of course, the current Xiao Yan did not have the mood to bother about just how great the life-devouring pill was. He only knew that it had nearly been 2 years since Xiao Li consumed the medicinal pill. In other words, it meant that he only had around 1 year left to live. Xiao Yan's expression was a little pale. His eyes were filled with threads of blood. A moment later, he could not resist raising his head and crying out angrily, "You clearly know that this thing overdrafts your life in exchange for strength. Why did you eat it?" Xiao Li helplessly shook his head in the face of Xiao Yan's angry voice. He said, "You had already died. What else could I do? If I didn't do this, just how many years later would it be before I could avenge you?" Xiao Yan was startled before he immediately came to a sudden understanding. "Cuckoo, you need not be too worried. You being alive is the best thing that can happen. Second brother is not important. The Xiao clan can only rely on you." Xiao Li smiled as he looked at Xiao Yan's dispirited face. He patted the former's shoulders and mused for a moment. With a flip of his hand, a somewhat strange and transparent bottle appeared in his hand. He carefully placed the bottle on the table. Xiao Li looked left and right before suppressing his voice and said, "Third brother. This is that so-called life-devouring pill. This may well be the last one in the entire continent." Xiao Yan was slightly startled. He turned his head over and immediately focused his gaze on the blood-colored round medicinal pill within the jade bottle. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 633, Medicinal Formula. Chapter 633, Medicinal Formula. The medicinal pill was entirely blood red, and was around the size of a dragon's eye. This medicinal pill appeared extremely strange. At a glance, it seemed to be like a transparent body that was filled with blood. There was a bloody dark red glow at the middle of the medicinal pill. The pill was just like a tiny eye at a glance, and its entire body emitted a strange feeling. Xiao Yan's gaze stared intently at the blood-red medicinal pill. With the help of his outstanding spiritual perception, he appeared to be able to faintly sense that this medicinal pill had some differences from an ordinary item. However, he was unable to identify the areas where it was different. Regardless of what it was, this life-devouring pill was the highest-tiered medicinal pill that Xiao Yan had seen in many years. Teacher had mentioned that when a medicinal pill had reached a certain tier, it would possess some spirituality. I wonder if it is also the case for this life-devouring pill. A thought flashed across Xiao Yan's heart. He carefully picked up the bottle and his gaze swept over the bottle's mouth only to be slightly startled. A certain kind of energy trace was drawn on the bottle's cap. If one took a more careful look, it seemed that it had some sort of sealing effect. It is indeed worthy of being a peak tier 7 medicinal pill. It is unexpected that even the thing used to store it must use energy to suppress it. From the looks of it, what teacher mentioned is true. Xiao Yan knit his brows slightly, but did not take the medicinal pill out of the bottle. A medicinal pill of such tier could not be randomly taken out. Otherwise, it would bring about some unusual phenomenon. Is there any other thing second brother obtained with the medicinal pill? Xiao Yan held the bottle as he lifted his head and asked Xiao Li. Xiao Li was startled when he heard this. His gaze immediately began to look all around him cautiously. After which, he nodded and took out a blood-red scroll from his storage ring. The scroll had a faint red glow seeping out from it. Moreover, there was not a single spot on its entire body to open it. The entire thing was just like a tight jade pole. This is something that I obtained together with the pills, but I was unable to open it. Xiao Li handed over the blood-colored scroll to Xiao Yan as he spoke with a frown. Xiao Yan swiftly put down the jade bottle in his hand and received the scroll. He placed it on his hand and examined it for a long while. Finally, he gently exhaled and voiced his thoughts. If I am not mistaken, this should be the medicinal formula for the life-devouring pill, but... Xiao Li's expression did not change much when he heard this. He had vaguely guessed something similar when he had obtained the medicinal pills back then. However, he was simply not too certain. Xiao Li's heart became boiling hot when he heard Xiao Yan's confirmation. He licked his tongue and used an extremely soft voice to speak. If this is really the medicinal formula for the life-devouring pill, our Xiao clan might have the hope of prospering. Being able to create dozens of expert Dou Wangs. That misty cloud sect would be nothing. Xiao Yan mused for a moment before he immediately shook his head and said, difficult. Even if this life-devouring pill can overdraft one's life to obtain 3 years of Dou Wang strength, it is also at the peak of tier 7 medicinal pills. How could it be so easily refined? It is likely that there is hardly anyone in this continent who could create such tier 7 medicinal pills in mass quantities. Yao Lao had to put in all his effort in order to luckily refine the tier 6 medicinal pill, ground spirit pill successfully back then, much less this life-devouring pill which could be considered among the top within the 7th tier. Forget about the issue of whether it was possible to find sufficient medicinal ingredients. Even if one managed to find them, just refining a tier 6 medicinal pill already brought about such an unnatural phenomenon. If one were to refine a tier 7 medicinal pill, would the heavens not send down lightning that would destroy both the person and the pill? Moreover, even if the lightning did not kill, would the person not be even more unlucky if it attracted the attention of some strong people? In the current Dou Qi continent, alchemists who could refine a medicinal pills at the peak of the 7th tier were already existences as rare as a phoenix feather and unicorn horn. Perhaps, even the current Yao Lao would be hard-pressed to refine it, unless he recovered his peak strength. Even with Xiao Yan's current strength, which had just surged greatly, and the fact that he controlled the fallen heart flame, his chances of successfully refining this life-devouring pill might not even reach 10%. Moreover, it would undoubtedly be an extremely foolish decision if he were to hand the medicinal formula to an alchemist who had the ability to refine this kind of medicinal pill. Hence, attempting to rely on this life-devouring pill to create dozens of expert Dou Wangs was definitely something that was not possible. Xiao Li also awoke from his illusion somewhat disappointed when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He helplessly sighed and said, "You should keep this thing. I am not an alchemist, so it won't be much use for me to hold on to it." Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He did not reject it. It was indeed unsuitable to place this kind of hot potato in Xiao Li's hands. Xiao Yan flicked his finger gently on the scroll. A moment later, he spoke with a solemn expression, "You must not mention this life-devouring pill or its medicinal formula to anyone. Otherwise, there will be quite a lot of trouble if it is leaked. Relax, I am not an impulsive person. During these 2 years, there is no one else, other than you and I, who know about this." Xiao Li smiled as he replied. He pointed toward the jade bottle on the table and said, "You should also take the last life-devouring pill with you. It no longer has any use to me." Xiao Yan hesitated a little before taking it. He voiced his thoughts, "I will find some time to study this life-devouring pill and its medicinal formula to find a method to overcome it within a year in order to remove this thing from you." Xiao Li smiled indifferently at this. "All is well as long as you are alive. It doesn't matter if I am around or not." Xiao Yan rolled his eyes at Xiao Li's words. He stood up and said, "I will return to the Jianan Academy now. 2 days later, I will finish the matter with Han Feng." Han Feng? Xiao Li's brows were knit tightly when he heard this name that was known to everyone in the Black Corner region. He said, "You want to look for him? That fellow is a true elite peak-level Dou Wang. Moreover, he has the help of one kind of heavenly flame. He would have the ability to fight even if he met an ordinary Dou Zong. Isn't it too great a risk for you to find him? Moreover, the Black Alliance has as many strong people as there are clouds. Cuckoo, you need not worry. There may be many strong people within the Black Alliance, but there are also quite a number of strong people within the Jianan Academy. This time around, we are acting together, and it is not just me alone." Xiao Yan waved his hand and said, "Moreover, that Han Feng may have a heavenly flame, but so do I. Moreover, I have more than him, but what is your exact strength right now?" Xiao Li weighed Xiao Yan up and down before suddenly asking. "I should be at the peak of the Dou Wang class and should not be far from breaking through to become a Dou Wang." Xiao Yan smiled. He had exaggerated a little in order to reassure Xiao Li. He may currently be at the peak of the Dou Wang class, but he had yet to truly control the strength at this level. Unless there was some special situation, he still required a period of time before he could once again advance to a Dou Wang. A gap of an entire class, Xiao Li frowned. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Xiao Yan's smiling face, he immediately recalled the matter of Fan Lao dying in his hands. Only then did he slowly nod his head and said, "Be careful. Additionally, it would be best that you bring me along this time around. I should not be a burden to you given my current strength. Coco, I would also be worried if I left you in the Black Corner region. Second brother, you should straighten out the situation. I will bring you to the academy to stay for 2 days." Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He placed the life-devouring pill and its medicinal formula into his storage ring before turning around and walking out of the hall. Xiao Li usually acted resolutely and quickly. Therefore, in less than an hour, he had completely settled everyone. Although some members had died during that great battle earlier, there were still nearly 100 people. Although this could not be compared to a big faction like the Blood Sect, it was not considered to be a weak strength within the Black Corner region. Xiao Yan did not hesitate much after everything was settled. Over 10 griffins were fully loaded with people before they flapped their wings and flew high in the sky, carrying a large group as they once again flew back to the Jianan Academy. Due to some reason, Xiao Yan was able to get Xiao Li to settle his subordinates in Jianan City outside of the academy. They stayed there while Xiao Li alone was brought Jianan Academy's inner academy. There was some commotion when Xiao Yan and the others returned. This commotion became especially apparent when some of those members of Pan's Gate, who had participated in the big battle, spread news that sect leader of the Blood Sect, Fan Lao, was killed by Xiao Yan. The entire inner academy became embroiled. An elite Dou Huang was a height that they could only look up to. However, such an expert did not even leave behind a corpse in Xiao Yan's hands. Of course, Xiao Yan was naturally unconcerned about the commotion that he had aroused within the inner academy. He went to look for First Elder Su Qian after he returned to the inner academy. The latter also felt surprised at Xiao Yan killing Fan Lao. However, he did not appear too shocked. He clearly understood just how frightening Xiao Yan's fighting strength was given that he was in control of 2 kinds of heavenly flame. Although it was somewhat against the rules for Xiao Yan to bring Xiao Li into the inner academy, Su Qian quietly agreed to it. After all, the former's status was currently something that an ordinary student couldn't hope to compare to. Xiao Yan, who possessed two kinds of heavenly flames, was someone that even he did not dare to easily underestimate. Therefore, after admonishing him a little, Su Qian released Xiao Yan. He even specially reminded Xiao Yan about the big activity 2 days later. This large activity was something that Xiao Yan also felt great anticipation for. 2 days flew by in his anticipation. The sky on the second day had just become bright when some students sensed that the atmosphere within the inner academy was not quite right. Only when they saw the human figures that flew up into the sky from all over the inner academy did they finally come to an understanding. It looked like the inner academy was intending to do something big. The students in the inner academy had seen quite a number of such big occasions during these past 2 years. Each time the strong people from the inner academy moved, they would definitely go and find trouble with those fellows from the Black Corner region. However, there were some sharp people who discovered that the scale this time around was larger than any previous time. A clear voice suddenly sounded from within the inner academy just as a countless number of students stared at those inner academy experts who were flapping their wings in the sky with envious faces. Immediately, a gorgeous pair of jade-green fire wings carried a black figure as they rushed to the sky before the figure surfaced. A countless number of gazes followed the howl and turned. Their eyes became hot and wild when they saw the black-robed, young man who had appeared. During all these years, Xiao Yan was the first person who participated in such an inner academy great battle with a student status. This was extreme glory in the eyes of these young students. This was because having such a qualification indicated that Xiao Yan had already become a truly strong person whom even the upper echelons of the inner academy had recognized. Xiao Yan ignored those wild heated gazes below him as he stood in the sky. His gaze turned toward the northern sky, and an arc which was filled with a chill slowly surfaced on his face. This time around, let me help teacher clean out the garbage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 634, Arrival of the Great Battle. Chapter 634, Arrival of the Great Battle. Black Corner Region, Feng City. The current Feng City had transformed immensely during these short 2 years. This was because Han Feng had established the Black Alliance and had situated its headquarters in this city. This caused this small city to become a renowned city within the Black Corner region. The current Feng City's size and businesses were all far from what they could be compared with 2 years ago. A grand mansion stood in the large area in the middle of the city. That majestic overbearing aura was something that not a single building within the city could exceed. Of course, being the place where all the strong people within the Black Alliance discussed issues in the home of Han Feng, it was likely that not a single person within the city possessed the courage to exceed it. The current Han Feng had already become the overlord of this place. His status was as solid as rock under the great reputation of the Black Alliance. No one in the entire Black Corner region dared to provoke him. There were quite a number of human figures sitting within the extremely spacious hall of the mansion. The person who was seated in the highest leader's seat was naturally the current alliance head of the Black Alliance, Medicinal Emperor Han Feng. Not far to the left and right of Han Feng were the strongest people within the Black Corner region, the Gold-Silver Brothers. Below them were the heads of the various factions that had joined the Black Alliance. Any one of the heads of these factions were the kind of extremely powerful people who could cause the entire Black Corner region to quiver a little by just stomping their feet. However, these strong people could only sit in the lower seats in this kind of occasion. One could just imagine just how strict the division of one's position in the Black Alliance was. The atmosphere in the meeting room was somewhat pressuring. This kind of pressuring atmosphere all originated from the somewhat dark, gloomy face of Han Feng in the leader's seat. Everyone, Han Feng's gaze slowly swept across the faces of everyone in the hall as he spoke in an indifferent voice. I think that all of you should have heard some news. The little brat called Xiao Yan in the inner academy is still alive. There was some commotion within the large hall. Although those seated were no ordinary people, their expressions changed a little at hearing this extremely familiar name. An expert who could defeat Han Feng was someone that they were not allowed to underestimate. The sect leader of the Blood sect has already died in the hands of this brat. Han Feng's finger gently tapped against the armrest. The words that he spoke were like a bomb that shook everyone until they were stunned. Although they had received some news from 2 days ago, they did not dare to confirm Fan Lao's death. By saying this now, Han Feng was undoubtedly announcing Fan Lao's final end to everyone. Although the Black Alliance was not completely united, Fan Lao's death also caused them to grieve for their kin. Obviously, what they felt most was a faint worry and unease. Back then, Xiao Yan's near death in the heavenly flame was directly or indirectly related to them. Now that the brat had unexpectedly lived, it was likely that he would not allow the people who were involved in the matter back then to easily escape. This was clear from the way he had killed Fan Lao. Although I did not have much contact with that brat, I can see that he is the kind who will definitely take revenge. Everyone seated here participated in the sneak attack back then, and I think that he will not let anyone off easily. Han Feng knit his brows slightly and said, Fan Lao's strength could be ranked among the top 10 even if placed in the entire Black Corner region, but yet even he was still defeated by Xiao Yan hands. This clearly indicates that the fellow might well be even stronger than he was 2 years ago. If he were to really come and seek revenge, how many of you seated here have the confidence that you can flee alive? Han Feng's gaze looked all around the room. His voice was somewhat dark and solemn. Everyone in the hall looked at one another. With the exception of the Gold-Silver brothers, everyone knit their brows slightly. Their faces were quite ugly. There might be a small number of people among them whose strength was stronger than Han Feng, but there was undoubtedly quite a big gap between Xiao Yan, who was able to kill Fan Lao, and them. If it was a simple matter of meeting him alone, whether they were able to flee was really quite an important question. After all, they clearly knew of the tactics of that old fellow Fan Lao. Even if he could not defeat the other party, he possessed many methods to flee. However, he still ended up being defeated by Xiao Yan's hands, not to mention them. Kuko, Brother Han, he alone may be very strong, but was our purpose not to put an end to such a situation when we established the Black Alliance back then? If he really comes and seeks revenge, the many experts from our Black Alliance will attack together. Don't tell me that he can flip the sky? The silence lasted for a moment before an old man wearing a grey robe with a dark eagle-like face suddenly spoke with a laugh to Han Feng. In order to be able to have a seat in a chaotic area like the Black Corner region, one must not only possess viciousness, but also cunningness. Therefore, this old man had bundled the entire Black Alliance together when he spoke in this manner. Everyone in the hall finally recovered after hearing the words of the grey-robed old man. All of them smiled and agreed. Han Feng also smiled and nodded in the face of the grey-robed old man's words. They had indeed established the Black Alliance back then in order to deal with the revenge-seeking Jianan Academy. This kind of vengeance-seeking was naturally also part of it. I have already sent some people to inquire about Xiao Yan's whereabouts from all over the place. I will inform everyone the moment I get some news. At that time, we can act first without him coming to look for us. Han Feng smiled as he spoke. However, a viciousness seeped out from his smile. Everyone in the hall sighed in relief when they heard Han Feng's words. Xiao Yan was ultimately a thorn in their hearts. They would not be bothered about some bad reputation of bullying someone with numbers if they could get rid of him. Fairness and justice had long been thrown into the stinky drains when one was in a place like the Black Corner region. The corner of Han Feng's mouth moved a little as he saw that everyone did not voice any disagreement. An unusual smile flashed over his eyes. If we really capture Xiao Yan at that time, I hope that everyone will hand him over to me to deal with. In exchange, I will give everyone a satisfactory reward. Everyone in the hall hesitated a little when they heard this before nodding their heads. They knew that Han Feng greatly coveted Xiao Yan's heavenly flame. Although a heavenly flame was extremely rare, which ordinary person would dare to refine it? If one were careless, being turned into ashes by the backlash was something that could easily occur. Hence, everyone may covet the heavenly flame, but no one really dared to touch that thing. Han Feng saw everyone nod their heads. Although he knew what they were thinking in their hearts, he did not open his mouth to refute it. He really did greatly covet Xiao Yan's heavenly flame. However, the thing that he was most concerned about was the complete flame mantra chi method that Xiao Yan practiced. As a person who practiced an incomplete flame mantra, Han Feng was clearly aware just what kind of frightening strength this chi method possessed. One would be able to control numerous heavenly flames by simply practicing it. A heavenly flame was able to allow him to barely fight with an elite Dou zone with a strength that was at the peak of the Dou Huang class. If he were to refine and merge a couple more heavenly flames, it was likely that there would no longer be anyone who could match him on the continent. The incomplete flame mantra might have been studied by Han Feng all these years, but just controlling one kind, the sea heart flame, had caused his control to feel somewhat strained. If he were to swallow a second kind of heavenly flame, it was likely that there would be quite the high chance of backlash. Han Feng knew this clearer than anyone else within his heart. Hence, he had a kind of crazy possessiveness for the complete flame mantra chi method. As long as he was able to find it on Xiao Yan, he might be able to possess the potential and qualification to leap to the peak of the continent. Of course, the matter of the flame mantra was far too important. Hence, Han Feng did not mention this to anyone else. After all, this chi method was not something that only an alchemist could practice. As long as one's body was of the fire affinity, one would possess the qualification to practice it. In the future, one could refine and merge heavenly flames, obtaining limitless possible achievements. How would he easily reveal such a big matter to another person? An ordinary person only knew that he was extremely interested in Xiao Yan because the latter possessed a heavenly flame. However, they did not know that his true target was the complete flame mantra chi method which Xiao Yan practiced. During the time that everyone in the hall had begun planning how to capture Xiao Yan, the gold-silver brothers, who were half asleep with their eyes shut, on the two sides of the leader's seat suddenly opened their eyes. Their expressions changed slightly as they threw their gazes to the southern sky. Han Feng also sensed something the instant the faces of the gold-silver brothers changed. His gaze turned from the hall to the southern sky. A large number of powerful auras were swiftly approaching from that direction. Han Feng was not unfamiliar with these auras. These auras would occasionally come and harass them during these 2 years. However, each time around, their faces would turn ashen and they would return in failure. All the experts from the Black Alliance within the hall looked at the sudden change in expressions on the faces of Han Feng and the gold-silver brothers. All of them were startled. Due to their lack of strength, they did not possess such a sharp sensing ability like the three people in front of them. "Brother Han, gold-silver brothers, what is it?" The gray-robed old man with a dark eagle-like face carefully opened his mouth and inquired. TSK, our old friend is here again." The old man who was wearing golden robes laughed in a strange manner as he stood up from his chair, smiled, and replied. Everyone was startled when they heard this. They immediately came to a sudden understanding as all of them laughed out loud. These old fellows from the Jianan Academy really have great perseverance. Each time, they come with a fierce aura and each time they flee with their tails between their legs. Han Feng's brows were slowly knit together in the face of the loud laughter all over the place. With the help of a certain perception between the heavenly flames, he could vaguely sense that there appeared to be an extremely familiar hot aura that was approaching amid the large number of auras. Moreover, for some unknown reason, his writhing heavenly flame actually became slightly dull each time he relied on his sea heart flame to sense that familiar hot aura. This kind of situation was as though it had met a certain thing that it was afraid of. Han Feng's expression slowly became solemn. Shock was subsequently added onto his face. Being able to cause even the sea heart flame, which was ranked 15th on the heavenly flame ranking, to be afraid, just what kind of frightening thing was hidden behind that hot aura? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 635, Collision Between the Strong. Chapter 635, Collision Between the Strong. Wave after wave of rushing wind sounds cut through the distant sky. A large group of little black dots swiftly appeared before finally turning into numerous human figures rushing past. The pressuring wind that was created from the fast speed caused numerous scar-like gullies to appear within the sea of trees in the mountains below. Moreover, the auras that were emitted from such a large number of experts caused all the magical beasts within this mountain range to softly whimper in fear. Even some of those powerful high-ranked magical beasts did not dare be too active at this moment. Being in possession of a faint intelligence, they clearly knew that such a large aura was enough to destroy the entire mountain range. We are about to reach the headquarters of the Black Alliance, Feng City. Everyone, be careful. An elderly voice suddenly sounded beside everyone's ears as they flew through the sky. Be careful. Feng City is currently the city where the Black Alliance has the tightest defenses. We have exchanged blows with them quite a number of times during these 2 years. Xiao Yan's gaze was looking toward the edge of the mountain range when a human figure immediately flashed beside him. Su Qian's figure surfaced before reminding the former. There are indeed quite a number of strong people within the city. I can sense that these auras appear to be quite familiar. Looks like most of them are those who participated in the sneak attack back then. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. By relying on his outstanding spiritual perception, he could sense the number of experts within the city more clearly than even Su Qian. Su Qian was not too surprised at this ability of Xiao Yan. He nodded his head and spoke with a somewhat dark and solemn expression. Initially, these scattered factions were indeed no match for the Jianan Academy. However, after the establishment of the Black Alliance during these 2 years, we did not gain even a little advantage. The Black Alliance is so strong? Xiao Yan knit his brows slightly as he inquired in a soft voice. There are many elders in the Jianan Academy, but most of them are of the Dou strength. On the other hand, some of the faction leaders in the Black Alliance are elite Dou Huangs. It is fortunate that we had the numerical advantage. Only due to this did we barely stabilize the situation. Su Qian smiled bitterly and continued, I may have the strength of a Dou zone, but those two gold-silver old men who won't die are able to delay me by joining hands. If we were to average out the other fighting strength, both parties could maintain an equilibrium. However, in each conflict, Han Feng would rely on the strength of the heavenly flame to swiftly defeat those inner academy experts and join hands with the gold-silver brothers to attack me. You should also know that fellow may be only a peak Dou Huang, but the sea heart flame is something that I have to carefully deal with. Even I am helpless if they fight 3 against 1. Although the strength of the inner academy has expanded quite a bit, it is much smaller than the expansion of the experts in the Black Alliance. You are also an alchemist. I think that you should know the gathering ability of a Tier 6 alchemist. Which of those experts from the Black Corner region don't want a medicinal pill from the hands of Medicine Emperor Han Feng? Xiao Yan nodded slightly. It is unexpected that Han Feng still had this tactic. In 2 short years, he was able to rely on his gathering ability to create a faction that could contend with an old academy like the Jianan Academy. Although the Jianan Academy definitely had quite a number of truly strong people hidden within it, these people were stubborn old fellows who would not appear unless it was a critical moment. They did not appear even when the Jianan Academy suffered such an intense attack back then. There was no need to even mention this kind of conflict to them. A conflict they did not consider to be very big. Leave Han Feng to me. First Elder, it should not be a problem to handle the Gold-Silver brothers, right? Xiao Yan smiled as he asked. Although these 2 old fellows can rely on their excellent twin collaboration to temporarily fight with me, they will fall into a disadvantageous situation once things drag on. The gap between a Dou Zong and a Dou Huang is not something that can be easily made up for. Su Qian finally sighed in relief as he confidently spoke when he heard Xiao Yan's promise. That's good. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. His gaze flickered. A moment later, he suddenly spoke softly, First Elder, can you hand Han Feng to me if we manage to be victorious in this battle and capture him? Su Qian was startled when he heard this, his gaze appeared to have a deeper meaning as he looked at Xiao Yan. He said, are you after the sea heart flame in his body? Xiao Yan gave a non-committal smile. The sea heart flame is indeed an extremely valuable heavenly flame. However, according to what I know, it seems that alchemists can at the very most control one kind of heavenly flame? You unexpectedly now control 2 kinds, and can even continue to control a 3rd kind? Su Qian smiled. His tone was filled with an inexplicable feeling. Xiao Yan's hand was clenched without anyone noticing under his sleeves. He smiled faintly, one must give up something in order to obtain strength. First Elder merely knows that I possess 2 kinds of heavenly flame, but doesn't know just what kind of torture and pain I endured in the magma underground. If not for luck, it is likely that I wouldn't have had the chance to escape from underground, nor have the qualification to think about what is too dangerous. Perhaps attempting to control the Heartsea flame may cause me to undergo a suffering of life and death. However, there is always a chance in everything. What I pursue is perhaps the lowest chance of success. This is because I know that once I succeed, I will be able to obtain sufficient strength only then. If I were to fail, being bitten by the heavenly flame is only too common. You are trying to gamble your life again. Su Qian was startled for a moment before sighing. He said, with your talent, you will definitely have significant achievements if you train normally. My target is not so-called significant achievements. Xiao Yan laughed softly. The ambition that was contained in that smile was something that silenced even an old fox like Su Qian. Only at this moment did he gain a little understanding that he seemed to have been underestimating this little fellow who had been repeatedly displaying miracles. All right. If we are to emerge victorious this time around and manage to capture Han Feng, I will hand him over to you. Su Qian was quiet for a moment before he finally nodded. His hand patted Xiao Yan's shoulders, and used a voice that no one could hear to softly speak to him. Additionally, if you have the chance, you can greet Yao Zunjia for me. Back then, he sort of had a friendship with the headmaster. TL, Zunjia, respectful manner to address a Dou Zun. The jade-green fire wings which were flapping on Xiao Yan's back paused. His eyes also shrank a little at this moment as he turned his head to look at the smiling face of Su Qian. You, how did you sense it? Little fellow, don't underestimate the eyesight of an elite Dou Zong. Moreover, I have met Yao Zunjia in the past. However, I had yet to reach this position at that time. Su Qian smiled as he waved his hand toward Xiao Yan. He said, relax, I will not leak this matter. However, from the looks of your grudge with Han Feng, I may perhaps guess that the matter of Yao Zunjia's death back then should have some relation to this fellow. Xiao Yan's tensed body slowly relaxed. He quietly nodded and his heart suddenly completely relaxed. The current him was already no longer that small Dou Ling from 2 years ago. Given his current strength, even Su Qian, who was in front of him, might not be able to kill him if he used all his strength. Hence, he had the confidence that he was able to protect teacher even if news of Yao Lao was leaked. This thought flashed across Xiao Yan's heart. A faint smile suddenly surfaced on the corner of his mouth as he thought of everything that had happened in the past. Throughout the years, the young man who required Yao Lao's protection back then had unknowingly transformed into a truly strong person. The current Xiao Yan was finally able to leave the protection of Yao Lao's wings and soar through the sky. Cuckoo, in that case, thank you First Elder for keeping the secret. Xiao Yan smiled and cupped his hands toward Su Qian. He immediately turned his head and gazed at the distant edge of his sight. The lush green mountains that were ever present had gradually disappeared. The somewhat familiar aura in the distance were even clearer. We have arrived. Su Qian raised his eyes. A cold glint flickered in his eyes as his cold voice suddenly resounded beside everyone's ears. Everyone, today will determine whether we can watch the humiliation from the sneak attack these bastards launched on that inner academy back then. Yes, sir. Numerous cries rang out from the sky in unison. Immediately, powerful auras rose abruptly. Under the increase of the powerful auras of such a large formation, even the clouds in the sky were shaken until they turned into countless numbers of fragmented white spots that spread throughout the sky. Xiao! Xiao! Numerous black figures flew across the distant sky like meteorites as the large aura surged. After which, they rushed toward the city that possessed quite a great reputation even in the Black Corner region. This large aura which the many strong people from the inner academy unleashed was not hidden in any way. Therefore, the pressure of that aura had covered the entirety of Feng City even before they had arrived. In an instant, the originally noisy city had basically descended into a silence in an instant. Numerous shocked gazes turned toward the direction where the aura originate. Where are you from, thieves? You dare attack our Feng City? A large group of human figures suddenly rushed out from the private mansion in the middle of the city not long after the aura covered Feng City. Finally, they scattered and remained suspended in midair. The person in front was wearing an alchemist robe. His cold laughter was just like rolling thunder that began to spread with a bang after being mixed with his Dou Qi. The city immediately started to boil as they saw the numerous human figures appearing in the sky. As the owner of Feng City, Han Feng's reputation was unmatched by anyone in this place. Of course, the people in the Black Corner region only believed in the strong. Han Feng naturally possessed his own strength to own such a reputation in this place. If someone stronger appeared, this reputation of his would likely take a sudden decline. Han Feng, back then, you attacked our inner academy. Today, we shall completely settle all our grudges. Han Feng's voice had just sounded when an old majestic voice rolled over from afar. Immediately, numerous figures appeared in front of the countless number of gazes. Xiao! 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 Human figures flashed and arrived in the sky before finally standing in the empty air outside of Feng City. An enormous pressure spread out and engulfed the entire place. Han Feng narrowed his gaze and swept it slowly over the many experts from the inner academy. A moment later, it finally came to an abrupt pause. The spot where his eyes paused in surprise was the owner of that hot aura which even the sea heart flame was afraid of. How unexpected, it is actually you. Xiao Yan. Han Feng's face twitched slightly as his dark and solemn voice slowly resounded through the sky. The entire city once again boiled under this name that was basically known to everyone within the Black Corner City. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 636, Cross Swords. Chapter 636, Cross Swords. Han Feng's expression was dark and solemn as he glared at the black-robed young man in the sky outside Feng City. His heart was involuntarily overwhelmed. He really did not expect that the person who caused even the sea heart flame to be afraid of was actually this fellow. While his heart was churning, Han Feng also felt some doubt. Although Xiao Yan controlled the green lotus core flame, the ranking of this flame on the heavenly flame ranking was behind that of the sea heart flame. How could it cause the sea heart flame to be afraid? Such a situation did not occur 2 years ago. What exactly happened to this brat during these past 2 years? Han Feng's eyes flickered unceasingly. He could vaguely guess that such a change should be very much related with Xiao Yan's disappearance during these past 2 years. Kuko, I have not seen you for 2 years, but it is really unexpected that you have become increasingly impressive. Xiao Yan's expression was volatile as he stared at Han Feng in the sky before he smiled and said, You were lucky to keep your life back then. I wonder if you will have such luck today. Han Feng smiled with extreme anger in the face of Xiao Yan's words, which were clearly offensive. He said, What an arrogant brat. Back then, you dared to contend with me because you borrowed some strength. What is there to be arrogant about? That old man who wouldn't die should be within your body, right? With Han Feng's perception that was comparable to an elite dozone, he had naturally sensed something when Xiao Yan was borrowing Yao Lao's strength back then. However, he did not have time to bother about it because he was pressed for time. After calming down during these 2 years, the sudden surge in Xiao Yan's strength and the somewhat familiar spiritual strength had swiftly given Han Feng his answer. Today, I will use my own strength to help clean house for teacher. Xiao Yan smiled as he replied. There was a denseness in his smile which was filled with killing intent that was not hidden. I'm afraid that you are not qualified, Junior. Han Feng laughed coldly. Xiao Yan was still currently alive. In that case, Han Feng knew that he might no longer be able to hide the reason for Yao Lao's death. Therefore, he did not hide anything when he spoke. Moreover, he was even planning something even more vicious deep in his heart. Yao Lao might have died, but his spiritual form had remained. That ghastly and mysterious organization possessed an extremely great interest for these kinds of powerful spiritual bodies. As long as he spread this news out, that mysterious organization would naturally go and look for him. At that time, Xiao Yan would descend into a situation where his life was being unceasingly pursued. Han Feng did have some connections with that mysterious organization that specialized in the capture of spiritual bodies on the continent. His murder of Yao Lao back then was only able to succeed because of their participation. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for him to succeed alone given Yao Lao's peak strength back then, even if he had the opportunity to attack Yao Lao while he was off guard. Dou Zun. How could this so-called legendary class elite be just an empty name? The address which Han Feng had spat out from his mouth also caused the experts on both sides of the sky to be slightly startled. It was a long while later before their unusual gazes swept over both of them. Han Feng's teacher back then was Yao Zunjia, Yao Chun, who was renowned throughout the continent back then. Despite the many years that had passed, there were still many people who firmly remembered this name that possessed a limitless fame. From the form of address which Han Feng used, it seemed that this Xiao Yan was actually the disciple of Yao Zunjia. However, was it not rumored that Yao Zunjia had died? How could he still have other disciples? Moreover, these two disciples not only did not have a relation such as that of brothers with the same teacher, but were instead enemies who wanted each other's life. Clusters of questions without answers filled people's minds, causing their heads to be filled by a fog. Whatever the case, this form of address by Han Feng faintly caused Xiao Yan's status to suddenly rise greatly. The disciple of Yao Zunjia. If this status were to spread, it was likely that it would cause his name to soar. After all, as an alchemist grandmaster, Yao Lao's achievements in terms of alchemy were something that not many people were able to surpass even today. Cuckoo, First Elder Su Qian, may I inquire what is your motive for leading such a large group of experts to Feng City today? Han Feng's gaze turned from Xiao Yan to Su Qian by the side and asked with a smile. All of us know it very well, so why is there a need to utter such foolish words? Su Qian smiled coldly, and did not give Han Feng any face when he spoke. Back then, you led people to launch a sneak attack on my inner academy. You tell me if I should take revenge for that? First Elder, your words are too grave. A heavenly flame is born from nature. Everyone has the right to obtain it. The sealing method of the inner academy is not advisable. I was only hoping to allow it to escape that restrained life. What is wrong with that? Han Feng smiled. His words were dignified as though they were filled with a righteousness. However, no one present was a fool. Even the city dwellers within Feng City were non-committal toward these words. The word righteousness did not exist in the Black Corner region. Only benefits to oneself would reign supreme. Su Qian glanced indifferently at Han Feng and said, I shall not argue with you. There is only one matter I am after by coming today. What is it? Dissolve the Black Alliance. Su Qian spoke in a calm manner. Currently, the Black Alliance was basically the strongest alliance in the Black Corner region. Moreover, this alliance frequently viewed the Jianan Academy with malice. During these 2 years, the Black Alliance had already become a thorn in Su Qian's heart. If he did not remove it, this thorn would cause him to feel uneasy when he slept and ate. The smile on Han Feng's face was slowly withdrawn as he laughed and shook his head. Since when has the First Elder become so childish? Does your Jianan Academy have the qualification to get me to dissolve the Black Alliance? You can try. Su Qian was expressionless. He did not waste his breath as his foot slowly stepped forward. Immediately, the frightening aura of an elite Dou Zone surged out from his body. Like a dense cloud, it covered all the experts within the Black Corner region. Su Qian had gathered a large group of experts to this place because he wanted to completely remove the tumor known as the Black Alliance and to wash away the previous humiliation. Hence, any words were simply a useless prelude. The final result would still be a fight that would determine the victor. Tisk, Elder Su Qian is really impressive. Have you not suffered many disadvantages over these past 2 years? Yet you still stubbornly come and seek more bitterness. A strange laugh suddenly sounded. A gold figure and a silver figure rushed out from their side of the sky in a lightning-like manner, and immediately stood facing Su Qian from a distance. Two powerful auras intertwined with one another before agglomerating together and charging through the clouds, completely suppressing Su Qian's pressuring aura. Other than the so-called gold-silver brothers, there was no one else in this Black Corner region who could contend with Su Qian. Since First Elder Su Qian stubbornly wants to find trouble with our Black Alliance, you should not blame us for not giving you face. Han Feng laughed coldly. His gaze immediately turned toward Xiao Yan and laughed savagely. However, on the account that you have presented me with such a gift, I will not let the Jianan Academy appear too miserable. All members of the Black Alliance, listen up. Han Feng's eyes suddenly became stern as he waved his hand and cried out coldly, as the strongest alliance within the Black Corner region, it is likely that no one will want to join us if we allow these people to step on our face today. Hence, show everyone your true abilities, and let these old fellows who only know how to teach students understand that our Black Alliance is not a softie that they can pinch as they please. Yes, sir. The various heads of the Black Corner region who had become somewhat impatient responded in unison as Han Feng's voice rang out. Immediately, numerous powerful auras surged out. Their faces were filled with savage smiles as they looked at the lineup of the Jianan Academy outside the city. During the conflicts within these 2 years, the Jianan Academy would return dispiritedly each time they came to look for trouble. Hence, they were no longer afraid of the Jianan Academy like they were in the past. Everyone, these fellows launched a sneak attack on the Inner Academy back then and nearly destroyed our Inner Academy. We must definitely seek revenge. Today shall be the time in which we completely end this grudge. Stake your life to fight if you don't wish to return in a miserable manner. Su Qian's cry was somewhat heavy at this moment. There was a thread within his eyes. The fights with the Black Alliance these 2 years were the most depressing moments in his entire life. Now that he had the help of a strong person like Xiao Yan, it was no longer far-fetched to wash away this humiliation. The faces of the experts from the Inner Academy instantly became flushed red when they heard Su Qian's cry. The dispirited feeling they felt in their hearts was not any weaker than what Su Qian felt. Although there were many small repeated actions within the Black Corner region, no one dared to provoke the Jianan Academy in this manner. However, after they suffered losses during these 2 years, these people from the Black Corner region were becoming more arrogant. Now, they actually did not view the Inner Academy seriously. This was absolutely a kind of humiliation for those from the Inner Academy, but numerous powerful auras spread out. Although the individual auras of the experts from the Inner Academy were weaker than the Black Alliance, they were larger in number. Hence, both parties were similar in terms of the fight between auras. Xiao Yan, I'll leave Han Feng to you. He is an extremely critical figure. Once he manages to get rid of you, it is likely that he can influence the victory or defeat of the fight. Hence, you must delay him until I defeat the Gold-Silver brothers. Su Qian turned his head and spoke to Xiao Yan seriously, therefore, your importance is something no one can compare with. Although I won't brag and tell you that I will kill him, at the very least, he will not have the time to interfere anywhere else. I can guarantee you on this point. Xiao Yan smiled slightly and spoke. That's good. Whether our Inner Academy will once again withdraw miserably in this battle today is all up to you. Su Qian sighed in relief. He clearly understood that given Xiao Yan's character, he would definitely not say such words if he did not have the confidence. Xiao Yan smiled slightly and nodded. He raised his head and slowly locked his gaze onto Han Feng in the sky of the city. His mouth moved slightly and a voice that could only be heard by the two of them was transmitted over in an extremely soft and weak manner. I will take the heavenly flame within your body. Han Feng's brows trembled a little. A viciousness flashed across his eyes. He slowly lifted his hand and aimed it at Xiao Yan from a distance before clenching it abruptly. Junior, no matter what happens, you will not leave this place today. A savage smile was contained at the corner of Han Feng's mouth. He immediately tilted his head and a faint voice reverberated in the sky. It completely caused the anxious swords-drawn atmosphere to erupt. Kill them. Don't show any mercy. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 637, Fire Lotus Bottle. Chapter 637, Fire Lotus Bottle. The anxious swords-drawn atmosphere suddenly erupted following Han Feng's voice. Xie. The Gold-Silver brothers were the first to move. Powerful Dou Qi entwined together and the two human figures appeared to have been merged as they turned into a ray of light that shot explosively towards Su Qian. Their bodies drew through the sky as waves of low, deep sonic booms were emitted. These two old fellows were the strongest within this chaotic Black Corner region. Naturally, they had some ability that ordinary people could not compare with. Such a momentum was comparable to that of an ordinary Dou Zone. Su Qian laughed coldly as he saw that the Gold-Silver brothers had a clear target. During these 2 years, he had fought with these two fellows no less than 10 times. Although the two of them could rely on their extremely great collaboration to fight with him, this was only a temporary thing. He had the confidence that as long as no one intervened in the middle of the fight, he would definitely be able to finish off these two old fellows. Su Qian's somewhat shriveled hand extended out from his sleeves. His gaze was once again thrown toward Xiao Yan as he spoke in a deep voice. I will leave Han Feng to you. After speaking those words, his body shook and transformed into a flowing light that shot out. Finally, it collided with the gold-silver brothers in front of a countless number of gazes. The ripple that instantaneously erupted turned into a wave that swiftly spread out from the point of contact. The three human figures had just crossed each other when they turned into vaguely visible figures amid numerous rushing wind sounds that appeared one after another. The intense Dou Qi collisions exploded rapidly, appearing like fireworks that were beautiful but filled with danger. The auras of the experts from both sides were completely dragged out the moment Su Qian collided with the gold-silver brothers. An instant later, numerous figures wrapped under powerful Dou Qi turned into light rays that shot out under a furious roar that had suddenly erupted. Finally, they transformed into a meteor shower that collided with a bang in front of a countless number of heated gazes below. There were a couple of expert Dou Huangs among the experts from the Black Corner region. On the other hand, there were fewer Dou Huangs on the inner academy side. In order to deal with those excess elite Dou Huangs, 3 expert Dou Huangs per Dou Huang were needed to contain them. The understanding and cooperation between these elders from the inner academy was quite good. Hence, through their collaboration, they were at least able to hold back the Dou Huangs until the Dou Huangs could not leave even if they could not defeat them. Second brother, be careful. Xiao Yan slowly let out a breath as he watched the energy fireworks that were emitted in all directions. He turned his head to face Shaoli, who had been maintaining his silence, and spoke softly. Shaoli raised his head slightly as his gaze swept over the enormous battlefield not far away with a vicious wolf-like gaze. He immediately nodded and laughed somewhat cunningly. Relax, I will not go and challenge a Dou Huang. As long as I don't meet one as abnormal as you, I have the confidence in dealing with any other Dou Huang. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his hand. A transparent palm-sized jade bottle appeared in his hand. There was a lifelike green-colored flame suspended within the jade bottle. Xiao Yan's finger touched the jade bottle before stuffing it toward Shaoli without leaving any trace. He softly said, You can pour Dou Qi in and quickly throw it if you meet a troublesome opponent. This is? Shaoli received it extremely quickly and inquired with an impassive face. I have used that heavenly flames after merging them to create a small-scale angry Buddha lotus flame. I name it Fire Lotus Bottle. Although the explosion created will not possess the kind of power of a true angry Buddha lotus flame, it will certainly be quite useful during critical moments. Unfortunately, it is too difficult to create it. Otherwise, if I gave you 100 or 80 of them, it is likely that you would be able to blow up a Dou Huang until he became badly battered should you meet one. Xiao Yan laughed darkly. This thing was something he had coincidentally thought of. If it was in the past, it was likely that Xiao Yan would not be able to create it even if he was beaten to death. Moreover, this thing could at most be maintained for 3 days due to the need for the energy to maintain it. If one did not use it within 3 days, it would automatically disappear. On a whole, however, it was not a bad gadget. You always like to create these things. Shaoli smiled and nodded. He said, All right, you should also be more careful. That bastard Han Feng is not someone ordinary. If you really cannot deal with him, you should flee by yourself. Remember, the Xiao clan can only rely on you. Once he said those words, the lightning-like silver-colored wings on his back flapped. A faint rumbling thunder appeared, and his body immediately became like a blade that shot into the big chaotic battleground in the sky. Xiao Yan's gaze sent Shaoli off as the latter rushed into the chaotic battleground. He smiled slightly. Only then did he raise his eyes and swept them toward the only remaining person in the sky who had not moved, Han Feng. Han Feng appeared to have sensed something when Xiao Yan's gaze was thrown toward him. The gaze which was paused in the chaotic battleground slowly turned before finally colliding with Xiao Yan's gaze. For eyes entwined with each other as sparks filled with killing intent seeped out. The noisy energy explosions quietly weakened as the two of them faced each other. This kind of solemn silence continued for a moment before the two quiet and unmoving figures simultaneously disappeared from their original spots in a ghost-like manner. Being the two people who had the most attention within the battleground, Xiao Yan's and Han Feng's disappearance caused a countless number of shocked voices to be emitted from below. Chie. When everyone was stunned because of the disappearance of these two people, two human figures strangely surfaced once again in a certain part of the sky. However, the distance between the two of them this time around was not more than a couple of dozens of meters. Junior, aren't you planning to call that old fellow out to help you this time around? Han Feng looked at the black-robed young man in front of him far from the chaotic battleground. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a mocking arc. He slowly raised his hand and a dark blue flame writhed. The high temperature caused the surrounding temperature to rise. However, Xiao Yan, who was a short distance in front of him, was unmoved despite all of this. He had experienced that vile environment of the magma world. This little temperature did not have the slightest ability to shock him. How can I ask teacher to perform something like cleaning house? Xiao Yan's smile was warm. However, he did not hide the coldness hidden in that smile. TL, cleaning house, eliminating traitors. Han Feng's eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. A long while later, he suddenly said in a faint voice, I really don't understand. Why did he not pass the flame mantra to me back then? I was his most outstanding student, and the one whom he was most pleased with. If he handed the flame mantra to me, I would have definitely respected him like I did in the past. His final end was something that he sought after himself. Xiao Yan's expression slowly became solemn. His voice was filled with ridicule and coldness. Without teacher, you would merely be an orphan with nothing. Teacher viewed you like his own son. However, you betrayed him just for the flame mantra? It is praise to call you a beast. Since he treated me like his own son, why did he not pass the flame mantra to me? I lived with him for so many years, but he had never given it to me. What right do you have to obtain it? Han Feng suddenly roared out angrily. His face was ferocious and frightening. You have already obtained the flame mantra. It is only natural that you can act so morally. If you, as his disciple, knew that he possessed an incomparable Qi method, but ultimately refused to pass it to you, what would you do? I'm afraid that you would be similar to me. Xiao Yan glanced at him indifferently and spoke softly, an animal will always use the eyes of an animal to view this world. This is something that no one can change. Han Feng's expression became savage. His body trembled repeatedly. It was only a long while later that he managed to suppress the impulse in his heart to tear Xiao Yan into 10,000 pieces. A stiff smile was revealed on his face as he said, Junior, as long as you are willing to hand over the complete version of the flame mantra, I can hand the entire Black Alliance to you. Aren't you also an alchemist? I can also give you many high-tier medicinal formulas. As long as you agree, I will accept any condition you propose. What do you say, Dot? Xiao Yan half-smiled as he studied the fellow in front of him who had changed his expression abruptly. It was just like watching a clown. A long while later, Xiao Yan actually nodded his head in front of Han Feng's surprised gaze. The former laughed and said, yes, you can use your life to exchange for it. The surprise in Han Feng's eyes slowly withdrew. He inhaled a deep breath of air and the savageness on his face slowly disappeared. At this moment, he appeared to have once again recovered the demeanor of the medicine emperor in the Black Corner region. His gaze was dark and dense as he stared at the smiling black-robed, young man in front of him. He said, since that is the case, I can only capture you. Coco, be assured that I have many tactics. At that time, I won't be worried if you don't hand the flame mantra over to me. Moreover, I will also take the green lotus core flame within your heart away and let you become a completely useless person, but... Xiao Yan merely smiled and shook his head in the face of Han Feng's words that contained sinister traces. Honestly speaking, I also value the sea heart flame in your body very much. I think that it might enable my flame mantra to evolve to an extremely high level. In that case, I will see whether your strength is as strong as your mouth. Han Feng smiled in a dark manner. Dou Qi flowed wildly within his body before a dark blue flame surged to the sky from his hand. It was just like a water curtain that fell from the sky, and it possessed an extremely majestic aura. The blue-colored fire curtain that had suddenly erupted immediately attracted the countless number of gazes from the city. Shocked voices involuntarily sounded from within the city when they saw this large-scale fire. During these 2 years, I have also gradually touched the barrier of an elite Dou zone. The current me is much stronger than I was in the past. The last time, I was seriously wounded by you because I had underestimated that fire lotus of yours. You won't have such good luck this time around. Han Feng's body was suspended in the dark blue fire curtain that fell from the sky. He looked down at Xiao Yan from above as he spoke with a cold smile. Xiao Yan gently waved his sleeves as he raised his head to look at the large deep blue fire curtain. A jade-green flame began to rise from his body before wrapping around his entire body. A dark jade-green flame? Han Feng's eyes suddenly shrank when he saw the dark green flame appearing. He clearly remembered that the green lotus core flame back then was not this color. Han Feng's expression changed abruptly as he was pondering while feeling loss within his heart. He abruptly raised his head only to be shocked. He saw his deep blue fire curtain, that fell from the sky, appeared to have felt some sort of powerful presence as it swiftly became sluggish. Han Feng was stunned as he felt the sea heart flame become somewhat sluggish. He could clearly sense a fear being emitted from the flame. Xiao Yan smiled when he watched the fire curtain that had suddenly become sluggish. A wisp of dark green flame gently rose on his finger as he spoke with a soft laugh. Senior, it appears that your heavenly flame is a little afraid of my heavenly flame. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 638, Fight between those with the same teacher. Chapter 638, Fight between those with the same teacher. You changed your heavenly flame? Han Feng's eyes stared intently at the dark green flame writhing on Xiao Yan's body. Although that kind of flame did not overtly display a monstrous aura, Han Feng could still vaguely sense just how frightening that dark green flame was by relying on his extremely sharp spiritual perception. Xiao Yan smiled in the face of Han Feng's shocked expression. A wisp of dark green flame mischievously ran about the tips of his fingers like a spirit. Occasionally, the space would be faintly distorted when the tail of the wisp passed by. Senior, I will help teacher settle the hurt that he suffered back then. Xiao Yan clenched his right hand tightly, and the large heavy Xian ruler appeared. With a wave, the heavy ruler carried a pressuring wind before pointing at Han Feng from a distance. Han Feng's expression was solemn. He clenched his hand tightly as the dark blue flame swiftly flowed. Finally, it transformed into a fire longsword that he pointed toward Xiao Yan from a distance. He spoke in a sinister manner, "Don't use this kind of reprimanding tone to speak to me. I do not have the slightest regret for what I did back then. The only thing that caused me regret was that I still failed to obtain the flame mantra in the end. However, that doesn't matter anymore because you have already come to hand it to me." "You are indeed an animal," Xiao Yan sighed and shook his head. He finally ceased speaking any nonsense to this animal who was blinded by the flame mantra. A bright silver glow surfaced under his feet before the faint rumbling sound of thunder reverberated across the sky. Xiao Yan's body suddenly trembled the moment the thunder sounded. "An afterimage, huh? It is unexpected that you have indeed become much stronger during these 2 years. Now, you are able to reach this stage without using that old fellow's strength. However, do you think that this is of any use against me?" Han Feng laughed coldly as he watched the figure of Xiao Yan remain in the air. The deep blue fire wings on his back flapped slightly as his body withdrew a couple of meters in a gliding fashion. A black figure suddenly surfaced in front of him just as his body moved. An enormous heavy ruler carried a frightening pressure and wind-tearing sound as it violently and fiercely hacked down. The figure twisted a little as it formed a somewhat strange posture while the heavy ruler moved along the front of Han Feng as it hacked down. The force that was contained on it did not cause Han Feng much harm under the protection of the Sea Heart Flame. "Junior, although your strength has currently increased greatly, the number of fights that this senior has undergone exceeds the number of meals you have eaten." Han Feng dodged Xiao Yan's attack and smiled coldly. His arm shook abruptly, and the fire longsword in his hand drew an extremely vicious arc that bypassed the heavy ruler and pierced toward Xiao Yan's chest. Clang, dot. Xiao Yan's expression did not change in the face of this vicious attack by Han Feng. He twisted his wrist slightly, and the heavy ruler swiftly rotated and flew back up. Finally, it acted like a shield that blocked in front of Xiao Yan, completely defending him against the fire sword. Chie! Chie! This agile reaction of Xiao Yan caused Han Feng to raise his brows in surprise. His arm immediately shook, and the fire longsword in his hand immediately divided into a countless number of them. The many afterimages all alternated between being real and illusionary as they carried a hot wind that shot out in all directions, completely wrapping all around Xiao Yan. The attack was sharp and vicious. Xiao Yan did not panic in the face of this sharp attack by Han Feng. Although he had recently lost the support of Yao Lao's strength, his original strength was no longer weaker than the him who had borrowed Yao Lao's strength back then. Moreover, the strength completely belonged to him now. Hence, it was extremely smooth to control. A silver glow flickered under Xiao Yan's feet as he used some strange footwork. His body swayed left and right in a strange manner as he dodged all the sword shadows that came from every direction. His heavy ruler was waved occasionally and completely blocked some of the glows. The sparks that emitted from it lit up the young face, which appeared to be extremely calm. Xiao Yan's body suddenly paused while it was flashing about. A glow grew extremely bright at this moment as a low cry was emitted from his throat. Immediately, the heavy ruler in his hand carried a dark green flame as it pierced forward. Immediately, it formed what seemed like a real, yet illusory sword afterimage amid the numerous afterimages in the sky. Clang! A clear sound slowly resounded as the sword figures that filled the sky suddenly disappeared. Only the fire longsword collided heavily with the heavy ruler. Heh, dot. Xiao Yan suddenly let out a low cry as he sensed the wild and violent force that surged over from the tip of the sword. Powerful Dou Qi surged out from each and every single part of his body before following his veins and quickly poured into his hands. Xiao Yan's arms quietly became a little stronger with the surge of this powerful Dou Qi. Xiao Yan's arm trembled suddenly. An explosive strength surged out from the heavy Xian ruler before it charged into the interior of the fire longsword in a peremptory manner. Bang! Strength was poured in an overbearing manner. One could see that the fire longsword, which had been agglomerated from the sea heart flame, began to show traces of crack lines. Han Feng's expression sank a little when he saw this change, so he swiftly released the hilt of the longsword. When his hand left the sword's hilt, the latter immediately burst apart with a clear sound after having lost its energy support. This fellow's heavenly flame is a little strange. A glint swiftly flickered in Han Feng's eyes when the fire sword burst apart. When the other party's strength swarmed into the fire sword earlier, he had clearly sensed that the other party's heavenly flame was splitting the sea heart flame. Having gained the advantage with his attack, Xiao Yan ceased hesitating. His hand heavy struck the ruler's hilt, and the heavy Xian ruler was immediately wrapped by the jade-green flame. It became just like a dark green lightning bolt as it charged toward Han Feng, who was close by. Even with Han Feng's speed, he had some difficulty dodging at such close distance. Therefore, he could only wrap his hand with the sea heart flame and slam it violently against the heavy ruler. Clang! A clear metal sound was immediately emitted when his hand slammed against the heavy ruler. The force surged wildly before sending the heavy ruler flying away. However, the moment that Han Feng's hand came into contact with that heavy ruler, the dark green flame was like a sticky liquid that quickly stuck to his hand. While being burned by the green flame, that sea heart flame actually began to become thinner at a rate visible to the naked eye. Some uneasiness finally rose within Han Feng's heart as he watched the increasingly thinner sea heart flame. From such close contact, he could already be certain that the heavenly flame Xiao Yan used this time around was definitely not the green lotus core flame from back then. Surging Dou Qi suddenly spat out from Han Feng's hand. After the standoff, the dark green flame which had stuck to his body was extinguished. Han Feng instantly stepped back. His expression was solemn as he stared at the warm smile of the black-robed young man. This fellow had become even stranger and more difficult to deal with after having not met for 2 years. Surprise flashed across Xiao Yan's face when he saw that Han Feng did not spend much effort to escape the dark green flame. This fellow was indeed just as Yao Lao described. He had extremely outstanding talent both in terms of alchemy and training. Although Xiao Yan had grown much stronger during these 2 years, it was obvious that this fellow's strength had soared by quite a lot. Moreover, it might really be as he had said. The current Han Feng had already touched the barrier of an elite Dou Zong. Perhaps, he might be able to step into that extremely powerful class one day. A person who could catch the eye of that old fellow to take in as a student is indeed not ordinary. I underestimated you earlier. Han Feng lowered his head to study his somewhat charred black hand. He sighed and shook his head before gently inhaling a breath of air. He lifted his head and his gaze stared viciously at Xiao Yan. With a cold smile, he said, although your strength has grown greatly during these 2 years, I did not squander away this time either. The seal in Han Feng's hand changed as his voice sounded. Immediately, a majestic Dou Qi surged out explosively from his body. The strength of this Dou Qi had far exceeded that of an ordinary elite peak Dou Huang. It had even reached the level where one already had a foot into the Dou Zone class. The sudden appearance of such powerful Dou Qi caused the chaotic battleground not far away to become quiet. Numerous shocked gazes were thrown over. Moreover, these gazes immediately became excited when they paused on Han Feng's body. This fellow has actually stepped into the Dou Zone class, huh? Regardless of whether one was an inner academy expert or one was an expert from the Black Corner region, everyone felt their hearts were filled with shock as they watched the messy hair of Han Feng blow about while his majestic aura spluttered out. There was hardly anyone who had seen Han Feng fight during these few years. Hence, no one knew that this fellow had unknowingly reached this stage. The earth-shaking Dou Qi that suddenly erupted caused Su Qian as well as the Gold-Silver brothers to be dull. 3 pairs of eyes followed the source of the eruption of Dou Qi and looked over. Each of their eyes were immediately filled with different emotions. This fellow is really extremely scheming. Even we were not aware that he had reached that stage. The Gold-Silver brothers exchanged looks with one another. There was an involuntary envy in their eyes. The both of them had stopped at the peak of the Dou Huang class for nearly 10 years, but they did not even advance a little since then. Han Feng, on the other hand, actually revealed the signs of stepping to a higher level within less than 5 years. Such speed caused them to involuntarily feel envy in their hearts. Su Qian's heart gradually sank when he discovered that the source of the Dou Qi was Han Feng. If Han Feng had truly stepped half a foot into the Dou Zone class, his fighting strength would likely soar a couple of times. If he were to use his heavenly flame, even Su Qian had to admit that he might have difficulty defeating him, much less Xiao Yan. Originally, Su Qian hoped that Xiao Yan would be able to hold Han Feng back. From the looks of the current situation, everything would likely fall through. Once Han Feng managed to free himself and join the Gold-Silver brothers, even he would be defeated. In that case, the Inner Academy might truly suffer great injuries and deaths this time around. Su Qian let out a soft despondent sigh. He immediately forced himself to become alert. Now, he could only put his hope on that little fellow who frequently created miracles. All of his other worries would not be of any help. Little fellow, can you still block Han Feng this time around? Su Qian shifted his gaze, and muttered softly while looking at the black-robed young man whose expression could not be seen. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 639, Han Feng with half a foot into the Dou Zone class. Chapter 639, Han Feng with half a foot into the Dou Zone class. Xiao Yan's face gradually became solemn as he watched the majestic Dou Qi that suddenly surged out from Han Feng's body. He really did not expect this fellow to have taken half a step into the Dou Zone class within these past 2 years. Although Han Feng currently only had half a foot into the class, anyone knew that as long as one had half a foot in, then one was already not very far from fully attaining that class. This half a foot would also allow Han Feng to far exceed an ordinary peak Do Huang expert. Adding the collaboration with his Sea Heart Flame, it was likely that his fighting strength would be truly able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a true elite Dou Zone. Despite the great increase in Xiao Yan's current strength, he still possessed quite a great pressure when faced with such a powerful fighting strength. A strength that could stand shoulder to shoulder with a Dou Zone was something that no one could easily underestimate. During these past 2 years, you are the first person who has caused me to completely reveal my strength. The Dou Qi wings on Han Feng's back slowly disappeared as Han Feng's feet stepped in the air and spoke faintly to Xiao Yan, remaining in the empty air without any support. This was something that only an elite Dou Zone could perform. At such a level, the sky would be just like flatland. One's agility and one's reaction would be increased by a couple of levels when fighting with others. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and stared at Han Feng, who was suspended in the sky. He slowly exhaled and said, "You are merely someone who is half a foot in the Dou Zone class. Is it worth it for you to act so proud and arrogant? At the very least, it is sufficient to finish you off, stubborn-mouthed junior." Han Feng flipped his hand, and a cluster of substance-like majestic Dou Qi writhed unceasingly in his hand. The energy ripples that faintly seeped out caused the space around him to shake. "Is that so?" Xiao Yan smiled coldly. The dark green flame in his hand suddenly rose and was shrouded as they attacked. With a pull of his hand, the dark green flame was split apart, and transformed into 2 clusters of flame. One was green and the other was invisible. Xiao Yan's left hand held the green flame, while his right hand held the invisible flame. He raised his head and watched Han Feng, whose expression had turned extremely ugly at this moment. He smiled and said, "Weren't you very uncertain as to how my heavenly flame had changed? Now, you might be able to guess the answer, no? Fallen Heart Flame." Han Feng's eyes stared intently at the cluster of invisible flame in Xiao Yan's right hand. His teeth-gnashing voice carried threads of cold wind as each word spilled out from his mouth. Only at this moment was the doubt in his heart completely settled. You have actually refined the Fallen Heart Flame?" The majestic Dou Qi that lingered on Han Feng's body writhed intensely, much like the interior of his heart. A moment later, a furious and disbelieving voice was finally emitted from his mouth. "Congratulations, you have guessed correctly." Xiao Yan raised his brows and spoke mockingly toward Han Feng, whose face was as dark and solemn as the sky before a storm. The dark solemn expression on Han Feng's face began showing the trend of evolving into a much more ferocious state. How unexpected. It is really unexpected that did the Fallen Heart Flame not kill you, but also allowed you to achieve a great deal. That jade green flame of yours is actually the merger of the green lotus core flame and the Fallen Heart Flame. No wonder. No wonder it has the ability to divide my Sea Heart Flame. Han Feng's dark, solemn voice carried a powerful pressuring Dou Qi as it enveloped Xiao Yan. The flame mantra is really a good thing. He. You have once again allowed me to recognize its value. Therefore, I will use all means, fair or foul, to obtain it. Han Feng's hands danced wildly as a craziness faintly appeared on his face. However, so what if you possess 2 kinds of heavenly flames? Do you possess the ability to perfectly control their strength? My strength far surpasses yours. As long as I defeat you, the flame mantra, green lotus core flame, fallen heart flame, all of them will be mine. Lunatic. I'm afraid that you don't have that ability. An arc was lifted on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. A ridiculing smile appeared within his eyes as he shook his head slightly. He slowly raised his right hand and aimed at Han Feng. The invisible flame immediately began to ripple. The body of the crazy-faced Han Feng not far away suddenly trembled as the ripple of the invisible flame became increasingly intense. The majestic Dou Qi on his body swiftly became chaotic. It finally slowly recovered after a couple of blinks. He held his chest, and his gaze looked at Xiao Yan in a dark and gloomy manner, summoning Heart Flame? The special effect that gave one the greatest headache was something that Han Feng was also quite afraid of. No one dared to ignore that heart flame which no one could sense. After all, the interior of one's body was ultimately the weakest and most important part of oneself. If one were to receive a slight injury within it, it was likely that it would result in the entire person's condition taking a blow. Hence, Han Feng swiftly maneuvered a large amount of Dou Qi to suppress it the moment it appeared. Xiao Yan smiled as he witnessed the majestic Dou Qi on Han Feng's body become dimmer and paler than before. It appeared that the naughty heart flame had caused Han Feng to spend quite a great amount of effort to suppress. In this way, Han Feng's fighting ability would be reduced somewhat while he was splitting his attention on two things. This was extremely good news for Xiao Yan. You want to cause me harm by relying on this little heart flame? Han Feng's face was gloomy and cold as he watched Xiao Yan. The cluster of surging Dou Qi on his hand was also swiftly activated. The powerful energy ripple seeped out at an increasing pace. From the looks of it, this cluster of surging Dou Qi was an extremely strong attack which he brewed. Xiao Yan also sensed this increasingly wild, violently Dou Qi cluster. He immediately clenched his fist and a suction force surged out, sucking that heavy Xian ruler, that was wrapped in dark green flames suspended in mid-air, into his hand. He let out a deep breath, and the Dou Qi within his body was also being wildly extracted at this moment. With the Dou Qi in Xiao Yan's body unceasingly pouring into the heavy Xian ruler, the dark black ruler's body gradually turned into a jade-green color. Moreover, the temperature on it was repeatedly rising. The pouring in of the Dou Qi continued until a certain moment before it finally came to a sudden stop. At this moment, the heavy Xian ruler was already like an emerald ruler, appearing extremely beautiful. However, the energy that seeped out of this ruler trembled slightly, causing the surrounding air to become hazy. Xiao Yan raised his head to observe Han Feng in the distance as he held the ruler's hilt tightly with both hands. A moment later, a cluster of surging Dou Qi had already unleashed an eye-piercing intense glow that was just like a small-scale sun that no one dared to look directly at. Little bastard, go and die. Han Feng's eyes stared intently at the cluster of sun-like Dou Qi in his hand. A moment later, he suddenly raised his head. His face was covered with a savage insanity. With a brutal cry, the cluster of majestic sun-like Dou Qi shot explosively toward Xiao Yan. Radiance seal. An eye-piercing light drew across the sky. The light fatally revealed a large palm that appeared to be a sun falling from the sky as it carried a frightening energy that caused one's hairs to stand on end. Flame-splitting tsunami. The emerald-like heavy Xian ruler was lifted high above Xiao Yan's head. An instant later, both of his arms suddenly hacked down with great force. 100-foot-long emerald energy glow shot out explosively from the tip of the ruler. That stance was as though it wanted to split the ground. Its momentum was frightening. The two extremely frightening energies zoomed through the sky like lightning. Finally, they became like two meteorites as they collided violently together in front of a countless number of shocked gazes. Bang! The moment they came into contact, a frighteningly loud rolling thunder energy ripple began to set off an energy wave that spread all over the sky, much like a stormy sea. The entire area became silent at this moment. The roiling energy waves were earth-shattering. Even the sun that floated high in the sky was shadowed by this energy at this very moment. The energy remained in a stalemate for nearly 10 minutes before it gradually scattered. Countless numbers of people within the city were still completely silent. Each and every one of their faces contained some shock. If the explosion from those two attacks had occurred in the city, it was likely that this Feng city would have turned into flatland in an extremely short period of time. This kind of terrifying destructive force was something that one could rarely see even during a decisive battle between peak Dou Huangs. The energy wave that spread through the sky slowly scattered. The two bodies in the sky were slowly revealed. Han Feng was at this moment a little better. Although his hair was messy and his breathing was somewhat hurried, he did not suffer much damage from the backlash of the energy. On the other hand, Xiao Yan's face was pale white. Even his breathing had become much weaker during this collision. Looking at the gap between the two, it was obvious that Han Feng had the upper hand in this collision. Haha, Junior, it looks like your strength is not as tough as your mouth. Why? Your Dou Qi is exhausted just as we were starting? Looks like this senior has really overestimated you. Han Feng was also startled when he saw Xiao Yan's pale face. He could not help but laugh out loud. Xiao Yan glanced at Han Feng, who was laughing out loud with a lifted head. The corner of his mouth was curled slightly as he spoke with a faint smile. Isn't it a little too early for you to be so happy? Han Feng revealed a cold laugh filled with disdain when he heard that Xiao Yan still had a tough mouth. He could clearly sense that the other party's aura had become much weaker. Clearly, he had received quite serious injuries from the collision earlier. However, the smile on his face had not continued for long when it stiffened following Xiao Yan's subsequent action. Xiao Yan slowly raised his hand in the distance. A deep green glow gradually surfaced on his hand. An instant later, the green glow flew out, and a flawless emerald fire lotus the size of a palm immediately surfaced on Xiao Yan's palm. Creating this thing still exhausts so much Dou Qi. Xiao Yan stared at the emerald-like fire lotus before raising his head and laughing at Han Feng, who had suddenly stiffened. Senior, you will suffer the same loss twice. Looks like I have also overestimated you. At this moment, Han Feng's expression had instantly turned extremely ugly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 640, Emerald Fire Lotus. Chapter 640, Emerald Fire Lotus. The fire lotus may have only been the size of a palm, but it was even more frightening in Han Feng's eyes than the enormous ruler glow from earlier that had basically spanned the entire sky. This was because it was this damn thing nearly cost him his life 2 years earlier. The current flame was no longer the green-white color back then. Its entire emerald-like color appeared even more beautiful. However, Han Feng understood that this current fire lotus was likely even more frightening than the one back then. The strongest angry Buddha lotus flame shape in the past was merged from the green lotus core flame and the bone-chilling flame. Since the bone-chilling flame was ranked a little higher on the heavenly flame ranking compared to the fallen heart flame, it seemed that this current merger was weaker than that of the past from a certain point of view. However, the bone-chilling flame was Yao Lao's heavenly flame. Even though Xiao Yan could control it, it was basically impossible for him to reach the familiarity he had with the green lotus core flame. Therefore, the merger of those two heavenly flames would more or less have some conflict. Although this kind of conflict was difficult to sense under the suppression of Xiao Yan's powerful spiritual strength, it would still limit some of the strength of the fire lotus. However, things were different now. The green lotus core flame and the fallen heart flame were completely refined by Xiao Yan. It was much smoother for him to control it. When the current Xiao Yan used the two kinds of flame to merge an angry Buddha lotus flame, the exhaustion of his Dou Qi or spiritual strength was much less than before. Moreover, the strength wasn't even the slightest bit reduced. Moreover, speaking from a certain point of view, the merger of these two kinds of flames without any gap caused the angry Buddha lotus flame strength to reach an extremely great degree. Therefore, the fallen heart flame might not be comparable to the bone-chilling flame on the heavenly flame ranking, but the strength of the angry Buddha lotus flame created was not the least bit weaker than back then. Han Feng could vaguely sense the current strength of this emerald-like fire lotus by relying on his outstanding spiritual strength. Therefore, his expression gradually grew darker and more solemn. He understood that he had once again been tricked by Xiao Yan. The strength of the angry Buddha lotus flame may be extremely great, but it required quite a lot of strength to agglomerate. If the merger was interrupted during this period of time, the fire lotus would naturally fail to merge successfully. However, Xiao Yan had used the collision between the flame-splitting tsunami and the radiant seal earlier as cover as he quietly completed the merger of the fire lotus. It was little wonder why his expression would be so pale after the energy scattered. It was not because he had received a backlash during the collision, but because he had agglomerated the angry Buddha lotus flame. Xiao Yan smiled as he watched the dark and solemn expression of Han Feng. He lowered his head to watch the slowly rotating emerald fire lotus above his palm. His heart was hissing and sobbing a little. This was the first time he had completely relied on his own strength to create this large-scale strong fire lotus ever since he created the angry Buddha lotus flame. The strongest angry Buddha lotus flame form which he had used in the past not only relied on the support of Yao Lao's spiritual strength, but also needed to borrow a wisp of bone-chilling flame in order to completely use it. Now, however, Xiao Yan gently dragged out the fire lotus in his hand. A pleased arc was lifted from the corner of his mouth. It appeared that the pain he had suffered underground during these 2 years had allowed him to obtain quite the good results. Xiao Yan raised his head and watched the dark and solemn face of Han Feng. He smiled and his finger gently flicked the fire lotus. The latter immediately drifted out slowly. The emerald fire lotus strangely began to expand upon leaving Xiao Yan's hand. Within the short blink of an eye, its palm-like size was expanded until it was around 5 feet wide. Raging dark green flames rose on it and set it off like a lotus platform that Buddha sat on. It appeared holy, and secretly contained a frightening destructive strength. After the emerald fire lotus expanded until it was around 5 feet wide, the surrounding space began to fluctuate abruptly. Numerous dark black tiny tendrils spread out into the sky. The strength that was contained in the fire lotus had actually reached the frightening point of shaking space. Quite a number of small black-colored tendrils repeatedly appeared from all around as one watched the fire lotus rotate slowly. Han Feng's eyes suddenly shrank tightly in the distance. This frightening destructive strength was something that caused even him to feel uneasy. If he were struck by this attack, it was likely that he would be killed on the spot. Damn fellow! Han Feng clenched his teeth violently. He did not dare to slight it even a little. A low, deep roar suddenly sounded from his throat, and the deep blue flame from within his body erupted out unceasingly. Finally, it transformed into a deep blue fire sea that was around 70 to 80 feet wide. His body was at the middle of this sea of fire. Flames churned all around him, emitting the loud sound of ocean waves slapping against rocks, causing everyone's hearts to feel some pressure. That feeling was as though they were alone in the face of a never-ending large sea, causing people to be unable to pick up the courage to resist. The blue flame spread over the sky and a high temperature covered the area. Some of those experts who were stronger were a little better off, but for the rest, perspiration rained down their bodies. Some of those who were even weaker felt their eyes become white before they fell head first to the ground. A heavenly flame possessed the frightening strength to change the environment. These words were indeed true. With Han Feng using his full strength to maneuver it, the surroundings of this Feng city immediately appeared as though it had experienced a drought for a long time. Even the water in the air was completely vaporized. The dry air caused people to feel a dry pain in their throats each time they inhaled air into their bodies. Go! Under Han Feng's gaze, Xiao Yan flicked his finger and the slowly turning large green fire lotus trembled before it shot forward with an ear-piercing sound. With a green light, it flew towards the blue fire with heated winds. Sea Heart Magical Beast. Han Feng watched the emerald flowing light that shot explosively over with a serious expression. His palm moved and a cry yelled out from his throat. Immediately, that enormous sea of fire churned intensely. The flame whizzed and rotated before actually becoming an extremely large dark blue beast. The appearance of this enormous beast caused some blood color to disappear from Han Feng's face. Clearly, this thing exhausted quite a bit of Dou Qi. The size of the enormous beast was large, and was not the least bit smaller than the fighting form of the heaven-swallowing python. Its shape was like a lion, but it possessed a large scorpion-like tail. A deep blue-colored horn, that protruded from its head, displayed a flickering blue glow. The horn would occasionally sway and tiny black scars would surface in the empty space. Xiao Yan was also startled when the large head of the deep blue enormous lion-like fire beast appeared. It was unexpected that Han Feng's control over the sea heart flame had already reached such a stage in the 2 years they had not met. Xiao Yan questioned himself, and found that it was likely that even the current him would have difficulty using a heavenly flame to agglomerate and form such a complex beast shape. Xiao Yan was shocked, but the emerald fire lotus which had already locked onto its target did not hesitate. It appeared to have teleported, and within a couple of flashes, it was only a short distance from Han Feng. The frightening wind was something that caused even the deep blue sea of fire spread throughout the sky to form some ripples. Gi. Han Feng's expression was extremely solemn as he stared at the large fire lotus that was coming at him head-on. The seal on his hand changed, and with a low cry, the large fire lion, that had been agglomerated from his own strength, raised its head and emitted a loud thunder-like roar. Its forehooves moved immediately as it became tank-like, and fearlessly charged toward the fire lotus. The distance between the two was instantly covered. Immediately, the two frightening energies, which were enough to incinerate the mountains and boil the seas, collided with a bang, like meteors, in front of Han Feng's and Xiao Yan's tense minds. Bang! The entire sky was momentarily silent when the two made contact. Immediately, the natural energy began to become violent. Multicolored energy flew all over the sky. At a glance, it seemed as though they were wildly fleeing the area where the collision occurred. The sudden uprising of the energy in the area also caused all the experts in the sky to suddenly cease their actions. Numerous gazes carried shock that was difficult to hide as they watched this area that had suddenly turned into a vacuum of space. The terrifying energy ripples which seeped out from the fire lotus and the fire beast caused their hearts to be filled with fear. If this energy were to touch their bodies, it was likely that their bodies and bones would burst apart on the spot. Bang! The silence merely lasted for an instant before a catastrophic energy storm erupted from the center. The frightening fire energy storm spread and covered an area that was over 100 meters in radius. Even the people from both sides of the chaotic battle in the sky moved their bodies and fled in all directions in a miserable manner. They clearly understood that if they were to be struck by this thing, it was likely that they would suffer despite their strength. Therefore, a comical scene appeared. The fiery hot chaotic battle that was raging in the sky had, at this very moment, turned into a scene of frightened birds fleeing. Everyone abruptly fled the area. All that remained was a countless number of stunned gazes on the ground. Su Qian struck his palm out and a powerful force shook the gold-silver brothers until they stepped back rapidly. A faint paleness also surfaced on the latter's faces. Although they could contend with an elite Dou zone by joining hands, they would still end up losing if things really did drag on. In the past, Han Feng would have long escaped from the opponents pestering him to come and help them deal with Su Qian. Now, however, not only was he held back by Xiao Yan until he could not leave, but there was also the taste of him not being able to even protect himself. As more time passed, it was only a matter of time before the two of them would be defeated in Su Qian's hands. Su Qian smiled coldly as he observed the gold-silver brothers whose faces were alternating between white and green. Su Qian did not grab his advantage and give chase. He turned around and watched the center of the frightening firestorm with a solemn expression. This kind of energy collision was something that caused even someone of his strength to feel afraid. I have really underestimated Xiao Yan. He was actually able to delay Han Feng even in such a situation. However, I wonder who will be victorious in the end. Su Qian glanced at the frightening firestorm. He clearly understood in his heart that the victor would be determined after this exchange. He was unable to decide just who would laugh in the end. Ugh, hopefully it will be that little fellow. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 641, Your Life is Mine. Chapter 641, Your Life is Mine. The frightening firestorm spread horizontally across the sky. Its hot temperature caused the air in this area to become extremely dry. Powerful fire ripples turned into a fire curtain that spread about, occupying over half of the space. This resulted in one's vision becoming distorted and blurry at this moment. Countless numbers of gazes were stunned as they watched the firestorm that swept across the sky. Despite being a great distance away, they still felt their legs become wobbly. If this kind of explosion had been a little lower, it was likely that this city would have turned into a graveyard in an extremely short period of time. The strong from both sides who had been engaging in an intense great battle in the sky earlier had all descended from the sky in panic. Staying high in the sky during this period of time when even the natural energy had become violent was an extremely foolish thing. Once one was struck by the firestorm, one's fate would be extremely miserable. This Xiao Yan fellow is really becoming more and more frightening. Lin Yan wiped the perspiration on his face while standing on the peak of a mountain as he spoke with a bitter smile to Lin Xiuya and Lu Qing by the side. The three of them were currently elders of the Inner Academy. Therefore, they would naturally be involved in such a large-scale battle. The three of them had joined hands to hold back an elite Dou Huang earlier. Although they ended up in a miserable state by the sharp attacks of the latter, they had successfully ended up delaying him. Lin Xiuya and Lu Qing sighed and nodded while sharing the same feeling when they heard Lin Yan's bitter laugh. It had only been a short 2 years, but the new student who had to call them senior when they met back then already possessed the strength to contend head-on with a top expert of the Black Corner region. Such a transformation really caused people to sigh emotionally. Lu Qing possessed an extremely deep feeling toward this. Back then, Xiao Yan had gone all out to fight until he was seriously injured and unconscious in the arena battle back then, only to end up with a situation in which both of them were defeated with serious injuries. From the looks of things now, it was likely that Xiao Yan would be able to easily finish him off within 5 exchanges. Lu Qing also let out a bitter laugh when he thought of this. His heart could not help but utter a word of submission to Xiao Yan. Such a frightening training speed already had nothing to do with training talent. It was completely decided by one's lucky opportunities. Xiao Li's figure rushed out on a treetop not far from the three of them. His expression was a little worried as he watched the firestorm that had basically covered the entire sky. Even though he had confidence in Xiao Yan, he could not help but feel uneasy in the face of such a frightening energy collision. After all, that Han Feng was not an ordinary person. During the 2 years he had muddled along within the Black Corner region, he had been repeatedly inquiring about information on the Black Alliance. However, he had never received the slightest news that Han Feng was about to enter the Dozone class. However, the true strength that the latter was currently displaying really caused most people to be shocked. Xiao Yanzi, you better be alright. Otherwise, how can I have the face to see your big brother? Xiao Li rubbed his hands together. He could only pray that Xiao Yan would have sufficient luck to escape from the firestorm at this moment. A countless number of gazes relaxed when they raised their heads to see the firestorm that spread through the sky was some distance away now that they had fled from it. Private conversations quietly sounded. Clearly, everyone wanted to know whether it would be Xiao Yan or Han Feng who would be the one to successfully flee this firestorm. The spreading firestorm finally began to gradually disappear in front of numerous gazes after having spread an extremely great distance. However, there was still not the slightest activity of the two human figures within it. The sky was void of activity, and the people on the ground did not dare to emit any loud sound. They looked at each other and their faces changed slightly. Did the both of them perish within the firestorm? Su Qian did not blink his eyes as he stared at the middle of the firestorm in the sky. Despite his strength, he was totally unaware of the situation within it at this very moment. Therefore, he could do nothing other than pray. While everyone was staring with expressions of loss, there was suddenly a rushing wind sound that appeared in the vast sky. A human figure immediately shot out explosively from the storm. The human figure that had suddenly appeared immediately gathered the gazes of everyone present. Although the human figure was shooting out at a very fast speed, there were still some sharp-eyed people who could identify him. Immediately, joyous voices sounded. "It's the Alliance head. He is alive." The tensed-up faces of those from the Black Alliance immediately became much more relaxed upon hearing these joyous cries. Some smiles faintly appeared on their faces. Since the last person who survived was Han Feng, it was likely that the Inner Academy would withdraw miserably with ashen faces. They would also have gained an additional capital to boost to the other factions in the Black Corner region. After all, which other factions within the Black Corner region other than the Black Alliance had managed to beat the Inner Academy? The faces of those from the Inner Academy instantly became ugly compared to the pleased look of those from the Black Alliance. They clenched their teeth and the atmosphere appeared exceptionally pressuring due to the silence. Xiao Li's eyes had suddenly become completely red when he heard the loud cry of those from the Black Alliance. A savage killing intent slowly climbed onto his cold face. He had already decided in his heart. If any mishap were to happen to Xiao Yan, he would get Han Feng to pay a price in blood today even if he had to stake his life. "Everyone, don't act disorderly. There is something not quite right." Su Qian's cry suddenly sounded when everyone's mood had sunk. They were somewhat stunned as they raised their heads, only to see that Su Qian was focused intently on Han Feng who was shooting down from the sky. Everyone's gaze followed his to look over and they too sensed that something was wrong. Although Han Feng had escaped from the firestorm, the posture in which he landed on the ground seemed to be one where he fell from the sky after being violently kicked. Qi. The sharp sound of rushing wind once again reverberated across the sky while everyone was feeling uncertain in their hearts. The firestorm that spread through the sky suddenly trembled. Immediately, a black figure rushed out from within it. The dark green fire wings were exceptionally eye-catching in the sky. "It's Xiao Yan. He hasn't died." The Inner Academy's experts who were dispirited immediately cheered when they saw those familiar fire wings. The savageness on Xiao Li's face slowly withdrew as he watched the familiar fire wings with a stunned expression. His heart finally sighed heavily as he bitterly laughed. This fellow really doesn't allow one to relax. With the appearance of Xiao Yan's figure, the originally proud and laughing people from the Black Corner region became just like ducks with their throats pinched. Their laughter suddenly ceased, and the expressions on their faces appeared exceptionally comical. The black figure's jade-green wings flapped in the sky, and his body turned into a dark green glow that swiftly shot down toward Han Feng who was falling rapidly to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the black figure appeared above Han Feng's head in front of the shocked gazes of all the experts from the Black Corner region. "Little bastard, you dare." Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at Han Feng whose internal Dou Qi was blocked because of the backlash from the flame. A dark green flame wildly surged over his fist. The fist immediately contained an incomparably fierce force as it ruthlessly smashed into his chest. "A traitor who betrays his teacher deserves to die." Xiao Yan's furious roar reverberated unceasingly across the sky as his fist ruthlessly smashed down. Bang! A low, deep sound from the contact of flesh was suddenly emitted across the sky, causing the hearts of a countless number of people to violently contract at this moment. Grug. A mouthful of fresh, red blood was spat out of Han Feng's mouth upon receiving such a heavy blow without any defenses. His body appeared to have become like a bird with its wings broken as it weakly fell to the ground. Finally, he heavily smashed into some plains just outside Feng City in front of a countless number of shocked gazes. Xiao Yan's face was covered with fresh blood. His chest rose and fell rapidly as his wings flapped slightly. A weak feeling was repeatedly emitted from his body, indicating that he had already reached his limit. Xiao Yan flapped the increasingly illusory wings on his back as his eyes stared intently at the unmoving Han Feng who had smashed into the ground, forming an enormous pit. He could sense that the latter's breath might be extremely weak, but had not completely disappeared. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth ruthlessly as he shook his hand. An enormous heavy Xian ruler flashed and appeared. His hands held it tightly as he flapped the wings on his back. He circulated the little remaining Dou Qi in his body and shot explosively toward Han Feng, who was lying on the ground with his last lingering breath. The aim was to give the latter a finishing blow. Save the Alliance head. Xiao Yan's action were instantly sensed by the experts from the Black Corner region. Their faces immediately changed drastically as a stern cry immediately sounded. They clearly understood the importance of Han Feng to the Black Alliance. If they lost Han Feng, it was likely that the large alliance would collapse. Stop them! Su Qian let out a cold cry the moment the experts from the Black Corner region moved. All the Inner Academy elders who had long been waiting for an order immediately moved. They formed a human wall outside of Feng City. Numerous powerful auras rose and forced back those people from the Black Corner region who were attempting a rescue. Xiao Yan flashed and appeared just a couple of dozen feet above Han Feng's head by relying on the blocking action performed by the elders of the inner academy. He raised his heavy ruler high above his head and did not hesitate as he used the most vicious method to smash it at Han Feng's head. That momentum was such that if it struck, it was likely that Han Feng would die on the spot despite his strength. TSK, Han Feng was indeed right. Yao Sheng's spiritual body is indeed in this little fellow's body. A ghastly strange laugh suddenly sounded in the sky the moment the heavy ruler smashed down. Immediately, a cluster of black fog strangely surfaced on the plains. Clang! The black fog had just appeared when a dark black chain that contained a deep luster suddenly shot out from the black fog. The metal chain's speed was extremely frightening. It was not far from Xiao Yan in an instant. The end of the metal chain was as sharp as a blade, and an unusual cold glint faintly seeped out from it. At this moment, Xiao Yan had also ran out of steam. Swinging the ruler and unleashing his final attack toward Han Feng had already completely exhausted all his strength. Hence, he actually did not have the slightest strength to dodge the metal chain that was shooting toward him. Xiao Yan turned his head with great difficulty. The thing that was imprinted in his eyes was that a somewhat unusual black, enormous metal chain. This is, those fellows from the Hall of Souls? The cluster of black fog shaped like a human figure was similar to what he had seen in the Great Plains of the Black Corner region swiftly flashed across his mind. This attacking method and the person in front of him were nearly identical. The dark black metal chain did not stop because Xiao Yan had guessed its identity. That cluster of black fog was extremely vicious in its attack. Hence, it had unleashed a killing move the moment it attacked. If this chain were to strike Xiao Yan's body, it was likely that his life would be immediately taken. It is really unexpected that I will end up dying in the hands of these fellows. Xiao Yan sighed with extreme fatigue in his heart. A bitterness seeped out from the corner of his mouth as he slowly shut his eyes. In this kind of situation, even Su Qian would not be able to save him in time. Xie! Your life is mine. The chain arrived quickly. However, just as it was about to penetrate Xiao Yan's heart, an ice-cold, numbing voice could suddenly be heard behind his ear. Immediately, a delicate, gentle, boneless-like hand surfaced in a strange manner and grabbed the chain firmly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 642, Reappearance of the Hall of Souls. Chapter 642, Reappearance of the Hall of Souls. The delicate hand appeared to have extended from empty space. It did not cause any fluctuations. It looked gentle and weak, yet it contained an extremely strong and fierce strength that grabbed the metal chain until the point where it could not move. The sudden help also caused everyone to be startled. Their gazes followed that flawless hand, and slowly shifted. Finally, a beauty with a lovely sexy figure and a nearly perfect bewitching face appeared in front of all their gazes. Demon. TL, in Chinese mythology, a female demon is usually extremely beautiful and would occasionally bewitch men. This was the feeling that the woman gave to others at first glance, with the exception of her icy cold face. The merging of coldness and enchantment caused her to possess an unusual allure that had a deep impact on men. Her snow-white chin formed a slightly sharp incline that caused her entire body to be filled with a pride that was difficult to hide. This kind of pride was not an ordinary woman's arrogance, but an honorable haughtiness that only a woman who possessed a high status could display. The thing that possessed the greatest attraction to men was this haughtiness. A man would possess an incomparable satisfaction the moment he pushed down such a haughty and distinguished woman. Of course, if one was in a delirious state, this satisfaction would be greatly reduced. One example was Xiao Yan back then. Everyone was stunned for quite a while when they saw that the person who had appeared to stop the chain attack was actually such a beautiful and bewitching woman. They might be stunned, but no one present was an ordinary person. From the looks of the strange manner in which she had appeared, it seemed that her strength might be stronger than anyone else present. The sharp portion at the end of the metal chain paused at a spot half an inch from Xiao Yan's head. The cold glint that faintly seeped out from it caused the latter's body to be filled with tiny goosebumps. He could imagine that his head would turn into a watermelon that fell on the ground, bursting into countless number of pieces with a bang, if the action to stop the chain had been an instant later. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the tip of the metal chain that had been magnified by a countless number of times in his eyes. His throat rolled a little as he turned his head with great difficulty. The ice-cold face of Queen Medusa immediately appeared in his eyes. Xiao Yan's mouth moved. He did not expect that the one who took action to rescue him would actually be the Queen Medusa who had been after his life. Did she really possess complicated feelings toward him after that incident? Queen Medusa's eyes did not even move a little while this thought was lingering in Xiao Yan's heart. Her other free delicate hand merely flipped and violently slammed against Xiao Yan's chest without any mercy. The large force caused the latter's completely exhausted body to be shaken until he took over 10 steps back before sitting down on the ground, looking extremely miserable. Xiao Yan grabbed his chest and let out a few soft coughs after sitting onto the ground. What did this damn woman want to do? She wanted to rescue him, yet she was this blunt. If the palm was a little stronger earlier, it was likely that it would have been able to kill him. How unfortunate. Just a little more and that bastard will be killed. Xiao Yan's gaze turned to Han Feng, who was lying on the ground with a breath remaining. He spoke regretfully within his heart. The current him was already completely exhausted. Although all he needed to do was use the ruler to slam against that fellow in order to kill him, the current him did not even have the strength to stand up. While Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with a limitless regret, Queen Medusa, who was grabbing the metal chain, suddenly lowered her head and glanced at Han Feng, whom she did not know was dead or alive. She knit her eyebrows and appeared to hate that a man was this close to her. She immediately raised her long, sleek legs in front of a countless number of gazes and heavily kicked Han Feng's waist. This kick may appear random, but the sharp wind created by her toes when it was swung smashed and formed quite a large pit on the ground. Clearly, this kick was something that could even cause a lively elite Dou Huang to feel terrible, much less Han Feng, who was seriously injured. The entire plains descended into a silence when the leg was swung. Bang, dot. The delicate leg firmly imprinted itself on Han Feng's waist in front of a countless number of stunned gazes. The frightening strength was like a surging flood at this moment. Everyone immediately saw that Han Feng's body was kicked into the air with a deep muffled sound before finally drawing a parabola across the sky and landing hard on the ground. There was coincidentally a huge rock where he landed. The sound of bones breaking was extremely ear-piercing in this quiet plains. At this moment, nearly everyone believed that it was likely that Han Feng would have difficulty keeping his life even if he was reborn from someone extremely strong. Good. What a damn great kick. Xiao Yan, who appeared paralyzed as he sat, also watched Queen Medusa's sudden action with a stunned expression. Only when Han Feng heavily smashed against the enormous rock did he recover. A wild joy surfaced on his face. His hands slammed violently onto the ground and his face was flushed red. He could not control the excitement within his heart as he erupted with a series of vulgarities. However, his curses had just sounded when a pair of bright, ice-cold eyes suddenly shot over like sharp blades, causing him to instantly shut his mouth. He gave an awkward smile and his buttocks shifted back without leaving a trace, afraid that the Queen Medusa who killed people like killing chickens would also give him a kick. With his current condition, it was likely that his end would not be much better than Han Feng if he were to suffer a kick. Everyone on the plain, regardless of whether it was the experts from the Black Corner region or the Inner Academy, were all completely dumbfounded. No one had expected that the peak expert who had dominated the Black Corner region would actually be kicked to death by a woman? This seemed a little too comical, right? Su Qian's gaze firmly focused on Queen Medusa from the distant sky. Other people might not have sensed it, but he was able to sense that the latter's random kick seemed to contain some killing intent. Clearly, that kick she gave Han Feng did not hold the thought of simply clearing the place, but it was likely that she really wanted to kill Han Feng. Don't tell me that she also held a grudge against Han Feng? Why have I not heard that there was someone like her in the Black Corner region? Su Qian muttered doubtfully. TSK, how unexpected. This Han Feng would actually end up dying in the hands of a woman. If such a hopelessly stupid method of dying for him were to spread, it will really cause others to die from laughter. An ear-piercing strange laugh was emitted from the cluster of black fog, which expanded and shrank in a volatile manner. A ripple was immediately emitted from the black fog and an unusual dark black energy surged out. It followed the chain as it swept toward Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa's gaze was cold and indifferent as she watched the energy surging over. She shook her delicate hand and a seven-colored energy poured out unceasingly. Finally, it collided with that black-colored energy at the middle spot of the chain. A wild and ferocious ripple erupted from the point of contact and destroyed all the grass of the plains nearby. Although the chain underwent such a powerful explosive force, it did not show any sign of breaking. Clearly this thing was not an ordinary item. Voila! Queen Medusa suddenly released her hand during the explosion. The black-colored chain suddenly turned around with a clever effort, before transforming into a vague black line that shot explosively toward the cluster of black fog. Chie! The black-colored chain passed through that cluster of black fog, causing it to ripple swiftly. It was a long while later before the ear-piercing voice that carried some gloominess was emitted. Who are you? You actually dare to meddle with the affairs of our Hall of Souls? His life is mine. No one else has the right to take it. Those pretty eyes stared at the cluster of black fog in the distance as Queen Medusa spoke faintly. I can give his corpse to you if I kill him one day. It is not possible now. Hey, what arrogant words. You are the first person in so many years who dares to speak such words to our Hall of Souls. Get lost. You won't have the opportunity to attack today. Queen Medusa completely ignored him. Her voice was still blunt and ice-cold. During the short exchange earlier, she already possessed some understanding of the other party's strength. If the other party's energy had not been a little strange, she would have long killed him. Why would she need to speak so many unnecessary words? TSK, what an arrogant woman. My luck is indeed not bad today. However, my mission is not to kill that little brat. It is sufficient as long as I acquire that Yao Chen's spirit is in his body. Moreover, thanks to you, I do have something to acquire. The strange laugh was emitted from the black fog before it immediately moved. The figure suddenly flashed, and in a couple of breaths, it appeared beside Han Feng's breathless corpse. He let out a strange TSK laugh and an unusual suction force erupted. A somewhat transparent spiritual body slowly rose from Han Feng's corpse following the appearance of this suction force. Finally, it was absorbed into that black fog and disappeared. TSK, a Tier 6 alchemist spirit. This is really quite a great acquisition. That awful voice sounded with some satisfaction after absorbing Han Feng's spirit into that black fog. The black fog immediately moved in from a distance. Xiao Yan could sense a pair of eyes sweeping over him from within it. Brat, I shall allow Yao Chen's spirit to stay in your body for a period of time. At that time, our Hall of Souls will come and acquire it. TSK. Xiao Yan's expression was somewhat gloomy as he observed the strange cluster of black fog that was drifting aimlessly. He had finally been locked on to be this mysterious organization. Enjoy your remaining time. TSK. At that time, even this woman might not be able to protect you. A strange laugh sounded from varying distances. That cluster of black fog was just like a ghost. It flashed a couple of times before disappearing from the plains in front of a countless number of gazes. Xiao Yan's eyes watched the vague black fog that had disappeared into the distance. He suddenly grit his teeth and stood up. His footsteps staggered toward Han Feng's corpse. His palm touched the latter's skin and his expression sank a moment later. Damn it. The sea heart flame has also been taken away along with the soul, but... Xiao Yan clenched his teeth ruthlessly before his eyes glanced at the dark blue ring on Han Feng's finger. The flickering faint blue glint indicated the difference between this storage ring and a low-grade storage ring. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 643, Serene Sea Storage Ring. Chapter 643, Serene Sea Storage Ring. He is indeed worthy of being the alliance head of the Black Alliance by actually carrying such a high-grade storage ring. Xiao Yan lifted the corner of his mouth and unceremoniously took the deep blue storage ring from Han Feng's finger. Storage rings were divided into high and low grades. A high-grade storage ring was extremely rare. It was an object in great demand that no supplier, even the auction houses of the Black Corner region, could fill. Even Xiao Yan had never worn a high-grade storage ring in all these years. He could only improvise, and barely manage by using a low-grade storage ring. In the past, Xiao Yan did not have a very great requirement for storage rings. However, he had begun to pay more attention to this ever since that storage ring cracked apart in a baffling manner during his training. He had always stored some precious objects within his storage ring. The last time around, he was fortunate to have the isolation of the fallen heart flame, which had prevented him from losing his precious objects. However, it was difficult to be certain of such good luck. Hence, it would indeed reassure him if he were able to possess a high-grade storage ring. After all, a high-grade storage ring was much greater than a low-grade storage ring, whether it was in terms of firmness or safety. Xiao Yan played with the deep blue storage ring in his hand. He tried probing into it with his spiritual strength, but was surprised to realize that his spiritual strength was repelled by the storage ring. It is indeed worthy of being a high-grade storage ring to actually possess such a protection. Xiao Yan parted his mouth and smiled. He vaguely understood that a high-grade storage ring would allow the owner to place a spiritual imprint on it. In this way, if anyone luckily obtained the storage ring and wanted to take out the things within, one had to remove that spiritual imprint first. The owner of the storage ring would sense it if he attempted to do so. Such an automatic defensive ability was something that only a high-grade storage ring possess. It was also one of the greatest reasons for its price to soar greatly. From a certain point of view, Han Feng was currently dead. Hence, Xiao Yan naturally need not be worried of him sensing anything. A fierce spiritual strength instantly surged out and used the most brutal method to remove the spiritual imprint that Han Feng had left behind. After which, he immediately placed his own imprint onto it. In this way, the high-grade storage ring had officially changed owners. Xiao Yan was satisfied as he placed the deep blue storage ring on his finger. His mind moved and his spiritual strength entered the storage ring without any hindrances. The probing merely lasted for a moment before Xiao Yan slowly withdrew his mind from the storage ring. At this moment, his eyes contained a joy that was difficult to hide. The things that Han Feng had collected within the Black Corner region were really difficult to count. There were quite a number of various rare medicinal ingredients present within the storage ring. Moreover, there were also various scrolls containing Qi methods and Dou techniques randomly placed inside it. Clearly these were items given by various people who had begged him to refine a pill. Although he had merely took a hurried glance, the rich collection within the storage ring caused Xiao Yan to feel extremely excited. He might not have ultimately obtained the most important sea heart flame when he killed Han Feng this time around, but he had obtained all of Han Feng's fortune. The treasures stored within this deep blue high-grade storage ring were sufficient enough to cause any expert within the Black Corner region to become crazy. Queen Medusa's gaze was still icy cold as she looked at Xiao Yan, who was laughing away while hugging the storage ring. She knit her eyebrows slightly, and she sighed in anguish within her heart. If she had stood idly by the side today, Xiao Yan would have had difficulty escaping death. In that case, she would have gotten revenge for her hatred toward him because of the profane act he had committed against her. However, her indifferent heart had suddenly beat wildly in the nick of time. A faint pull from deep within her spirit caused her to ultimately intervene. Damn it! This queen will kill you personally sooner or later. Medusa clenched her silver teeth with hatred. She clearly understood in her heart that given her old character, it was likely that she would add fuel to the fire by shifting the position of the attacking chain such that it was more fatal. There was no need to even mention helping Xiao Yan. However, these various hesitations that she currently felt was due to the merger of the two spirits. Although she had obtained absolute control of the body, the spirit of the heaven-swallowing python was also secretly affecting her. That heaven-swallowing python had followed beside Xiao Yan for 1 or 2 years and was already quite attached to him. Such attachment had more or less caused some minor changes in Queen Medusa during the merger of spirits. According to a normal situation, Queen Medusa should have left and returned to the snake people race in the vast Tager Desert now that she had merged with the spirit of the heaven-swallowing python and recovered her strength. Now, however, she continued to be around Xiao Yan. Such a situation was due to the influence of the attachment of the heaven-swallowing python. Xiao Yan had also sensed something when Medusa's icy gaze was staring at him. He raised his head and gave an embarrassed smile. His feet took a couple of steps back without leaving any trace. Although he did not understand why this person who desperately wanted to kill him would actually rescue him, he still felt a great fear for this Queen Medusa, who killed without blinking. This was especially so given that he was currently in his weakest condition where he did not even possess the strength to flee. That. Your Majesty, thank you very much for rescuing me this time around. Xiao Yan will remember this favor. I will definitely return it in the future if I have the chance to. Xiao Yan smiled awkwardly in the face of the cold and emotionless Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa totally ignored Xiao Yan's embarrassed smile. Her gaze was indifferent as she stared at Xiao Yan. She gently tightened her delicate hand, and a colorful 7-colored energy slowly surged. Perspiration immediately filled Xiao Yan's forehead upon seeing the actions of Queen Medusa. This woman was indeed temperamental. She had just rescued him, but she was now actually planning to attack him. A rushing wind sound suddenly appeared in the sky just as Queen Medusa took a step forward. Su Qian's elderly figure appeared in front of Xiao Yan. His gaze was cautiously looking at Queen Medusa. Cupping his hands together, he said, "Expert, may I know who you are? Can you reveal your name? You might well be an old acquaintance of our Jianan Academy." Xiao Yan immediately sighed in relief when Su Qian appeared. He carefully shifted his body behind him and softly said, "First Elder. Be careful. This woman changes her face faster than one flips a book." The corner of Su Qian's mouth twitched involuntarily when he heard Xiao Yan's reminder. He really did not know how this fellow had provoked this person, causing her to chase after him bitterly. Moreover, the thing that caused Su Qian to be most dispirited was that this fellow had to go and provoke an expert of such level. If he were to fight with the woman in front of him, even Su Qian did not have more than a 50% chance of victory. This could be seen from the way the other party had shaken and forced back someone from the Hall of Souls with just a single attack. Queen Medusa halted her footsteps after Su Qian appeared. She ignored his words as her gaze coldly looked at Xiao Yan. Her tone was icy cold. "You can only repay those things that you did to me with your life. This is the last time. I will definitely not show any mercy the next time around." Queen Medusa ignored the strange expression of Su Qian as she turned around and turned into a 7-colored flowing light that shot into the sky after speaking those words. After which, she swiftly disappeared. Xiao Yan only wiped off the perspiration on his forehead when he saw Queen Medusa leave. He bitterly shook his head. Provoking such a woman really gave him a massive headache. It looked like he really needed to find some time to converse properly with her. Otherwise, just when would this endless chase end? You little fellow, you are really too bold. However, I am really curious. How did you manage to do those things to her given her strength? Su Qian turned around and looked at Xiao Yan with strange eyes. He shook his head while clicking his tongue. With his great experience, he was able to detect something from those words of Queen Medusa earlier. These words of Su Qian provoked Xiao Yan and got him to let out a few forceful coughs. He shook his head in embarrassment. He did not seem to have any other choice but to act confused at such a moment. It was not honorable to speak about forcefully taking a woman. Although this woman could not be viewed with ordinary eyes. Ugh, forget it. In any case, you should be more careful. This woman's strength is really too frightening. Even I don't have much chance of beating her. Su Qian was helpless when he saw that Xiao Yan was unwilling to say anything. He ended up patting Xiao Yan's shoulders and said those words. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly and nodded. Ha! Isn't this the Serene Sea storage ring? You are really unceremonious. Back then, Han Feng had went through a great battle in order to obtain this storage ring. It is unexpected that you are now currently benefiting from it. Su Qian's gaze glanced at the dark blue storage ring on Xiao Yan's finger, and he immediately let out a surprised cry. His voice carried some envy within it. Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders and laughed. It is but my victory prize. The credit for defeating Han Feng is basically completely yours. Although that woman added the final kick, no one is going to fight with you for this thing. Su Qian smiled. He immediately turned his gaze toward the wall of Feng City not far away, which was packed with people. He said, Han Feng is currently dead. I'm afraid that the Black Alliance will automatically dissolve not long later. That thorn in my heart can finally disappear. Xiao Yan nodded slightly as he spoke somewhat regretfully. Unfortunately, I did not obtain the Sea Heart Flame. That flame had already been refined by Han Feng. Therefore, the Sea Heart Flame was taken away when that fellow dragged away Han Feng's spirit earlier in it. It is already not bad that there is the Serene Sea storage ring as compensation. Su Qian shook his head. He slowly withdrew the smile on his face and said, however, the most important thing now is that Hall of Souls already have their eyes on you. That mysterious organization is not something that an ordinary faction can compare with. Su Qian's face involuntarily revealed a worry when he spoke up to this point. Clearly, he was also extremely afraid of the mysterious Hall of Souls. Xiao Yan smiled and spoke calmly, even if they don't come looking for me, I will end up looking for them sooner or later. This is something that I cannot escape from. Su Qian was startled. He studied Xiao Yan's faint smiling face and nodded quietly. However, he did not pursue the matter until the end. All he did was pat Xiao Yan's shoulders and sigh, you should recuperate first. Take advantage of the time before that organization comes looking for you to raise your strength a little. In the future, you will know just how frightening they are. Su Qian turned around and slowly walked toward the exterior of the plains after saying this. Xiao Yan watched Su Qian gradually disappearing figure and smiled. A day where he collided head-on with the Hall of Souls was something that was long within his expectations. However, the thing that caused him to rejoice was that the current him already possessed the strength to protect himself and Yao Lao. If he was at his peak condition today, he believed that he would be able to force back that cluster of strange black fog. The current him possessed such strength. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 644, Retreat and Recuperation. Chapter 644, Retreat and Recuperation. The Black Corner region gradually became calm after the intense great battle within Feng City passed. However, the strongest alliance within the Black Corner region, the Black Alliance, was showing signs of being on the verge of breaking up due to the various disagreements from the Divide of Prophets. The members within the Black Alliance were all strong factions within the Black Corner region. Most of these factions all carried some weight, and none of them were willing to submit to each other. Given Han Feng's reputation in the past, they were still able to endure Han Feng commanding them on the account of his extraordinary refining ability. However, Han Feng was currently dead. The Black Alliance, without its leader, immediately turned into a headless housefly. That alliance head seat was something that everyone wanted to sit on, but no one was willing to submit to the others. After a couple of disputes and even a couple of fights, the relationship of the members of the Black Alliance became increasingly worse. It was only a matter of time before they split up. Originally, the Gold-Silver brothers had the ability to command them. However, they lost their courage to go against the Jianan Academy after the matter of Han Feng. Hence, they did not dare to stand out. These two old fellows had completely disappeared the day after Han Feng's death, leaving behind a completely chaotic Black Alliance. Even the strongest within the alliance had spread their legs and fled. The days of this Black Alliance were indeed numbered. Within a short 5 days after the battle, it completely collapsed. Thus, the largest alliance faction within the Black Corner region was no more. The Inner Academy could finally truly sigh in relief once the Black Alliance collapsed. The fight between the Jianan Academy and the Black Corner region had ended with complete victory for the Inner Academy, but of course, as the person with the greatest credit for the victory in this fight, Xiao Yan's reputation did not only become incomparable among the students of the Jianan Academy but also among the elders. Even the very senior first elder would also stop, chat, and smile with this young person from the younger generation when he saw him. The true strength that Xiao Yan had displayed in that great battle had shaken every single person. Of course, Xiao Yan was naturally not interested in how noisy the Inner Academy currently was. Ever since he had returned to the Inner Academy, he had entered a secret chamber to undertake a retreat and recuperate. Although he had successfully killed the other party in this big fight with Han Feng, he was also quite badly injured. His recuperation this time around took an entire 7 days. Only then did the injuries within Xiao Yan's body begin to gradually show signs of being completely healed. Moreover, this situation was because of the varying spiritual liquids that had accumulated in his body and the refining ability of the heavenly flame. If it was an ordinary person, one would not be able to completely recover from such injuries without half a month or a full month's time. Moreover, one might have some long-term sequelae from injuries' inability to completely heal due to them being overly serious. The moonlight stones that were inserted into the walls of a quiet secret chamber within Pan's Gate emitted a faint glow, expelling the darkness within the room. The warm light rested on the black-robed young man who was seated cross-legged, recuperating from his injuries. The breathing of the black-robed young man was extremely calm. He inhaled and exhaled, maintaining a perfect cycle. Each time a breathing cycle was completed, the surrounding space would form a slight ripple. Immediately, an extremely powerful natural energy followed his breathing and poured into his body. The natural energy poured unceasingly into the young man's body. The latter was just like a bottomless pit that could not be filled. No matter how the energy poured in, his body did not show any sign of being completely filled. The quiet training and recuperation lasted for an unknown amount of time. At a certain point in time, the paleness on his face was completely replaced by a healthy red. The ripples in the air around him slowly disappeared. Xiao Yan's eyelashes suddenly shook after the ripples disappeared. He finally opened his eyes slowly a moment later. Emerald green flames raged in his dark black pupils before they swiftly disappeared. Who? A mouthful of turbid air that had lingered in his chest for a long time was emitted from his throat. It appeared grayish, but it was undoubtedly much better than the dark black air he had previously had, which possessed a lethal poison. From the looks of it, the searing poison that has remained in my body was also completely removed during those 2 years I spent underground. Xiao Yan was startled upon seeing the faint grayish turbid air. After which, he began mumbling with some joy. That searing poison was ultimately a thorn in his heart. Although it did not cause him much harm due to it being suppressed by the heavenly flame, it was likely that no one would be completely reassured if such a lethal poison remained in their bodies. Therefore, it was only natural that Xiao Yan could not hide the joy in his heart upon seeing that the searing poison had actually completely disappeared. My injuries have already fully healed. From the looks of it, I spent quite a long time in retreat. Xiao Yan smiled slightly as he sensed the surging Dou Qi that filled his body. He immediately knit his brows and spoke softly. Unfortunately, I am still unable to sense the barrier to break through to an elite Dou Huang. Looks like there are some drawbacks that remained after my strength soared. Xiao Yan's true strength was merely around that of a 4 or 5 star Douling when he was dragged underground. Due to various reasons, however, his strength had suddenly soared to its current peak at the Dou Huang class. Although he had spent 2 years, this speed could be called frightening. Moreover, it was the first time that Xiao Yan had experienced this kind of situation where he suddenly achieved something so quickly. Hence, his control over his strength still possessed some gaps when compared with other expert Dou Huangs. If he was able to completely control his strength at the peak of the Dou Huang class when fighting with Han Feng this time around, it would have been likely that he would not have ended up being so miserable, even nearly causing his own death toward the end. When Xiao Yan trained in the past, he had always climbed in a steadfast manner where his strength increased 1 star at a time. Hence, him, who was extremely familiar with taking things slow, felt a little lost because of the great increase in his strength this time around. A strength that had suddenly appeared was extremely difficult to control. Some unreliable increase in strength might even cause some unlucky people to remain at that level forever. However, it was fortunate that the increase in Xiao Yan's strength this time around was not those foolish methods of forcefully pouring energy in. The growth that the corrosion of the fallen heart flame and the medicinal liquid, merged from the medicinal pills and medicinal ingredients, gave Xiao Yan was not exactly an overnight achievement from a certain point of view. His strength had slowly increased during these 2 years. However, during this period of increase, he had fallen into a state of suspended animation and was unaware of the changes occurring. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan's strength did soar. Hence, before he could completely control the strength of the Dou Wine class, he needed to forget about trying to gain great improvement. After all, only by controlling the current strength available would one be able to take another step forward. The deep thought on Xiao Yan's face slowly disappeared and he sighed. He understood that he could not rush these things. Moreover, the current him did indeed need to familiarize and increase his control of many things. For example, the heavenly flame. In the big fight with Han Feng, even Xiao Yan admitted that the other party's control of the sea heart flame was much better than his. Although there was the age and experience factors involved, Xiao Yan did not wish to be weaker than him in any way. This was a kind of rivalry mentally between those who shared the same teacher. He needed to let everyone know that he was not weaker than Han Feng in any aspect. Only by doing this could he confirm that Yao Lao's sharp eye was still present. Of course, part of the reason for Han Feng's better control over the heavenly flame was because of his age and experience. Another part of the reason was that he could only focus on studying the sea heart flame. Although Han Feng also practiced the flame mantra, it was an incomplete version. Han Feng might have gotten a greater understanding of flame mantra through these years of practicing it, but his degree of control over the heavenly flame was far inferior to Xiao Yan's. Hence, this resulted in him being only able to guard the sea heart flame all day long. On the other hand, Xiao Yan had practiced the complete flame mantra from the start. Along the way, he had split his attention and changed a couple of different flames. Therefore, Han Feng had taken the specialized path while Xiao Yan had taken the jack of all trades path. Each of them had their own advantages, but if one were to merely discuss the degree of control over a flame, it was natural that Han Feng would be better. Xie. A cluster of jade-green flames surfaced on Xiao Yan's hand following low, deep sound. He stared at this new flame which was born from the merger of two kinds of flame, and was somewhat absent-minded. Since this heavenly flame was born from the merger of heavenly flames, it was likely that it was not ranked on the heavenly flame ranking. After all, the flame mantra was not something that everyone had practiced. Hence, Xiao Yan was not even aware of what its name was. He struggled with this for a while, feeling great interest as he strived to give it a name. Glazed Lotus Heart Flame. This simple name caused Xiao Yan to feel somewhat excited. It was likely that there were not many people who possessed the qualification to give a new heavenly flame a name in this world. Perhaps, in the future, this kind of flame would be ranked on the heavenly flame ranking when he became someone at the peak of the continent. Xiao Yan was similarly uncertain about where this so-called glazed lotus heart flame should be ranked on the heavenly flame ranking. However, according to his guess, it would at the very least not be lower than Yao Lao's bone-chilling flame. After all, regardless of how lousy this thing was, it was still born from the merger of two kinds of heavenly flame. Its strength could be seen from how it had firmly suppressed the sea heart flame in his battle with Han Feng. The jade-green flame writhed repeatedly on Xiao Yan's hand. A moment later, he abruptly pulled his hands apart, and the jade-green flame was split into two clusters consisting of a green-colored flame and an invisible one. He felt extremely satisfied of the ability of this newly born heavenly flame to possess the ability to transform into two kinds of heavenly flames as it pleased. From the looks of it, I should practice my control over the flames properly in the future. Otherwise, even if I can control these two kinds of heavenly flame now, I can only use the most superficial attack. The two flames rose on Xiao Yan's fingers as he muttered. Compared to the exemplary and complicated heavenly flame attack, his heavenly flame attack would undoubtedly appear much simpler and ordinary. Xiao Yan's finger habitually rubbed the serene sea storage ring on his finger. He suddenly recalled something, and he flicked his finger on the storage ring. Immediately, a dark black ancient scroll appeared in his hand. The scroll was perfectly round, appearing just like a cylinder. He could not find any spot to open it. However, the dark, deep glow that faintly seeped out from it allowed him to know that it was extraordinary. Seeing the scroll, it was surprisingly the thing that Xun Er had solemnly and carefully handed over to Xiao Yan when she left. According to what Xun Er had said back then, it was something that could only be opened after one possessed the strength of a Dou Wang. Xiao Yan was extremely curious. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 645, God Seal Technique. Chapter 645, God Seal Technique. Xiao Yan rubbed this dark black scroll with his hand, and let out a gentle sigh. The figure of that elegant lotus-like young lady slowly surfaced in his mind and could not be removed. Xun Er, wait for me, Xiao Yan muttered softly as he shook his head with all his strength, tossing all emotion out of his head. After which, he threw all his attention onto the black-colored scroll in his hand. How should I open it? Xiao Yan knit his brows as he flipped the scroll up and down. It was definitely not possible to forcefully open this kind of thing. Otherwise, he would regret it if he damaged the thing inside. Xiao Yan mused for a long while before a thought struck his mind. He tried to maneuver the Dou Qi within his body and twine it over the scroll. Something strange happened the moment the first thread of Dou Qi made contact with that dark black scroll. He realized that the Dou Qi was actually absorbed by the scroll. Xiao Yan felt a little stunned at this situation. He immediately calmed his emotions as his mind moved. An unceasing amount of Dou Qi began to surge out of his body before moving along his arm and pouring into that dark black scroll. There was not much activity after an enormous amount of Dou Qi was poured in, other than the dim glow that was emitted on the surface of the dark black scroll became a little richer. However, Xiao Yan was not anxious. Since Xun Er had said that one required the strength of a Dou Wang in order to open it, it would not be too difficult for him to open it with his current strength. The pouring in of Dou Qi continued for a total of half an hour or so. Xiao Yan's expression had gradually become solemn as he poured Dou Qi in this never-ending fashion. The unusualness of this dark black scroll had somewhat exceeded his expectations. Crack! The dark black scroll, which did not have much of a reaction before, suddenly emitted a soft crack sound while the thought was lingering in Xiao Yan's heart. Although this sound was extremely faint, it still entered Xiao Yan's ear. He threw his surprised gaze toward the dark black scroll. At this moment, the surface of the scroll had already cracked open, forming a tiny crack line. The cracking sound he had heard earlier was emitted from the inside. With this success, Xiao Yan finally put down the worry in his heart. Powerful Dou Qi surged out like a torrent from every single corner of his body. Finally, it poured into the dark black scroll under Xiao Yan's control. Following the pouring in of more Dou Qi, the crack lines on the surface of the black scroll gradually increased. There was a faint golden-colored light that seeped out from between the crack lines. When another powerful wave of Dou Qi poured into the scroll, Xiao Yan suddenly realized that the scroll's ability to absorb Dou Qi seemed to have completely disappeared. Immediately, he saw that the crack line on the scroll was swiftly spreading before it eventually covered the entire scroll. A bright golden glow suddenly shot explosively out of the scroll the instant it was covered with crack lines. The intensity of that glow was something that caused even Xiao Yan's eyes to feel a piercing pain. It forced him to have little choice but to quickly shut his eyes. Bang! The dark black scroll suddenly cracked apart just as Xiao Yan shut his eyes. A large cluster of golden light shot out, and lit the entire secret chamber until it was bright gold in color. It was extremely beautiful. Xiao Yan hurriedly opened his eyes when he heard the sound of the scroll cracking apart. He saw the broken scroll on the ground and did not have the time to wail when he discovered a large cluster of golden light lingering in the air in front of him. There was something writhing within the golden light. At a glance, it seemed to be some sort of writing. This dense golden light writing gave Xiao Yan a dizzy feeling the moment he looked at it. He hurriedly shifted his eyes aside and slowly extended his hand forward before eventually placing it into the cluster of golden light. The cluster of golden light also began to writhe intensely as Xiao Yan extended his hand into it. It rotated immediately before eventually turning into a golden glow that shot directly into Xiao Yan's head. The golden light entered Xiao Yan's head without any resistance the moment it made contact. Xiao Yan suddenly grabbed his head and emitted a miserable cry the moment the golden glow entered his head. His head appeared as if a countless amount of things were being forcefully poured into it, causing it to have an inflated feeling where it was about to burst. However, the pain from this kind of inflated feeling came and left quickly. The intense pain gradually disappeared within a short 10+ seconds. Xiao Yan's entire body appeared to have become weak after the intense pain disappeared. He tilted his head and fell onto the bed. His chest rose and fell repeatedly, and his face carried a pale whiteness. Clearly, the golden light that had entered his mind earlier had caused him to suffer quite a bit. Damn it! What exactly is this thing? Xiao Yan only recovered his mind after lying on the bed for a while. His palm rubbed his head, which was still feeling some remnant pain, as he spoke weakly. Naturally, no one replied to Xiao Yan's question in this empty secret chamber. Hence, Xiao Yan could only clench his teeth and get up after whining on the bed for a while. After which, he crossed his legs and sunk into his mind. He entered his brain to search for the golden light from earlier. Xiao Yan's mind had just entered his brain when the bright golden light shot toward him. He looked around, only to discover that this was basically a world made up of golden-colored light. Countless numbers of characters agglomerated from golden lights and matched with one another in the empty space in front of him. Eventually, they twisted and turned, arranging themselves into a light curtain in the air. Large golden-colored characters shone from the light curtain, causing Xiao Yan's eyes to feel a little pain. God Seal Technique. D-Class High Level. Legend has it that it was created from a certain Dou Qi during ancient times. It has a total of 5 styles. The open mountain seal, sea flipping seal, overturning land seal, sky burying seal, and the ancient god seal. Each seal is linked to one another. When one reaches complete mastery of all 5 seals, one will be able to flip the sea, overturn the oceans, and swallow the heavens and earth. It is comparable to a Tian class Dou technique at its peak. However, one must be at the Dou Wang class in order to practice this seal. Otherwise, one will fail and suffer bitterness alone. What a domineering name! Xiao Yan's mind was somewhat in a trance as he read the few large words. The name of each seal caused Xiao Yan to feel awe and an overbearing aura. Something that was created by a Dou Qi. This was the Dou technique with the most extraordinary origin among those that he had come across. Moreover, it requires one's strength to reach the Dou Wang class in order to practice it. Isn't the requirement of this thing a little too high? Xiao Yan immediately smacked his lips and sighed when he saw the last sentence. This kind of strange Dou technique was the first of its kind that Xiao Yan had ever seen. An expert Dou Wan was already called a strong person on the continent. However, here, he had just reached the qualification to practice it. No wonder even Xun Er was so solemn back then. It looks like this so-called God Seal technique is indeed extraordinary. Xiao Yan felt a sudden understanding as he recalled the solemn expression of Xun Er back then. On top of his sudden understanding, he also felt a loving emotion toward the girl. She had so easily handed this D-class high-level Dou technique, which was sufficient to cause the experts on the continent to go crazy over, to him. This affection. However, why does this Dou technique only have such a brief few words of introduction? How does one practice it? Xiao Yan sighed softly in his heart. He raised his head and was at a loss as he looked at the golden light word curtain. He felt a fog in his head. This thing might be strong, but it was far too mysterious. It did not even mention a little about how to practice it. The bright golden light curtain suddenly trembled just as Xiao Yan was feeling at a loss. A golden glow immediately shot explosively out from his heart. The sudden golden glow caused Xiao Yan to be shocked. However, he did not dodge it. He did not believe that Xun Er would leave behind anything that would harm him. The golden light passed through Xiao Yan's mind. In an instant, there was something that was faintly imprinted deep within his mind. Xiao Yan slowly shut his eyes. A torrent of information came swarming over. Xiao Yan read it in detail, and discovered the method to practice the God Seal technique among this information. However, it seemed that there was only the method to practice the open mountain seal and the sea flipping seal within it. There was no record of the remaining overturning land seal, sky burying seal, and the ancient God seal training method within it. Xiao Yan was somewhat depressed as he studied all of the information. He still failed to find the training method for the last 3 remaining seals. He could only helplessly give up. It seemed that the Dou technique which Xun Er gave him was incomplete. Just as Xiao Yan had completely checked over the information, there was a soft, gentle, familiar, lovely voice that was unexpectedly and slowly emitted at the end of the information. The familiar voice caused Xiao Yan's mind to tremble intensely. Xiao Yan Geg, if you can open the scroll and listen to my message, you should have already advanced to a Dou Wang. Ha, Xun Er shall first congratulate Xiao Yan Gege here. There is not much time, so I cannot leave too many words. Xiao Yan Gege must remember Xun Er's words. The God Seal technique is one of my clan's most profound Dou techniques. Xun Er has also yet to obtain the last 3 seals. Therefore, I can only leave Xiao Yan Gege with the first 2 seals. Practicing the open mountain seal would at least require the strength of a Dou Wang. As for the flipping sea seal, it is best that you practice it only after you have reached the Dou Huang class. Besides this, if Xiao Yan Gege was to learn the open mountain technique, promise Xun Er that you will use it as little as possible unless it is a crucial moment. The God Seal technique is a secret technique that is passed down within my clan. If it is leaked, then the clan will definitely send someone to retrieve it. Therefore, Xiao Yan Gege must use it cautiously. Additionally, Xiao Yan Gege. Xun Er misses you. Take care. The soft, gentle voice slowly reverberated within Xiao Yan's mind before it gradually disappeared. Xiao Yan's mind began to tremble because of the last sentence. That cute girl had really done too much for him. Xiao Yan's mind slowly withdrew from his head. He slowly opened his eyes within the secret chamber. He was somewhat absent-minded as he studied the broken scroll on the ground. A moment later, he suddenly tightened his fist. His muttering voice slowly resounded throughout the secret chamber. Xun Er, wait for me. I will definitely go and look for you. No one can stop me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 646, Plans. Chapter 646, Plans. There was not a single person in the large hall when Xiao Yan came out from the secret chamber. He felt somewhat surprised at this before he immediately shook his head with a bitter smile. He searched for a seat and sat his body feebly onto it before exhaling comfortably. All the rushing around during this period had caused him to feel a little tired. Creak. The door to the hall was gently pushed open when Xiao Yan was recuperating with his eyes shut. Immediately, a long shadow was formed as the sunlight landed on a tall figure. Joy flashed across the pretty eyes of the lady who had pushed open the door when she saw Xiao Yan resting in a chair with his eyes closed. Immediately, she became afraid to disturb his rest. After a brief moment of hesitation, she began to withdraw. "Coco, why are you still leaving after you have come in?" A warm voice suddenly sounded. This surprised the lady, who paused her withdrawing footsteps. Her pretty eyes took a glance and saw that Xiao Yan, who was resting with his eyes closed, had unknowingly opened them. He was now looking at her with a smile. "Are your injuries all right?" Xiao Yu stood at the door. Her gaze looked in all directions as she softly asked. "Since when have you been so gentle?" Xiao Yan was surprised as he looked at Xiao Yu. This woman had been fierce toward him since he was young. When had she spoken with such gentleness? Xiao Yu immediately felt a little angry when she heard Xiao Yan's surprised words. This brat still had a glib tongue despite not having met for 2 years. However, it was also because of these familiar words of Xiao Yan that caused her unfamiliarity to slowly disappear and the familiarity of the past to slowly return. Xiao Yu became blunt after abandoning the unfamiliarity within her heart. She strode in with her long sexy legs Xiao Yan had coveted back then, and walked into the hall. After which, she sat down on a chair beside Xiao Yan. Only then did she turn her head and look at the familiar face that contained a smile. After having not seen him for 2 years, this fellow, who had given her a great headache back then, had become much more mature. His young and delicate face was light and clear when he smiled, giving people a kind of unknown comfort. "Have all of you been well during these past 2 years?" Xiao Yan took the lead to break the silence. This was the first time he was alone with Xiao Yu after coming up from the underground. Although he came to Pan's Gate once the last time, he did not converse much with Xiao Yu and the others as he was pressed for time. Xiao Ning and Xiao Mei have also entered the inner academy. They are doing very well with the protection of Pan's Gate. Xiao Yu nodded her head inside. She immediately scanned Xiao Yan before speaking somewhat angrily. "You should be more careful when you do things in the future. Do you know the despair that we felt in our hearts after you were swallowed by the heavenly flame? Now, you are the only person who can revitalize the Xiao clan. If any accident were to happen to you, it is likely that no one will be able to avenge our clan members." Xiao Yan let out a bitter laugh as he watched Xiao Yu, whose eyebrows had gone vertical. Only after her words sounded did he sigh. One must have strength if one wants to take revenge. How can there be no risk when obtaining strength? Xiao Yan felt apologetic toward the younger generation of the Xiao clan. The reason for the Xiao clan to face such a catastrophe was related to him. The clan members had suffered serious injuries and death. Some of the parents of the younger generation had even lost their lives. Although he was not entirely at blame for this, the guilt was still present. Xiao Yu was speechless as she looked at the somewhat thin face of Xiao Yan. Although this person never displayed the worry in his heart on his face, it was likely that the pressure he felt was extremely great. He clearly understood his own importance to the Xiao clan. Moreover, there was the matter of Uncle Xiao missing. "Kuko, let's not discuss this matter." Xiao Yan smiled when he felt the atmosphere become somewhat heavy. He changed the topic and teased, "It has been 2 years. Has any lucky fellow managed to woo you? Gee, how can it be this easy to woo this lady?" A flushness surfaced on Xiao Yu's face as she smacked her lips. She suddenly took out a few cards from her storage ring and handed them to Xiao Yan. "These are currently the fire energy cards of Pan's Gate. Wu Hao and Hu Jia had said to hand these to you when you completely recover from your injuries. After all, you are the true leader of Pan's Gate. Xiao Yan was slightly startled. He did not receive it but simply smiled and shook his head. He spoke with a soft voice, "I am not the only person who has credit for the current achievement of Pan's Gate. I might not be staying too long within the Jianan Academy. It is better for all of you to take care of these things." "You are leaving? Where are you going?" Xiao Yu's expression changed slightly when she heard this. Her voice was hurried as she spoke. "I am naturally returning to the Jiama Empire." Xiao Yan smiled. However, a faint cold glint flickered within his dark black eyes. "I have to settle the grudges from back then, right? You are going to look for the Misty Cloud sect? I am also going. I want to take a look at those clan members who have survived. Coco, there is no need to hurry. There should still be a period of time before I return. This time around, there will be a big intense fight when I return. Hence, I must prepare everything properly. I was chased out of the Empire once back then. I don't want to be chased out a second time. Xiao Yan waved his hand and said, as for all of you, it would be best if you remain in the Jianan Academy. This is the safest place. Don't interrupt. I am not visiting relatives this time around. Instead, it will be a true battle to death. You should clearly understand just how strong the Misty Cloud sect is within the Jiama Empire. Therefore, I cannot take any risks. Xiao Yu could only nod her head in a dejected manner when she saw Xiao Yan's stern expression with his lips tightly pressed together. Currently, the Xiao clan was in a battered shape. As those from the younger generation, they could only obey all of Xiao Yan's arrangements. Moreover, Xiao Yan was no longer that willful young man after these few years. The shoulders of the current him already possessed the ability to carry all the burdens. That boldness of his also caused them to have little choice but to obey. Relax. All of you can return to the Jiama Empire once I have settled everything. Xiao Yan patted Xiao Yu's shoulders and laughed. Xiao Yu nodded helplessly. She immediately seemed to have recalled something as she said, "Oh right, cousin Xiaoli seems to be looking for you. It is best that you go and see him." Oh? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows before nodding slightly. He chatted and smiled with Xiao Yu for a little longer. After which, he took the lead to stand up and search for Xiaoli. Second brother, are you looking for me for something? Xiao Yan coincidentally saw Xiaoli in the latter's room and immediately inquired with a smile. Are your injuries fine? Xiaoli also rejoiced when he saw Xiao Yan. The former pulled him into the room and asked in a concerned manner. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. His gaze paused on Xiaoli's body as he waited for the latter to speak. Xiaoli mused for a moment while being watched by Xiao Yan. After which, he slowly spoke. Currently, the Black Corner region has become chaotic because of the dissolution of the Black Alliance. This is not a bad opportunity. The Black Corner region might be chaotic, but there are quite a number of strong people present. If we can gather them, they would likely be a great help when we take revenge on the Misty Cloud sect in the future. You want to establish a faction in the Black Corner region? Xiao Yan frowned slightly as he spoke in a soft voice. The people there are those uncontrollable terrible people who lick blood off their blades. It won't be easy to gather them. These people are indeed very vicious. If one wants to rein them in, one must be even more vicious than them. Those subordinates of mine now were also extremely haughty people in the past. However, they still end up obeying my orders now. Xiao Li laughed. It should not be too difficult if you are willing to help me this time around. Though Pansgate may possess quite a great potential, but they are only students after all. Moreover, due to the environmental factor, you cannot be overly strict by requiring them to obey your orders. However, the Black Corner region is different. One can just kill those who disobey there. Therefore, it is much easier to control them. Of course, the precondition is that you possess sufficient strength. What do you say? Xiao Yan nodded slightly as he voiced his thoughts. Those people from the Black Corner region do possess quite strong combat capabilities. If we can rein them in, there would be quite a lot of benefits for us. After all, the Misty Cloud sect has many strong people and some things are difficult to achieve alone. Putting it this way, you don't have any objections, right? Xiao Li rejoiced as he clapped his hand and spoke. If second brother has the ability, you can just go and do as you like. You can come and look for me if you meet any problems that you cannot settle. For those who have any objections, die. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth and waved his hand with stern killing intent. Ha ha, good. You are bold. Xiao Li laughed out loud. He patted Xiao Yan's shoulders and immediately said, however, there is still a big problem. What is it? Xiao Yan was startled as he inquired. The Inner Academy. Xiao Li spoke in a deep voice. The Inner Academy? Xiao Yan knit his brows. The Inner Academy has always possessed some fear towards some of the overly strong factions within the Black Corner region. The Black Alliance is the best example. If we were to successfully establish a faction within the Black Corner region, it is likely that it would incur the attention of the Inner Academy. At that time, Xiao Li smacked his lips and spoke to Xiao Yan. Hence, you must convince Su Qian before making a decision. Otherwise, there will be trouble sooner or later. There might even be the possibility of meeting with swords drawn. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. A moment later, he laughed softly and said, you need not be worried about this. The Inner Academy always takes notice of those overly strong factions within the Black Corner region because they are worried that they will act against the Academy. Our intentions do not lie in this area, and there doesn't have to be conflict with them. Moreover, we can also help them monitor the other factions. This does not hurt the inner academy. This may be the case, but I still think that it is best to tell them about it in order to avoid trouble in the future. Xiao Li voiced his thoughts. His character was vicious and cautious. He basically did not trust anyone other than a couple of relatives. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He stood up and said, "All right. I will go and look for First Elder to discuss it. If he agrees, you can head for the Black Corner region. If this matter can succeed, we will no longer need to be the least bit afraid even if the Misty Cloud sect maneuvers its entire sect's strength. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 647, Transaction. Chapter 647, Transaction. You want to establish a faction within the Black Corner region? Su Qian immediately knit his brows when he heard Xiao Yan's words in the Elder's meeting room. First Elder, I am also aware that the Black Corner region has been a thorn to the Jianan Academy. However, due to the environment, that place will always possess an extremely strong offensive capability. As the saying goes, it is better to scatter than to stop. If you want to end this trouble, it is only natural that you cannot do it by the most forceful method. Should second brother really manage to expand his faction in the Black Corner region, it would end up helping the inner academy by saving a lot of trouble. Moreover, we can also help monitor some of the factions which possess enmity toward the inner academy. Su Qian's reaction was not beyond Xiao Yan's expectations. The latter simply smiled and explained. The frown on Su Qian's brow relaxed a little. He was no fool. With his experience, he was naturally able to figure out whether things would be beneficial for him or not. Moreover, First Elder should also be aware of a little of my background. I have a deep enmity with the Misty Cloud sect. In order to take revenge, I will require quite a strong faction. The Black Corner region is not a bad place. Xiao Yan smiled faintly as he spoke. Therefore, even if the faction were to expand in the future, it is likely that it would not be much of a threat to the inner academy. If First Elder does not trust my second brother on this point, you should at least be able to trust me, right? Su Qian's finger knocked against the surface of the table. He finally nodded along while later as he said, "What you say is not without reason. The Black Corner region has always been a big worry for the Jianan Academy. If a faction which is friendly to the inner academy were to appear, it would indeed possess an effect that is difficult to measure." In other words, First Elder agrees to it? Xiao Yan was slightly happy as he replied with a smile. Ugh, what else can I do other than agree? At this moment, the blazing Skychi refining tower of the inner academy requires you to replenish the fallen heart flame in the long term. Su Qian helplessly shook his head as replied. First Elder, these words of yours are spoken like. Xiao Yan is not an ungrateful person. I owe the inner academy a favor by obtaining the fallen heart flame. Won't I be completely shameful if I used this to threaten you? Xiao Yan spoke seriously. Coco, you are not bad when it comes to this point. You view friendship quite seriously. This old me likes it. Su Qian fondled his beard and nodded his head, feeling pleased. He had always favored and valued Xiao Yan. This was not only because of his strength and his talent, but also his character. Alright, let your second brother feel at ease and do it. The Black Corner region is far too chaotic and straightening it out a little also does have some benefit to our Jianan Academy. Su Qian waved his hand and spoke with a smile. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. Are your injuries all right? Su Qian changed the topic. He smiled and asked Xiao Yan a question when he noticed that the discussion had come to an end. I'm fine. Little fellow, your constitution is really a source of envy. You can lively jump around after only recuperating for a couple of days despite suffering such serious injuries. Su Qian smacked his mouth and revealed a face filled with envy. This kind of nearly unbeatable kind of constitution was indeed something that others coveted after. Xiao Yan smiled. His constitution was this strong because it had been forged from a countless number of sufferings. This world did not give free lunches. One could forget about any reward without any effort. What do you plan to do next? Don't tell me that you want to go to the Black Corner region to help your second brother? Su Qian's finger tapped gently on the table as he asked. He is able to handle the matter of the Black Corner region himself and will send someone to inform me if you really need me to intervene. Xiao Yan shook his head and mused, I will still remain in the academy for a period of time until I settle the problem regarding her. Of course, there was one other matter. That was to quietly practice the open mountain seal of the God Seal technique that Xun Er had left behind. A D-class high-level Dou technique. A Dou technique with this class would likely have an extremely powerful strength. If he were to successfully practice it, it would undoubtedly become another trump card of Xiao Yan. It would also increase his chances of victory in the future battle with Yin Shan. However, he needed to keep this a secret. Therefore, it was only natural that Xiao Yan did not mention it. Her? Are you talking about that Dou Zone class woman? Su Qian raised his brows and immediately asked somewhat curiously, just where exactly did this woman come from? Why have I never heard of such an expert around this place? Xiao Yan hesitated a little upon hearing this. When he thought that this was not considered a secret, he shrugged his shoulders and gave a brief explanation of Queen Medusa's origin. TSK, how unexpected. She is actually the legendary Queen Medusa. Moreover, she is a Medusa after evolution. No wonder, Su Qian's face was filled with surprise as he smacked his mouth. He immediately spoke teasingly toward Xiao Yan, but, little fellow, you are quite strong. You even dared to provoke this kind of woman. I heard that successive Queen Medusas were all extremely cold-blooded people who killed humans like killing chickens. It is unexpected that she had intervened to rescue you. That is really unbelievable. Back then, an evolved Queen Medusa had appeared on the continent in the past. Coincidentally, she was molested by a young master from a top-tiered faction. In the end, that woman charged into the faction and went on a massacre, decimating that faction. From then on, the men on the continent took a detour whenever they saw Queen Medusa. They are all afraid that they might end up leading their faction to destruction if they were careless. Do you know just how lucky you are now, Dot? Xiao Yan rubbed the cold sweat off his forehead. The previous Queen Medusas were indeed frightening. There was no need for any reason to kill someone. Hopefully, this current Queen Medusa could be a little more reasonable. I will be more careful. Thank you, First Elder, for your reminder. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly as he cupped his hands toward Su Qian. After which, he walked out of the meeting room in front of the brewing smile in the latter's eyes. Su Qian watched Xiao Yan's disappearing back. Only then did he teasingly mutter with a smile, however, this fellow does not appear to know that despite having such an intense killing nature, Medusa truly loves someone until the end once she has been subdued by him. This fellow, TSK, his luck with women is indeed quite great. Xiao Yan once again hurried back to Pan's gate after leaving the meeting room. He informed Shaoli of the good news. The latter was also quite happy upon hearing that the Inner Academy did not oppose the plan. He immediately reminded Xiao Yan about some things before he hurriedly left the Inner Academy and headed for the Jianan city to summon his subordinates. After which, they headed into the Black Corner region to take the opportunity to expand their faction. Xiao Yan was helpless in the face of the impatient Xiao Li. He could only allow the latter to leave. However, Xiao Yan had repeatedly reminded Xiao Li that he should send someone to contact him as soon as possible if there was any trouble. Currently, Han Feng from the Black Corner region was dead, and the Gold-Silver brothers did not dare to stand out. Given Xiao Yan's strength, it was already sufficient to sweep aside all those people on the so-called black ranking. Xiao Yan's life became quiet after Xiao Li left the Inner Academy. He stayed within Pan's gate for another 2 days before he was finally unable to resist his curiosity for the God Seal skill. Once again, he found an excuse to enter the vast deep mountains. The deep mountains were vast and unending. The lush green color continued to extend all the way to the end of one's sight. A wild wind blew over and the entire mountain range emitted a hua-hua sound. Xiao Yan was seated cross-legged on a huge rock on a somewhat empty mountain peak. However, he did not immediately begin to practice the God Seal technique. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the empty sky. A moment later, he helplessly opened his mouth and said, "Show yourself. I know you have been following me." Xiao Yan's voice had just sounded when a spot in the sky began to fluctuate slightly. A well-proportioned, graceful, beautiful figure appeared out of nowhere. An ice-cold bright gaze shot toward Xiao Yan's body. Are you seeking death? Medusa stepped gently in the empty sky just like a fairy who was riding the waves. However, the killing intent on this fairy was a little too dense. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Xiao Yan and spoke coldly. Don't tell me die all day long. I am also aware that you are unable to kill me now. Xiao Yan waved his hand and laughed bitterly. What did you say? Queen Medusa's eyebrows were vertical when she heard these words of Xiao Yan. Her long eyes were filled with a dense, cold killing intent. You should clearly be aware of what I said. Although you have merged with the spirit of the heaven-swallowing python, you were also influenced by it. Therefore, you have been unable to hurt me, and even frequently follow beside me. Xiao Yan sighed as he studied Queen Medusa, whose face became uglier following his words. Don't think that the heaven-swallowing python can influence me forever. I will be able to kill you sooner or later. Queen Medusa's voice was like glacier. It was void of any excess emotion. We can perform a transaction. What do you say? Xiao Yan rubbed his somewhat painful head and helplessly spoke. Queen Medusa did not have the slightest reaction to Xiao Yan's suggestion. These past few years, it was due to these various transactions that she finally ended up being entangled with this fellow. I can help you completely remove the influence of the heaven-swallowing python and allow you to become a true Queen Medusa. Despite having already decided in her heart that she would ignore any sweet words of Xiao Yan, Queen Medusa's heart still pounded intensely when she heard the latter say this. Why should I trust you? Queen Medusa's long pretty eyes narrowed into a lazy arc as she coldly smiled. Xiao Yan waved his hand and a shadow shot from his sleeves. Finally, it was thrust into Queen Medusa's hand. She took a closer look, only to discover it was a scroll. A couple of ancient words were imprinted into her eyes when she slowly opened it. This was a medicinal formula. The medicinal pill that it could refine would coincidentally treat the condition of being influenced by another spirit, something that Queen Medusa was facing. This is a Tier 6 medicinal pill, soul recovery pill. The medicinal ingredients and other things needed to refine the medicinal pill are not on the scroll. If you agree to my terms, I will help you refine it in the future. What do you say? Xiao Yan spoke indifferently. Medusa's expression was volatile as she folded the scroll. Her voice was still icy cold as she inquired, What's your request? You will follow beside me for 1 year. You are not allowed to have any killing intent toward me. If I ask you to intervene when necessary, you are not allowed to reject me. Xiao Yan smiled and continued, Once 1 year is over, I will help you refine the medicinal pill. At that time, you can do as you wish if you still want to kill me? What do you say? Queen Medusa's eyes flickered. Her heart descended into a conflicting struggle. Coco, as long as you obtain the soul recovery pill, you will be a pure Queen Medusa in the future. You will not be influenced by anything. This kind of freedom has a hefty price tag. Xiao Yan's laughter reverberated beside Queen Medusa's ear. It was filled with allure. Medusa's delicate hands suddenly tightened. Her icy-cold gaze stared at Xiao Yan as her clear, cold voice caused a joyous arc to be lifted on the corner of the latter's mouth. All right, I will do as you say. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 648, Practicing the Open Mountain Seal. Chapter 648, Practicing the Open Mountain Seal. Queen Medusa gave a cold snort when she saw the bright smile on Xiao Yan's face. She made the decision in her heart that she would definitely turn this fellow into 10,000 pieces in the future once she escaped the influence of the heaven-swallowing python. Xiao Yan smiled and sat up from the huge rock. He said to Medusa, In that case, we can be considered companions from now on. We only have the relationship of business partners, not companions. Queen Medusa skimmed her sleek red lips, and completely destroyed Xiao Yan's thoughts of bringing their relationship closer. All right, a business relationship. Xiao Yan indifferently spread his hand and smiled before saying, However, since we are going to be together and 1 year is so long, I cannot simply keep calling you Medusa, right? Why don't I help you pick a name? Otherwise, other people will know your identity once I call your name in the future, but there is no need to concern yourself with it. Queen Medusa merely replied coldly to Xiao Yan's good intentions. Why don't I call you Kailin? I think that this name really suits you. Xiao Yan continued speaking on his own, feeling not the least bit concerned that this name was a little Philistine. TL, Kailin, means colorful scales in reference to the colorful scales on the heaven-swallowing python. Get lost. Queen Medusa was irritated by Xiao Yan's endless words, which caused her to be furious. Her pretty eyes were filled with coldness as she stared at the young man in front of her. However, when she saw the bright warm smile on the former's face, the fury in her eyes somewhat dissipated. She coldly said, Queen Medusa is not just my name, but also my status. I don't need you to change my name. Once she said this, she turned around and rushed into the distance. You have already transformed into a human. Not the half-human half-snake form of the past. Therefore, you naturally need a name. In the future, I will call you Kailin. Saying Queen Medusa is far too troublesome. Xiao Yan raised his head somewhat recklessly, and cried out loud to Queen Medusa in the sky. Queen Medusa's body paused slightly. Her eyes flickered for an instant. However, she did not cry out angrily this time around. Her body moved and she transformed into a light figure that rushed into the distance. Additionally, can I trouble you to help me keep an eye on my surroundings and not let anyone disturb me? Otherwise, if an accident happens, our transaction will be null and void. Queen Medusa completely ignored Xiao Yan's loud cry. Her body flashed and she disappeared into the horizon. No one knew if she bore Xiao Yan's words in her heart. Xiao Yan smiled slightly when he saw Queen Medusa's disappear. He had finally settled this big trouble. With the so-called soul recovery pill transaction, he would no longer need to worry about when that frightening woman would appear and kill him. Han Feng did indeed own a rich collection. He even possessed a medicinal formula for a medicine with such a strange effect. It is thanks to him that I am able to settle my problem this time around. Xiao Yan rubbed the serene sea storage ring on his hand and softly laughed. If it was just him, he naturally did not possess a medicinal formula like the soul recovery pill. This thing was something he had taken from the serene sea storage ring while he was recuperating. Now, I can finally relax and practice the God Seal poem. Xiao Yan stretched his lazy waist and smiled slightly. He once again sat down cross-legged on the huge rock and shut his eyes. His mind moved as some information slowly flowed past his heart. Xiao Yan carefully read the training method for the open mountain seal, but it was a long while later before he knit his brows and opened his eyes. This God Seal technique is indeed worthy of being a D-class high-level Dou technique. The difficulty involved while practicing it was many times that of the flame-splitting tsunami. It actually needs to open 3 specific chi paths before one can condense a palm and maneuver Dou Qi to unleash the Dou technique. Xiao Yan knit his brows tightly. The chi paths in one's body were as complicated as the stars all over the sky. There were a countless number of them. Some of them were tiny and difficult to find. Moreover, they were also extremely brittle. Forget about opening them, they would crack open even if one used a slightly stronger energy to charge at it. The 3 specific chi paths of the open mountain seal were coincidentally 3 remote ones on his right hand. One would definitely have to spend quite a large amount of time in order to open them up. This kind of Dou technique which required one to open up certain veins in order to use was usually one with a terrifying strength or one that belonged to the legendary class. Back then, Xiao Yan did not need to purposefully open up any chi paths when he practiced the flame-splitting tsunami. From this, one could tell just how unique this God Seal technique was. Ugh, Xiao Yan sighed softly. He shook his head helplessly. Now that things had progressed to this stage, he could only give it a try regardless of how difficult it was to open the 3 veins. If he were to give up practicing something that Xun Er spared no expense to leave for him, he would have really wasted her effort. Xiao Yan tossed aside the emotion within his heart. His mind gradually became quiet as he entered his training condition a moment later. Xiao Yan's mind swiftly arrived at the 3 veins that needed to be opened up after he entered his training mode. He eyed the 3 chi paths which were like 3 blocked cylinders and sighed once again. It appeared that he was going to have a headache. Xiao Yan's mind moved and a tiny thread of Dou Qi surged out from within his body. Finally, it circulated a couple of times under Xiao Yan's control before it finally arrived at this remote chi path. After which, it obeyed Xiao Yan's orders and carefully invaded that tiny chi path. Opening one's chi paths was an extremely painful thing. The intense pain that occurred when Dou Qi cleared the chi path and expanded was not something that an ordinary person could endure. However, the expected intense pain and difficulty to widen the chi path did not appear when Dou Qi was poured into that tiny chi path. Although the flow of Dou Qi was extremely slow due to the tiny size of the chi path, Xiao Yan could clearly sense that the blocked feeling inside the chi path was slowly disappearing. What is going on? Xiao Yan was somewhat stunned as he studied the chi path that was being gradually unblocked. His heart was filled with disbelief. Since when was opening up a chi path this easy? Of course, at this very moment, Xiao Yan was naturally unaware of the prolonged tug of war between the fallen heart flame and the strange liquid when he had entered into his near-death state while he was underground. The greatest victor during that tug of war was Xiao Yan's body. Regardless of whether it was his bones, chi paths, muscles, etc., in his body, all of them had been completely refined during that tug of war. Hence, any part inside Xiao Yan's body was tougher than those experts who had a strength similar to his. It was also due to his chi paths having previously been refined that Xiao Yan felt that opening up a chi path was this easy. This was similar to a tunnel whose outline had already been roughly constructed by someone. All the people who came after would only need to clear out some of the rock fragments that remained within the tunnel. If an ordinary person were to open their chi paths, it was likely that their chi paths would have already burst from the pressure of the Dou Qi. How would it be possible to have Xiao Yan's progress? Although Xiao Yan was uncertain why opening a chi path had become this simple, this was something that did not hurt Xiao Yan even a little. Hence, in his wild joy, Xiao Yan began to unceasingly direct Dou Qi to strike this blocked chi path. This chi path, which he had never used, was quietly expanded at a slow pace by his Dou Qi. Although opening a chi path had become much easier because of the prior refinement of the interior of his body, it was still a process that one needed to adhere to the rules. After all, the vein was currently too fragile. If one were to quietly use a little more force, one would cause it to burst apart. This risk was something that even Xiao Yan did not dare to take. Therefore, when the opening of the vein within his body progressed at a tortoise-like pace, the somewhat impatient Xiao Yan could only enter his training condition and split his attention into two different areas. No matter how slow or tortoise-like the pace was, there would ultimately be a time when it arrived at its destination. The first chi path was finally opened by him 5 days after he had entered the deep mountains. He had formally took his first step in practicing the open mountain seal. After having some experience from the first attempt, Xiao Yan was a little more familiar with his remaining chi paths. Although his speed was still similar to a tortoise moving, it would upset a person until he threw up blood and died if one compared his speed with another. The second chi path was also opened up by Xiao Yan without any incident around 10 days or so after the first vein was opened. This kind of smooth training caused Xiao Yan to be so happy that he could not shut his mouth. According to this speed, it was likely that he would be able to completely finish the precondition of opening up the 3 chi paths within 1 month. At that time, he would be able to formally practice the open mountain seal he coveted greatly. Time quietly flowed by in the deep mountains. Perhaps Xiao Yan's reminder had some effect on Medusa. Nothing had come to disturb him ever since he had entered his training condition. This enabled him to obtain an extremely quiet training environment. Exactly after 1 month, the young man on the mountain top who had his eyes shut suddenly opened them. A substance-like glow flashed through his eyes before it gradually disappeared a moment later. Xiao Yan slowly stood up from the huge rock. He raised his head and let out a long breath. He had opened up 3 veins within a month. This kind of speed was something that even he himself could not quite believe. It was likely that this was quite a good result even when placed among Xun Er's clan. Since the chi paths have been opened, next, it should be the time to formally practice the open mountain seal. Xiao Yan laughed softly. His right hand formed an extremely strange hand seal in front of him. The hand seal was pushed forward. This was naturally superfluous without any Dou Qi to activate it. However, Xiao Yan clearly understood that within a short period of time, the strength that the hand seal would emit would likely shock even himself. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 649, Xiao Gate. Chapter 649, Xiao Gate. The lush green color radiating from the vast mountain forest was just like a green sea where one could not see its borders. A black-robed, young man was standing on a huge rock at the peak of a mountain within a certain part of this deep mountain range. His expression was solemn, as his right hand formed a strange seal and he immediately cried out loud, "Open mountain seal." A powerful glow immediately surged from the young man's palm as the cry sounded. Following the appearance of the glow, his palm was suddenly pushed forward. However, the intense glow on his palm was like an epiphyllum just as his palm moved and instantly disappeared. The palm that was swung merely carried a slight wind. A puff was emitted and a tiny pit was blasted into the ground. Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head as he studied the pit in the ground. He sat on the huge rock as he repeatedly exhaled coarse breath. The energy needed to drive this open mountain seal was really too strong, resulting in him being unable to repeatedly use it. This damn open mountain seal is actually this difficult to practice. Moreover, this is only the first seal. I really don't know just how terrifying the remaining 4 seals will be. Xiao Yan feebly leaned on a cool rock and muttered to himself with a bitter smile. It had been nearly 5 days since he had opened up the 3 chi paths. During these 5 days, Xiao Yan did not gain much progress in his practice of the open mountain palm. The difficulty of practicing this thing had far exceeded his imagination. In order to unleash the normal strength of the open mountain seal, one must complete the circulation of the Dou Qi within one's body as well as make the formation of the hand seal at the same time. Otherwise, something like what happened a moment ago would happen. The energy would swiftly disappear after it had just appeared due to the inappropriate coordination. Finally, it would result in their strength falling to an appalling level. This kind of coordination usually required time to polish. It would be somewhat impossible if one wanted to swiftly succeed within a short period of time. Of course, this slow progress of his might also be related to this being the first time he had practiced such a hand seal do technique. Xiao Yan was also clearly aware of all of this. At the very least, he was much better than when he used it for the first time after 5 days of training. However, he was used to quick progress. Such a slow speed was something that he had some difficulty accepting. Ugh, it is indeed worthy of being a high-class do technique. Looks like I can only take things slowly. Xiao Yan sighed and withdrew the anxiety within his heart. He sat cross-legged and calmed his mind. He is training mode to begin recovering his exhausted Dou Qi. Currently, Xiao Yan's strength had already reached the peak of the Dou Wang class. His absorption of the natural energy was naturally far from what his past self could compare with. Moreover, due to him refining the fallen heart flame, the flame mantra had also evolved to the D-class low level. Of course, this was Xiao Yan's guess from the refining speed of the natural energy by the flame mantra. He was actually unable to guarantee that it had really broken through to the D-class. However, one thing that he was certain about was that the current flame mantra was not merely just a little stronger than before. Regardless of how much natural energy poured into his body, the flame mantra was able to orderly refine all of it. Finally it transformed into pure Dou Qi that merged into his body. The strength of the Dou Qi currently within Xiao Yan's body could not be compared with another person in the Dou Wang class. Besides the repeated absorption of natural energy, the permanent raging heart flame also existed in his body. It repeatedly refined the Dou Qi, causing it to possess a greater liveliness and explosive strength. From a certain point of view, Xiao Yan could even contend with some elite Dou Huangs by just relying on the flame mantra and the heart flame. Of course, if he met a Dou Huang who was a little stronger, he would need to use Dou techniques to fight with such an opponent. For those peak elite Dou Huangs, he would have to go all out. If it were someone even stronger, like Han Feng who had half a foot in the Dou Zone class, he would need to make every effort in order to obtain a large chance of victory. However, Xiao Yan was dissatisfied with this kind of battle result. This was because he knew that he must defeat the person who truly controlled the Misty Cloud sect when he returns to the Jiama Empire this time around, Yun Shan. 2 years ago, Yun Shan had already stepped into the ultimately strong Dou Zone class. Now that 2 years had passed, it was only natural that his strength would be even stronger. Xiao Yan clearly understood in his heart that even if he used the large-scale Angry Buddha Lotus Flame when fighting with an opponent of such strength, it was likely that his chances of victory would not be very high. Therefore, the current him needed a powerful fighting strength that could allow him to contend with a true elite Dou Zone. The Open Mountain Seal was his only hope. Therefore, no matter what happened, Xiao Yan had to completely master the Open Mountain Seal of the God Seal technique before he returned to the Jiama Empire. Otherwise, the risk would be too great. Back then, he was forced away like a dog that had lost its home as he was chased out of the Jiama Empire. This could happen once, but it would never happen twice. Xiao Yan suddenly opened his eyes as this thought flashed through his heart. A coldness rushed over his dark black pupils. Yun Shan, just you wait. I, Xiao Yan, said that I will return, and I will definitely return to avenge this blood feud. Hatred flowed within Xiao Yan's heart as he suddenly stood up. The hand seal in his hand was swiftly formed, and the Dou Qi in his body was swiftly circulated at this moment. Open Mountain Seal. I don't believe I cannot master you. The young man's tense face stared at the hot sun on the mountain peak as his hands danced tirelessly. Strange hand seals were flipped under the sunlight, leaving behind an unceasing number of afterimages. The coordination of powerful Dou Qi in his hand seal gradually became better as his hands formed countless numbers of seals. Black Corner Region. Feng City. Being the city in the Black Corner region closest to the Inner Academy caused no other faction to dare step into it after Han Feng died. Hence, it gave Shaoli the opportunity to grab it. After using bloody means to remove some resisting factions within the city, he completely controlled this city. During this half a month, Shaoli had occupied Feng City. The Xiao Gate which Shaoli established also gained some fame within the Black Corner region. However, the other factions mostly adopted an attitude of watching from the sidelines with cold eyes. They waited for the Jianan Academy to retaliate against this extremely bold faction, who they had never heard of before. According to their expectation, the current Jianan Academy would definitely not allow any other factions from the Black Corner region to control this city that was closest to the Inner Academy. However, what caused them to be surprised was that there was still no activity from the Inner Academy after nearly 2 months. This caused some of those significantly large factions from the Black Corner region who coveted Feng City to enter an uproar. After 2 years of development by Han Feng, Feng City was a large city that was one of the top ones within the Black Corner region. A couple of enormous auctions were conducted in this place during these 2 years. Although the popularity of Feng City had fallen to a low due to the death of Han Feng and the dissolution of the Black Alliance, it was still not something that one could underestimate from its size and population. This kind of desirable object was naturally something that possessed a great allure to those factions from the Black Corner region. In the past, no one dared to step into this city because they were afraid that the Inner Academy would interfere. However, now that they realized that this Xiao Gate remained untouched, it seemed that the Inner Academy had lowered their guard and did not want to pay too much attention to the Black Corner region. This had caused some factions to ready themselves to create trouble. From the way they saw it, how could a city with such rich profits be occupied by an unknown small faction? Therefore, there was finally a medium-sized faction who could not resist taking action after the Xiao Gate had occupied Feng City for around 20 days. This faction had around 100 people. The strongest among them was a 4-star Dou Wang. However, there was no news about this faction after it brought a large number of people and swaggered into Feng City. Some of the spies only became aware of the situation after making some inquiries. Nearly half of these people were killed by the Xiao Gate. The remainder had all surrendered. There was immediately some commotion within the Black Corner region the moment this news spread. According to the rules of the Black Corner region, as long as a faction possessed an expert Dou Wang, it was considered a second-tier faction. If it possessed a Dou Huang, it would be considered a true first-tier faction. For those even stronger, they would possess an extraordinary position just like the Black Alliance, in which no one would dare offend. Of course, this was with the exception of a similarly large being like the Jianan Academy. Being able to kill over half a second-tier faction, as well as get the other half to surrender, meant that the strength of the Xiao Gate was likely one that possessed the qualification to nearly enter the category of a first-tier faction. This kind of strength was enough to cause some of the factions looking at it maliciously to weaken their hostility. Of course, with the allure of such a large egg like the Feng City, it was natural that one would not be able to enjoy an everlasting peace. Hence, the peace had only lasted for half a month before Xiaoli obtained news that 3 first-tier factions within the Black Corner region had joined hands to attack Feng City and take the managing rights from Xiao Gate. 3 first-tier factions joining hands. This lineup might not be comparable to the Black Alliance back then, but it could not be underestimated. Faced with this kind of powerful attack which possessed at least 3 elite Dou Huangs, it was naturally impossible for Xiaoli's own strength to block it. Hence, a message pigeon quietly flew out from Feng City the moment the enormous amount of troops from the 3 large factions started to head for Feng City. Finally, it headed for the deep mountains within the inner academy. It swiftly flew over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 650, 3 large factions. Chapter 650, 3 large factions. Bang! An enormous jade-green energy handprint suddenly surfaced in the sky. It immediately carried the frightening sound of rushing wind as it violently smashed into a mountain wall like a cannonball. Immediately, the entire mountain peak forcefully exploded and violently shook the entire mountain. An arm-thick crack line spread like a spiderweb from the mountain peak and covered the entire wall within a short period of time. Xiao Yan's expression carried a trace of whiteness as he watched the mountain peak that was on the verge of collapse while wearing a pale white expression. A joy that could not be hidden covered his dark black eyes. After practicing for many days, he had finally learned to control the rhythm, therefore, he was able to truly use the open mountain seal. Although the open mountain seal this time around was a little crude, Xiao Yan believed that he would definitely be able to reach complete mastery through practice if he was given sufficient time. At that time, the strength of this open mountain seal would likely become even more frightening. Everything was difficult at the beginning. Since Xiao Yan already possessed quite a good start, success was only a matter of time. Xiao Yan panted intensely. He flapped the dark green wings on his back and slowly landed on a messy mountaintop. After over a month of training, he had currently reached an initial mastery of the open mountain seal. If he wanted to reach complete mastery, he would need time and opportunity to hone it through actual combat experience. It is indeed worthy of being a D-class high-level Do technique. I had merely used it at its initial stage, but its strength is not any weaker than the flame-splitting tsunami. I will have another trump card when fighting with another in the future. The dark green flame wings on Xiao Yan's back quietly disappeared as he softly laughed. Gee! A bird cry suddenly sounded in the sky just as Xiao Yan planned to recover the exhausted Dou Qi within his body. Xiao Yan lifted his head with some doubt before his expression slightly changed. He extended his hand and a suction force erupted. The messenger pigeon lingering in the sky was sucked down. Xiao Yan received a tiny bamboo tube from the leg of the messenger bird. He opened it and took out a piece of paper that was folded. His gaze swept over it and his expression sank. After musing for a moment, he flicked his finger and the piece of paper burst into flames. It turned into a pile of ashes that scattered down to the ground below. Kai Lin! Xiao Yan turned around and suddenly shouted loudly to the vast forest all around. However, there was not the slightest reaction even after a long time. Xiao Yan had no other choice as he cried out once again, Medusa, there is a problem. Come. This time around, a 7-colored glow finally rushed out from a certain part of the forest a short moment after the cry sounded. Within a couple of blinks, the cold, indifferent Queen Medusa appeared in front of Xiao Yan. There are some issues that require me to go to the Black Corner region. Let's go. Xiao Yan automatically ignored the cold face of Queen Medusa as he spoke. You can forget about getting me to be your free fighter. Medusa's eyebrows were vertical as she spoke in a cool voice. There will no longer be anyone who will help you refine the soul recovery pill if I die. Xiao Yan smiled indifferently. His back immediately shook and a beautiful pair of dark green fire wings appeared. The fire wings flapped and Xiao Yan's body swiftly rose up into the air as wild wines surrounded his body. Finally, he turned around and charged toward the black corner region. Xiao Yan knew that Xiao Li had met some trouble from the letter. However, he did not plan to gather helpers from the inner academy. With his current strength, there was basically no one who could stop him within the black corner region, but moreover, one should not forget Medusa, who was currently following him after reaching an agreement to cooperate. This was a true elite Dou zone. Moreover, she might be even stronger than Su Qian. Given Xiao Yan's and Medusa's strength, it was likely that they would be sufficient to sweep over the entire black corner region. The so-called Gold-Silver brothers might be able to join hands to delay Su Qian. However, if their opponent was Queen Medusa, it was likely that they would not be so lucky. After all, she was not an ordinary elite Dou zone. Medusa clenched her hand tightly as she watched Xiao Yan's figure that was gradually becoming distant. She hesitated for a moment before she angrily clenched her silver teeth. Her delicate legs stepped on empty sky as her figure transformed into a ray of light that swiftly caught up to the black figure in front. Feng City. At this moment, all the attention within Feng City was gathered on the Grand Manor at the middle of the city. That place was likely the place where the one who controlled the city would be decided. Honestly speaking, most people within the city were not very interested in who would be the one in charge of the city. In any case, they knew that regardless of who was in control, they would ultimately be simply muddling along at the lowest level. Hence, they were even happier to see many factions having a big fight for the position to govern the city, resulting in blood flowing like a river. People who gloated over another's misery and liked to add insult to injury could be found all over the Black Corner region. Around half an hour ago, 3 large units had swaggered into Feng City before finally rushing to the manor where Medicine Emperor Han Feng had once resided. Currently, that place housed the faction who controlled Feng City, Xiao Gate. Most of the people within Feng City had heard of these 3 powerful factions. After all, their reputation was sufficient to spread all over the Black Corner region since they were first-tier factions. Hence, almost everyone was familiar with them. Dark Sky Sect, Luo Sha Gate, and Wild Lion Gang. These 3 large factions were extremely renowned, powerful factions within the Black Corner region. The leaders of the 3 large factions were experts who were ranked within the top 10 of the Black ranking. Any random person among them was not weaker than Fan Lao, who had died in Xiao Yan's hands. These 3 large factions dominated the Black Corner region and had always been overbearing. They even ignored Han Feng when he invited these 3 large factions to join him when he had established the Black Alliance. This kind of action might have caused Han Feng to be extremely furious, but he had let things be because he was afraid of the strength of these 3 large factions. Back then, the Black Alliance was very grand. However, these 3 factions were able to choose to reject joining them even in that kind of situation. From this, one could tell that they possessed quite the strong capital. After all, the leaders of the 3 large factions were no fools. They would naturally be unwilling to offend those whom they could not afford to offend. Although Han Feng was someone whom they were afraid of, it was far from the point where they had to bow before him. There were many people who felt pity for the so-called Xiaogate now that these 3 factions had sent their forces into Feng City. In the eyes of many people, Xiaogate was just like a student meeting a master when faced with these 3 old first-tier factions, despite the Xiaogate possessing a qualification that was near a first-tier faction. If the leader of Xiaogate was sensible, he would immediately hand over the rights to control the city. This was the wisest choice. In a wide hall within a large courtyard, the atmosphere was extremely tense and seemed like it would explode with a single spark. There were currently 4 groups of people within the hall at this moment. The one furthest in was naturally Xiao Gate, who controlled the city. Those 3 others on the outside seemed to be the people from the so-called Dark Sky Sect, Luo Sha Gate, and Wild Lion Gang. You are the leader of Xiao Gate, right? I shall not beat around the bush. Don't blame us for washing this place with blood if you don't give me a clear answer within an hour. A middle-aged large man with a bare chest that showed an enormous lion roaring toward the sky was faintly visible on his chest glanced at Xiao Li. A smile surfaced on his face, which was filled with a bloody scent. Ahem. Sect leader Yan is still so forthright. However, I also approve of these words of his. The middle-aged man had just spoken when a sexily clad beautiful woman covered her mouth and gave a loving laugh. There was a flirtatious poppy flower tattooed on the side of her face near her ear. Although it was beautiful, it possessed a lethal poison. A shadowy-faced old man on the other side laughed darkly. His shriveled bone-like hand moved on the table. The old me has not fought for a period of time. I wonder if I will be as ruthless like in the past if I do so. There were nearly 100 people standing in a scattered manner behind these 3 people. The bodies of these people were covered in blood. Their gazes were as cold as wild beasts when they swept around. Xiao Li's gaze was dark and cold as he observed the three people who were singing the same tune. There were 100 black-clothed men gathered behind him. The bloody stench on their bodies was not any weaker than those fellows in front of him. At one glance, one could tell that they had rich battle experience and were vicious individuals. The reason the other party did not act immediately upon their arrival was partly because of the significantly strong aura of these black-clothed individuals on Xiao Li's side. Otherwise, they would have long since attacked right away given their character. Why else would they repeatedly chatter in this place? I am clearly aware that the three of you have quite big fists within the Black Corner region. You are all strong and there is nothing I can do if you want to occupy Feng City. It is possible for me to hand over Feng City. But, there is only one city. Who should I hand it over to? Xiao Li played with the teacup in his hand when he suddenly asked a question. There was a slight change in the atmosphere within the hall when Xiao Li's words sounded. A moment later, that sexily clad beautiful woman laughed. Your scheming is not bad, but this kind of plan to alienate us with one another is useless. You need not worry about who is eventually going to be in charge of this city. All you need to do is to lead your people out of Feng City. Xiao Li's hand tightened its grip on the teacup. He sighed with some disappointment in his heart. They were indeed very experienced and did not show any sign of falling for this ruse. It is possible for us to leave Feng City. However, I am not the leader of Xiao Gate. Should you not wait for our leader to return if you want us to get lost? Xiao Li frowned. Some killing intent surfaced on his cold face as he spoke in a deep voice. The current him needed to fight for some time for Xiao Yan to hurry back. Chattering non-stop. Where did you find all this nonsense to say? The old me is not here to discuss anything with you. I am here to inform you to get out of this city. The large man with exposed arms immediately widened his eyes at Xiao Li's words. His palm slammed onto the table in front of him until it was in pieces as he let out a savage laugh. Xiao Li's expression immediately became gloomy. The large group of black-clothed men behind him also emitted a clang sound as they drew their weapons from their waists. In an instant, the atmosphere within the hall had become anxious with swords drawn. It was one that would break out into a killing fight at the slightest disagreement. Kuko, you want my Xiao Gate to get out of Feng City? Even Han Feng wasn't qualified to do so. What makes you think you have the right? A faint cold laugh suddenly resounded just as the atmosphere was about to completely collapse. A black figure immediately appeared in the middle of the hall in a ghost-like manner in front of everyone's eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.